Yi Xiao was fortunate despite his daily lamentations about the monotony of life. He unexpectedly found himself transported to another realm. Yet, he was also a hapless soul, as he had traversed into a post-apocalyptic world teeming with mutated creatures. Fortune smiled upon him once more, for he had acquired a system. However, to his dismay, this system did not bestow upon him the ability to hoard resources or enhance his strength. Rather, it compelled him to engage in live streaming. Yi Xiao was driven to madness. What was the point of live streaming in such dire circumstances? Did he not notice the audience mocking his desperate struggle for survival? What if the viewer count reached a certain threshold, he could teleport his audience? A sinister smile began to creep across Yi Xiao's face. Chapter 1. Surviving the Apocalypse Through Live Streaming. 3 foxes are entering the live broadcast room. Brother, don't speak, just kiss me as I enter the live broadcast room. Mental Health Rehabilitation Center is entering the live broadcast room. At this moment, Yi Xiao was utterly oblivious to the system panel flickering beside him. He was lost in a melancholic reverie. The wind is mournful, and the waters of the Yi are cold. A valiant warrior departs, never to return. As the sun shone brightly, he leaned against the parapet of the rooftop, hoping to steal a brief nap. Little did he know that upon awakening, the sky above him, though still clear and cloudless, was no longer the sky he once knew, and the ground beneath him was certainly not the familiar earth. The sun blazed fiercely, its heat piercing like needles against the skin. He remained on a rooftop, yet it was no longer the 6-story-old apartment he had rented, but a towering edifice of over 10 stories. Surrounding him were skyscrapers, yet upon closer inspection, none appeared intact. The walls, peeling in large swathes, and the shattered windows create a scene of desolation. Yet the most striking feature is the verdant foliage that clings to and envelopes much of the structure like the hand of a demon. The stout stems and leaves, in stark contrast to the building, present a scale that is perplexing to Yi Xiao. The leaves are undeniably the size of a person. As far as the eye can see, there are no signs of human activity. The street lies in utter disrepair, with abandoned vehicles reduced to mere scraps of metal, the pavement torn as if by some unseen force, fissured with cracks resembling a spider's web, and the broken terrain rendering the path impassable. Moreover, enormous unidentified plant branches stretch across the road and between the derelict buildings. Sanhu, what is this? A movie. The special effects are quite impressive. Older brother, don't speak, kiss me. What does the title of the premiere mean? Is this the end of the world? Are they resorting to such gimmicks? Mental Health Rehabilitation Center. Is there no host? The comments flickered on the side, and Yi Xiao silently raised his hand. Him here. Indeed, the reason for his traversal is due to this wretched end of the world premiere system. The screen of the premiere room displays a tall, athletic young man in a hoodie and sweatpants, sporting a pair of sneakers. With a buzz cut and striking feature she appears to be. In his 20s, Xiao Lubu Lu. Wow, the host is quite handsome. Why not go to the beauty zone? Ah, how utterly useless is good looks now. Yi Xiao felt a wave of despair wash over him. He should never have whimsically prayed to his ancestors last night, wishing for his premiere career to be a resounding success. Indeed, Yi Xiao is a budding content creator on a prominent live streaming platform, Huagua. Just how budding is he? Today, he has managed to garner a 3-digit following for the very first time. With a single misstep, he finds himself thrust into a post-apocalyptic scenario, quite unexpectedly. The intensity has escalated significantly. Fortunately, the live streaming system exhibits a modicum of integrity. Upon reaching a certain number of followers and receiving a specific amount of donations, one can redeem Reva. RDS. Yi Xiao inhaled deeply, mustering a smile that was more grotesque than a cry as he addressed the audience in his streaming room. Haha, welcome everyone to my live stream. As you can see, I am in a post-apocalyptic world. He extended his hand forward to showcase the surrounding environment before covering his face. Yes, I am indeed in a post-apocalyptic world. Boo-hoo. The way is quite wild. TSK, this host's approach is wilder than mine. The scripts for live streams have become increasingly absurd. The happy ball of the wealthy. The green screen is quite well done. Second master has arrived. What's with this post-apocalyptic gimmick? If you have the guts, show me a zombie. Liangshan scoundrel. Why not wander around? Are you just standing on this rooftop, drinking the northwestern wind? Dan is not mild. Is the host truly in a post-apocalyptic world? The scenery looks so realistic. Mental Health Rehabilitation Center. It's amusing that some people actually believe it. The one above, hurry and come check into my facility. Liang is me. Why are there so many people in the live stream today? Where's the host? Yi Xiao gazed at the flurry of comments, feeling somewhat astonished. Typically, he would either be performing a solo act or conversing with just one or two individuals. Today, an overwhelming number of viewers had suddenly appeared, leaving him somewhat disoriented. I'm not deceiving you. I am truly in an apocalyptic world. Yet, I'm unaware of my precise location. Upon uttering these words, Yi Xiao suddenly furrowed his brow and took a few steps closer to the wall, gazing intently at the adjacent building. Wait, it seems there is someone over there. In the building across, a figure stood by the window, vigorously waving their arms, seemingly beckoning him. San who? Are there extras as well? Could it be that someone exists? A flicker of joy crossed Yi Xiao's face as he energetically waved back. At a window in the opposite building stood a silhouette that appeared to be a woman, her hair cascading over her shoulders, clad in a gray t-shirt. Just as he prepared to speak, he sensed something amiss. At this distance, the other party should have been able to hear him, yet instead of calling out, they were merely flailing their arms, pointing frantically in his direction with an expression of urgent distress. Rustle, rustle, rustle. What is that sound? Yi Xiao furrowed his brow. In confusion, the sound seemed to emanate from below the building. Curiously, he leaned his head over the wall and looked down. Gurgle. A massive eye, akin to a car's headlight, loomed just 2 meters away, locking eyes with him behind that I lay insect-like textures and a colossal body. Gurgle. The dark specks within that gigantic eye appeared to quiver, serving as a primal warning that instinctively prompted Yi Xiao to retract his head and immediately dash towards the STA. Case door, 10 meters away. Yi Xiao ran with reckless abandon, leaving the audience in the live broadcast room bewildered. Milk egg not light. What on earth is that? A grasshopper. Second master has arrived. Are you foolish? Where would such a massive grasshopper come from? Clearly, it's special effects. However, before the viewers could engage in further debate, the screen suddenly elevated, revealing a colossal, mutated creature resembling a grasshopper, swiftly crawling with ortade limbs up the exterior wall of the building. As it emerged at the edge of the rooftop, its enormous size dwarfed Yi Xiao, measuring at least 3 times his stature. With powerful hind legs, it launched itself, its red and green body hurtling toward Yi Xiao. The creature moved with astonishing speed, and just as it was about to reach Yi Xiao, he burst through the door of the stairwell, rushing inside. Immediately, he slammed the iron door shut and secured it with a bolt in one swift motion. Bang! The impact reverberated through the iron door, causing a noticeable dent in the center. Yi Xiao dared not linger in place, hastily descending, yet he remained oblivious to the situation below, forced to stand in the half-lit stairwell, fixated on the iron door leading to the rooftop. At last, after several resounding thuds, the iron door fell silent. Exhaling deeply, Yi Xiao leaned against the wall behind him and slid to the ground. The stairwell was rife with damp, mottled walls, emanating an unpleasant odor. Chapter 2. Captain on board, genuine or faux? Current number of viewers in the live broadcast room, 492. The sudden announcement from the system jolted Yi Xiao's thoughts. He turned his head to glance at the live broadcast panel, where the barrage of comments was rapidly flooding the SC ring. Secret Agent 009. Wait, what's going on? I nearly had a heart attack when I entered the studio. See, Immortal. What was that just now? Special effects. Was that a grasshopper? That twisted creature is utterly revolting. Milk Egg. Good heavens, could it be that the host is truly in a post-apocalyptic world? Electric Cannon. Nonsense, a post-apocalypse? Those ridiculous monsters are undoubtedly man-made. Bright Star, you must be new here if you're so impressive. Why not climb in from outside? 3 Foxes. The host is speaking. Could it really be the end of days? At this moment, Yi Xiao regained his composure and, with a hint of helplessness, remarked upon the comments. He took a deep breath, realizing that his immediate priority was not the broadcast itself, but rather finding a way to survive in this place. Yi Xiao reached in his pocket and felt around. A set of keys and a mobile phone lay quietly before him, the only possessions he had at present. He activated his phone, mindful of the fact that he was indeed live, and that a mute host would not last long in this profession. Thus, even in an empty studio, he had to keep the atmosphere lively. The phone has only 70 battery in this city resembling a wasteland. I am uncertain of its utility, he mused. Yet, it is better than nothing, as it could provide illumination when it matters most. Yi Xiao remembered to check the phone settings, speaking as he did so. This place appears quite perilous prudently. I shall silence all volumes for safety's sake. Having set up his phone, Yi Xiao tucked it into his pocket. At that moment, a keen viewer in the live broadcast room made a notable observation. Nai Dambu Dan. I genuinely believe the host is in an apocalyptic scenario. The transitions in the live broadcast are rather eerie. Sanhu. As a programmer, I can attest that this could easily be video editing with voiceover in the background. Shaoli Song Mian Hua. Indeed, unless the host reveals a set of abs for verification. Yi Xiao's eyes twitched with irritation. I am not an edgy off-the-lean streamer. Let's discuss something else. Liang Jiu Shirwa. Then do 10 push-ups. Spotting this comment, Yi Xiao responded, all right, as Liang suggested, I shall perform 10 push-ups. He promptly dropped to the ground, executing the push-ups with remarkable speed and precision. Senhu. No, I truly cannot comprehend this. There should be a camera angle switch here, right? Liang Jiu Shirwa. You guys are unbelievable. The host did it, yet you still doubt. Yi Lai Lu. Can even dimwits access the internet now? This is clearly fake. It's utterly ridiculous. I can't bear to watch. Yi Lai Lu. The host is foolish, and so are the fans. Having completed 6 push-ups, a sudden loud bang interrupted Yi Xiao's movements. He sprang up abruptly, clutching the keys lying on the ground. Fixing his gaze on the iron door above, he bit down hard on his teeth. Damn it, that thing hasn't left? Yi Xiao glanced at the keys in his hand. In addition to several metal keys, there was also a Swiss Army knife. However, the knife within this multifaceted tool was scarcely the size of a finger, rendering it utterly inadequate as a weapon. Bang! Another impact sent beads of sweat pooling in Yi Xiao's palms. It was time to flee, for this place was no longer safe. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao cautiously descended the staircase. At that moment, a barrage of comments caught Yi Xiao's attention. Liang Shan's coward. Host, go for it. If you manage to kill it, they'll promote you to captain. Yi Xiao's steps faltered abruptly. Wait, promote to captain? Is that for real? Upon hearing Yi Xiao's remark, the live broadcast room erupted with excitement. Liang Shan's coward. If you truly kill it, I will promote you. 3 foxes, everyone bear witness if it's true. They'll promote too. Anyone who doesn't is a fool. Second master has arrived. They're just trying to trick you into promoting a bunch of idiots. Fanasi. I want to see it, I love it. The little boat capsized. Too dangerous, I advise against taking risks. Xiong airs bitter tea. The host is courting death, it's probably a hoax. The system required donations to unlock the marketplace. Yet despite the live broadcast room's audience swelling to 635, only a handful had contributed, insufficient to activate the store. Moreover, minors were prohibited from donating if someone were to promote a captain. Unlocking the marketplace would undoubtedly be feasible. With nothing in his possession, the system's marketplace was his sole reliance. Yi Xiao took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. All right, if we're doing this, you better keep your word. However, I am unarmed and must first prepare. I hope that thing does not. A sudden, resounding crash echoed above him. Yi Xiao abruptly looked up and beheld a grotesque, contorted figure descending the staircase, its body swollen, its maw agape, emitting a peculiar screech that seemed laced with bar. Bed hooks, gritty and exceedingly sharp. Damn it! Yi Xiao hastily leaped downward, his gaze instantly locking onto an ajar apartment door not far away. As a graduate of a physical education program, Yi Xiao was accustomed to fitness. His physical prowess was commendable. With a powerful push off the ground, he propelled himself forward. He dashed into the abandoned apartment, which appeared devoid of further threats. Everything lay in neglect, covered in extensive patches of mold. The wooden furniture had decayed beyond recognition, and the appliances were long since outdated. The fabric sofa in the living room reduced to little more than a skeletal frame. The metal security door seemed broken, unable to lock. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged from behind the door, and before Yi Xiao could react, the creature collided with him. Send. ing him sprawling. He skidded down the corridor for 2 or 3 meters, the security door having been forcefully breached, while the locust-like monster persistently squeezed through the narrow opening. Ing. From its gaping, bizarre maw came a strange, hissing cry as twisted red tendrils emerged, revealing a green body adorned with crimson blotches. In this moment, Yi Xiao discerned that what he had initially perceived as discolored patches was, in fact, a grotesque array of swollen red tumors, protruding from the body of Feng. Rash Shopper, extending malformed appendages that appeared exceedingly repulsive. These tumors writhed, seemingly striving desperately to force the creature's body through the narrow doorway. Yi Xiao dared not linger. He turned and dashed towards what appeared to be the kitchen. Upon entering, a potent stench assaulted his senses, revealing a scene of utter disarray, with nearly everything in a state of decay. The stainless steel kitchen knife on the rack bore slight rust spots, yet it seemed barely serviceable. He withdrew a sharp blade, and behind him arose a cacophony. The grasshopper had reached the threshold of the kitchen. Fortunately, located at a corner, the constrained space allowed only its head to awkwardly squeeze through. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao lunged forward, gripping the sharp knife in both hands, decisively plunging it into the creature's eye. With a shrill cry, the blade pierced, and Yi Xiao swiftly withdrew it, redirecting his strike toward the creature's head. A sharp crack resonated as the knife unexpectedly snapped at the hilt, splitting into 2. Goodness, is its skull truly this hard? Yi Xiao exclaimed, his gaze sweeping over the fallen broom at his feet. He seized it, firmly stepping on the bristles, and forcefully extracted the stainless steel handle. Brandishing the handle, he thrust it vehemently towards the grasshopper's eye. He rolled up his sleeves and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha! Tremble, you dark ones! Come, let us weep together in this fight for survival. Yi Xiao, is it a giggle? Haizi, not a giggle. The official authorities of Wagwa are entering the live broadcast room. Chapter 3. A captain opens the marketplace. A thick, green, sinister fluid erupted from the head of the grasshopper, while its rear end struggled violently. The unsettling sound of muscle tearing sent chills down Yi Xiao's spine. To his disbelief, the writhing body managed to detach its own head. Yi Xiao stared in astonishment at the still agile form behind, where bizarre tentacles began to extend from the severed neck. In a moment of sheer horror, Yi Xiao felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. He swiftly discarded the grasshopper's head from the steel pipe and, without hesitation, brandished the pipe towards the retreating body. With a sharp thrust, the steel pipe pierced through the gaping wound with no resistance, eliciting a bone-chilling shriek from the creature. The tentacles on the red, fleshy lump writhed violently, and fueled by a surge of adrenaline, Yi Xiao pressed his advantage, thrusting the handle repeatedly until nearly the entire stainless steel pipe was embedded within the creature's grotesque form. A pool of fluid spread across the ground, a disturbing blend of green and dark red, emitting an eerie, foul odor. Yi Xiao gasped for breath, taking a few unsteady steps back, before turning to the newly appeared streaming panel beside him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he decisively declared, "Board the ship. Milk Egg is not mild. Wow? Yi Xiao is incredible. Liang is me. 666666. If I weren't underage, I would definitely board a ship." Sword goes off course. Wait, what is happening? Where is the streamer, and what is that disgusting thing? In the vibrant chat room, some viewers had already succumbed to the belief that they were amidst an apocalyptic scenario, while others remained oblivious, merely joining the fray for amusement. A few were enthusiastically spamming 666, yet Yi Xiao was indifferent to their antics. Hadn't he just mentioned embarking on a ship? Liang Shan's coward, set sail. The live broadcast was eerily silent. Soon enough, ridicule began to permeate the comments. Indeed a coward. All talk and no action. Set sail already. Liang Shan's coward. It's not real. Are you trying to fool me into boarding? Am I that gullible? Perhaps he lacks the funds to level up here? All talk. Worthless. Yi Xiao could only chuckle in exasperation. It mattered not, as long as he remained unperturbed. Deep within, he felt a surge of frustration, realizing the unreliability of these viewers. If they were uncooperative, the system would not grant him substantial assistance. Clearly, he could not overly rely on the system. Sanhu, it feels genuine. The host is quite brave, and I stand by my word. Sanhu has become your captain. You have obtained 100 points. The system store is now open. The system store has been activated? Yi Zhao's heart swelled with joy as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to San Hu. Thank you, Captain San Hu. Thank you, esteemed owner. Thank you. Oh, and let us not forget to click that follow button, everyone. According to the system prompt, new fans must reach a count of 1000 to unlock related rewards. And the current number of fans is still far from that goal. Falling Sea Immortal has gifted you a delightful mystery box, which contained a heart-shaped pillow. You have earned 10 points. Thank you for the heartfelt pillow, Falling Sea Immortal. Yi Xiao immediately opened the system shop to take a look. The items available for purchase were highlighted, while those that could not be acquired due to insufficient points were displayed in gray. The shop was divided into 3 categories: weapons, recipes, and blueprints. Weapons were ready-to-use items that could be purchased and utilized immediately. Recipes pertained to culinary and medicinal concoctions, while blueprints were related to mechanical constructions. Sanhu, what is this? A shop? Falling Sea Immortal, system shop? What does that mean? What is its purpose? Yi Xiao was taken aback to discover that the audience in the live broadcast could also view the shop. He explained, "Thank you, Sanhu, for your support. I have points that I can exchange for items in the system shop, though currently, the selection is rather limited. At present, his over 100 points could only unlock a few ordinary weapons. To be honest, having recently used a knife, Yi Xiao found himself rather uninterested in those few weapons. It seemed that ordinary knives would not serve much purpose here. At the very least, the common kitchen knives were insufficient. There were options such as kitchen knives, hammers, sickles, shovels, and crowbars. Yi Xiao inquired of the audience in the live broadcast, given these few options and the inability to afford anything else at the moment. What should he exchange for? Does anyone have any suggestions? Nai Danbu Dan. The host is quite unfortunate, only able to exchange for such trivial items. The arrival of Air Yi has revealed his intentions, clearly aiming to deceive everyone into gifting him presents, along with the so-called system store. It is truly laughable. Air Yi remarked that it is nothing but a pure script, calling anyone who falls for it a fool. He further compared it to those who excel in product promotion, challenging the performance of the host. Uninterested in Air Yi's provocations, Yi Xiao observed that although the live streaming room attracted a considerable audience, the viewing time was too brief for anyone to send substantial gifts. Only a few small tokens were offered, hardly accumulating enough points. The selection of items was limited. Yet the crowbar stood out as a remarkable tool, a sturdy, long-handled weapon, durable and effective, capable of overcoming obstacles. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao spent 100 points to exchange for a crowbar. The audience in the live streaming room watched in astonishment as Yi Xiao tapped the panel before him, and instantly, a crowbar appeared in his hand, eliciting exclamations of surprise. "Wow, I didn't even blink," exclaimed AI Chiju 2. 6 points, a crowbar is an excellent choice. Chimed Sanhu. Is this for real? Questioned Feng Quang Xing Qi Shi. Why choose such a useless item? A knife would have been better, remarked Bu Qi Xiang Kai. You don't understand anything. The crowbar is a divine tool. Defended Nai Dan Bu Dan. Can't even see through a magic trick? What a bunch of fools. Scoffed Er Yi. As the current follower count reached 898, it was announced that upon reaching 1,000 followers, the fan teleportation function in the live streaming room would be activated. Yi Zhao's gaze flickered with excitement, and a broad smile spread across his face. Excellent. Indeed, this system seems intent on ensnaring everyone. A certain individual certainly possesses a strong presence. A spectacle is about to unfold. Yi Xiao, exhilarated, brandished a crowbar in the air, exclaiming, "Ah, the grip feels delightful." He glanced at the protruding handle and deftly extracted the pole embedded in the creature's corpse. A viscous liquid, a blend of deep green and dark crimson, trickled down the stainless steel tube. Our arsenal is rather limited at present. This lengthy implement could serve as a useful backup. Suddenly, a red object, resembling a seed, slid forth from the steel tube, gliding along the sticky liquid to rest at Yi Xiao's feet. What is this? Yi Xiao picked up the item, which was roughly the size of 2 fists. It felt neither particularly hard nor soft, tapering at both ends while bulging in the middle, much like a seed. However, this peculiar object was transparent, revealing a thick red liquid within. Although he was uncertain of its nature, Yi Xiao sensed that this item must possess significant utility, perhaps even profound importance. He stowed the object in the pocket of his hoodie, grasped the stainless steel rod, and maneuvered over the carcass of the grotesque creature as he exited. Upon leaving the apartment, Yi Xiao displayed no inclination to scavenge the vicinity and promptly descended the stairs. Just then, A commotion arose from below, causing Yi Xiao to halt abruptly, hastily retreating into an adjacent room. The commentary in the chat surged, and Yi Xiao raised his hand, signaling for silence, whispering, "Someone is approaching." Chapter 4. This group of individuals is armed. Shantalia, what is this streamer playing? A real-life escape room? Second master has arrived. It's just another act. How boring. Dapper Zhang Ergu. ISNT. Someone going to inquire about the situation? Sanhu, are you foolish? Who dares to ask? One cannot discern whether the other party is friend or foe. This apartment building had seen better days, and the footsteps below were drawing closer, soon reaching the floor he occupied. Hey, there's a sin over here. A rather sharp voice rang out, as several footsteps moved towards the room he had just entered. Judging by the sound of those steps, it seemed there were Westerners among them. 2 sets of light footsteps and 2 heavy. Yu Xiao leaned against the door, listening cautiously to the movements next door. Hey, over here. The mutated locust is dead, the seed core is gone. That kid is somewhat formidable. Liang San, how many do you think there are? A gravelly voice slowly emerged. There should be only one. Otherwise, they wouldn't have directed their efforts here. Damn bitch. A furious curse erupted, followed by a woman's pain scream. And then a series of dragging sounds. How dare you claim there's no one here? How dare you deceive me? It seems I haven't trained you thoroughly enough. Now, tell me, where's the person? A trembling, soft voice responded. I truly don't know. I only caught a glimpse, and then they vanished. Yi Zhao's heart sank sharply. Was this the woman who had just warned him? Were these individuals searching for him? And for what purpose? No, regardless of their intentions, they certainly do not approach with a friendly demeanor. I must leave at once. Yi Xiao cautiously peeked to the side and, finding the doorway vacant, swiftly darted towards the staircase. He leaped over a dozen steps, landing gracefully on the half landing. The sound of his movement prompted several individuals to pursue him immediately. Damn it, that brat has slipped away. Quick, pursue him. A cacophony of footsteps thundered down the stairs, and Yi Xiao dared not pause. He bypassed the stairs entirely, opting to leap instead. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The corroded iron railing erupted with a deafening clang, sending shards of metal flying toward Shizhou. Instinctively, Yi Xiao recoiled, shielding his head. Damn, these people have firearms. With no time for hesitation, he bolted from the apartment building. Before him lay a courtyard of approximately 200 square meters. The iron gate on one side rusted and collapsed onto the ground. Without a moment's delay, Yi Xiao dashed out, the narrow street flanked by dimly lit buildings, where colossal plants clung to the corners. He navigated the winding alleys with reckless abandon, eventually bursting onto the main avenue. Countless derelict vehicles lay congested across the street, the ground buckled by the rampant roots and vines, resembling a web of greenish specters, tightly gripping the walls and pavement. The air was permeated with a scent of decay, yet concurrently bore the fresh fragrance of grass, mingled with an oddly sweet aroma. Though the scene before him was one of devastation, the abundant greenery nonetheless exuded an unmistakable vitality. In a fleeting moment of shock, Yi Xiao immediately dashed across the street. Uncertain of the current situation, he refrained from recklessly running about. Once he felt he had put enough distance between himself and the group, he slipped into a dilapidated building. Perhaps due to the presence of security bars, this edifice lacked any vegetation, and the decay within was not as severe as that in the previous apartment. Aside from the thick layer of accumulated dust, a genuine leather sofa surprisingly retained its former elegance. Gasping for breath, Yi Xiao dragged his weary legs toward it, casually brushing off the dust before collapsing onto the sofa. He let out a long sigh, while the barrage of comments on the side of the screen danced vibrantly, creating a lively atmosphere. Ching Kong. Wow, we are truly in the apocalypse. This is exhilarating. Handsome young master, look what treasure I've discovered. Nai Dan Budan. Wasn't he it just claimed to be fake? Is this still fake? Han Jiang Shui. Goodness, those people have guns. Thankfully, the streamer ran fast. Yi Lai Lo. It's all staged, just acting. Can't believe some actually fall for it. Sanhu. Don't mind the contrarians. They think they are the only ones enlightened and clever. Xian Yubu Hui Fan Shun. Why doesn't the streamer save anyone? Yi Xiao scanned the incessantly scrolling comments, feeling exasperated as he muttered, Am I out of my mind? They have guns. Why would I play the hero? This ISNTA performance, risking my life for bravado would be sheer folly. After a brief moment of disgruntled reflection, he leaned back against the sofa in frustration. A layer of gloom enveloped Yi Zhao's face, and at this moment of relaxation, he became acutely aware of a grave issue. This apocalyptic world was far more perilous than he had anticipated. People existed here, yet they were far from amicable. Was it not the same in the world before? A sardonic smile flickered across Yi Zhao's lips as a recollection surfaced. He sighed, remarking, "This place is more treacherous than I imagined. The environment is exceedingly harsh. The city is essentially in decay, and there are mutated monsters. The inhabitants here seem rather unfriendly. Damn it, I'm a bit hungry." Yi Zhao rubbed his stomach, realizing that the system shop did not offer food, leaving him to fend for himself. He rose to his feet and glanced westward, exhaling in resignation. Where could he possibly find something to eat in such a desolate place? There were still people outside. What would he do if he encountered them? Cautiously, Yi Zhao approached the window, peering through the narrow gaps in the stainless steel security bars, and beheld the grim scene outside. Shadows flitted across the ground intermittently, and from a distant street corner emerged several figures. Hastily, Yi Zhao sidled against the wall, cautiously extending his head to observe quietly. There were 3 men and 1 woman, all clad in ragged attire reminiscent of vagrants, their garments layered and torn, exuding a post-apocalyptic aesthetic. Their skin bore the marks of sun exposure, and the 3 men were burdened with various items jingling as they moved. One was a towering bald man, muscular arms bulging, with an unremarkable visage. Another was shorter, sporting dry yellow hair topped with sunglasses, a silver chain dangling from his chest, and his face riddled with scars and blemishes. A medium-height, slender figure, whose face bore the pallor of renal deficiency, exhibited dark circles beneath his eyes, accentuated by his triangular gaze that imparted an exceedingly somber demeanor. In his hand, he clutched an object resembling a firearm, albeit not one familiar to Yi Zhao. This item bore a resemblance to a gun, yet its design exhibited notable deviations, suggesting it had been modified. The woman beside him was clad in a tattered vest, her exposed skin marred by extensive bruises, and her face and the area around her eyes bore witness to significant maltreatment. A collar encircled her neck, from which dangled a chain, grasped tightly in the hand of the brooding man, reminiscent of a leash for a dog. Chapter 5. Selecting the fortunate spectators, Yi Zhao furrowed his brow, silently observing the movements of several individuals at the street corner. They halted before a peculiar edifice, beneath which thrived an unusual plant, its green tendrils sprawling across the structure, adorned with numerous white fruits resembling oversized basketballs. As they approached, they raised their firearms and, with deliberate aim, pulled the triggers toward the enormous buds hanging above. A cacophony of bizarre shrieks erupted from within the floral formations, followed by a barrage of gunfire that obliterated several of the massive buds. It was only then that the bald man advanced, unsheathing a machete strapped to his leg, and struck down a few of the white fruits from above, tossing them toward his companions. The 2 individuals behind eagerly received the fruits, and the brooding man sliced off a piece before hurling it toward the woman. In a flurry, she caught it and began to devour it voraciously. Meanwhile, the foreigner cradled the fruit, munching on it as he turned the corner. Were these fruits truly edible? Yi Xiaoxian's heart swelled with joy as he waited by the window for a few minutes. Noticing that the outside had fallen into silence, he cautiously descended the stairs. He peered out from the building, ensuring there was no immediate danger before he sprinted towards the vine laden with white fruits. After using a crowbar to knock a few of the fruits down, he discovered something peculiar about them. They were marred with red streaks resembling blood, and their flesh appeared almost as if it were made of sinew. The texture was chewy, imbued with a sweetness and an alluring fragrance. Although he was uncertain about the nature of this peculiar fruit, its edibility was all that mattered. Nestled in the small building with the fruit in hand, Yi Xiaoxian dared not venture outside, for the sky rapidly darkened. The room grew increasingly dim due to the lack of illumination, while the barrage of comments in the live stream surged incessantly, with many viewers clamoring for him to embark on an adventure. Hong Tian Yi Jian, what's going on? It's pitch black. I can't see anything. Mango milkshake. Is this the apocalypse? Are there zombies? I want to see some zombie slaying. Mickey's Funhouse. Is the streamer just going to sit there? How cowardly. Second master has arrived. What is this? No script? Are we not performing anymore? Yi Xiaoxian felt a sharp pang in his eyes, irritated by a group of viewers who neither sent gifts nor offered support, yet were eager for him to risk his life. And as for this second master, why was he always seeking such attention? Oh, but the fan count should have reached 1,000 by now. Hastily, Yi Xiaoxian checked his follower count, realizing that the fans here were genuine additions from the live broadcast. Since his stream had not received any recommendations, those who managed to find it were indeed quite fortunate. He originally had no fans, with a mere 2-digit follower count, and had yet to reach the threshold of 10,000. To gain 1,000 new followers during today's broadcast was quite a challenge. Current follower count, 1123. Follower count has exceeded 1,000. The player teleportation feature has been activated. According to the system assessment, selection will be based on 3 dimensions: the degree of argumentation, interaction level, and viewing duration. A lucky audience member will be randomly selected from the premiere room and teleported to the apocalypse to experience it alongside the host. Just after the system announcement, Yishao noticed a slot machine suddenly materializing in midair. The barrage of comments on one side erupted instantaneously. Sanhu, what on earth is this? A lottery machine? Nai Dan Bu Dan. No way. Is the host really going to hold a lottery? I hope it's me. Luo Hai Qingstian. Win. Yishao furrowed his brow in exasperation. Are you all certain? This is not my doing. It is the Apocalypse Premiere system that initiated this random selection. The unfortunate soul chosen will be teleported here to share in my suffering. Seated on the sofa with his legs crossed, he smirked, pondering who the unlucky individual might be. Sanhu, seriously? Is this for real? In that moment, the waist support in midair suddenly descended, followed by the continuous rolling of audience avatars and names on the 3 reels in the broadcasting room. After a flurry of rotations, the reels gradually came to a halt, revealing the same avatar, a rather ordinary system icon, with the ID. At that instant, Yishao, seated on the sofa, immediately straightened his posture, a smile gradually spreading across his face, amplified within the broadcasting room. Haha, let us extend our congratulations to. Suddenly, a figure appeared 2 meters in front of the sofa, and the man fell to the ground with a thud, landing awkwardly. He sat there in a daze, his phone still aglow, casting light upon his slightly portly yet bewildered visage. Clad in a long-sleeved checkered shirt, denim jeans, and a pair of ordinary sneakers, he stood at just over 1.70 meters, his face marked by numerous acne scars, presenting the image of an exceedingly typical man in his 20s. At this moment, he sat on the floor, looking utterly perplexed, surveying his surroundings as if he had yet to comprehend his current predicament. Oh, greetings. Are you? Seated leisurely on the sofa, an individual nonchalantly crossed his legs, propping his chin thoughtfully, while observing the person sitting on the floor as if he were admiring a work of art. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room had erupted into chaos, inundated with repetitive characters, punctuated by exclamation marks in the phrase "oh my," as if the spectacle within had rendered the viewers momentarily speechless. Where's this? The person on the ground inevitably voiced this inquiry. Yishao shrugged, spreading his hands in a gesture of disbelief. Come on, didn't you just leave a message in my live stream? Didn't you see it all? The grin that split Yishao's face only served to instill a sense of dread in the person below. The system has selected a fortunate viewer to be transported to the apocalypse, to experience it alongside this host. Yishao produced his phone from his pocket, illuminating the screen to reveal his beaming face. What is the matter? Have you forgotten so soon? The person on the ground stared blankly, his mouth agape. Why you? You're that host, Yishao? Yishao nodded enthusiastically. Exactly, that's me. The individual abruptly turned to survey his surroundings, a room in disarray, reeking of decay. He stumbled to his feet, unsteadily making his way to the window. Chapter 6. What is all the noise about? Do you wish to die? A colossal moon hung in the sky, its silvery light cascading over the desolate city, cloaking the ravaged landscape in a gossamer veil, rendering the scene outside vividly clear. Behold the dilapidated street, now overrun with verdant foliage. It seems the fellow has finally grasped the truth, murmuring to himself, no, it cannot be. Mango shake. Goodness. Is this a live transformation? Cold river snow. Has the second master arrived? Is the host serious? 3 foxes. This contrarian is utterly terrified. Ha? Immortal by the sea. Ha! Congratulations on the arrival of the second master. Sheep-eating wolf. Congratulations on the arrival of the second master. Milk egg not mild. Don't you enjoy raising the bar? Keep it up. Suddenly, this individual erupted, startling Yishao. He swiftly yanked the other closer, seizing him by the collar and forcefully pinning him against the wall. With one hand firmly covering the other's mouth, the moonlight illuminated Yishao's fierce gaze. He lowered his voice, gritting his teeth. What are you making noise about? Do you wish to perish? This is... Swish, swish, swish. A strange sound of footsteps abruptly echoed from outside the window, causing the 2 men by the wall to freeze in an instant, their bodies tensing in unison. Yishao shot a menacing glare at the second master, who, with a face more ghastly than tears, nodded in sheer terror. Swish, swish, swish. The eerie footsteps quickened, accompanied by a series of sharp sounds, as if leaping, drawing near to the window. No, they were right by the window. Yi Zhao's heart raced. He swiftly pulled the person by the window down, crouching below the sill. Outside the window, a security grill was present, and one pane of glass had shattered, leaving only a single intact piece. A sudden sound echoed as something fell onto the outer security net, and a dark figure gradually emerged from one side of the window frame. The shadow, cloaked in darkness, grasped the security net and inched forward, obscuring much of the moonlight. It was a humanoid silhouette, with unnaturally elongated arms and a gaunt body reminiscent of a desiccated corpse, its ribs starkly visible. Yet, that head no. It could hardly be deemed a head any longer, had withered away, resembling a fruit drained of moisture, shriveled and hanging from the neck, which was marred by cracks revealing grotesque red tumors. From these protrusions extended countless writhing tendrils, and amidst them appeared an organ that resembled a mouth. The creature was alarmingly close, crouching just outside the window, a mere meter away from Yi Zhao and his companion below the windowsill. Yi Zhao instinctively held his breath, slightly leaning forward, only to discover that the entity outside seemed oblivious to his presence. Surprised, he raised an eyebrow. Was this thing blind? Suddenly, a crisp sound emanated from his side. The man known as Second Master was now crawling on all fours, attempting to inch away, and the sharp crack came from the shards of glass beneath him. An ear-piercing shriek resonated against the window as the creature outside, seemingly having found its target, frantically extended its arms to force its way inside. Its head's tendrils writhing through the gap, violently rattling the security net. A sudden scream erupted as the figure before Yi Zhao frantically kicked its legs, scrambling to its feet and rushing towards the door in a state of panic. Fool! Don't run about recklessly. Yi Zhao cursed inwardly, hastily rising to pursue. Bang! The door was abruptly slammed against, causing the individual who had just reached the entrance to be startled, collapsing onto the ground. Before he could utter a sound, a hand clamped tightly over his mouth. Silence! Yi Zhao's hushed voice fell insistently upon his ears. At that moment, another bang resounded. The already flimsy door was forcefully thrust open, sending dust and peeling paint cascading to the floor. A nauseating squelching sound made one's scalp tingle as a humanoid monstrosity appeared at the threshold, staggering forward into the room. From its physical characteristics, it was evident that this creature had once been human. Its emaciated form resembled that of a desiccated corpse, with elongated limbs devoid of any fat. The skin a sickly blue tightly adhering to the distorted bones beneath. The outer layer appeared encased in a thin, waxy film, while two writhing appendages protruded from its eye sockets, undulating grotesquely. The jaw and upper mandible had become completely disjointed, from which several thrashing tendrils emerged, swaying eerily in midair. The gaunt legs trembled as they moved forward, advancing menacingly towards Yi Zhao and his companion. The two crouched against the wall, dared not move. The one in a shirt quaking violently, reduced to a quivering quail as Yi Zhao covered his mouth. The swaying figure drew ever closer to the two individuals, and as its advancing footsteps echoed ominously, they instinctively held their breath. Yi Zhao's gaze suddenly fell upon a dilapidated television cabinet nearby, upon which rested a vase. He cautiously reached out, lifting the vase with care before hurling it into the distance. The vase traced an arc through the air before shattering with a resounding crash in the corner of the living room. In an instant, the creature before them let out a piercing shriek and leaped toward the direction of the shattered vase. Yi Zhao gently nudged his companion, Yi, and exchanged a significant glance, gesturing toward the doorway. They both sprang to their feet, their legs tensing with anticipation. Yi Zhao raised his fingers, silently counting down. As the countdown reached its conclusion, they bolted upright. Yi Zhao forcefully propelled Yi forward, and they both raced down the stairs in a frenzy. Just as they reached the second floor, a sudden scream erupted from below. Yi, leading the charge, was unable to halt his momentum and collided headlong with the monster ascending the staircase. As he opened his mouth to shout, a powerful tug from behind yanked him back, halting his forward momentum. He landed heavily on the stairs, and just then, a whoosh of air signaled the approach of an iron crowbar, which swung perilously close above him, striking the creature on the stairs with a resounding thud. The monster, tumbling down the steps, attempted to regain its footing when Yi Zhao, in hot pursuit, struck it again without hesitation. Without a moment's pause, he dashed downwards, urging, "Run." The shrill cries echoed behind them as they fled the small building, racing towards the street corner across the way. A cacophony of strange shrieks followed, and from the shadows of the street corners emerged several grotesque, mutated figures. As they rounded the corner, they caught sight of an eerie silhouette ambling down the street. Yishao abruptly halted, pulling the approaching Yi into a narrow alleyway. He pressed a hand firmly over his companion's mouth, their bodies pressed tightly against the wall. Chapter 7. Captured. The two remained huddled in the alley, scarcely daring to breathe, as a swarm of bizarre mutants rushed past on the street. With a collective sigh of relief, the man in the plaid shirt felt his legs give way beneath him, collapsing to the ground uncontrollably. Yishao exhaled deeply, cautiously peering out at the street before nudging his companion, signaling him to move further into the alley. Yi, now acutely aware of the danger, silently followed Yishao, treading carefully. They moved quietly, Yishao illuminating the dim passage with his phone's flashlight, meticulously surveying their surroundings. Just as they turned a corner, three figures suddenly appeared ahead, blocking their path. The makeshift gun barrels, dark and menacing, were aimed at Yishao and his companion. The beam of light revealed the three men, a bald man, a short fellow, and a thin man, the very same trio they had encountered earlier in the day. Yishao silently raised his hands, while the gaunt man in tattered short sleeves let out a derisive laugh, finally having caught them. What a stroke of luck, two of them. At this moment, the second master, who stood beside Yishao, arrived with an expression of overwhelming joy, as if he had encountered a savior. Much like a tail-wagging dog seeking affection, rushing towards the three individuals. What a relief! Finally someone is here. What a relief! Bang! In response, the bald man delivered a decisive blow, the butt of his gun striking the man's forehead, rendering him unconscious. Observing the figure slump to the ground, Yishao could only roll his eyes in exasperation, unable to refrain from muttering, "Fool." "Huh." The slender man spat derisively, casting a knowing glance at the bald man. Aware of the gun in the other's possession, Yishao understood that escape was futile. He chose to remain compliant, hoping that such discretion might spare him from greater suffering. Most importantly, judging by the demeanor of these men, it seemed they had no intention of ending their lives. Perhaps he could glean some information about this place. The bald man stepped forward, seizing the crowbar and Yishao's phone from his grasp. He then shoved Yishao, following the two men ahead into the building. The leading figure wielded a flashlight. They did not ascend, but rather descended along the safety passage to the basement. The dark corridor was flanked by iron doors, revealing a storage area. In one corner of the room stood an odd-looking lantern, resembling a portable light source, which appeared to be non-electrical. The lantern's glow illuminated the surroundings, revealing a space of considerable size, approximately 30 square meters, cluttered with various items, broken tables, chairs, and an array of debris filling nearly half the area. In the corner of the room lay a tattered mattress, upon which sat the woman from earlier that day, her neck and arms bound by iron collars, connected by chains. The second master was dragged in like a lifeless dog to the corner, while Yishao was taken over by the bald man. The two were securely tied to two large paint buckets, separated from the mattress by a pile of debris. The iron door was locked, reinforced by an additional barrier behind it. The gaunt figure approached with Yishao's phone in hand, crouching half a meter in front of him, perusing the device. Meanwhile, Yishao discreetly observed the three men. Their skin was dark, and apart from their unattractive features, they bore no significant resemblance to one another. What stood out were the dark purple veins that snaked along their arms and necks, which appeared ominous. The lean man raised his gaze to Yishao, intrigued by the presence of a mobile phone in these times. He grasped Yishao's chin, tilting his face side to side for a closer inspection. "Oh, I didn't expect someone from behind high walls to be here. It seems we three are rather fortunate." A glimmer of excitement flashed in the man's eyes as he gestured toward the still unconscious second master. Not just him, these two as well. The bald man scrutinized Yishao, a hint of confusion evident in his gaze. How did these two manage to escape the high walls? It's astonishing that they were even released. The emaciated man raised the barrel of his gun and struck it against Yishao's face. The chilling sensation pressed against his cheek, sending shivers down his spine. "Listen well, kid. If you comply, your suffering along this journey will be lessened. I have no desire to end your life prematurely." The trio rifled through Yishao's possessions, issuing warnings before turning away to navigate around a heap of clutter towards a mattress laid in the corner. A murmur of conversation drifted from that direction. "Our luck is quite remarkable this time. Who would have thought we would encounter two individuals from beyond the high walls?" one remarked. but with just the three of us. Bringing along these two will complicate our movements, won't it? Perhaps we should utilize the radio to contact the Free Fire group for a pickup? Another suggested. I fear that any message we send might be intercepted, leading to trouble. Let's assess the situation first. We will decide after crossing this city. Yi Xiao listened intently, noting their mention of the high walls, which appeared to signify a certain location, and a group called Free Fire. They seemed to believe that he and his companion were from within those high walls, likely due to some shared characteristics with those residing there. Most intriguingly, they spoke of medicine. Confusion swept over Yi Xiao. Why would they want to take him to that place if it meant acquiring medicine? Were they planning to use them as leverage? Or did individuals from the high walls possess some unique value? At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the corner. Men's foul curses mingled with women's cries, sending another chill through Yi Xiao. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the woman. How tragic. It was only then that Yi Xiao found a moment to glance at the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. The conversation among the viewers unfolded as follows. How unfortunate for the host. He has been captured, remarked a user. What is that sound? Is there something we are not allowed to see? Another inquired. Has the second master arrived? A third user pondered. Li Xiao turned his gaze towards the second master, who had indeed come. He playfully nudged the man's thigh with his foot. In a short while, the man stirred awake, his bewildered expression revealing his tightly bound state. He glanced over at Li Xiao, who was similarly restrained, and began to struggle, shaking his shoulders in an attempt to free himself. Li Xiao shot him an exasperated look and whispered, "Don't bother, you fool." The second master slumped his shoulders, despair evident in his eyes as he surveyed their surroundings. Filled with anxiety and fear, the online audience in the streaming room had surpassed 2,000 viewers, with new followers also exceeding 2,000. A system notification announced the opportunity to select a lucky viewer. Li Xiao rolled his eyes. Given the current predicament, it was best to forego that. Chapter 8. The arrival of the second master and his tears at this moment. The barrage of comments in the streaming room erupted. Why isn't the second master calling out anymore? Keep it going. One user urged. Why do the contrarians stop their banter? Don't quit now. Another chimed in. Hee, not so funny anymore. A user quipped. This fool's actions truly leave one speechless, someone remarked. This is such a setback. Without the host, this idiot would have been done for, another commented. This guy actually approached someone. I am utterly amazed, a viewer expressed. What is happening here? Is there really a system? Impressive. Another exclaimed. Ah, how unfortunate for him, yet it brings me such joy. Is this truly a situation to jest about? Shouldn't we involve the authorities? The report has already been filed. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes and spoke softly. If reporting were effective, would I be here? Over there. They were engrossed in some form of group activity, utterly oblivious to their plight. He stretched his long legs and nudged the despondent Yi, asking, What is your name? The individual across from him slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes devoid of vitality, presenting a woeful countenance. He opened his mouth, managing to utter weakly, Zhou Chirue. Yi Xiao forced a smile, questioning, Why such a morose demeanor? Did you not boast about being chosen earlier? Is this not to your liking? Why the discontent? Zhou Chirue pressed his lips together, watching as Yi Xiao's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, his lips trembling slightly. With a sudden kick to Zhou Chirue's leg, Yi Xiao furrowed his brow and glared at him, lowering his voice. Why shout so loudly? Are you eager for them to discover us? Upon hearing Yi Xiao's admonition, Zhou Chirue promptly fell silent, his previously cocky demeanor from the premier now replaced by a visage of despair. He hung his head in agitation, glancing around anxiously, before suddenly fixing a fierce glare on Yi Xiao, gritting his teeth. In that moment, it seemed he wished to rend Yi Xiao to shreds. Yi Xiao regarded the other person with a cold glare, surprised that this fellow still had the audacity to threaten him. To clarify, it was not I who brought you here, it was the premier system. I, myself, was also brought here by it. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes at Zhou Chirue. If you wish to perish, then by all means. If you desire to survive, it would be prudent to be more compliant. To those individuals, we are merely commodities. Do not naively believe that they will assist us. Yi Xiao languidly leaned back, stating, If you truly wish for demise, then go ahead and bring it upon yourself. I shall not intervene. He listened to the cacophony emanating from the corner and quietly warned Zhou Chirue, At the very least, I possess a system. If you simply follow my lead, surviving will not be insurmountable. Yi Xiao's words illuminated Zhou Chirue, and the despondency in his expression was replaced with a glimmer of hope. Zhou Chirue eagerly nodded, promptly pledging his loyalty to Yi Xiao. I shall obey. Whatever you say, I shall do, brother. I am entirely at your service. The person across from him wore a fawning expression, and Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes, smiling without warmth as he nodded. Let us hope you uphold your promise and refrain from acting foolishly, as you did earlier. Otherwise, I shall decisively abandon you and flee. Listening to Yi Xiao's warning, Zhou Chirui silently nodded, bowing his head and retracting his neck. Yi Xiao glanced at the barrage in the broadcasting room. A girl who loves milk tea. I hope he doesn't drag us down. Coca-Cola chicken wings. I wonder if some people have any self-awareness. Invincible Monkey King. I really don't understand. Why bring this burden along? Truly a saint. Shadow Poet. Isn't the anchor responsible for this? Isn't it illegal? 3 Fox. The anchor isn't capable of that yet. It's already commendable that he is willing to assist this guy. Dried fish that won't turn over. I've already reported it to the police. But they don't believe me. Blackcurrant. The anchor has been caught. Isn't he going to escape? Yi Xiao was surprised that someone actually reported it. But he understood well that if reporting were effective, he wouldn't be in this predicament. As for escaping, he shook his head, lowering his voice. This place was confined, making escape difficult, especially with firearms in the opponent's possession. He had to wait for the right moment. Currently, with his hands bound, Yi Xiao was fortunate that the broadcasting system was controlled through consciousness. He opened the shop, during which numerous fans sent gifts, and the system intelligently thanked them all. Thank you all for your generous presents. He had accumulated 268 points, but the items available for exchange remained rather meager. Aside from daggers and cleavers, nothing formidable had been unlocked. Given the current situation, lacking a firearm provided no sense of security. Even with one, he might not be able to handle the 3 adversaries. A mere ordinary handgun required 1,000 points. Everyone, lend a hand. Friends who enjoy this, please support the ship. Yi Xiao, with a shameless demeanor, softly implored the fans in the live broadcast room for gifts. After all, his equipment and points relied heavily on the goodwill of these patrons. As long as they were pleased, his days here would be considerably more effortless and smooth. Given his current predicament, escape was not immediately feasible, and with nightfall, the number of viewers in the broadcast room diminished sharply, leaving the bullet screen devoid of chatter. In a bid to conserve sufficient energy for a potential escape the following day, Yi Xiao closed his eyes and prepared to drift into slumber. At the break of dawn, while Yi Xiao slept soundly with his mouth agape, he was abruptly roused by a forceful shove. Drowsily, he opened his eyes and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, this kid is sleeping rather soundly. Get up. Yi Xiao shook his head, only to be hoisted up by the bald man. The short figure bound his hands together with those of Zhou Chirui, using a thick nylon rope, intertwining them with a woman, and they were dragged out of the apartment building. Yi Xiao was pulled through the dilapidated unit, emerging into the chilly, pale light of morning. It was only then that he began to scrutinize his surroundings. Not all the plants were excessively large, and while the foliage on either side was lush, it remained relatively normal. However, some vegetation appeared to have undergone a grotesque transformation, growing wildly as if enhanced by some growth stimulant. A layer of dew blanketed the surrounding flora, and a few lizards sluggishly crawled along the branches. It seemed evident that some of the plants and animals in this world had experienced a peculiar mutation. Damn it, I've run out of energy. The short man in front suddenly cursed, fiddling with a strangely shaped homemade gun in his hand. The main body of the firearm appeared to be a shotgun. However, an odd device was affixed where the ammunition should normally be loaded, containing a crimson liquid that seemed to be running low. At the muzzle, a sharp blade was connected. Hearing the complaints of the short individual, the bald man gripping the rope suddenly remarked, "It's time to scavenge for some seed cores." Chapter 9. Seed cores? Seed cores? Upon overhearing their conversation, Yi Xiao's heart stirred at the mention of this term, drawing a connection to the green liquid within the gun's container. This thought inevitably led him to recall the massive mutated grasshopper he had slain earlier, which had dropped something. Could it be that what the two were discussing was indeed the seed core? It appeared that this item could serve as some form of ammunition. There was likely technology here that he was unaware of. However, Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, recalling something: the red seed core. He remembered placing it in his pocket, and it seemed that those individuals had overlooked it during their search. Suddenly, the Premier Systems shop interface sprang to life without warning. Startled, Yi Xiao turned westward, ensuring that no one else could see before he exhaled in relief. Yi Xiao stared blankly at the unexpectedly appeared interface. It was not the shop interface, but rather an item inventory, currently displaying 10 slots. And there, resting within the inventory, was the seed core. Wait, there's an item inventory? Why was this not mentioned earlier? Yi Xiao felt utterly speechless. Had he known, he would have placed the crowbar in the inventory. But then again, why did the seed core automatically enter the inventory while the crowbar did not? In an apparent effort to elucidate matters for Yi Xiao, the system automatically displayed an explanation of the item bar. The items available in the marketplace originated from a previous world and cannot be placed in the item inventory. The inventory is exclusively for items from the current world, which can be carried back to the previous realm. Thus, the item bar simultaneously functions as a teleportation backpack, permitting only the inclusion of objects from this world while restricting the transport of materials to the former world, where such resources can only be acquired through the initial broadcast system. As Yi Xiao contemplated the notion of returning to the previous world, the individual ahead abruptly halted and turned to gaze at him. Upon noticing the stares of several others, the panel before Yi Xiao vanished instantaneously. The gaunt man scrutinized the bald-headed individual and inquired, "Hey, didn't this kid acquire a seed core yesterday? Were you unable to find it when you searched him?" The bald man shook his head, asserting, "No, he doesn't possess a seed core." The gaunt man, clearly unconvinced, pivoted and approached Yi Xiao, his piercing gaze scanning him thoroughly, before signaling to the shorter companion. The diminutive figure hurried forward, probing Yi Xiao once more, only to shake his head in response. "Where is that seed core you obtained yesterday?" The gaunt man demanded, his intensity palpable. Yi Xiao's heart raced at the unexpected turn of events. However, he remained composed, confident that these individuals would not discover anything. Yet, if he feigned ignorance, they would undoubtedly remain skeptical. Thus, Yi Xiao concocted a plausible excuse that bore no evident flaws. "Well, I am not certain. I placed it in my pocket yesterday, but it may have fallen out while I was fleeing last night." "Damn, what a useless piece of trash." The emaciated man cursed, suddenly yanking the rope sharply. His strength was surprisingly formidable, causing Yi Xiao and the others to stumble forward unexpectedly. Yi Xiao barely managed to steady himself, but the woman in front was not as fortunate. Her already tattered clothing was further compromised, as her jeans had worn through at the knees, resulting in a fresh scrape. Yi Xiao's words elicited little suspicion from the trio. The emaciated man cast a disdainful glance at him, muttering under his breath, but choosing not to pursue the matter further. The short man turned to the emaciated man and murmured, "Our supplies are dwindling. We should prepare some seeds before we continue our journey." The emaciated man nodded in agreement, replying, "Let us find a suitable spot to set a bait." He casually glanced back at Yi Xiao and the others, thinking they might soon prove their worth. Yi Xiao was pulled along, flanked by the others as they followed the trio. Positioning himself in the middle, Yi Xiao was flanked by Zhou Chirue behind him and the woman in front. This woman, unkempt and filthy, emitted a foul odor akin to the three men, suggesting she had not bathed in quite some time. Clad in a tattered tank top, her body bore numerous bruises. Like Zhou Chirue, she kept her head bowed, silently trailing along, seemingly indifferent to the fresh wound on her knee. Yet, Yi Xiao's expression betrayed no despair. After all, succumbing to despondency was not a path to survival. He meticulously observed his surroundings and the movements of the three individuals, seizing a splendid opportunity to glean knowledge. During daylight, the mutants that roamed the night appeared elusive. The paths taken by these individuals seemed rather deliberate. In areas devoid of colossal vegetation, they adhered closely to the sides of buildings, even when the roads were spacious. They remained in proximity to the structures. Furthermore, upon entering more open spaces, they fell into a profound silence. When encountering massive roots or vine-like plants, they would scrutinize them, seemingly ensuring that no peculiar creatures were lurking above. Upon catching sight of plants adorned with grand blossoms from a distance, they would opt to steer clear, even choosing to take detours. As daylight broke, the blinding sun swiftly illuminated the abandoned city, casting intricate shadows. The previously sparse viewing room suddenly burgeoned with viewers, likely heralding the morning commute. Cola chicken wings. Good morning, streamer. Milk egg not light. Just woke up, checking if the streamer is here. Windflower snow moon. Is the streamer still alive? Three foxes. Oh, has the day of captivity begun? Blackcurrant. Is the streamer planning to escape today? The viewer count surged rapidly, and several comments caught Yi Xiao's attention. Formosa. Is this a movie? Descending into the sea, no? The streamer is broadcasting in the apocalypse. Sunhua. If it's a broadcast, why is there no speech? Three foxes. Brother. Didn't you see that the streamer and others have been captured? How can they speak to you? In the verdant expanse, a voice inquired, "Is this a film shoot?" Another responded, "The newcomers may not be aware. The host is broadcasting live from the apocalypse, truly immersed in this world of desolation." Yi Xiao silently observed the barrage of comments, noting the influx of new viewers in the premiere room. He found himself unable to speak. Yet the premiere system seemingly lacked the option to appoint moderators. But the host should be capable of sending messages. Host, Yi Xiao. Having traversed into this apocalyptic realm with the premiere system, I am currently ensnared and unable to interact with you all. Those who are affluent may consider supporting the captain with gifts, allowing me to exchange for weapons in the system's marketplace. Host, Yi Xiao. It appears these individuals may soon use us as bait. We must devise a means of escape. Chapter 10. Are we not to flee? Evidently, some of the new viewers, like their predecessors, remained incredulous, adamantly asserting that a film was being screened. After all, Yi Xiao was too apprehensive to engage with them. And the silence indeed resembled a cinematic experience. A weapon required 1,000 points for exchange, and accumulating such a sum seemed a distant prospect. Nevertheless, Yi Xiao's gaze fell upon the weapons slung across the backs of 3 individuals. These armaments were likely artifacts of this world and might be stowed in an inventory. However, the prospect of surreptitiously acquiring a firearm from their possession appeared nearly impossible. A voice emerged from the bald man ahead, indicating that there seemed to be no signs of other activities in the vicinity. The gaunt man cast a puzzled glance towards Yi Xiao and Zhou Chirui, wondering about the origins of these 2 individuals, pristine in appearance. How could they have possibly been released from the tall walls? The diminutive figure suddenly spoke up. By the way, wasn't there a vehicle that circled around the outskirts a few days ago? Could it be that the convoy got separated? The gaunt man furrowed his brow, seemingly in contemplation. They possessed high-end mobile phones, undoubtedly belonging to the young masters from behind high walls. The bald man sniffed, remarking that those 2 phones could fetch a handsome price. If they executed this job successfully, they would undoubtedly prosper. The gaunt man frowned deeply and spat disdainfully. Bah, what does it matter? Let us venture further in. If those individuals come looking for trouble, it could become quite problematic. We must act swiftly. Once we deliver the goods, we can indulge ourselves in the Black Iron District. The short man grimaced, wishing they had a vehicle. Listening to the trio's conversation, Zhou Chirui behind them suddenly reached out to tap Yi Xiao's back. Yi Xiao turned to look, only to see Zhou Chirui mouthing, "Aren't we running? Aren't you afraid of getting shot?" Moreover, in Yi Xiao's eyes, Zhou Chirui was merely a burden. Although he could abandon Zhou Chirui and flee, he was uncertain how the premiere room would react. Having just begun broadcasting, if someone were to perish shortly after being brought in, who would dare to show up in the premiere room again? Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in the premiere room was rife with agitation. Why aren't they running? What is the host waiting for? Why aren't they fleeing? Given the current situation, I wouldn't advise the host to act recklessly. Those with wealth should board a ship. Let the host exchange for weapons. Without weapons, what good is fleeing? Why aren't they running? Is the streamer really that cowardly? The streamer is such a wimp. Can he just run? Oh my, I have an elective class soon. When will the streamer make a run for it? Suddenly, the footsteps of the 3 individuals ahead came to an abrupt halt, and Yi Xiao felt the rope tied to his hand tighten. In the next moment, they were dragged into a corner. The 3 individuals in front clutched their firearms tightly, peering around the corner. They engaged in hushed conversation. The gaunt man said, "We are very close to the deep zone. Shall we make a move here?" The short man examined the weapon in his hands, leaning forward to glance down the street. "All right, once we finish this job, we'll continue to circle around from the suburbs." The gaunt man nudged the bald man and pointed towards a tall building across the street. "Let us head to the rooftop." After their exchange, the bald man turned back, casting a warning glance at Yi Xiao and the others. "Keep your mouth shut and stay close." Yi Xiao and Zhou Chirui were somewhat perplexed, and in the next instant, they were pulled along as the rope tightened, leading them around the corner. The gaunt man took the lead, crouching low as he jogged across the wide street towards the building on the opposite side. As Yi Xiao was dragged out from the corner, he turned to look in the direction the 3 had been observing, instantly widening his eyes. Unlike the previously overgrown ruins, the area across the street was largely devoid of vegetation. Perhaps due to its proximity to the city center, the greenery was insufficient, with only a few robust roots clinging to the buildings. Consequently, the decay of the structures in this area did not appear to be as severe. What sets this scene apart are the peculiar, grotesque growths affixed to the exterior walls of the buildings. Enormous, crimson tumors dangle like egg sacs, clinging to the corners of the structures. A colossal raven, its body adorned with twisted tendrils, perches atop the edifice, scanning its surroundings with a rhythmic bob of its head. Suddenly, a robust stalk twitches, prompting the massive raven to plunge downwards. The gust generated by its powerful wings is palpable, even felt by Yi Xiao and his companions at the street's entrance. At that moment, the raven's beak, teeming with tentacles, has already ensnared an insect exceeding 1/2 meter in length. A mere glance leaves Yi Xiao with an unsettling chill coursing through his body. The street beyond is unmistakably a gateway to hell. The force of the tether compels Yi Xiao and the others into the building. This structure is an office tower, its glass largely shattered, and the interior has long been abandoned. Once opulent decor now lies in peeling disarray. Upon entering, an unbearable stench invades the senses, a foul odor reminiscent of desiccated flesh, tinged with a briny scent. This noxious aroma seems to emanate from the viscous black substance in the corners of the floor, akin to ruptured egg sacs, suggesting that something may have emerged from within. The gaunt man strides toward the dark matter, prodding it with his foot. The accumulated viscous remnants have dried out, crumbling to dust under the pressure. The man exhales in relief, stating, "It has been quite some time. There should be no danger. Let us ascend to the rooftop." Yi Xiao and his companions are thrust forward, while the shorter figure lingers behind, armed and vigilant. With no avenue of escape left, Yi Xiao and Zhou Chirue find themselves trapped. Along the secure passage, the emaciated man cautiously pushed open the iron door to the rooftop. After confirming that the area was devoid of threats, he turned to the short man behind him and said, "You stay here and keep an eye on them. We will take a quick look." With that, he and the bald man pushed through the door onto the terrace. The short man, grinning with a mouthful of yellow teeth, kicked at Yi Xiao and his companions, urging them to crouch in the corner against the wall. He then settled himself on the steps ahead, one hand gripping a gun while the other delved into his pocket, retrieving Yi Xiao's phone. With a self-satisfied smirk, the short man examined the phone, its screen illuminating with a password prompt. He clicked his tongue and glanced toward Yi Xiao, tilting his head slightly. "Hey kid, what's the password?" Yi Xiao briefly scanned the iron door of the terrace and then the people across from him before responding, 920,301. The short man lowered his gaze, beginning to input the password, just as the attention of the others was drawn to the phone in front of him. Aside from the viewers of the live broadcast, no one noticed that a shopping interface had popped up in front of Yi Xiao, displaying a current score of 389. Yi Xiao's eyes remained fixed on the gun held in the short man's right hand. At that moment, the short man's focus was entirely absorbed by the phone. Yi Xiao exchanged a glance with the two beside him. Zhou Chirue and the woman appeared perplexed, seemingly oblivious to his intent. With his gaze steadfastly locked on the gun's muzzle, Yi Xiao witnessed it shift slightly. Suddenly, he exerted force with his legs, thrusting his bound hands forward in a desperate lunge towards the weapon. Chapter 11. The streamer has committed murder. Yi Xiao's sudden lunge startled the short man, causing him to pull the trigger in a panic. However, to his astonishment, the gun that had been firmly grasped in his hand had inexplicably vanished. "What?" the short man exclaimed, but before he could comprehend the situation, Yi Xiao's momentum bore him down to the ground. A woman nearby rushed over to assist, but unexpectedly. The short man exhibited an astonishing strength, making it difficult for Yi Xiao to subdue him despite his weight. In a swift motion, the short man drew a machete from his thigh and swung it towards Yi Xiao. A chilling aura, tinged with the scent of blood, emanated from the blade, causing Yi Xiao's hairs to stand on end. Reacting instinctively, he leaned back, the abrupt movement tautening the rope that bound him, and the sharp edge of the knife sliced through the cord, severing it in an instant. With the force of inertia, Yi Xiao fell onto the ground, while the short man, quick as a flash, turned and raised the machete menacingly, ready to strike. In this critical moment, Yi Xiao expended 235 points to redeem a survival knife from the marketplace. A field knife with a blade measuring 28 centimeters materialized into existence, suspended in his restrained hands. Just then, the charging short man collided headlong into the knife's point. Everything transpired so rapidly that even Yi Xiao himself was momentarily taken aback. A sickening sound echoed as the weapon pierced flesh and bone. The diminutive figure hung suspended in midair, his gaze fixated on his chest in a daze. Unbeknownst to him, the precise location of his heart had met the edge of a blade, the entire weapon embedded within his ribcage. Vivid crimson began to seep from the wound, swiftly blossoming into a scarlet flower upon the man's chest. Yi Xiao was equally startled by the gruesome scene before him. he abruptly flipped the man aside, only to find the small figure staring blankly, devoid of life. Turning his head sharply, he beheld Zhou Chirui and the woman still bound together by ropes, both desperately gripping the doorknob, their faces a portrait of shock and panic. "Quick, hurry! We can't hold on much longer." Zhou Chirui's voice trembled violently as they exerted every ounce of strength, bracing themselves against the ground. They had secured the ropes around the doorknob, leveraging their combined weight to maintain their grip. Yi Xiao joined the effort to hold the door, simultaneously using a dagger to sever the ropes binding his wrists. The iron door swung outward with a twist of the handle, its weight formidable. Those outside were compelled to strain against it with all their might. "Damn it! Open the door! You're all doomed." The shouts from outside seeped through the cracks, yet it was evident that the two intruders were reluctant to raise their voices. Their tones hushed as if wary of awakening something ominous. Yu Xiao furrowed his brow, realizing that in eliminating one of the adversaries, he had placed himself in peril. Should he be captured by the remaining two, he would not only face dire consequences, but might also incur brutal retribution. This time, escape was imperative. His gaze landed on the mobile phone resting on the stairs, and a sudden idea sparked within him. In a frantic rush, he descended several steps and swiftly seized the phone lying on the ground, activating the music player. He first selected a pulsating dance track, cranking the volume to its maximum. Then, he positioned the phone beneath the door, angling the speaker towards the crack. The exuberant music spilled through the narrow opening, echoing unabashedly on the balcony. From behind the door, two voices erupted in exasperated curses. "Damn it, how infuriating." Shortly thereafter, Yi Xiao and the others heard an odd shriek drawing nearer. "Baldy!" came the sharp cry of the gaunt man from behind the door, immediately followed by the deafening crack of gunfire. The roar of fury intertwined with the monstrous howls, and Yi Xiao realized that their adversaries were now utterly preoccupied. Seizing the moment, as the surrounding creatures were lured away, it was indeed the perfect opportunity for their escape, allowing them to evade detection by the monsters. Gripping his dagger, Yi Xiao hurriedly untied Zhou Chirui and the woman, subsequently fashioning a makeshift barrier with rope around the doorknob and a nearby railing. He shouted to the woman and Zhou Chirui, "Grab the machete and the backpack, quickly." Zhou Chirui glanced at the short figure on the ground, eyes wide open in eternal slumber, and hastily picked up the machete that had fallen aside, while the woman retrieved the backpack. Once Yi Xiao secured the rope, he snatched the backpack from her grasp, urging them both to descend. "Run, quickly." The trio dashed down the staircase, the booming music gradually fading behind them. Yi Xiao, a student of physical education, moved with remarkable speed, leading the two others as they burst forth from the building. Surprisingly, the woman exhibited remarkable physical stamina, sprinting with astonishing speed, while Zhou Chirui, upon merely reaching the ground floor, appeared pallid, his lips devoid of color. Wait, I can no longer run." Zhou Chirui, trembling, called out weakly to Yi Xiao ahead of him. Unfazed, Yi Xiao retorted, "If you can't run, you may as well await your demise." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chirui dared not voice any objections. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to keep pace with Yi Xiao. The rooftop of the building was in utter chaos. In the distance, countless colossal figures converged towards the edifice. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted above, startling the trio who had just exited the building. Something had crashed into the neighboring structure. The woman abruptly pointed in a direction, exclaiming, "Run towards the outskirts of the city." Consequently, the three of them dashed along the street in the direction indicated by her. After traversing several blocks, exhaustion overcame them, prompting their retreat into an abandoned apartment building. Their brains were evidently suffering from insufficient blood supply, leaving them disoriented as they collapsed onto the floor of a room. Zhou Chirui sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, his face contorted in pain as he gasped for breath. This exertion was equivalent to a year's worth of exercise for him. The woman slid down against the wall, her expression one of relief at having survived the ordeal. Yi Xiao discarded his backpack, bracing himself as he inhaled deeply. After a prolonged moment, the trio finally regained their mental clarity, their oxygen-starved minds beginning to function once more. On one side, the barrage of comments surged wildly across the screen. "Sanhu, incredible. The host is amazing. Chen Shijihua, thrilling. Wow, this is so exhilarating. What a treasure of a live stream. Sunhua, that knife just now shouldn't have been a prop. It was a genuine act of murder. Nidan Budan, I almost shouted during my elective class. Wow, this is too intense. De Biaogu, the host has committed murder. And you all are still calling this thrilling. Mei Xiao Nanzhan sure. Are you going to call the police? Are you an idiot? This is the apocalypse. Sure by demand. Surely there can't still be anyone unaware that the host is in the apocalypse? Not counterattacking? Are you just waiting to be slaughtered? Huaji Mianju, are you out of your mind? This is clearly a movie. How can you be so foolish? Chapter 12. Beginner's gift package. The barrage continued to flood the screen, while gift notifications popped up incessantly. Yishao took a glance, surprised to find that there were already 10 captains. Suddenly, a live broadcast panel appeared before him. The number of online viewers has reached 10,000. You have received a beginner's gift package. A gift package? Yu Zhao's expression brightened, and he glanced at the woman beside him, standing up and saying, I need to use the restroom. With that, he made his way towards the bathroom in the room. Yi Xiao hurriedly entered the restroom, gently closing the peeling plastic door behind him. Then he spoke softly. Hello everyone. Due to the circumstances earlier, I couldn't interact with you during the stream. As you can see, I have been transported to the apocalypse. Huaji Mianju. Wow, is this for real? Initially, I believed I was among a group of moviegoers, yet they began to fervently flood the screen with comments during the premiere. Clearly, Yi Zhao's sudden engagement shattered their skepticism. Xiao Yujiang, didn't I say it earlier? Some individuals just refused to believe. Gonstar, the host is incredible. I'm here to support. De Biao Gu. Even after the host has committed murder, you still support him? Is there no humanity left? Yi Xiao took a deep breath, recalling the lifeless face of the fallen, eyes wide in shock, and the chest stained crimson. He exhaled sharply, feeling his hand tremble slightly, shaking his head to gather his thoughts. In such a dire situation, if I did not resist, it would be my demise. Those people would not entertain notions of the rule of law. Surviving was already a blessing. Sanhu. Exactly, the host's primary goal is survival. Being a saint in the apocalypse, who lacks common sense? Xihao Guai, when you had the chance to run before, choosing not to was courting death. You should have fled sooner. Buhui Chu Ming. Elementary students shouldn't presume to judge. You'd have wet yourself in fear. Xihao Guai. Laughable. What is there to fear? It was always a dire situation. With a knife, one should have fled long ago. Nai Dan Bu Dan. Oh, you're so formidable. Can you outrun their bullets? Xihao Guai can't even hide in the neighboring house? Truly foolish, a bunch of useless individuals. Luo Hai Chengxian. I merely smile and remain silent. Everyone understands. Shaochuan Fan Le, you're a bit cunning, aren't you? Liang Shihua, we all understand. Indeed. In a moment of cunning, the character falling into the sea to become an immortal displayed a sly expression, prompting the fans present yesterday to chime in enthusiastically. They had all witnessed the calamities that had befallen the second master, and now, some were fanning the flames in the comments. Yi Xiao, feeling somewhat exasperated, shook his head. These individuals truly reveled in the chaos. At present, Yi Xiao had accumulated 1,878 points, and the tally continued to rise, with new viewers boarding the ship intermittently. The live stream's audience had swelled to 13,563 viewers. Ah, and there was a grand gift package. Yu Xiao suddenly recalled and exclaimed, Indeed. Now that the viewership has surpassed 10,000, the system has bestowed a grand gift package upon us. He eagerly clicked on the novice gift package before him, curious about the treasures it might hold. No sooner had he spoken than, with a resounding thud, a survival backpack materialized in midair and fell to the ground. Many new viewers in the comments were startled by the sudden appearance of the backpack. Cola bottle. What on earth is happening? Cat's paw itches. Is the host performing magic? Milk egg not mild. Oh dear, let us not get too excited. Cow of cows. Just watch more, and you'll get used to it. Sucking on a slippery plum. Hurry up and see what treasures the backpack holds. Prompted by the comments, Yi Xiao began examining the backpack. It appeared to be a wilderness survival pack. The backpack was quite large, and affixed to its exterior was a medium-sized knife. Yi Xiao, having watched numerous wilderness survival and tactical vloggers, recognized the knife. It bore a striking resemblance to Cold Steel's Bushman, being relatively lightweight and slim. And it even came with a fire starter as an accessory. Most importantly, the knife's handle is hollow in the middle, allowing it to be fitted onto the top of a stick and utilized as a spear. The backpack boasts a generous capacity, filled to the brim with various items. Inside are a sleeping bag, a rain tarp, an insulated flask, 3 bottles of water, 6 compressed biscuits, 6 energy chocolates, 2 windproof lighters, 2 fire starters, 1 portable outdoor cooking pot, 1 folding stove rack, 1 headlamp, 1 powerful flashlight, 10 batteries, and a first aid kit. Additionally, there are gloves, paracord, duct tape, and rubber bands. Besides the backpack, there is a small chest bag containing essential emergency tools, such as a multifunctional plier, a small flashlight, fire starters, a water purifier, 26 purification tablets, a small knife, paracord, and hand warmers. In short, this package arrived just in time to prevent him from facing the apocalypse unprepared. After inspecting the items, Yi Xiao shouldered the backpack and stepped outside. Zhou Chirui glanced at the backpack in his hands, deducing that it must have been provided by the initial broadcast system. The woman looked at Yi Xiao's back in astonishment, yet she refrained from asking further questions. Although she found it curious how the knife had seemingly appeared out of thin air. Those who survive in this world understand a fundamental truth: to mind one's own business and refrain from asking unnecessary questions. Yi Xiao set the backpack aside and reached for the one he had acquired from the shorter individual. He unzipped it, revealing a jumble of items inside, and he fished out a stainless steel water bottle, giving it a shake. Hearing the water slosh within, Zhou Chirui's eyes lit up with excitement. Yi Xiao unscrewed the cap and tilted his head back to take a sip. The water jug contained only half a jug of water. Although there had been water in the package earlier, in such a desolate place, it seemed unlikely that one could easily procure more. It was essential to ration it carefully. Yi Xiao passed the water jug to Zhou Chirui, firmly instructing, "Make it last, one sip each." Upon seeing the water jug, Zhou Chirui eagerly reached for it and took a generous gulp, reluctant to part with it as he licked his lips, before handing it to the woman beside him. "Thank you," she expressed gratefully, flashing a smile at Yi Xiao. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, not much older than Zhou Chirui, with hair that was somewhat unkempt and tied back haphazardly. Her sun-kissed skin bore a hint of darkness, and though her features were not unattractive, a scar marred her cheek, detracting from her beauty. Yet, in such a bleak environment, concerns about appearances were trivial. Survival was the priority. Yi Xiao inquired, "What is your name?" The woman shyly smiled and replied, "You can call me Fei." Yi Xiao nodded and introduced himself. "I am Yi Xiao, and this is Zhou Chirui." The woman acknowledged them with a nod and curiously asked, "Are you from beyond the tall walls? Which district do you belong to?" "High Walls District?" Yi Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, while Zhou Chirui's expression revealed a blend of confusion and simplicity. Observing Zhou Chirui's reaction, Yi Xiao could not suppress the urge to roll his eyes. Fortunately, Fei seemed oblivious to Zhou Chirui's response. Yi Xiao did not wish to reveal their utter ignorance of this place, for it could potentially invite trouble. According to the woman, the high wall appeared to be a commendable location. They were too unfamiliar with this area, and perhaps it would be prudent to explore it. However, one aspect perplexed Yi Xiao. Why did this woman and the previous trio so firmly believe that he and Zhou Chirui hailed from the high wall? Could it be that individuals like them existed solely within its confines? The woman, visibly pleased, exclaimed that it was of no concern, for they possessed a map. With that, she hurriedly rummaged through a nearby backpack. After a short while, Fei triumphantly extracted a notebook. The notebook was leather-bound, secured with a clasp, and bore the marks of frequent handling, its exterior marred with dirt, rendering it quite antiquated and bulging, as if it contained numerous items. Fei eagerly opened the notebook, remarking that she often observed them consulting it. Upon unveiling its pages, Yi Xiao noted that the thick paper had already yellowed, filled with various entries. From the central pages, Fei revealed several maps, spreading one upon the ground with a proclamation that this should be the one. Yi Xiao and Zhou Chirui leaned closer to the map, which depicted an array of unfamiliar cities and terrains. The map bore a variety of annotations marked with triangles, small squares, circles, and crosses. Although the significance of these symbols eluded him, Yi Xiao could not suppress the exhilaration swelling within. These items must represent crucial intelligence and information meticulously recorded by the trio. Yi Xiao pointed at the markings and inquired of Afu, "Do you understand what these symbols signify?" Afu nodded. "I have overheard some conversations regarding them." She lowered her gaze to the square marking and explained, "The triangle represents a stronghold. The larger triangle indicates a significant gathering point, while the smaller one denotes a minor gathering. The circular symbol refers to cities or regions that have been visited. This small square signifies a passable road junction." Yi Xiao nodded in comprehension and began to sift through several other maps, which appeared to represent different provinces. Indeed, he soon discovered a new symbol on another map. What do these small solid triangles signify? Afu glanced at the location Yi Xiao indicated and replied, "Oh, that denotes the entrance to the underground black market." Yi Xiao felt a slight perplexity. The underground black market? Afu nodded matter-of-factly. Well, those of you within the high walls may not have heard much about it. That place is an underground city constructed using the subway system. It is said to be a hub for the black market, where rare goods from various districts converge. You can find just about anything there. Moreover, it serves as a pivotal junction for several districts, frequented by wanderers or expedition teams seeking supplies or entertainment. Afyu then cast a peculiar glance at Yi Xiao and Zhou Chirui, her expression slightly hesitant. After a brief pause, she spoke, "You two should avoid going there." Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. "And why is that?" Fei pressed her lips together, gazing at Yi Xiao, as if grappling with something difficult to articulate. Finally, she spoke. "In any case, for those of you living behind high walls, should you be discovered outside, your fate is to be sold as mere commodities. Once you find yourself in a place like Black Iron, it is likely that you will never emerge." Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, nodding gravely. Fei's words only heightened his concern. What was it that made the so-called people behind high walls so special? They were merely ordinary individuals. Was it merely their difference from others that rendered them valuable for trafficking? But the question remained, what exactly distinguished them? Stealing a glance at Fei, Yi Xiao sensed that this was not a question he could afford to ask directly, for doing so would inevitably reveal their peculiarities. Thus, he swiftly shifted the topic, inquiring, "By the way, where is the nearest high wall district?" Fei found this reasonable and diligently searched the map for their location. They were in a place called Yang City, and the nearest high wall district was estimated to be over 100 kilometers away. Even by car, it would take 5 or 6 hours to reach. My goodness, that is far. Zhou Chirui, who had remained silent, was taken aback, twitching his eyes in disbelief and wearing a distressed expression as he looked up at Yi Xiao. "Given the situation outside, how do we get there? Where will we find a vehicle?" Yi Xiao studied the map intently. This area had already crossed provincial lines, and in the lower section of the map, there were no markings aside from that large triangle. In other words, none of the three had ventured to the nearby areas. They were uncertain which road was passable, but for the moment, the issue of procuring a vehicle loomed large. Mentioning cars, Yi Xiao could not resist accessing the marketplace page. After all, vehicles could be considered resources, though he wondered if any were available for sale. As he scrolled through the weaponry section, his eyes widened with astonishment. Indeed, there were numerous remarkable items. Not only were there cars, but even armored tanks were listed. It was perplexing how the initial broadcast system procured such items, particularly the daunting string of zeros that made one's scalp tingle. The marketplace undoubtedly featured vehicles, yet in the Westwood region. The most inexpensive option, a simple 3-wheeled vehicle, cost several thousand points, and that was without considering the fuel-consuming automobiles, which started at a minimum of 10,000 points. The barrage of comments erupted with gasps, as a group of individuals, oblivious to the realities, suggested that Yi Xiao exchange points for a tank. Were it not for Fei's presence, he would have been tempted to roll his eyes at such naivete. With his meager points, the notion of acquiring a tank was nothing more than a fanciful daydream. Yi Xiao pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation, closing the dizzying marketplace page. At that moment, Fei wore a smile, saying, "There's no need for such complications." Hearing that a water route was a possibility, Yi Xiao's expression brightened slightly. This was indeed worth exploring. Chapter 14. The missing broadcaster. Yi Xiao glanced sideways at Fei. Although this woman had survived in this post-apocalyptic world alone, being a solitary female made her predicament all the more precarious. Her eagerness to join them on their journey to the high walls suggested a pressing urgency. Yi Xiao's expression hardened as he adopted a severe demeanor. "I can take you there, but you should be aware that the place is not easily accessible." Afyu nodded vigorously, acknowledging, I understand. As long as you are willing to assist me, I will heed your every word." Yi Xiao nodded in satisfaction, warning, "Then you should be aware of what can be said and what must remain unspoken, correct? As long as you can guarantee your silence and keep everything you witness about us confidential, we shall not trouble you further on this journey." Observing the cold glare in Yi Xiao's narrowed eyes and the veiled warning in his words, Afyu nodded even more vigorously, nearly shaking her ponytail loose. "I understand. Rest assured. I am quite discreet and will not speak carelessly." Seeing Afyu's earnest expression, Yi Xiao nodded. "Very well, let us set off in that direction." Gurgle. A sound interrupted Yi Xiao's statement, and Zhou Chirui awkwardly rubbed his stomach, wearing a pained expression as he said to Yi Xiao, "Brother, shall we find something to eat? I am famished." Yi Xiao shot him a glare. "I am not familiar with the outside. Where do you expect me to find food for you?" Yu Zhao's remark was directed towards Afu, who promptly responded, "In the ruins of this city, there are some places with canned goods, but locating them can be troublesome. However, many of the fruits from the plants are edible. As long as we avoid the mutated species, we should be fine." Mutated species? Could that refer to those aberrant creatures? Yi Xiao did not dwell on it further and stated, "Let us venture out to procure some food. It will also serve as a means to progress our journey. So we should aim to move towards the outskirts of the city." Most of the doors of these apartment buildings had been pried open, revealing a scene of utter devastation within, a testament to the previous plundering they had endured. Yi Xiao held little faith that anything of value remained in this place. In contrast to the woman accompanying him, he naturally placed greater trust in Shou Qirue. Although Shou appeared somewhat dim-witted, they were, after all, from the same locale. Shou Qirue dutifully slung his backpack over his shoulders. Lacking any supplies, he felt acutely vulnerable in such an environment. The crowbar exchanged yesterday had been taken by the bald man, and Yi Xiao felt a pang of regret. He glanced at the machete Zhou held, contemplating its utility. Zhou nodded in acknowledgement, while Yi Xiao cast a look at the unarmed De Fei. He glanced down at his own combat knife, hesitant to part with it. After all, the blade was remarkably sharp, adorned with a blood groove and serrated edges. Yi Xiao lowered his gaze to the external attachment on his survival pack and instructed a Fei to wait. Subsequently, he ventured inside, rummaging around for a brief moment before emerging once more. At this juncture, he wielded a spear. The spear was fashioned from a mop handle. Its wooden shaft slightly cracked but still functional. At one end, it bore the head of a bushman knife, rendering it suitable for use as a spear. Yi Xiao handed the makeshift weapon to a Fei, saying, "You may use this for now." A Fei smiled and nodded as he accepted the spear, and thus the trio exited the apartment building. As the trio stepped out of the apartment building and crossed the street, they remained oblivious to the frail figure clad in a short-sleeved shirt, dragging a battered body, who was staggering out from the end of the street shortly after their departure. In the premiere footage, Yi Xiao, Zhou Qirue, and a Fei cautiously exited the apartment and made their way towards the opposite street. A vehicle came to a gradual halt, and the individuals engrossed in the premiere turned their attention away from the screen. The middle-aged man in the driver's seat, donned in police attire, addressed the young officer in the passenger seat, who was still fixated on his phone. "Xiao Zhang, we've arrived. Is this person still watching the premiere?" The youthful officer, with a fair complexion, nodded eagerly and hurriedly exited the vehicle. The blue and white police car bore the conspicuous characters for public security, parked conveniently at the entrance of a residential building. Though the apartment complex bore the marks of age, the surrounding environment was pleasant, aside from the slightly dilapidated structures. Everything was in order. Notably, the area was populated with elderly residents, ensuring a tranquil atmosphere and affordable rent. Standing before the vehicle, the middle-aged officer ignited a cigarette, tilting his head to gaze at the six-story building ahead. According to the records, the suspect was likely residing in the West Building, room 402. With a serious expression, Xiao Zhang approached the middle-aged officer and remarked, "Sir, you may not be familiar with the premiere, but I believe this matter is far from straightforward. I have been observing the premiere room for several hours. It is said that this individual has been rumored to have transcended into an apocalyptic scenario since yesterday, and many have witnessed it, all convinced of its authenticity." The middle-aged officer, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a sharp tap to Xiao Zhang's nape, admonishing, "No one believes such foolishness. If there were any scams left in this world, would anyone be so naive? You, my lad, have likely indulged too much in novels and games, losing your grip on reality. I am well aware of these so-called AI video edits. I shall accompany you on this errand, allowing you to learn a lesson. Do not assume everything is as it seems." With that, the officer strode purposefully towards the stairwell, muttering, "By the way, what do they call your kind online?" "Ah, yes, Chinibu. That's it." Xiao Zhang, his face flushed, scratched his head and followed his mentor up to the west floor, where they came to a halt before room 402. The officer gestured discreetly to Xiao Zhang, who stepped forward and knocked on the door. The old-fashioned security door resonated with a series of loud thuds. After a brief moment, a voice emanated from within. "Who is it?" The door then swung open to reveal a young man, who appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing the two officers. "Greetings, comrade. Might I inquire if Yi Xiao resides here?" The young man blinked in surprise and nodded, "Yes. I am his roommate." Xiao Zhang pressed on, "Is he at home now?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he hastily added, "Which room does he occupy?" The young man stepped aside, leading them inside through the living room. and they soon stood before an open door to a tidy and well-kept room. Aside from the somewhat dated furniture, the interior was simple yet not devoid of charm. The bed is adorned with pristine sheets, while a quilt lies in a heap atop it. The walls are decorated with several posters of sports stars and a few from anime. To one side of the desk, there are books, and on the other, a gaming PC. I attempted to reach him multiple times yesterday, but to no avail. The message indicated he was out of the service area. Chapter 15, Brother. Are you serious? Xiao Zhang eagerly pressed on. Are you aware that Yi Xiao is conducting a live broadcast? The other person gestured towards the computer on the desk, indicating that it was indeed the very machine being used for the broadcast. Xiao Zhang glanced at his mentor, whose serious demeanor prompted him to nod for Xiao Zhang to continue. Xiao Zhang then inquired of Yi Xiao's roommate. Do you know where his broadcasting room is? Have you seen his live stream these past couple of days? The roommate appeared perplexed, responding, I know, but he hasn't been around all day. There hasn't been a live stream. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang pulled out his phone, opened Yi Xiao's broadcast room, and presented it to the roommate. The broadcast was running smoothly, yet the visuals depicted a ravaged cityscape, with Yi Xiao trudging through the ruins, burdened by an enormous backpack. What on earth? Where has he gone? The roommate exclaimed, wide-eyed, hastily retrieving his own phone to check Yi Xiao's live stream. Xiao Zhang queried, is he wearing the same outfit he had on yesterday? The roommate focused intently on his phone, nodding in affirmation. Subsequently, he swiftly began typing in the chat section of the broadcast. The Great King is patrolling the mountains. What the heck? Buddy, where are you? A familiar ID appeared in the barrage interface as Yi Xiao strolled towards the outskirts of the city, astonished by the message. Hey, brother. I've been transported to the apocalypse. Please help me collect the blankets drying on the rooftop. Already done. I was wondering where you had vanished to. The police have come looking for you. The mention of the police caused Yi Xiao to raise an eyebrow in disbelief. Could it be that someone reported him, drawing the authorities' attention? To his surprise, within just a day, the police had taken his fans' words seriously, even tracking down his residence, which was rather commendable. Have the police also joined the live broadcast? One user quipped. Are they here searching for missing persons? Another added. Does that mean the live stream might be shut down? Someone else speculated. Please don't. This is such a treasure of a broadcast. Another user pleaded. Don't worry, it won't be shut down. Haven't you noticed that even when there are murders, the broadcast continues? Suddenly, Yi Xiao paused, a grin spreading across his face. You all can help me by showering me with gifts, boosting my rank as captain. The more support we gather, the greater our chances of survival. As for the fans being transported here, that was beyond his control. It was merely the mechanism of the live broadcast system. He hoped they wouldn't harbor any ill will towards him, for he too was a victim of circumstance. He certainly did not wish to find himself in this desolate place devoid of life and activity. Initially, his debut was motivated by the desire for profit, not to endure the hardships of survival in this apocalyptic world. However, given that it is a debut system, it is only reasonable for the system to offer some form of acknowledgement, right? Yi Xiao glanced at the number of fans above, which had already reached 12,547. In just one day, the fan count had surged by over 10,000. A notification below indicated, with an increase of 10,000 fans, fan teleportation can be activated, allowing the transfer of 2 fans this time. With an increase of 20,000 fans, fan teleportation will be forcibly activated. Yi Xiao was somewhat astonished. The number of fans eligible for teleportation had actually increased. According to the mechanics of this debut system, as the fan count rose, it was imperative to extract fans for teleportation within a specific time frame. Yi Xiao couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the ingenuity of this debut system. The trio had traversed for much of the day. A Fei, having survived in the apocalypse, alleviated many troubles for Yi Xiao and Zhou Chirui. Cautiously, they navigated their way closer to the outskirts of the city. The houses here had noticeably thinned out, and they currently found themselves alongside a national highway encircling the city. The road was wide but choked with various abandoned vehicles, remnants of a prior catastrophe that seemed to have involved a collision and explosion, leaving many cars reduced to mere skeletal frames. The greenery on either side of the road flourished vibrantly, with lush vegetation spreading abundantly, the verdant grass encroaching upon the pavement. Buildings on both sides were partially obscured by a colossal tree canopy that had collapsed half of a small structure, revealing enormous, pumpkin-like red fruits within. These fruits hung precariously, swaying amidst the dense foliage high above. After walking for quite some time, the water in the backpack had been entirely consumed, and the stomachs of the trio began to grumble once more. A Fei glanced up at the impending twilight and remarked, "It will soon be dark. The night can be perilous, as those nocturnal wanderers will emerge. During the day, they remain concealed underground or within shadowy edifices, but as night falls, they venture out in search of sustenance." Yi Xiao nodded, having witnessed this phenomenon the previous night. He surveyed his surroundings and recalled the enclosed, soundproof space where the three had taken refuge last night. The thick door provided a sense of security. Yi Xiao promptly resolved that there seemed to be no basements in the vicinity, and they should seek a suitably enclosed location. The trio approached a half-collapsed building, where numerous large fruits had fallen to the ground. Noticing a Fei bending down to pick one up, Yi Xiao and Zhou Chirui each followed suit, grasping a fruit of their own. They pried open the thick rind and began to consume the succulent flesh within. These fruits were predominantly water-rich. While they offered substantial caloric content, they were insufficient to satiate their hunger. The outskirts of the city lacked towering structures, with most buildings being only 5 stories high. At that moment, Zhou Chirui pointed to a weathered sign of a hotel and inquired, "How about we go there?" A Fei followed his gesture and shook her head. "No, the light-blocking quality of that place is too effective. It would undoubtedly attract many nocturnal wanderers. Without robust weaponry, it would be far too dangerous to attempt to clear them out." With the darkness encroaching, the three had no choice but to select a self-constructed house for their refuge. Chapter 16. The seed core gun. This house, nestled between towering buildings, appeared rather unremarkable. It was located on the western side, fortified with security bars, and featured a heavy silver security door on the ground floor. The windows and doors were tightly shut, suggesting a substantial level of security. The trio circled around to the rear of the house, where they found another security door. As they approached, a sudden cacophony of hissing emanated from an upper window, reminiscent of some monstrous creature wailing within. The surrounding structures were gradually enveloped in a gossamer veil of golden light, a shroud that would soon dissipate, leaving only somber shadows behind. Yi Xiao, unwilling to squander any more time, reached into his inventory and retrieved the firearm he had previously wrested from the short man. Turning to a Fei and inquiring, "How does this contraption function?" A Fei's gaze was fixed on the gun that had seemingly materialized in Yi Xiao's hand, her expression one of astonishment, evidently taken aback by his unexpected display. This was a weapon modified by the Wanderers. She gestured towards the left side of the firearm, indicating a metallic cylindrical canister on the side of the chamber, where a small glass section was visible, with remnants of a crimson liquid at the bottom. This contained the seed core, serving as the energy source. She then pointed to the metallic box atop the weapon, which housed the ammunition. Ammunition? Yi Xiao opened the compartment above the chamber, peering inside to find an assortment of scrap metal and nails. "Is this truly the ammunition?" A Fei nodded, explaining, "Yes. Using the seed core as an energy source, even these fragments can be propelled with the force of a bullet, and the sound they produce is minimal." Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. This was undoubtedly the key. He retrieved the crimson seed from his inventory, noticing a circular indentation at the front of the left side canister. A Fei pointed to the indentation, indicating that he simply needed to press one end of the seed against it. Following a Fei's guidance, Yi Xiao pressed the seed into the indentation, and a sharp spike instantly shot out from within, piercing the seed's interior. Immediately, a crimson liquid began to seep into the canister, soon filling it to the brim. With a powerful weapon in hand, Yi Xiao felt a surge of confidence. To be on the safe side, he expended 1,000 points to exchange for a handgun in the marketplace and spent an additional 200 points for a magazine. After loading the handgun, he handed it to Zhou Chirui. Upon receiving the weapon, Zhou Chirui's face broke into a broad grin. He eagerly grasped it. Although the handgun's design was somewhat outdated, it was certainly more effective than a knife, especially at a distance. With the gun in hand, his sense of security increased significantly. "Thanks, Chief Xie," Zhou Chirui exclaimed, grinning widely as he fiddled with the handgun. Yi Xiao, feeling uneasy at his antics, quickly warned him, "Stop playing around. Be careful not to accidentally discharge it." He then moved behind Zhou Chirui and retrieved a small iron box from his backpack, handing it to a Fei. Upon opening the box, a Fei revealed several lockpicking tools. In her words, after the Great Catastrophe, lockpicking had become an essential skill for those wandering in the wilderness. With practiced ease, a Fei inserted the tools into the lock, and after a brief moment of manipulation, the security door swung open effortlessly. Yi Xiao could not help but give her a thumbs up. Impressive indeed. The single security door opened slowly, revealing a staircase leading upwards. Yi Xiao, gun in hand, led the way, his gaze swiftly scanning the open door on the right. The first floor housed a glass counter and shelves, resembling a small grocery store. Yet it appeared thoroughly ransacked, with numerous spoiled food items strewn across the floor. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from above, prompting Yishao to shift his gun towards the staircase. As he cautiously ascended and rounded the half-turn of the stairs, he encountered the decayed remnants of a long-dead skeleton collapsed at the second-floor landing. Almost immediately, another scream erupted as a colossal creature burst forth from the side, its mass crashing down upon the skeleton, reducing it to fragments. This entity resembled a gigantic ball of flesh, with several appendages reminiscent of human hands, a multitude of legs, and 3 heads, seemingly cobbled together in a haphazard manner, like a disjointed puzzle. Blood-red fleshy tumors fused together, extending countless black, leech-like tentacles that writhed and swayed in the air. The abrupt emergence of this monstrosity startled not only Yishao, but also the viewers in the broadcast room, who began to flood the screen with frantic comments in response to the shocking spectacle. The enormous figure measured over 2 meters in width, its distorted limbs swiftly scuttling along the walls as it charged towards Yishao at the base of the staircase. Instinctively, upon first sighting this abomination, Yishao raised his firearm, disengaged the safety, and, bracing himself against the oncoming onslaught, pulled the trigger. A sharp crack resonated, and Yishao felt the weapon jerk violently in his grip as a wave of heat surged forth from the barrel. Countless jagged shards of iron and nails erupted from the muzzle, instantly detonating upon impact with the creature 2 meters away. This singular shot tore away substantial chunks of flesh, scattering blood and gore in every direction. Yet, the creature's relentless assault showed no signs of abating as its massive form barreled towards Yishao. In a moment of panic, Yishao swiftly pivoted and leaped down the stairs, while Zhou Chirui, clutching his pistol and recoiling slightly, frantically squeezed the trigger at the beast, only to be met with a series of hollow clicks. Desperate, Zhou Chirui shouted, "Why isn't it working?" as the creature charged once more. He hurriedly turned and fled outside. Yishao dashed to the entrance, abruptly pivoting to raise his weapon. As the monster neared the doorway, he immediately pulled the trigger, unleashing a rapid succession of shots. The shards of metal erupted like a barrage of bullets, creating gaping wounds upon the creature's hide. The relentless hail of projectiles continued to expand the already gory openings, rendering the flesh a gruesome mess. Chunks of flesh and splattered remnants were strewn about, dark ichor pooling on the ground. The creature collapsed before the door, yet curiously, its limbs still exhibited signs of neurological response, twitching slightly, while its contorted visage emitted eerie wails. Black, leech-like tentacles writhed with great difficulty, prompting Yishao to keep a cautious distance. Meanwhile, a Fey, gripping a spear, plunged it into the ruptured flesh, eliciting a bone-chilling shriek. Yishao felt that the sound was not emitted by the heads, but rather by the tentacles and flesh, sending a shiver down his spine. After a Fey thrust her spear fiercely a few times, the creature lay completely still. A gigantic orange seed core was expelled from the mangled flesh, sliding along the viscous black blood until it came to rest at Yishao's feet. Orange. Yishao picked it up, and a Fey, standing to the side, inquired, "Surely this is of no use to those behind the high walls." Of no use? Could there be a distinction between this orange seed core and the red one? Night was approaching. They needed to extract it quickly and take shelter inside. With the monster now lifeless, the trio grasped its arm and dragged it out, discarding it outside. They all exhaled in relief, stepping towards the house. Just as Yishao ascended the stairs, a voice unexpectedly pierced the air from behind. "Hey, kid, we've met again." Chapter 17. This fellow is still alive? The voice that echoed behind him was harsh and grating, as if each word tore through a strained throat, laden with an unsettling effort. The familiar tone unmistakably belonged to the individual who should not be here, the gaunt man. As Yishao climbed the stairs, his attention divided by the barrage of comments. He suddenly froze at the sound from behind. He spun around abruptly, causing Zhou Chirui, who was on the stairs, to step back in fright several paces, eventually finding himself behind Yishao. Meanwhile, at the entrance, a Fey stood motionless, her body tense and alert. The emaciated man stood directly behind her, one hand resting on a Fey's shoulder as he inclined his head, suggestively brushing against her ear. The other hand, or rather what remained of it, had transformed beyond recognition. From the torn muscle emerged grotesque, thick tendrils, twisted and reminiscent of leeches, glistening in an eerie shade of dark blue-black. These elongated appendages writhed and intertwined around Afai's waist, ensnaring her. His face bore signs of change. His forehead and neck were swollen with orange-red growths, and his hair had thinned considerably. He lowered his head, grinning as he rubbed his face against Afai's. Something rolled in his mouth, and then a long, dark tendril slowly emerged, gently sweeping across Afai's face. "Darling, why did you run off with them? I've missed you. Do you miss me?" Afai stood frozen in terror, her face pale and body trembling uncontrollably, her hands shaking violently. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted in chaos, the sudden appearance of the emaciated man shocking everyone. "Free Fox, what the hell is going on? This guy is still alive. Blade Hero, how is he not dead? Wind Whisper, has he mutated? That's disgusting. Makabaka, it's over. This beauty is done for. Perseus, what kind of beauty is that? You must be starving." On the staircase, Yi Xiao and Zhou Chirui also dared not move. They had never anticipated that this emaciated man had survived, but it was clear he had undergone a transformation. The emaciated man grinned as he observed the two individuals frozen on the staircase, his mouth stretching into a smile, yet his eyes brimmed with malice. "Who would have thought that one day I would fall victim to the hands of these two wall-like figures? I had presumed you were not mere fools, but it seems I underestimated you." He lowered his gaze and raised his right arm, now bristling with tendrils. His expression contorted with rage. "I have been forced into this grotesque form, and you shall not fare any better." His shrill laughter sent shivers down the spine. At this moment, Yi Zhao's mind raced, unsure of how to respond. Afu was clutched tightly in the man's grasp, and any misstep could lead to her being harmed. Meanwhile, the dark tendrils slowly crept up Afu's legs, coiling around her waist, while the gaunt man continued to utter lewd propositions. "Darling, shall we explore this state together? Ha ha. I bet you've never tried this before." Afu, now terrified, was brought to tears, her face a canvas of anguish. She gazed at Yi Xiao with desperate eyes, pleading for his intervention. The black tendrils constricted around her waist, rendering her immobile. To make matters worse, the sinister, emaciated man was using her as a shield. Even if Yi Xiao drew his weapon, he could not eliminate the threat without risking Afu's life. As the standoff persisted, Yi Xiao gradually regained his composure. After all, Afu was not particularly close to them, and her demise posed little threat to their interests. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity when their guard was down to strike unexpectedly. With this thought, Yi Zhao's tension eased somewhat. Folding his arms, he inquired, "What do you intend to do?" The gaunt man let out a sinister chuckle, exclaiming that dusk was approaching and soon the atmosphere would grow lively. Yi Zhao's brow furrowed. In a sudden movement, he pivoted and pushed Zhou Chirui behind him, urging him to flee. Instantly, the two dashed towards the upper floor. The abrupt action caught the gaunt man off guard for a brief moment, during which he cursed with a grotesque expression. He then swung his strange, tentacle-like appendage, violently hurling Afai across the room, where she crashed into a corner on the first floor. Without hesitation, the gaunt man propelled himself with the agility of a beast, scaling the wall with a few powerful strides before lunging into the living room on the second floor. His target was not the woman, but rather Yu Xiao and Zhou Chirui, driven by a desire for vengeance. In a state of panic, Zhou Chirui sprinted towards an inner room, glancing back over his shoulder. Upon witnessing the beast-like figure charging into the living room, he veered towards a side room. However, several long, black tendrils suddenly lashed out like needles. One of these elongated appendages pierced the doorway, prompting Zhou Chirui to instinctively retreat, landing unceremoniously in the corner. A resounding click echoed as a shotgun was ready behind the gaunt man. He whipped around to find the door had closed halfway, revealing Yi Xiao standing behind it. Wielding a compact weapon designed for shorter individuals, its muzzle already aimed squarely at him. Before he could retaliate with his tendrils, the shot rang out. Yi Xiao, without a moment's hesitation, pulled the trigger, and the splintered metal shot forth like a bullet, hurtling towards the emaciated man who had mutated. The instinctively raised hand, covered in tendrils, was immediately obliterated. A piercing scream echoed as the distorted figure swayed unsteadily. The gaunt man let out a howl, and suddenly, the crimson tumors on his body began to rupture. From the fissures on his forehead, neck, and shoulders, bizarre, flesh-colored tendrils burst forth. Bang! Denying his adversary any chance of retaliation, Yi Xiao resolutely squeezed the trigger once more. This shot shattered the opponent's chest, sending bits of flesh flying everywhere. Even from 2 meters away, the front of the adversary's torso was completely mangled, revealing a gaping, blood-soaked cavity. Next to the crimson heart, An orange seed kernel clung tightly to one side, with bloodstains cascading down loosely. The orange seed kernel then plummeted to the ground. Following this, the shattered body collapsed heavily to the earth. Phew, is he dead? Zhou Chirui had already risen unsteadily, cautiously approaching. Yi Xiao nodded, affirming that the seed kernel had fallen out, indicating that he was indeed lifeless. With that, he crouched down to retrieve the seed kernel, placing it into his inventory. Chapter 18. Do you think this is a water gun? Nai Dan Bu Dan, Oldine Bai. Nai Lu Mocha, truly Oldine Bai? Ai Chi Zhu too. Indeed, no matter how strong the enemy, they fear Oldine Bai. Beside him, Zhou Chirui, visibly frustrated, drew out his handgun and, furrowing his brow, inquired, is this gun defective? It seems utterly ineffective. Yi Xiao cast a disdainful glance at him, her eyes brimming with contempt. Brother, are you truly going to wield an unloaded gun without safety? Do you believe this is merely a water pistol? Is it as simple as just pulling the trigger? Sanhu. Ha, I was just thinking, is this fellow here to entertain us? De Biao Ge. This guy has a bit of sense, but not much. He is utterly hilarious. Ai and De Chang. Aha. I absolutely adore watching this. Fei Hong Ji. The host is taking down monsters while this guy is striving for laughs. Xinyu Hui Fanshan. Is there truly an issue with not knowing how to use a gun? As if you all know better. Shiha Guai. What a waste. Having such a burden is worse than letting him perish. Utter garbage. Sinhua. Perhaps the host should teach him how to use it properly. Yi Xiao then seized the gun from Zhou Chirui's hands and inquired. Do you never watch films? Haven't you ever seen a gun in action? Zhou Chirui awkwardly scratched his head. Yi Xiao pointed to the safety switch on the side of the pistol. This is the safety. When engaged, it prevents accidental discharge. Before firing, make sure to disengage it. Then pull the slide back to chamber around. This handgun only holds 15 bullets, so you must keep track of your ammunition. And remember to re-engage the safety after you're finished to avoid any mishaps. Zhou Chirui nodded in understanding and tucked the handgun away. He glanced at the corpse on the ground and asked, should we dispose of this body? To prevent it from rising again, Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. 2 individuals, each grasping one side, pulled at the corpse's feet. Yi Xiao scrutinized the gaunt man, whose visage had undergone a complete transformation. His once emaciated face now appeared grotesquely swollen. It seemed as though it was filled with fluid. The flesh on his forehead ruptured, giving rise to thick, fleshy, reddish tendrils that extended from his brow. The neck had also burst open, oozing forth similar robust appendages. His eyes had wholly rolled back, revealing only the whites, and his countenance was marred with fissures, crisscrossed by vivid crimson veins. The pair continued to drag the body downward when, at that moment, a Fei staggered up the stairs, observing a Fei supporting her waist. Yi Xiao inquired, how are you? Are you injured? A Fei forced a smile, shaking her head. No, I merely bumped my waist, nothing serious. Yi Xiao nodded. Then you should rest for now. With that, they resumed their descent with the corpse. A Fei silently acquiesced, clutching her waist as she ascended to the second floor. She trudged into the living room, casting a glance at the scattered remnants of flesh on the floor before making her way toward the restroom. Perhaps due to its sufficient enclosure, the room, while coated in a thick layer of dust, remained largely intact and unspoiled. She entered the restroom, gently closing the door behind her, and then lifted her gaze to the mirror on the side. A substantial layer of dust had settled on the surface, and she reached for the towel beside the sink to meticulously wipe it clean. As the dust was swept away, the mirror gradually revealed a Fei's clear reflection. She tossed the towel onto the sink and, gazing into the mirror, slowly lifted the hem of her tank top while pressing down the edges of her pants, revealing her abdomen. In the reflection, a scar emerged, situated on her lower belly. It stretched from left to right, as though something had scraped away the outer layer, exposing the underlying flesh-toned tissue. Strangely, this wound, measuring over 10 centimeters in length and 3 centimeters in width, showed not a trace of blood. The perimeter of the scar appeared sealed by a layer of mucus, with not a single drop of blood seeping out. AFI felt somewhat disoriented. Her lips trembled as she cautiously lowered her clothing to conceal the injury. Then, she gingerly exited the bathroom. Downstairs, a sound of heavy objects scraping against one another echoed, followed by Yi Xiao and Zhou Chirui ascending the stairs. AFI forced a smile at the two and gestured towards a nearby bedroom door, saying, I'll sleep over here. Yi Xiao nodded, replying, all right, just lock the door after you. We'll head upstairs. AFI silently moved towards a bedroom. Her eyelids drooped slightly, betraying her fatigue. Upon reaching the bed, She carelessly tossed aside the dust-laden blanket and flung herself onto the mattress. The purplish hue on her neck began to spread, and as her eyes rolled back, she lost consciousness within moments. The closed door shielded Yi Zhao's view, and he glanced at the door leading to the second-floor living room before reaching out to close it. He then gestured to Zhou Chirui to follow him up to the third floor. Meanwhile, the sky outside had darkened, signaling the arrival of night. The room was shrouded in a somber darkness, with the windows and curtains nearly sealed, complemented by an additional layer of security grills outside, rendering the small building relatively secure. Yi Zhao ascended to the third floor, wielding a flashlight. Each level was comprised of small suites, and the door to the living room on the third floor stood wide open. As the beam of the flashlight swept across the room, it illuminated a tabletop cluttered with cans, biscuits, and various snacks, all laid bare under the glow. Half of the provisions had already been consumed, haphazardly piled to one side. Observing this, Zhou Chirui immediately approached and began examining the cans on the table. Yi Zhao turned to close the door, but alas, it was broken and could not be locked. "Xiao Ge, it seems these cans are still edible," came Zhou Chirui's delighted voice from behind. Yi Zhao pivoted and walked to the table, surveying the disarray before him. A considerable number of bottled water were stacked to one side. One had to admit that this family was quite fortunate, as the grocery store downstairs had ample stock that had been transported here. Much of the food had been consumed, leaving half a box of biscuits, 2 cans, and a substantial amount of water, almost a dozen bottles, alongside a variety of miscellaneous snacks. Fans were celebrating and expressing their joy in the comments. Friday madness. This day is truly exhilarating. Big cousin, fantastic. We gathered a bounty of supplies, so much water. The sea of immortality. No matter how much water there is, it is futile if the streamer lacks transportation and cannot bear such a burden. The lazy cat. Perhaps we could have some clowns carry a few items. The 3 foxes. If you find it exhilarating and appreciate the streamer, consider supporting them on board. Sunhua. Do remember to secure your doors and windows, locking your dwelling at night. The foolish Superman. These monsters are truly repugnant. It's quite thrilling. Chapter 19. Have the audacity to take a shot. At this moment, Yi Zhao finally found himself with a moment of leisure. He settled onto the sofa, picked up a bottle of water, and tilted his head back to drink. Beside him, Zhou Chirui hastily opened a bottle as well, gulping it down eagerly. Yi Zhao glanced at the interface. His points had surged to over 5,000. Today, many had joined the ship, rendering his efforts worthwhile. Everyone can send a gift to support the streamer. Only through gifts can the streamer accumulate points to exchange for more formidable weapons. Perhaps due to the evening hours, many had returned home from work. In contrast to the unusual premiere of this stream, the streaming platform would never provide recommendations. The few who managed to tune in were either fortunate or had been aided by promotional efforts. At this moment, the viewership had astonishingly reached 20,000. The number of fans had now surpassed 20,000. Should it reach 30,000, it would signify an addition of 20,000 new fans, necessitating the transfer of fans. Given the current situation, it seems likely this will transpire within a few days. However, despite the high viewership, it remains uncertain whether the lack of stimulating events in the evening accounts for the relatively low number of gifts being sent. Many new fans are still engaged in discussions with seasoned followers, inquiring about the authenticity of the premiere. What is this premiere room? One asks, bewildered. Is it an apocalyptic premiere? What on earth? Another muses, questioning whether the host is simply indulging in a food broadcast. Is it only this? They wonder aloud. Laughter ensues as someone jokes about the host partaking in a culinary display featuring mutated creatures, particularly those with tentacles. I missed the afternoon premiere. What a shame. It was real, laments one viewer. What happened this afternoon? A friend recommended it, claiming the premiere room was extraordinary. Another responds. The host is in an apocalyptic setting. It's quite thrilling, observes another, creating a shabby environment and labeling it as apocalyptic. Yet there's so much food. Are there even zombies? Questions a skeptic. Those creatures seem more terrifying than zombies. Utterly grotesque, exclaims another. It sounds so real, it's hilarious. The scripts are becoming increasingly absurd. Unfazed by the contentious comments in the chat, Yi Zhao knows that those in disbelief will eventually come to accept the truth as they continue watching. There is no need to waste words on self-justification. Facts will speak for themselves. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Zhao opens a pack of biscuits, munching quietly as he reflects. According to that woman, the larger mutated beings are referred to as aberrants, while the mutated humans are called nocturnals. Most aberrants are active during the day, whereas nocturnals predominantly roam at night. Their vision has largely deteriorated, although some monsters retain the ability to see. Speaking of which, the ability to eliminate those two creatures today was thanks to that modified seed core gun, which possesses formidable power. As he spoke, he placed the dry biscuit onto the coffee table and retrieved a modified gun from the prop section. He slowly rotated it in his hands, examining it with interest. The comments flashed across the screen. Is this a real gun or a fake one? And what is so peculiar about this gun? Of course it's real, came another reply. Laughing so hard. It's obviously a model. Let us see you fire a shot. Yi Xiao glanced at the barrage of comments and remarked that those who had watched the afternoon broadcast should have witnessed the gun's formidable power. This type of ammunition was likely infused with some extraordinary energy, capable of launching metal shards and other debris over distances comparable to bullets, yet with significantly greater destructive force. Unlike standard shotgun pellets that merely create holes upon impact, this weapon could induce shockwaves and explosions, shattering upon initial contact. Suddenly, recalling other weaponry available in the marketplace, Yi Xiao hastily accessed the system shop and opened the third menu, Equipment Blueprints. As he perused the options, he muttered to himself, wondering if there might be blueprints for such a modified gun. Curious, Zhou Qirui approached, unable to see the panel in front of Yi Xiao and inquiring, is there any? His bright eyes clearly reflected his desire for a weapon of that caliber. With a hint of disappointment, Yi Xiao shook his head, stating that such advanced technology did not exist in this world. The comments continued, if you're going to act, at least make it believable. Why not fire a shot? And exactly, why doesn't he the host fire a shot? Is it fear of exposure? The discussion in the comments is rife with speculation, with one user remarking, it's dangerous at night. Isn't firing a gun akin to attracting monsters? Another observes, have you noticed how the host's voice is rather subdued? Amidst the banter, one fan chuckles. Haha, a group of followers is putting on quite the show. It's utterly hilarious. One participant points out, do you see that fellow across the way? He's the same one who loved to argue previously. Another chimes in, if the host fires a shot, I will believe it. Yet, the sentiment is met with disdain. Ignore such fools. They are merely being provocative. The exchange of banter continues as two individuals in the comments persistently urge Yi Xiao to fire a shot. Naturally, Yi Xiao has no intention of complying. The night has descended into darkness, and while the sound of a gunshot may be muted, the noise of a bullet striking an object is anything but subtle. He harbors no desire to court danger. With a languid demeanor, Yi Xiao stows away his firearm. Shooting is out of the question. I have no interest in courting trouble. However, I can offer you a glimpse of the outside world. Cautiously, Yi Xiao makes his way to the window, stating, the curtains here are drawn tightly, and there are remnants of unfinished food. I suspect that the previous amalgamated creature was once human. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qirui's expression turns grave as he asks, Brother Xiao, does this mean we might mutate? Yi Xiao shakes his head, uncertain. However, he believes that maintaining distance from those monsters should mitigate the risk of mutation. We must extract more information from that woman, he declares. At this moment, Yi Xiao has carefully positioned himself by the window, gently parting the curtain to reveal two pairs of eyes peering outside. The camera in the broadcast room followed the corner, turning to the street outside. Due to the distance and the barrier of glass, only faint, distant screams could be heard within the room. Several distorted humanoid figures stumbled across the dimly lit street illuminated by the moonlight. Although they appeared to move clumsily, once in motion, they were astonishingly swift. In the shadows of the corner, a few more figures crawled grotesquely along the walls and between the plants. Merely observing this made Yi Xiao's heart race and palms sweat. Everything is pitch black. I can't see anything. What a joke. I bet they will claim it's a green screen. Is it real or fake? Definitely special effects. Haha. I knew it. Hey, buddy, why not take a break? What? Is it ending like this tonight? I was all set for an all-nighter. Chapter 20. Despair of a fae for today. I shall leave it at that. Tomorrow, I must continue my journey. In just 2 days, so much has transpired, and I need a proper rest. I'm off to sleep now, everyone. Feel free to stay on. After all, the broadcast will continue uninterrupted for 24 hours. After bidding farewell to the audience in the broadcast room, Yi Xiao walked towards a side room. Just as he stepped into a bedroom, Zhou Qirui followed closely behind him. Yi Xiao halted in surprise and turned to Zhou Qirui, bewildered. Why did you come in? There is another room right across. Zhou Qirui grinned sheepishly, offering an awkward smile in response. Brother, I am terrified all alone. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes and exclaimed, Get lost. The room was enveloped in darkness. devoid of any light source. To ensure safety, Yi Xiao placed a flashlight beside his pillow, next to a combat dagger. On the third floor, in the master and guest bedrooms, Yi Xiao and Zhou Chirue were lost in deep slumber. Meanwhile, in a second-floor room, a person who should have been sleeping soundly was now forced to sit up, despite feeling overwhelmingly drowsy. A Fei struggled for what seemed like an eternity to find sleep elusive. She felt feverish, her entire body radiating heat, and a strange sensation in her abdomen filled her with an unsettling dread. Slowly, she rose to her feet and staggered towards the bathroom. The bathroom curtains were thin, allowing the moonlight to filter in through the ventilated window, illuminating the dim space slightly. Facing the mirror, she gradually lifted the hem of her shirt. Upon seeing her reflection, she could not contain her sobs. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she whispered, "No, no, don't." What once resembled a raw wound now bore a swollen red tumor on the surface. The edges of this tumor exhibited a peculiar gray hue, coated with a viscous substance. No, this cannot be. Her bloodshot eyes fixated intently on the mirror as red and purple veins sprawled across her face like a spider's web. Clutching her shirt with one hand, she trembled slightly, her right hand gripping the blade, as she cautiously drove the tip of the knife into the pulsating mass of flesh. She bit her lip tightly, emitting a cry of pain, yet her hands remained relentless, continuing to push the knife, slowly attempting to peel away the layer of flesh that almost spanned her abdomen. The excruciating agony caused her body to tremble uncontrollably. With a thud, the flaccid tumor was severed and fell to the floor. "Ha ha ha ha, it's all right now. It's all right." The reflection in the mirror appeared to exhale a sigh of relief, forcing a smile that served as self-reassurance. Gurgling sounds echoed in the eerily silent bathroom, reminiscent of squirming masses of flesh, akin to the friction between muscle and fat, provoking a sense of discomfort. The rigid smile froze on Afyu's face as her bloodshot eyes, filled with terror, fixated on her abdomen reflected in the mirror. Gradually, her gaze fell, disbelief washing over her as she stared at her wound. Pink, fleshy tendrils emerged, as if squeezed from a meat grinder, densely crowding outward. The moment these pink, bloodied appendages met the air, they seemed to react violently, swelling dramatically. These fleshy tendrils tore at her wound, growing larger and thicker, akin to a newborn striving desperately to escape her body. "No, no, please, no." She sobbed in despair, her bloodshot eyes brimming with hopelessness. "I do not wish to become a monster. I do not want to become, The sound of tearing filled the air. AFI's entire body suddenly convulsed violently. She lowered her gaze to her abdomen, sensing an overwhelming force tearing her apart. With a sickening crack, flesh was brutally ripped from her midsection, as shredded muscles and blood gushed forth toward her chest. Writhing tendrils incessantly emerged from the gaping wound, revealing a row of densely packed, eel-like teeth at the center. AFI's upper body was forced to lean back, her belly uncontrollably thrusting forward, contorting her form into an unnatural position. In this grotesque twist, all that was visible was her hunched silhouette, revealing the scene behind her. "Yi Xiao, save me, save me." In the live broadcast room, a few night owls lingered, occasionally surfacing to engage in conversation. "Who are you glaring at? Did everyone fall asleep?" "No, I'm here to stay up all night, ready to keep company. I was out this afternoon on errands. Didn't he catch it? What a pity for you." This afternoon was thrilling. "Hey, did you hear any strange noises?" "Yes, it seems someone outside is calling for the host." "Host, wake up. That sounds like that woman's voice. She wouldn't be trying to climb into bed, would she?" "Wow, how thrilling." Amidst their idle chatter, Yu Xiao had already awakened. One hand rested on the flashlight as he slowly turned to sit up. Meanwhile, his other hand grasped the dagger beside his pillow. Without a mobile phone, Yi Xiao had no way of knowing the time. He gingerly lifted the blanket that covered him, careful not to make a sound. For safety's sake, he had not removed his shoes. After all, should any unforeseen circumstance arise, he would need to make a swift escape. "Yi Xiao." The voice outside belonged to a Fei, indeed calling his name. Yet, the tone was somewhat hoarse, lingering and intermittent, reminiscent of a soul being called. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow. What could this woman possibly want at such an hour? He cautiously swung his legs over the side of the bed and was just about to rise when he heard a series of fragmented utterances behind him. "Help! Help me!" What was happening? Yi Xiao stood up and slowly approached the door. However, as he neared the threshold, a strange and viscous sound sent a chill down his spine. Gurgling, gurgling, that sound was eerily familiar, akin to the slithering of monstrous tentacles. A wave of dread washed over him, followed by a nauseating sound of nails scraping against the door. Those watching the live stream immediately began to flood the screen with comments. Whoever stares at this is bound to soil themselves. This sound is unsettling. It's a fae. She has mutated. Cold river snow. What a thrill at this hour. I'm glad I've held on this long. Sheep-eating wolf. Goodness, this is terrifying. My heart is racing. Milk egg is not mild. Brother Xiao must be cautious. Something is amiss with the woman outside. The ominous sounds at the door were clearly heard by all in the streaming room. Accompanied by that peculiar call, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. The situation outside the door was amiss. Yi Xiao silently placed the dagger on the bed and switched on the flashlight, positioning it to face the door. The beam of light focused on the entrance, and then Yi Xiao retrieved a nuclear gun from his inventory, pressed against the wall behind the door. He sought to minimize the risk of being ambushed by a creature upon opening it, although he was uncertain of what had transpired with AFI outside. It was evident that something was profoundly wrong. With his right hand gripping the gun, he cautiously extended his left hand towards the doorknob, twisting the safety latch below. A crisp click resonated, and before Yi Xiao could turn the knob, it began to rotate slowly on its own. With a creak, the door swung open, and the sounds that had been muffled beyond it grew increasingly distinct, resembling a strained effort to draw breath. Thud, thud. Unsteady footsteps stumbled into the room, akin to those of an elderly woman struggling to walk. As the door opened wider, the light from the bed spilled over the threshold, illuminating whatever was entering. Ah! A sudden shriek pierced the air as AFI, now exposed to the light, emitted a hoarse cry. Her voice, strained as if choking, was compressed in both pitch and volume. Ah, how blinding, how blinding. She flailed her arms wildly, her upside-down face emerging from behind the door. The bizarre posture momentarily rendered Yi Xiao motionless. As he stood frozen in shock, unable to react. Yi Xiao, help me, help me. The face, turned upside down, was marred by a network of crimson veins, with bulging, bloodshot eyes and a neck straining to pull the chin down, forcing her mouth wide open. Behind that inverted head, thick, bluish-gray tentacles writhed wantonly over her prominently raised chest and abdomen. Yi Xiao, the person before him, now unrecognizable, seemed to cling to a shred of rationality. In those bloodshot eyes lay a desperate plea. With a click, Yi Xiao chambered a round in the shotgun, then plunged the blade of the gun into the swollen, tumor-ridden shoulder. Following that, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A muffled, oppressive sound reverberated within the confines of the room. AFI's already distorted and mutated form erupted. The head was reduced to a pulp, yet the remaining half of the body continued to instinctively thrash its tentacles towards him. Bang! Another shot rang out, rendering the body entirely to shreds. Flesh, shattered tentacles, and chunks of meat were scattered everywhere. The last two legs, oozing a dark liquid, collapsed feebly onto the ground. Observing the orange-red seeds oozing from the mangled flesh, Yi Xiao exhaled a sigh. His gaze swept over the dismembered remains of AFI, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. Yi Xiao felt his mind clouded. Although he had resolutely pulled the trigger and slain his opponent, he remained bewildered. How could a person, once whole, suddenly transform into this? Click. The door at the end of the corridor creaked open, revealing Shou Chirue, who clutched a handgun and cautiously approached the doorway. Peering into the room, he caught sight of a lower half sprawled on the floor, nearly causing him to lose his footing in shock. Xiao Ge, what happened? Yi Xiao, stowing away the seed gun, wiped his face vigorously. It's a fae. She has mutated. Zhou Chui stood at the threshold, clearly bewildered by the unfolding scene. A glance at the side panel filled with active comments revealed that, astonishingly, there were still viewers wide awake at this late hour. Psychiatric Rehabilitation Center. I got up to pee, just took a glance, and nearly wet myself. Sheep eats wolf. This is like a horror film. Utterly terrifying. I'm wide awake now. Milk egg not mild. I almost screamed in the internet CAF. This is horrifying. Cold river snow. What's wrong with this woman? How did she become so terrifying? Staring at whomever urinates. She must have mutated. How tragic the few viewers who had stayed up all night in the premiere room were utterly frightened, fervently sending gifts in response to the shocking sight of a fae at this late hour. Yi Xiao sighed. Alas, it's never a moment of peace. He tucked the seat away and moved to the bedside, hastily wiping his hands on the blanket. Blood and flesh splattered across the bedding rendered it uninhabitable for sleep. Grabbing his backpack and belongings, Yi Xiao exited the room, while Zhou Chui pointed toward another room further down the corridor. The two proceeded silently into the depths of the hallway. Yi Xiao appeared somewhat speechless. Is possessing great courage truly abnormal? It is innate. In the past, When I ventured into haunted escape rooms with classmates, I remained unperturbed. As he stepped into a particular chamber, it seemed to be a girl's room, complete with a vanity in the corner. He placed his belongings down and inhaled deeply. However, within the escape room, one is acutely aware that everything is fabricated, yet here, the reality is palpable, which elicits a tinge of fear. After all, these are life-threatening items. Zhou Chirui lingered at the threshold, not moving. Yi Xiao cast a puzzled glance at him, questioning, "Aren't you going to sleep? Why are you just standing there?" This fellow was fortunate, residing in a room deeper within. Had he been in one of the front rooms, he would likely have been driven to madness. Zhou Chirui hesitated at the door. "Brother, now that the woman is deceased, only the two of us remain. How do we proceed to that high wall?" Yi Xiao sighed, circumventing Zhou Chirui as he exited the room. Resolved to follow the initial plan, holding a flashlight, he cautiously descended the stairs. The security door on the first floor was firmly locked, untouched by any intrusion, and the cabinet behind the door remained undisturbed. Outside, faint rustling sounds could be heard, suggesting a gathering of nocturnal wanderers not far from the house. Numerous distorted figures lay sprawled on the ground, encircling the carcass of a monster discarded not far from the house, seemingly indulging in a lavish feast. A shiver coursed through Yi Xiao's heart. Fortunately, the modified gun had remained silent, or it would have spelled trouble. Chapter 22. Here she is. After locking the door, Yi Xiao settled onto the bed and cast a glance at the barrage panel, stating, "There shouldn't be much going on tonight. Everyone should head to bed." He paused before adding, "I will initiate a lottery first thing in the morning." Rehabilitation Center, lottery? Is it the one I am thinking of? Hanjiang Shui. No way, I absolutely won't come tomorrow morning. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow at the barrage, wondering if it was truly necessary. Milk, egg not mild. I'm off to bed. I want to see which unfortunate soul is drawn tomorrow. Sheep eats wolf. Off to sleep, off to sleep. Let's support the streamer and hope I am not the one chosen. Thanks to Sheep Eats Wolf for the captaincy. Yi Xiao shook his head, slightly exasperated, before turning over to sleep. In the morning, Yi Xiao was awakened by the chirping of birds outside. As he turned to sit up in the dimly lit room, he felt a bit disoriented. He had not slept well during the latter half of the night, having been roused by a fae and subsequently plagued by a series of bizarre dreams. Sighing, Yi Xiao reflected that in just 2 days, he had begun to long for the simplicity of his previous days. The past couple of days had been exceedingly exhilarating, perhaps a tad too overwhelming. Yi Xiao rose and walked to the window, pulling back a corner of the curtain to gaze outside. The dawn had spread across the sky, and the rising sun bathed the area in a golden hue, perhaps due to its proximity to the suburbs, where lush vegetation and dense forests abound. One can observe numerous flocks of birds and even glimpse small creatures scurrying through the grass. The vibrant scene stands in stark contrast to the distorted and bizarre atmosphere of the city. Yi Xiao stretched his limbs in the open space, casting a glance at the live broadcast room, where the audience had already amassed in the thousands. "Good morning, everyone." Yi Xiao greeted warmly before exiting the room and knocking on the door of Zhou Chirui's quarters. "Zhou Chirui, it's time to rise." Moments later, Zhou Chirui emerged, rubbing his eyes and yawning. Yi Xiao retrieved a bottle of water from the living room before heading towards the bathroom. He picked up the toothbrush from the sink, rinsed it briefly, and began to brush his teeth. Zhou Chirui approached, mimicking Yi Xiao's actions. He took a toothbrush in hand and reached for the toothpaste, preparing to squeeze some onto it. Yi Xiao swiftly grasped his arm, took a sip of water, swished it around his mouth, and spat it into the sink. This toothpaste must be long expired. Best not to use it. "Oh," Zhou Chirui acquiesced, silently rinsing his brush instead. Once they had completed their morning routines, the two settled in the living room, selecting a box of biscuits to enjoy for breakfast. As the audience expressed their grievances about the day ahead, Zhou Chirui suddenly turned to Yi Xiao and remarked, "Xiaoge, now that a fae is gone, it's just the two of us." Yi Xiao silently munched on his biscuit, casting a fleeting glance in Zhou's direction, pondering, "So what?" Zhou Chirui awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, hesitated, and ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. The barrage of comments erupted. "Wait, that woman is dead? What happened? Wasn't she perfectly fine yesterday afternoon? Did I miss something last night? Dead? How did she die?" As the viewers incessantly inquired about the unfolding situation, Yi Xiao stood up and made his way towards the first bedroom along the corridor. He pushed open the slightly ajar door, revealing a scene of utter disarray within. A fae's lower half lay in a pool of blackened blood by the doorway, with scattered chunks of flesh strewn throughout the room, even covering the bed. At the foot of the bed, A half-dismembered face could be discerned. Yi Xiao continued to nibble on his dry biscuit, seemingly unfazed by the horrific spectacle before him. "Here she is," he remarked nonchalantly. The chat exploded with exclamations of shock, inundated with the phrase "what the hell?" and an array of exclamation marks. The sky was clear as Yi Xiao shrugged, closing the door behind him while recounting the events of the previous night. "What a pity," remarked Shenshi Shihuas, "to perish in such a manner. The streamer seems excessively ruthless," commented Sinhua, "especially considering the acquaintance involved, not even a hint of emotion." "Doesn't the streamer feel any discomfort?" queried Ben Dan Xiaorun. "The streamer is somewhat terrifying, capable of taking a life without a flicker of hesitation," added Jima Shi to Yinjing. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes at the barrage of comments on the screen before striding into the living room. In this apocalyptic world, showing compassion could lead to one's demise. He plopped down onto the wooden sofa and took a sip of water from his bottle. It was evident that she had sustained injuries during her encounter with that man, becoming infected in the process. Yet, even with the knowledge of her condition, she chose to remain silent. In the dead of night, she transformed into a monster, had it not been for the intact door which impeded her movements. The situation could have escalated. Zhou Chirui was fortuitous to reside in a separate room, as her presence was akin to a ticking time bomb, capable of endangering everyone around her. Yi Xiao glanced lightly at the barrage panel. "If it was you who stayed in that room yesterday, surely you wouldn't think that simply not opening the door would keep you safe?" 3 Fox. Indeed, a group of people who speak without experiencing the pain. 2 Hound loves to dismantle. "Wow, you all are quite the saints. Na Yu Bo Bo. This is hilarious. Some people actually sympathize with the monster. You are truly something. Nidan Bu Dan. Last night was truly thrilling, more terrifying than a horror film. It almost scared me to death." Nidan Bu Dan. If you could still utter such words after witnessing last night, I would be in awe of you. The barrage was in a heated uproar when suddenly, a particular comment caught Yi Xiao's attention. "Jiao Feng Public Security. Is the missing person Zhou Chirui present?" Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards Zhou Chirui on the side of the sofa. "Here. Hey, Zhou Chirui, are you from Jiaofeng City?" Zhou Chirui, unable to see the barrage panel and with his mouth full of cookies, nodded blankly in response to Yi Xiao. Nidan Bu Dan, impressive. They've come knocking on the door. 2 Hound loves to dismantle. Oh, the police have arrived. Good brother 7171. Is this streamer a fraud? Is he about to be arrested? Jiaofeng Public Security. Comrade Zhou Chirui, are you currently safe? Yi Xiao looked at Zhou Chirui in disbelief. Hey, the police over there are asking if you are safe. Zhou Chirui, feeling exasperated, rolled his eyes. In a place filled with monsters like this, if I were safe, that would truly be a miracle. Jiaofeng Public Security. Comrade Zhou Chirui, your family is looking for you. Please contact them as soon as possible. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's report, Zhou Chirui nearly lost his composure. Is this a joke? If I could reach out, would I not? I am trapped in an apocalyptic world. Do they not comprehend that? Yi Xiao, feeling utterly exasperated, slowly approached the window, drew back the curtains, and unveiled the desolate and bizarre world outside to the broadcast. Jiaofeng Public Security, please correct your attitude. Otherwise, we will hold you criminally accountable. Good brother 7171. Ha, foolish streamer, continue the act. You've surely messed up now. Chapter 23. The second fortunate viewer. The other spectators in the comments section were reveling in the spectacle, laughing heartily. Yi Xiao understood that attempting to clarify matters to them through the broadcast would be futile. The truth would reveal itself, and they would seek it out independently. Now, let us address the main event. Today, we shall draw a lucky viewer. Milk egg not mild. By the way, I wish to create a highlight reel of the stream, but I am unable to record. 3 Foxes, lottery. 2-haired dog loves to tear down. Ha! Are we drawing for the unfortunate one again? North latitude 90 degrees. A lottery? There is still a lottery? Nothing at all. A lottery right from the start. How delightful. Falling into the sea and becoming an immortal. Please do not draw my name. Milk not mild. Do not select me. Crimson Knight. Do not draw me. Morning Fire. Please, do not choose me. Observing a group of seasoned fans adorned with survivor placards, they collectively urged, don't draw me. The bewildered newcomers, who had only just joined the ranks, were left in confusion. Night Feast. What does this mean? Why do they all wish to avoid the lottery? Kevin the Fool. All the fans here are lunatics. Good brother 7171. Here we go again. Why not draw me? In the past couple of days, the fan base had grown rapidly, and he felt compelled to select a fan before the count reached 30,000. After all, Once that threshold was crossed, the system would enforce a drawing. Should the timing be inopportune, it could exacerbate the situation. Presently, circumstances were not entirely dire. With each additional person, there was a chance to carry more supplies. Although he was uncertain how long these provisions had been stored, the essential factor was that they could still be consumed. Nearby, Zhou Chirue, upon hearing about the selection of a lucky audience member, promptly settled down in anticipation. His slightly plump face radiated excitement. Perhaps even more so than Yu Xiao's. Were they about to draw a newcomer? How splendid! He was eager to witness which unfortunate soul would be chosen. Laughing heartily at the thought, Zhou Chirue's malicious delight was unmasked. The prospect of someone else enduring the same trials as him filled him with glee. In the live broadcast, a lottery machine materialized at the center of the screen, its lever being pulled down automatically. The countless avatars and usernames of fans began to whirl chaotically. In the chat room, the phrase "Don't draw me" was incessantly inundating the screen, drowning out any confounding inquiries amidst the barrage of comments. Gradually, the spinning wheel slowed down, finally coming to rest on a cartoon avatar, beneath which was inscribed the name of a player, Good Brother 7171. Falling into the sea to become an immortal, truly deserving 3 foxes, truly deserving milky egg not mild, truly deserving sucking on a slippery plum, truly deserving morning fire, truly deserving crimson night. Congratulations. Congratulations. The audience in the bullet screen erupted into gleeful cheers, with longtime fans eagerly flooding the screen in anticipation. In a mere 3 seconds, a figure clad in a gray work outfit suddenly appeared on one side of the wooden sofa. This individual, sporting a pair of slippers and a shock of yellow hair, had a slightly dark complexion, standing at a little over 1.7 meters, with a lean physique. At this moment, his tousled hair framed a face that seemed still in slumber as he stared blankly at Shizhou while clutching his phone. Come, let us welcome our new member. Good Brother 7171. Yu Xiao said with a beaming smile as Zhou Chirue excitedly circled around the bewildered newcomer, grasping his hand and shaking it up and down. Oh, a new little blackie? Welcome. Jiao Phone Public Security. Many of the newcomers in the bullet screen, much like the official, were frantically sending question marks. Clearly, they were astonished by Yi Zhao's sudden transformation of the newcomer. No. The yellow-haired man in the gray work outfit abruptly shook off Zhou Chirue's hand, his eyes wide with shock as he prepared to speak. Swipe. Yu Xiao suddenly drew the combat knife sheathed at his waist, the cold blade's tip aimed directly at the neck of the yellow-haired youth, mere inches away. The yellow-haired boy, who was about to shout, instantly sealed his lips. Yi Xiao cast a calm glance his way, his eyes imbued with a silent warning. Refrain from shouting, for here, loud voices are the greatest taboo. If you seek your demise, do not drag us along. Otherwise, I shall sever your tongue. The yellow-haired boy sat there, stunned and motionless, while Yu Xiao sheathed his dagger once more. Zhou Chirue, assuming the role of a senior, exhibited a hint of satisfaction from the sidelines. Yu Xiao inquired, "What is your name?" The yellow-haired boy appeared somewhat dazed, having just moments ago been downstairs at his apartment, finishing breakfast. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in this perplexing situation, and he had already begun to believe in the so-called apocalypse broadcast. He opened his mouth, his voice raspy. I am Liang Kai, but you can call me Akai. Yi Zhao's gaze fell upon the chest of Liang Kai, where the words Hongfeng Auto Repair were emblazoned. His brow arched in surprise. You can repair cars? Liang Kai nodded silently. Yes, I am a mechanic. That is splendid. Yi Zhao's eyes sparkled with interest. You must possess some knowledge about machinery, correct? Liang Kai hesitated for a moment. Well, more or less. Yi Zhao felt a surge of joy within. He had not anticipated encountering someone so useful. He turned to Zhou Chirue and asked, by the way, what skills do you possess? What was your profession before? Zhou Chirue was momentarily taken aback, exhibiting a hint of embarrassment. I am in sales, he stammered. Yu Xiao rolled his eyes in disinterest, then glanced at Liang Kai, who wore a bewildered expression, and said, Now that you're here, it's best to quickly come to terms with reality. Otherwise, you might end up losing your life. Yu Xiao cast a casual glance at the two and continued, Don't rejoice too soon. First and foremost, you must devise a way to protect yourselves within the next 30 days and find a means to survive. Noting their glum faces, he pressed on, Therefore, if you wish to live well, you must obediently stick close and follow instructions. Refrain from any foolish antics. The system decides when and whom to teleport, as well as the details surrounding it. However, The system's marketplace offers numerous valuable items that can be exchanged for gifts from the audience, so we do have some leverage. Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai nodded silently. At this juncture, they had no other options. Yi Xiao glanced at the slippers Liang Kai was wearing and remarked, "There are shoes in the stairwell. Find a pair that fits. Also, check the rooms for a backpack. We need to gather supplies and take whatever we can." Chapter 24. Brother, I was wrong. In a post-apocalyptic world, resources are indispensable. Even if Liang Kai felt 1,000 reluctances, lamenting the unfairness of fate or cursing his ancestors, it would be of no avail. The grim reality lay starkly before him, and he had no choice but to accept it. Liang Kai rose and headed toward the stairwell. But Yi Xiao called out to him, "Are you going to wear shoes without socks?" Liang Kai wiggled his little feet, accustomed to the sensation. Yi Xiao's gaze fell upon those filthy toes, and he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. Accustomed? We have a long journey ahead. When your feet are worn and you can no longer run, do not blame us for abandoning you. Upon hearing this, Liang Kai's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately turned to retreat inside. He pushed open the first door he encountered, and before fully entering, he collapsed onto the ground. His face turned visibly pale, eyes wide with terror as he stared into the room. He quickly raised a hand to cover his mouth, scrambling to get up. Yi Xiao, speechless, pointed toward the restroom, prompting Liang Kai to cover his mouth and stagger inside. Within seconds, the sound of retching echoed from the restroom. Ha ha! Zhou Chirui burst into laughter, reveling in Liang Kai's misfortune. The audience in the live broadcast room erupted in giggles. Morning fire! Ha ha ha! This kid is throwing up. 3 foxes, what happened to your bravado? Little Black? Nai Dan Bu Dan. Teaching Little Black a lesson in the apocalypse, live. Sua Galu Lu Mei. Were you not saying it was all props? Why are you vomiting? Falling into the sea to become immortal. Equal opportunity for every Little Black. Ha ha! Before long, Liang Kai emerged from the restroom, his face ashen. Yi Xiao found amusement in his pitiful expression. Did you not claim it was all props? What are you afraid of? Brother, I was wrong. I truly was. Liang Kai's woeful countenance was unbearable to behold. Whatever you want later, I will give it to you. As he spoke, he hurriedly retrieved his phone from his pocket and thrust it into Yi Xiao's hands. Here, take this phone. Yi Xiao glanced at the device, promptly switched it off, and then turned to Liang Kai, his expression impassive. Did you not hear what I just said? If you wish to remain, I can leave you here. Please, don't abandon me. Liang Kai exclaimed, nearly in tears, yet Yi Xiao remained unmoved, acutely aware that waiting here equated to a death sentence. Then why are you still dawdling? Hurry and gather your belongings. Oh right. Liang Kai, sensing the gravity of the situation, ceased his protests and quietly rose to his feet, heading toward the corridor. However, he dared not enter the first bedroom again, opting instead to venture deeper inside. Yi Xiao stood up and instructed Zhou Chirui. You should also find a change of clothes. Zhou Chirui nodded and turned to walk further in, while Yi Xiao made his way outside, having not thoroughly searched the premises. The west wing comprised several rooms, seemingly a rental space. Yi Xiao rummaged through and discovered a set of sportswear, a few pairs of socks, and grabbed a backpack. Although the items bore mildew from prolonged neglect, they were still preferable to having nothing at all. On the second floor, Yi Xiao unearthed several useful items, a few candles, a sewing kit, a packet of salt, and a telescope. Liang Kai stuffed a set of clothing into his backpack and then began to pack food and water. Zhou Chirui filled his water bottle to the brim and carried 2 extra bottles, while Liang Kai managed to carry 3. With their preparations complete, they were ready to set off. Yi Xiao approached the window and peered outside, when Liang Kai's voice called out from behind, Brother, could you possibly lend me a weapon as well? He cast a glance at the machete at Zhou Chirui's waist, along with the handgun, a glimmer of envy flickering in his eyes. Yi Xiao's gaze remained fixated on the window as he stated, There is a spear by the door. You may retrieve it. Liang Kai turned his head to glance at the door of the living room, where indeed a long spear leaned against the wall. He joyfully approached and grasped the spear in his hands. My heartfelt gratitude for everyone's gifts, as I am unable to constantly monitor the gifting situation. The system will automatically register them. I trust you all understand. Yet, I sincerely appreciate your tokens of kindness and the captain's generosity. Ah, thanks to Admiral Noah's breath. 1,000 thanks. Currently, the points had reached an impressive 13,025, allowing for a considerable exchange of items. Although firearms could be redeemed, the loud noise would attract monsters, making the nuclear-modified gun the most pragmatic choice. Nevertheless, possessing a firearm for unforeseen circumstances was essential. Yi Xiao utilized 5,000 points to acquire 2 handguns, a magazine, and 2 silencers. He distributed the items to Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai, beckoning Zhou Chirui, "Please hand me the previous one. These 2 are of superior quality." Liang Kai, his fingers caressing the handgun, wore an expression of exhilaration. "Once the silencers are attached, each of you will have 2 magazines. Although the silencers will muffle the sound, it will not be entirely silent, unlike in the movies. Thus, they should only be used at critical moments, lest we attract more monsters." Both nodded in agreement as Yi Xiao continued. "There are conditions. Once we reach the base, let us see if we can find someone to procure the modification blueprints, so we may upgrade the 2 nuclear guns." Subsequently, Yi Xiao expended 3,200 points to procure a Western grenade and 3 smoke bombs. He distributed 2 of the smoke bombs to Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai, instructing them on their usage. Zhou Chirui, with a grin, flattered him. "Brother, you possess such vast knowledge." Yi Xiao merely twitched the corner of his eye, attributing it to his extensive film-watching experience. At that moment, several moving shadows on the distant street outside captured his attention. "Shoo!" Yi Xiao urgently gestured for silence towards the 2, then retreated to the window, beckoning Zhou Chirui. "Hurry! Pass me the binoculars." Zhou Chirui scrambled to search through his backpack, while Liang Kai, intrigued by Yi Xiao's demeanor, cautiously lifted a corner of the curtain to peek outside. In a hushed yet excited tone, he exclaimed, "Brother, there are cars." Yi Xiao shot him a disapproving glance. "What is there to be happy about? To the people here, we are merely commodities for trade. Do you think this bodes well?" Liang Kai fell silent, contemplating his words. Zhou Chirui hastily handed the binoculars to Yi Xiao. His curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Brother, could these vehicles belong to the base?" Yi Xiao raised the binoculars, his gaze fixated on the distant highway, observing the approaching vehicles. However, they were soon obstructed by a cluster of abandoned cars littering the lane. Chapter 25, Trouble. They have been discovered. The Western vehicles halted at the roadside, and from the leading car emerged a group of individuals. These individuals varied in height and build, yet they shared a common trait. Their skin was deeply tanned from the sun. Through the telescope, Yi Xiao could discern the purplish-red veins sprawling across their arms. One of the burly men had a cigarette clamped between his lips. But before he could take more than a few puffs, another lanky fellow snatched it away. Squatting by the window, Zhou Chirui, who was covertly observing, suddenly whispered, "Xiao Ge, I spotted several unopened packs of cigarettes on the first floor. Should we take them? They're quite rare and could fetch a good price." Yi Xiao considered Zhou Chirui's suggestion and found it somewhat reasonable. However, taking all of them would be cumbersome, as even a single pack was heavy. He gestured to Zhou Chirui to be cautious and to grab just a few packs. Zhou Chirui nodded and quietly made his way to the first floor. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao continued to survey the group through the telescope, his gaze flitting over the vehicles they had arrived in. Liang Kai's voice cautiously interjected. "Those vehicles must have been modified. They emit no sound at all. They likely utilize a form of renewable energy similar to electric cars." Yi Xiao recalled the nuclear weapons and surmised that these individuals had indeed altered their vehicles. The burly man who had disembarked was armed, and after inspecting the front of the car, he gestured towards the vehicles in the rear. Shortly thereafter, a new group emerged, all of whom were similarly equipped with nuclear weapons, clearly indicating a well-organized faction. The tall, slender man at the forefront appeared to be their leader. Sporting a tousled head of short hair, with a prominent pink scar on his jaw resembling a pink caterpillar crawling upon it, he was currently directing the others as they cleared the obstacles from the road. A tall, slender man, cigarette in mouth, gazed vacantly with his eyes, seemingly observing the distant surroundings. They were clearing a side path that conveniently led into a nearby residential area. Could it be that these individuals intended to enter the city? Yet, the city appeared ill-suited for vehicular access. As Yu Xiao pondered this, he suddenly noticed the man by the vehicle sweeping his gaze in this direction. Hastily, he set down the binoculars and ducked beside the window. The curtain on one side swayed slightly due to his movement, causing Yi Xiao's heart to race. He quickly pressed down on the corner of the curtain. "This is bad," he thought to himself, tilting his head cautiously to peer through the gap in the curtain. He saw the man by the vehicle, now brandishing a firearm, charging towards them with several others in tow. It was over. Yi Xiao gasped, turning urgently to Liang Kai. "Run, hurry." Liang Kai was startled, seeing Yi Xiao grab his backpack and recklessly dash downstairs. He too felt the urgency and quickly followed suit. Zhou Chirui moved. "We've been discovered." Zhou Chirui, who had just unwrapped a cigarette, heard Yi Xiao shout and hurriedly stuffed a few packs into his backpack, then clumsily sprinted outside. At this moment, Yishao and Liang Kai strained to push aside the cabinet blocking the security door. Once the door swung open, the three of them dashed into the street like rabbits fleeing for their lives. Yishao led the two through the alley at a frantic pace, heading northeast. Those men were armed, and clearly not to be trifled with. Yishao was certain that if they were caught by those ruffians, the outcome would be dire. At this moment, the three individuals were solely focused on their frantic escape, burdened by heavy backpacks, oblivious to the sound of their own footsteps. However, to Yi Zhao's utter astonishment, the speed of their pursuers exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. "Hey, those guys are running in that direction." A voice called out from above. Yi Zhao turned in surprise to see someone inexplicably scaling the rooftop. Like an agile monkey, this person was darting and leaping across the rooftops of the adjacent row of houses, relentlessly following Yi Zhao and his companions. Was this feat even possible for a human? Surely not. The audience watching the live broadcast also expressed their incredulity. Taishan Cao, is that Spider-Man? San Hu, could there possibly be superpowers in this place? Nai Danbu Dan, it's over, the streamer is the weakest link. Yun Xiaotian, I bet the streamer will get caught. By Long Yuing, these individuals might not have malicious intent. Why are they chasing the streamer? Nyola Gunyo, this is not a matter for betting. No malice, just a pursuit. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from another alleyway, followed by a furious shout. Hey, stop. Wait. We mean you no harm. Halt. Liang Kai, trailing behind, tentatively called out to Yishao. Gasping for breath, Yishao showed no inclination to slow down, exclaiming between breaths. Believe their nonsense? If they truly meant us no harm, why are they pursuing us with such fervor? Yishao was resolute in his determination not to halt. Those pursuers could not chase them too far. With Zhou Qirue and Liang Kai in tow, Yishao navigated a series of twists and turns. Yet the distance between them and their pursuers grew alarmingly shorter. Zhou Qirue and Liang Kai, who were generally not accustomed to physical exertion, found themselves struggling. Liang Kai, engaged in laborious work, managed to persevere, albeit with difficulty. Zhou Qirue, however, was far less fortunate, feeling as though his lungs might burst. Were it not for the abundant vegetation in this world, providing ample oxygen, he feared he would have succumbed to asphyxiation long ago. Suddenly, a rapid and alien sound of footsteps pierced the air, capturing Yi Zhao's attention. Bark, bark. A cacophony of distorted barks erupted ahead of the trio, suggesting the presence of more than one dog. Abruptly, upon reaching an intersection, Yi Zhao came to an abrupt halt. Three dogs sprang forth unexpectedly, one of which was a short-haired mutt, its previous form still discernible. However, its mouth had grotesquely split into three parts, sprouting strange tentacles. Another dog appeared to have lost half its fur, its skin stretched and torn by a swollen body, covered in red, pus-filled tumors. With a human hand embedded in its abdomen and a gaping mouth extending into a long neck. The third creature bore no resemblance to a dog. Its fur had completely shed, leaving only a layer of bloodied flesh. Holy crap! Zhou Qirue and Liang Kai exclaimed in unison. With a deft pivot, Yi Zhao turned into the alleyway to his right, cursing inwardly. Caught between a wolf in front and a tiger behind, he lamented that he should have departed earlier. Chapter 26. Asymptomatic Individuals. The three mutated hounds relentlessly pursued him from behind, and suddenly, several figures clad in tattered, antiquated garments burst forth from the mouth of the alley. Ha! Run! Let us see where you escape. The leader of the group let out a triumphant laugh, only to find that Yi Zhao and his companions showed no intention of halting, charging directly towards them instead. What the? It's a mutated dog, exclaimed a short individual, swiftly retrieving a crossbow from behind and drawing the string to fire at the pursuing monstrosities. Whoosh! The sharp iron bolt soared towards the foremost mutated hound, striking true as it pierced through the creature's gaping, split maw. The dark muzzle of the gun abruptly aimed at Yi Zhao and his companions. Yi Zhao slammed to a halt, his gaze fixed intently on the lanky figure brandishing the firearm. Should the adversary pull the trigger, the fate of the three would likely be grim. The tall, thin man chuckled softly, his hand holding the gun unwavering. The modified weapon in his grasp was a shotgun, a piece Yi Zhao had handled before, hefty in nature. Yet, in his hands, it appeared as light as a toy, steady and secure. This alone revealed the remarkable strength of the individual. Outnumbered, Yi Zhao doubted their chances of a successful resistance. Don't move, kid. After all, I have no desire to pull the trigger. Yi Zhao silently raised his hand, and Zhou Qirue and Liang Kai followed suit, both panting heavily, clearly at their limit. Dehei! A soft call came from behind. Curious, Yishao turned to observe the battle unfolding. The individual in question was well trained. A tall and robust bald man wielding an unusual large knife. The hilt, over 30 centimeters long, contained a swirling orange-red liquid within. At that moment, the blade, measuring over 50 centimeters, emitted a peculiar orange-red glow. A shorter figure armed with a crossbow suddenly sidestepped to evade an attack from a mutated dog, and in that instant, the bald man surged forward, striking down at the recently landed creature. With a resounding clash, the large knife pierced through the mutated dog's body and slammed into the ground. The motion was fluid, as if there were no hindrance at all, effortlessly cleaving the creature in two. My goodness, that knife is formidable. Liang Kai couldn't help but exclaim. A tall, slender man with a scar on his face let out a chuckle, seemingly unfazed by the ongoing battle. Student Takagi, the strength and speed of these individuals are extraordinarily abnormal. Third generation, that mutated dog is so fast, yet they can evade it. The broadcaster cannot possibly compare. Third Fox, perhaps the broadcaster should refrain from running. It seems futile. Indeed, the viewers in the bullet comments voiced Yu Zhao's thoughts. The speed and strength of these individuals were not of this world, as if they had received some form of enhancement. After dispatching 3 mutated dogs, one of them retrieved a dagger to extract the seed core. The monkey on the rooftop leapt down, resembling a fellow of similar stature to Liang Kai. Adorned with a hat and wearing a pair of tattered fingerless leather gloves, he, like the tall, slender man, fixated his gaze intently on their necks and hands. Hey, boss. The monkey man sidled up to the lanky figure, his astonishment palpable. These 3 individuals were, astonishingly, asymptomatic. Asymptomatic? The description offered by the monkey man piqued Yu Zhao's interest. Indeed, they bore a significant difference from these individuals. Asymptomatic? The other companions also gathered around, observing the trio with the same curiosity as one would a monkey. Their eyes shimmering with an unusual light, as if the 3 were some delectable morsel. Liang Kai, who had harbored a flicker of hope, now comprehended Yu Zhao's concerns. An expression of alarm crossing his face. Boss, we seem to have struck luck. Dahei raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of delight evident in his eyes. The short man holding the crossbow approached the man referred to as the boss with an air of urgency, inquiring, Boss, what's the plan? The tall, gaunt man appeared notably vigilant, frowning as he regarded the monkey man. Zhao, have you spotted anyone else? The monkey man shook his head. No. Just the 3 of them. They don't seem to belong to any group. The scarred-faced, tall man showed no intention of lowering his weapon. His cold gaze fixed on the leader, Yishao. Where are your companions? At this moment, Yu Zhao's mind raced. Based on the earlier trio and the information disclosed by a Fei, it seemed that such asymptomatic individuals were safeguarded behind high walls. Thus, they immediately assumed that there was a team. Here, their origins were inherently mysterious. It was imperative that these individuals remained oblivious to the true circumstances. After all, it was evident that if they were to discover the existence of beings from other worlds, the consequences would be dire. Yishao concocted a tale, claiming that they had previously been inside another high-walled enclosure, destined for relocation, but were ambushed en route and subsequently scattered. Originally, there had been others traveling with them, but in the end, they either perished or transformed. Super colorblind. Wow, the host can really act, huh? Legendary leg hair. I believe it. What a storyteller. 3 foxes, feeling anxious. Not sure what these people intend to do. Sea of Immortality. It seems there is no immediate danger, as the others listened to Yu Zhao's account. It appeared that he was not fabricating the story. After all, they could not conceive any alternative possibility regarding these impeccably attired individuals. A fellow named Zhao whispered to the scarred man beside him, Boss, how should we handle these 3? The road, overgrown with weeds and vines, was choked with abandoned vehicles. A fully armed vehicle stood silently, its windows and doors obscured by iron grills, reinforced bumpers, and spikes welded to the roof. This vehicle resembled a modified beast, bearing patches of rust and even fortified tires. The onlookers were predominantly curious, as asymptomatic individuals were a rarity in this post-apocalyptic world, and their existence seemed to possess remarkable value. Yishao and his companions were unceremoniously shoved into a modified 6-seater van by a group behind them. Chapter 27. Weaving a Tale. The exterior of the van was fortified like a fortress, yet the interior boasted a surprisingly decent decor, complete with a skylight that could be opened at will, secured with a latch. Forced into their seats, the trio could only watch as a group outside rummaged through the belongings they had confiscated from them. A wave of dissatisfaction washed over Zhou Chirue. Who whispered to Yi Xiao, brother Xiao, are we truly going to let them take everything? Meanwhile, the audience in the barrage was abuzz with suggestions. Formosa, we should have thrown a few grenades over there to blow them up. Legendary leg hair, you're thinking too much. It's not guaranteed to kill them. 3 foxes, there are too many of them. The streamer might not be able to escape. Forest, the explosion would be too loud and could attract even more monsters. Hip-hop monster, if it were me, I'd say the streamer is just being cowardly. Just act. Pumpkinhead, exactly. What is there to fear? ISNT, they're a hand grenade. X-white copper blade, steal the vehicle, just drive it away. Sheep eats wolf. These people don't seem intent on harming the streamer. For now, it's best to hold back. From Crimson Knight, SC added, some of you fools should stop talking nonsense. At least they don't seem to have harmful intentions. If the streamer resists, it might not only be ineffective, but those people could start shooting, and in the end, it would be the streamer who gets hurt. The barrage erupted into chaos, yet Yi Xiao found himself indifferent to the clamor. He scrutinized the expressions of the people outside, observing their disdainful laughter as they inspected his equipment, seemingly unimpressed. Yi Xiao felt a sense of clarity. These individuals clearly held his belongings in contempt. Brothers, if you find these items of no use, might you consider leaving them to us? The man known as the scarred leader scoffed, leaning against the car window with a grenade in hand. Rest assured, we have no interest in your worthless junk. It's merely a collection of trivial items. He kicked Yi Xiao's survival pack, remarking on its peculiar nature. Yet, this bag appears rather new, doesn't it? Noticing the hints of skepticism in the man's gaze, Yi Xiao calmly explained, that was issued to us when we departed, specifically allocated for our needs. It is quite normal for asymptomatic individuals like us to receive special consideration from the base. These people may not be well acquainted with the asymptomatic within the high walls, and their understanding is likely limited. Indeed, upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, the scarred leader's doubts dissipated. He smiled at Yi Xiao, holding the grenade, remarking that while it appeared practical, it harbored significant risks. And those 3 handguns of yours, equipped with silencers, will undoubtedly attract the attention of the aberrants. With a tone of disdain, he continued, we have no need for such items. Out here, grenades are far more effective than Molotov cocktails. The individuals within those high walls are, after all, a bunch of fools. Yi Xiao awkwardly forced a smile, perhaps acknowledging that they deemed such items unnecessary, merely providing us with means for self-defense. The scar-faced man scoffed, we can take the bags for you, but these few items we will hold on to. Yi Xiao felt a tightening in his chest, but refrained from speaking further. At that moment, a monkey-like fellow named Zhao suddenly exclaimed with delight, Boss, look. These kids have some fine goods in their bags. He pulled out several packs of cigarettes from Zhou Qirui's backpack, grinning widely. The others nearby rushed over, eager to snatch them away, prompting the scar-faced man to kick at them, shouting, Get lost. What are you fighting over? He reached into Zhou Qirui's bag, picked up a pack of cigarettes, and raised an eyebrow at Yi Xiao and the others in the car. Oh, looks like you've got something valuable. Yi Xiao feigned innocence with a harmless smile, saying, Brother, if you want some, there are more over there. We didn't manage to take everything when we left. Zhou Qirui nodded in agreement. Yes, there are still a few left. Hearing this, the scar-faced man's eyes sparkled with interest. Yi Xiao pointed towards a nearby small building and said, It's that small building, on the 1st floor. The scar-faced man immediately exchanged a glance with the monkey fellow, and they hurried off in that direction. The few packs of cigarettes had evidently lifted the scar-faced man's spirits, and Yi Xiao seized the opportunity to get closer. Brother, what should I call you? The look directed at Yi Xiao softened with a hint of amusement. Just call me Chenggu. Yi Xiao beamed at Chenggu, introducing himself. I'm a Xiao, this is a Kai, and this is Qirui. Zhou Qirui and Liang Kai exchanged awkward smiles in the car as they nodded at Brother Chen, a seasoned veteran who could easily discern the novice demeanor of these individuals. Aside from Yi Xiao, the other 2 were utterly timid, and Brother Chen perceived no threat from them. Brother Chen, where do you intend to take us? Yi Xiao inquired cautiously. Brother Chen lit a cigarette, savoring a drag before exhaling slowly, his expression contemplative. What is the matter? Afraid we might sell you out? Yi Xiao recoiled slightly, feigning the appearance of a frightened coward. How could I not be afraid? They all say the outside world is perilous. However, now that we are in a vehicle, our nerves have settled considerably. Just a few days ago, we were lost in the city, which was far more terrifying. Brother Chen scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Xiao. You really are a coward, he retorted, exhaling a plume of smoke with a smirk. Rest assured, I have a whole gang of brothers to support. I'll ensure you fetch a good price. A price? It became evident that these individuals were indeed motivated by monetary gain. If they were after profit, that could be negotiated. Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai trembled in the passenger seat, while Yi Xiao remained unperturbed, continuing to weave his tale. Why don't you just take us to the northeastern high walls then? Noticing Brother Chen raise an eyebrow, Yi Xiao pressed on with his fabrication. The team that was supposed to escort us met their end, and the reward initially offered was quite substantial. They claimed to be formidable. Yet look at how things have turned out. Why not take over the mission and deliver us there? You could earn a generous reward. Although Yi Xiao's words were mere fabrications, they were entirely plausible within the context. According to his inference, asymptomatic individuals like them should be regarded as a rare existence and, in a certain sense, quite precious. For those within the high-walled bases, asymptomatic individuals must be considered vital assets, requiring a protective escort for any transfer, which would invariably entail substantial rewards. Furthermore, there would be significant concern should an asymptomatic individual go missing en route. Although the base might not expend manpower and resources to search for them, if their disappearance were linked to certain disreputable groups, those groups would undoubtedly face dire consequences. As previously mentioned by the emaciated man, those three ruffians intended to sell them to an organization named Free Fire. This organization was evidently not aligned with the high walls, and the mere fact that they were engaged in such dealings led Yi Xiao to harbor a rather unfavorable impression of them. He needed to devise a reasonable and more lucrative alternative for these individuals to prevent them from selling the three of them to some chaotic and undesirable location. As long as this group remained oblivious to their true identities, the series of fabrications he concocted would not reveal any flaws. Chapter 28. They believed indeed. As Yu Xiao had surmised, Brother Chen was currently leaning silently against the car, smoking a cigarette, clearly convinced by Yi Xiao's words. He did not even question the veracity of Yi Xiao's claims and was already contemplating whether to accept them. Yu Xiao chose to refrain from further elaboration to avoid appearing insincere. Meanwhile, Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai remained silent, exchanging glances in astonishment at Yu Xiao's adept storytelling. At that moment, the premiere panel was quite lively, as it was evident that everyone had been thoroughly captivated by Yi Xiao's ruse. The Dawn's fire. Ha. The host's ability to spout nonsense has truly flourished. The milk egg. I nearly died laughing. If I hadn't been watching from the very beginning, I might have believed it. 3 foxes. Someone come. There's a scammer here. Winter descends. What a master of persuasion, even more so than I in sales. Sheep devours wolf. The host possesses remarkable mental fortitude. Host. Midnight snack. If these individuals comply, we can proceed with our previous plan and with bodyguards to ensure our safety, plus a ride to boot. Why not? Host. Midnight snack. If they still intend to betray us, we can always seek an opportunity to escape along the way. The members of the convoy surged forward, each receiving a bag. Brother Chen glanced at Yi Xiao before opening the car door and tossing the 3 bags from outside inside. Yi Xiao and the others hurriedly clutched the bags to their chests as the door closed again. Brother Chen gathered everyone at the front of the vehicle. Huddled together in discussion, Yi Xiao quietly tugged at the door handle, but it remained steadfast. In the back seat, Liang Kai leaned forward, lightly tapping Yi Xiao's arm and whispering, "Brother Xiao, what shall we do now? They've taken all our weapons, not even a knife left." Yu Xiao, however, remained unfazed. He glanced at his current points, totaling 7,650. After spending so many points previously, they were gradually increasing again. As long as there were gifts and rewards, he had no worries about acquiring weapons. What was there to fear? These individuals not only posed no threat to us, but were also bound to protect us. Zhou Chirui nodded in agreement, affirming that only intact goods hold value. Indeed, we are a rarity. Yi Xiao silently observed the group of individuals in front of the vehicle, noting the presence of bodyguards and rideshare drivers, which certainly made things easier for us. As long as the 2 of you refrain from speaking indiscreetly, we shall remain unscathed. Yi Xiao cautiously warned, and the 2 promptly nodded in acknowledgement. Remember, do not expose yourselves, if questioned. Simply assert that you are under strict supervision and are unaware of the details. Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai solemnly nodded. Although they relished the chance to play the critics in the premiere room, they were not entirely foolish. They understood that their kind's sudden appearance in this world could lead to dire consequences if discovered. Yi Xiao's admonition was etched carefully in their minds. The group ahead occasionally cast glances in their direction. Evidently, Brother Chen was discussing matters pertaining to Yi Xiao. Moments later, Brother Chen strode towards the car, casually tossing the keys to a Zhao before settling into the passenger seat. Subsequently, a Zhao took the driver's position, while the burly bald man opened the rear door, squeezing Zhou Chirue into the back seat. Brother Chun, seated in the passenger seat, took a final drag from his cigarette, allowing it to burn down to the filter before discarding it out the window. He turned his head towards Yishao and stated, "Since you are heading to the Gaoding base, we shall take on this task. Stay close to us, otherwise, should trouble arise, we will not hesitate to abandon you to your fate." Yishao's eyes sparkled with mirth, yet he feigned a grateful expression of relief. "Thank you, Brother Chen, thank you." Brother Chen. Brother Chen cast a knowing glance at Dehei beside Yishao, who then tossed a bag to him. Yishao opened the tattered canvas bag and glimpsed inside, discovering their knives and 3 handguns. A surge of joy welled within him, though he continued to wear a mask of confusion as he looked at Brother Chun. Brother Chun waved his hand, indicating that since they were for self-defense, he should take them to be used only in emergencies. Yishao grinned foolishly, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Chun." He then retrieved his knife and gun, passing the bag to Zhou Chirue and Liang Kai behind him. Observing the trio's foolish antics, a Zhao in the driver's seat rolled his eyes in the rearview mirror, disdainfully scoffing as he started the vehicle. The car bumped and swayed down the cleared path, following the vehicle ahead, and meandered through several alleys before rejoining the main road. Given the poor road conditions, their speed was modest, maintaining only around 30 miles per hour. However, being able to sit in a car rather than walk was already a considerable relief. Zhou Chirue longed to doze off in the vehicle, having spent the last 2 days tirelessly on the run. The car gradually made its way along the road, distancing itself from the city. The suburban highways were less densely overgrown with vegetation. The plants flanking the sides were indeed lush, yet they did not exhibit the grotesque mutations seen elsewhere. Aside from the occasional abandoned wreck on the road, there was little to suggest the desolation of this world. Yishao could not help but voice his thoughts, remarking that the outside appeared far more normal than the city. The driver, a Zhao, suddenly let out a derisive laugh, exclaiming, "Isn't that obvious? You young masters from behind high walls have never seen the outside, have you? Were you frightened to the point of wetting yourselves?" Yishao pursed his lips, choosing not to engage with the taunt. Initially, he had merely been taken aback, whereas his companions, Zhou Chirue and Liang Kai, had nearly lost their composure in fear. Brother Chen, unable to restrain himself, pulled out a cigarette and lit it with a lighter. He opened the barred window, exhaling smoke into the air, and remarked, "I've heard that this parasitic virus originally spread among humans, later affecting animals and plants. It is said that most plants possess a degree of resistance to this virus, which is why the situation in the cities is more dire." At that moment, a Zhao cursed, "What a mess. In just 6 years, it has become this way." As Yishao and his companions departed the city, a heavily armed group, embodying a post-apocalyptic aesthetic, was making its way into the heart of the city. They had chosen a towering office building as their observation point, but halted just before reaching the top floor. A corpse lay at the corner of the rooftop staircase, having been partially devoured, its remaining flesh decomposed and exuding a foul odor. The rooftop door was tethered to the railing with a rope, seemingly barricading something. On the ground behind the door, a dark object caught the attention of these individuals. A hand adorned with a flame tattoo picked up a nearly new smartphone from the ground. Chapter 29, A Remarkable New Fan. The beastly vehicle progressed steadily along the highway, its swaying motion lulling Zhou Chirue and Liang Kai in the back seat into a state of drowsiness. The viewership in the live broadcast room had already reached nearly 30,000, all marveling at the audacity of these 2 individuals. The glass windows on either side were reinforced with iron bars, and even the windshield at the front bore the same treatment, leaving the driver, a Zhao, to peer through narrow gaps to observe the outside world. Yishao had never been particularly fond of traveling by vehicle, and while a smartphone might have alleviated the tedium, sleep was elusive. Most notably, the air within the vehicle felt stifling. Given that they would be sharing this journey, fostering rapport was essential, even if merely superficial. Speaking of which, he had yet to introduce himself to the other 2 passengers. With a cheerful grin, Yishao extended his hand towards the bald man beside him. "Brother, what do they call you?" Dehei turned his gaze towards Yishao, then suddenly raised his large hand, gripping Yishao's shoulder and pinching the muscle on his arm. He then crossed his arms again, his voice resonating like a bass drum. "Have you trained before?" Yishao wore an expression of naive innocence, reminiscent of a university student, scratching his head awkwardly as he replied, "Just a bit of casual exercise." The silent giant nodded thoughtfully. "Just call me Heigo." "Hello, Heigo." Yishao greeted him with a smile, while Zhou Chirue and Liang Kai in the back quickly followed suit, acknowledging Hege with their own greetings. After greeting Dahe, Yishao turned his gaze to the driver ahead. Brother Chen spoke up from the passenger seat. This is a Zhao. Brother Chen held a walkie-talkie in one hand and unfolded a map he retrieved from the compartment in front of the passenger seat. He then pressed the button on the walkie-talkie. Let us make haste during the day and aim to reach Shou County before nightfall. A crackling sound emanated from the device, followed by a processed voice confirming, understood. Noticing Brother Chen turning off the walkie-talkie, Yishao leaned forward and inquired, Brother Chen, how long until we reach the base? With a chuckle, Brother Chen reclined his seat, resting his legs on the dashboard, and languidly replied, It'll be a while. Although it appears short on the map, we must consider the road conditions. The vehicle 1T travel quickly. In many areas, the path is impassable. Before night falls, we'll need to find a place to stay, not to mention securing meals and replenishing supplies. It will take at least 3 days to arrive. 3 days? That's not too bad. Yishao sighed in relief, thinking it was preferable to trekking by foot. Otherwise, the duration would be uncertain. Observing that Brother Chen and Dahe had already begun to rest, Yishao refrained from further disturbance and turned his head toward the window, feigning interest in the scenery outside while quietly monitoring the barrage panel. Welcome to Isaac's Heart, becoming the first governor of this broadcast room. Sanhuao? The boss is generous. Nidan Budan. This ID seems new. Coming in and grabbing the governor spot right away. Wealthy. I'm impressed. Isaac's Heart, recommended by friends. How is this treasure premiere not featured on the homepage? Slippery plum. With so much gore, it's unlikely to receive any promotion. Wolf eating sheep. If the premiere hadn't been restricted, the platform would have likely shut it down by now. Host, Midnight Snack. Grateful for the governor of Isaac's Heart. Thank you. Isaac's Heart. I heard it was quite thrilling a few days ago. Is the host truly in a post-apocalyptic world? Where are they headed? Host, Midnight Snack. I'm premiering from the end of the world. The first couple of days were fraught with danger. But now I've hitched a ride and secured a few bodyguards, preparing to head to the base. Crazy bitter melon. Haha, don't listen to the host's nonsense. He.S. just pulling a fast one. Shadow Blade. The previous promotional posts have vanished. 3 foxes. What? Nigh egg not mild. The promotional post I made on the forum has disappeared. It was censored. Little fish monster. Regardless, I'm spreading the word everywhere in the group. 3 foxes. Recording is impossible now. It seems like the officials are keeping an eye on us. Cold sunset, bitter snow. New here. I heard the premiere can teleport viewers? Isaac's Heart. Teleport viewers? What does that mean? Cold sunset, bitter snow. Could someone elaborate on the specifics of the premiere? This person does not appear to be an ordinary audience member. Typically, a regular viewer's first instinct is either to inquire out of curiosity or to express skepticism. Even if they were referred here, they would likely ask about the current situation first. The focus of the individual known as Qinyang Hanyue is rather peculiar. Their initial inquiry pertains to the matter of transporting viewers, indicating that this is their primary concern. Furthermore, the tone of their subsequent remark is excessively formal, a manner of questioning that would be atypical for a regular audience member. It resembles an investigative query. Sanhu, allow me to enlighten the newcomers, first and foremost. The streamer is indeed in a post-apocalyptic setting, no doubt about it. Liang Shirwa. Those with wealth may generously offer gifts, enabling the streamer to accumulate points for weapon exchanges. Kenong Hanwei. What are the requirements and mechanisms for transportation? Nidan Budan. I am unaware, however. It seems to be dictated by the system according to the streamer's indications. Luo Haicheng Xian. Thus far, the 2 who have been transported are both little blackies, haha. Xiao Chuan Fanlo. Indeed, it's time to teach the blackies a lesson. Liang Shirwa. They are all quite mouthy. Sanhu. The system mandates a stay of 30 days. Fei Hong Ji. Of course, whether one can survive until that time is another matter. Observing the dialogue between Qinyang Hanyue and the fans in the streaming room, Yishao is increasingly convinced that there is an 80% probability this individual is affiliated with the authorities. Yet, Yishao is not particularly surprised, after all. It would be odd not to attract official attention. For the moment, Yishao has no intention of exposing the individual. Is the official entity preparing to conduct surveillance within his streaming space? He is somewhat intrigued about the individual's intentions and how the authorities will ultimately respond. Host, Yeshio, newcomers, please send a light sign. It can illuminate the fan signs. Host, Yeshio, the premiere room is open 24 hours. Feel free to watch at any time. But do not force yourselves to stay up late. Host, Yeshio, when there are outsiders present, it becomes challenging for the host to interact with everyone. I will find ways to engage with you through text. Sanhu, the host is focused on survival in the apocalypse. We will assist in maintaining order. Nai Dan Budan, let us create a group or something. Yisa Gxian, I can set it up. I can create a group for 3,000 people. Sanhu, wow, the big shot is indeed extraordinary. Chen Shi Jihua, waiting for the group number. Host, Yeshiao, thank you. Yisa, I appreciate everyone's efforts. Yeshu suppressed a smile at the corner of his mouth. This Yisa Gxian was undoubtedly a wealthy young master, and perhaps he could attract even more affluent fans. He entered the scene with the authority of a governor, displaying remarkable generosity, ensuring that gifts would not be a concern in the future. With such connections, his points were secured, alleviating worries about weapons and medicine. Chapter 30. The unwelcome asymptomatic carrier. The convoy traveled throughout the day, occasionally pausing for rest, and finally arrived at a town outside of Zhou County as twilight approached. As an experienced band of wandering adventurers, they typically avoided spending the night near county towns, as those areas attracted more nocturnal wanderers. The vehicle came to a shaky halt by the roadside, and Zhao yawned, stretching lazily while giving Yeshiao a gentle tap on the arm. Stop daydreaming. Get out of the car. Qin and the others had already disembarked. Yeshao quickly turned to the two who were soundly asleep in the back and gently shook them awake. Hey, wake up. Wei arrived. The two, disoriented, jolted awake. Liang Kai rubbed his eyes, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, while Shou Qirue, still half asleep, muttered, Huh? Have we arrived so soon? Hurry up and get out. Yi Xiao urged, grabbing his backpack and leaping from the vehicle. The car was parked alongside a narrow road, resembling a provincial or county road. It had only 2 lanes for traffic, but fortunately, it was not congested. On either side of the road stood the self-built homes of the villagers, alongside expansive farmland, with mountains rising behind them. The houses varied in design, most resembling traditional matchbox shapes. The wealthier residents constructed taller buildings, adorning the exteriors with tiles or fashioning quaint little Western-style cottages. Those with limited means often left their red brick exteriors bare or only partially renovated, with upper floors left empty. A few newly built houses sported iron gates or security doors, while the majority still relied on wooden doors. These homes were closely nestled against one another, lining both sides of the road. Yushao glanced into the distance. The skyline had already been painted a deep crimson by the evening glow, signaling that nightfall was imminent. The sound of a door closing caught his attention. Shou Qirue and Liang Kai had already exited the vehicle. The 3 of them stood by the car, hesitant to move, as several friends from the vehicles ahead and behind approached, carrying large bundles. He gestured towards a rather new 3-story building and exchanged glances with a few individuals. Zhou Yao, take a few people to inspect this house. If everything is in order, we shall stay here tonight, Qinggu instructed. As soon as his words faded, a man clad in an evidently antiquated leather jacket led a group towards the 3-story structure. Beside the vehicle, a group of wanderers stood by the roadside, smoking. You shouted not smoke, yet Shou Qirue and Liang Kai found themselves succumbing to their cravings, sheepishly requesting a cigarette, and soon began to banter with the group while puffing away. Yi Xiao remained near Qinggu, quietly observing. A man with a mouthful of yellowed teeth and a head of curls exhaled a smoke ring, casting a scrutinizing glance at Liang Kai, his gaze landing on the embroidered letters on the latter's shirt. With a tone of curiosity, he inquired, What is this? Were you a mechanic before? Liang Kai was about to nod in agreement when he noticed Yu Zhao's intense stare, as if any misstep in his words would prompt him to swiftly sever his tongue. Suddenly reminded of Yu Zhao's warning, Liang Kai forced a chuckle and replied, Oh, just a bit. I didn't study well and became an apprentice quite early. Another individual, with a cigarette clamped between his lips and eyes squinting, reached out to touch Zhou Chirue's clothing. The attire of these individuals appeared as though it had been neglected in a trunk for years. Even if a few decent pieces existed, they bore the marks of extensive wear. In contrast, the garments worn by Shou Qirue and his companions appeared excessively pristine. The man flicked the ash from his cigarette to the side and let out a derisive chuckle. You appear to be faring quite well behind these high walls, enjoying ample sustenance and warmth, truly living like a lord. Beside him, a gaunt figure hunched over, nudging him with an elbow and gesturing towards Yi Xiao with an inclination of his head. Look at that young master over there, with his delicate skin and youthful visage. Quite handsome indeed. We, who can only roam the streets as beggars, could never compare to such privileged youths. Listening to the sarcastic banter of the group, Yu Xiao could distinctly sense an unmistakable air of arrogance toward Shou Qirue and Liang Kai. Initially, He had thought that Zhao's disdainful demeanor was merely a reflection of his personal character. However, the flippant and dismissive tone with which these individuals spoke to Zhou Qirui and Liang Kai was glaringly apparent. Clearly, although these asymptomatic individuals were regarded as precious resources by the vagabonds, there was an underlying contempt harbored toward them. Zhou Qirui, being in sales, naturally picked up on this tension, yet he refrained from displaying any reaction due to the presence of these individuals. Before long, someone emerged from the building. Waving at the crowd, Brother Chin took a deep drag from the cigarette, but in his hand before discarding it underfoot, extinguishing it, and gesturing for everyone to enter. Come on, let us go inside. It's getting late. The three of them silently followed the group into the building. The interior was quite austere, with minimalistic decor. Merely whitewashed walls. The furniture was predominantly wooden, now coated in dust and emanating a musty odor. A group of individuals casually settled in the house. One somewhat portly Mediterranean fellow stood at the entrance of the kitchen on the ground floor, grinning broadly. "Hey, it's the old stove," he exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves and winking playfully at Brother Chin. "How about we cook some noodles tonight?" Brother Chin, perched on a bamboo chair, waved his hand dismissively. Noticing Yi Xiao turned to look at him, Brother Chin let out a light scoff and unscrewed a bottle of water, taking a swig. "What is the matter? Are you hungry? Don't you have your own supplies?" Zhou Qirui, with a sharp glance, quietly approached Yi Xiao's side, lamenting that they had taken all the food, leaving him only a single bottle of water. His voice was barely above a whisper, as if afraid the group would overhear. Yi Xiao, however, was unperturbed and remarked to Brother Chin, "But haven't you all taken everything? Are you planning to starve us on the road?" Brother Chin furrowed his brow and turned to look at Zhao and the others. Zhao, sitting on the stairs, shrugged and spread his hands. "I didn't take anything. It was old Lu and the others." He gestured towards a man with a square face and stubble. The man, with his triangular eyes, looked down at Yi Xiao and the others with disdain, mockingly declaring, "We've eaten it all." Chapter 31. Are you messing with me? The triangular-eyed man grinned mockingly, while Yi Xiao remained silent, his expression stoic. Seeing Yi Xiao's lack of response, the triangular-eyed man taunted, "What's the matter? Do you have a complaint? Should I regurgitate it for you?" Upon uttering these words, the surrounding crowd erupted into laughter, their mouths revealing a chorus of yellowed teeth. Gazing at Yi Xiao and his companions with a languid mockery akin to that reserved for a monkey, the air was thick with derisive chuckles. While Zhou Qirui and Liang Kai clenched their fists, silently standing behind Yi Xiao, the barrage of comments in the live stream had already turned vitriolic. "Mental Health Rehabilitation Center. My fists are clenched. This pack of curs. Dolly Bin. Damn, let the host take him down. Isaac's hard. I detest such filth. But we must not act impulsively now. Hip-hop monster. The host is a coward, too afraid to even curse. Awakening from a dream. Can you really endure this? Fight back. Cold sunset and bitter snow. Host, do not act rashly. Keep your cool. Cold sunset and bitter snow. Do not let a moment's fury endanger others. Three foxes. Though this scoundrel deserves a beating, now is not the time. Ham off. I'm done watching. The host is a coward, utterly useless." The comments in the live stream were a cacophony of discord, yet at this moment, Yi Xiao remained composed. While he had no intention of escalating the conflict, he also refused to acquiesce to their taunts. Otherwise, these ruffians would only perceive the three of them as easy prey. Is that so? Then go ahead and spit it out. Yi Xiao's sudden declaration left the previously boisterous crowd momentarily stunned. The smug grin of the slant-eyed man was frozen on his face as Yi Xiao offered a faint smile to the individual named Lin Feng, his voice steady yet icy. "Spit it out, please. You may try to clear your throat. That would be quite expedient." The muscles around the triangular-eyed man's face had completely slackened, and the onlookers, who had previously mocked him, now regarded Yi Xiao with expressions of surprise. Clearly, they had not anticipated that Yi Xiao would possess the audacity to retort. The triangular-eyed man gnawed on his teeth, his jaw twitching as he abruptly flung the cigarette, but to the ground, and sprang to his feet. "Damn it, you little brat. Are you seeking death?" he exclaimed, reaching for the gun holstered at his side. Yi Xiao remained motionless, confident that his adversary would not dare to harm him. Before Lin Feng could act, Brother Chin, who had been silent until now, intervened. "Lin Feng, what are you doing? Have you forgotten the rule about not damaging the goods during transport?" The triangular-eyed man spat to the side, his fists cracking ominously as he shouted at Yi Xiao. "I've eaten it. What can you do about it?" Yi Xiao shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Nothing much. I just thought you genuinely intended to regurgitate it, as you claimed earlier." "Damn it, are you toying with me?" The triangular-eyed man, infuriated, took a few steps forward, reaching to grab Yi Xiao by the collar. But Yi Xiao deftly stepped back. "What's this? Do you intend to make a move?" Lu Feng licked his lips, surveying Yi Xiao with disdain, and sneered. "What if I do? I can give you a beating and still meet my obligations. As long as your blood is intact and you remain alive, you still hold value." Lu Feng abruptly turned his gaze towards Brother Chen, his demeanor languid as he remarked, "Chen Yao, I must say, why go through the trouble of delivering them to those esteemed gentlemen at the base? We could simply sell them to Freedom Fire instead, allowing us the liberty to do as we please along the way. Their requirements for acceptance are rather lenient." Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, discerning from this fellow's implication that the blood of asymptomatic individuals was exceedingly valuable, likely intended for the formulation of a certain medicinal concoction. Given this revelation, he felt even less apprehensive about the man. With a light chuckle, Yi Xiao suddenly inquired, "Is the medical equipment at Freedom Fire particularly advanced and sophisticated?" His unexpected question left the onlookers perplexed. In this dilapidated post-apocalyptic world, how could any place, save for the major bases, possibly possess such commendable facilities? Yi Xiao, wearing a bright smile, continued, "If you were to inflict an external injury upon me, the conditions we face along this journey would inevitably lead to wound infections, resulting in tetanus or gangrene. Should you cause me internal harm, it could rupture organs, and internal injuries are far more challenging to treat, being prone to inflammation or complications." Yi Xiao leaned in, fixing his gaze on the other man. "What do you think would happen if you were to hand over blood fraught with risks to Freedom Fire?" Upon utterance of these words, the living room fell into an extraordinary silence. Even Brother Chen raised an eyebrow, casting a look of appreciation towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, with a cool expression, regarded the twitching Lu Feng and cheerfully remarked, "Brother Lu, look at the three of us. We are all delicate and tender-skinned, quite fragile indeed." Behind Yi Xiao, Shou Chirui smiled cheekily and nodded, implying, "Indeed, you are not the type to jeopardize the interests of the entire team merely to vent your frustrations." "Are you?" Zhou Chirui's words effectively silenced Lu Feng, serving as a reminder to the onlookers surrounding them. Yi Xiao cast a glance of appreciation toward Zhou Chirui, recognizing his adeptness in deflecting conflict, a skill honed in his sales profession. The clash with Lu Feng was trivial, yet any aggression toward them could potentially diminish future gains, adversely affecting the interests of others within the team, individuals who might not take kindly to such actions. As anticipated, the expressions of those nearby began to shift as they regarded Lu Feng differently. A man clad in a floral vest nodded at Lu Feng, suggesting, "Why bother? Why quarrel with these three lads?" Another fellow, wearing a t-shirt and sporting a protruding belly, waved at him, adding, "Exactly, wouldn't that be beneath your dignity? Just sit down and play cards." With someone offering a way out, Lu Feng realized it was unwise to cling to his pride any longer. Otherwise, he would only find himself in a more awkward position. He let out a cold snort, spat at Yi Xiao, and pointed at his nose with a dismissive nod. "Consider yourself fortunate this time. I have my ways to deal with you." A chill flickered in Yi Xiao's eyes, indicating that Lu Feng was not inclined to let this go. Having encountered such self-righteous individuals during his university days, Yi Xiao was well equipped to handle them. After delivering his threat, Lu Feng turned and walked away. Yet, as he turned around, a faint voice emerged from behind him, Yu Zhao's voice. Not loud, yet crystal clear, to Lu Feng. "Hee, Lu Gu, you may not dare, but I certainly do." This phrase, abrupt and disjointed, carried an eerie quality, reminiscent of a specter. There stood Yi Xiao, eyes slightly curved, lips curled in a semblance of a smile that sent shivers down Lu Feng's spine. Chapter 32. Shadows outside the window. The fans in the live broadcast room, once filled with righteous indignation, suddenly found themselves amused once more. The esteemed boss, Isaac, said nothing, yet fervently showered gifts. "Old Han, come help me cook some noodles." A voice resonated from the kitchen, prompting one member of the team to rise. His face was adorned with a thick beard, indicating it had been quite some time since he last groomed himself. Though not particularly tall, he possessed a robust physique, with well-defined muscles bulging in his arms. As he strode past Yi Xiao, he cast a brief glance at him, accompanied by a soft chuckle before entering the kitchen. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. The laughter seemed devoid of any mocking intent. Indifferent, he sought out a spot to sit with Shou Chirui and Liang Kai. The three produced their water, and Yi Xiao retrieved a slab of compressed biscuit resembling a brick, tearing open the seal to share portions with the others. Zhou Chirui picked up his piece, attempting to bite into it, but failing. Then, with both hands gripping the biscuit, He tilted his head and finally managed to gnaw off a small fragment, chewing it with visible difficulty. The dry flavor was reminiscent of chewing cardboard, distorting his expression. Goodness, is this compressed biscuit truly so unpalatable? Liang Kai silently followed suit, stuffing his mouth as well. Yi Xiao let out a resigned sigh, taking a bite himself, only to scrunch his face in distaste. Nevertheless, there was no alternative. It at least provided sustenance. As he conversed, his gaze remained fixated on Lin Feng, who was not far away. His expression was impassive, yet his eyes never wavered. Moments later, individuals emerged from the kitchen, carrying porcelain bowls and distributing noodles to everyone. Although the broth was sparse and unremarkable, Zhou Qirui and Liang Kai nonetheless leaned forward in anticipation. Yi Xiao remained unmoved, his attention unwaveringly fixed on Lin Feng across the way. Outside, the sky had darkened, and the room was illuminated by flickering candles. In the dim light, a dozen figures sat or stood in the room, cradling bowls and bringing noodles to their mouths. The slurping sounds resonated in waves. Chen Gu placed his bowl on the coffee table, holding chopsticks in one hand while the other clutched a cigarette. Lin Feng was engrossed in his meal when he sensed an oddity. Lifting his gaze, he caught the audacious stare of Yi Xiao, who was fixedly observing him from a short distance, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "What are you looking at?" Lin Feng furrowed his brow in annoyance and muttered a curse. Yet, Yi Xiao maintained his enigmatic smile, silently scrutinizing him. "Damn it, what a weirdo." Lin Feng spat under his breath before returning to his noodles. Liang Kai quietly munched on a compressed biscuit, glancing at Yi Xiao, who still hadn't averted his gaze, and asked, "Xiaoge, what are you doing?" While chewing, Yi Xiao replied, "Nothing. You two should join in." Zhou Qirui, puzzled, asked, "Join in what?" Yi Xiao pressed his lips together, fixating on him. "Remember, keep an eye on him at all times. We'll take turns." Liang Kai and Zhou Qirui were uncertain of Yi Xiao's intentions, but Lin Feng seemed like the kind of person who would bear a grudge. So it was indeed wise to keep a watchful eye. After finishing their meals, they carelessly left their bowls on the table and proceeded into the rooms. The three-story building provided ample space, and Yi Xiao and his companions were assigned to a room on the second floor. The room contained only a hard bed and simple bedding, with dust that had accumulated over time swirling in the air. The room, though not particularly spacious, featured a half-open window with intact glass. However, such self-built houses in rural areas typically lack security screens. On the opposite side of the room stood an old double-door wardrobe. Zhou Qirui and Liang Kai were nearby, shaking off the dust from the sheets and bedding, while Yi Xiao approached the window, intending to close it. The sky had already darkened, contrasting sharply with their vibrant world. In the city, the lights sparkled brilliantly, even at 7 or 8 o'clock, illuminating the surroundings and masking the encroaching darkness. Yet here, not a single light flickered. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it felt as if a heavy, black shroud enveloped the area, casting an oppressive gloom. Yi Xiao peered outside, just as he was about to pull the window shut when a rustling sound caught his attention. Curious, he leaned out to glimpse the source, only to behold a round, bulbous creature scuttling towards him with several spider-like legs. "What the hell?" Yi Xiao exclaimed, quickly retracting his head and yanking the window closed. The creature leaped against the glass with a dull thud. Startled, Yi Xiao stumbled back, and just as he prepared to shine his flashlight towards the glass, the creature vanished from sight. What in the world was that? Cautiously, Yi Xiao edged closer to the window, directing his flashlight outside. In the grass behind the small building, he noticed a quivering movement, suggesting something was stirring within. He quietly stepped back, casting his gaze toward the wardrobe and urgently beckoning Liang Kai. "Hurry, come help." Liang Kai hurried to the other side of the wardrobe. The two of them strained with great effort, lifting the heavy, old-fashioned wooden cabinet. Liang Kai, with his slender arms and legs, exerted himself to the utmost. His face flushed as he managed to utter a few words to Zhou Qirui. "This is so heavy. Come help." Together, the three of them managed to shift the cabinet to the window, blocking it. This place doesn't seem very safe either. Liang Kai, panting, collapsed onto the bed. Zhou Qirui cautiously checked whether the cabinet adequately concealed the window, and then turned to Yi Xiao. "Brother Xiao, should we inform Brother Chen?" Yi Xiao nodded and opened the door to step outside, only to find that Brother Chen's group had no rooms available, but were instead locking the doors to other rooms. They seemed prepared to spend the night in the living room. Yi Xiao called out to Brother Chen, "Brother Chen, it seems there is something outside." Brother Chen, lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, remained motionless, while Zhao chuckled and replied, "Isn't that normal? It would be odd if there were nothing." Chapter 33. Brother Xiao? I am a straight man. These individuals appeared indifferent to Yi Zhao's warning, not out of disdain, but rather as a natural instinct of caution. Their actions of firmly closing the doors and staying in the living room indicated they were already on high alert. Yi Zhao nodded, realizing that since they were aware of the situation, there was no need for him to elaborate further. These individuals were undoubtedly far more experienced than the newcomers in this post-apocalyptic world. Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai had already made the bed, each claiming a side, comfortably nestled beneath the covers. Yi Zhao cast a bemused glance at the pair, hesitating for a few moments before inquiring, "You two, newlyweds, are you?" The couple exchanged a look, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they tumbled off the bed. Zhou Chirui, visibly distressed, lamented, "Xiaogo, I'm not the first man." Liang Kai shot him a glare, retorting, "Am I not the first man?" The barrage of comments erupted with laughter, teasing the two. Yi Zhao chuckled softly, closed the door, and approached the bed. "All right, let's get some rest," he declared. He then knelt beside the bed, retrieving a sleeping bag from his backpack and spreading it out on the floor, lying down first. As Zhou Chirui prepared to remove his shoes to climb into bed, Yi Zhao glanced over and advised, "Keep your shoes on. The night may not be tranquil. Let's make the most of our rest." With that, he seized a flashlight and extinguished its beam. Instantly, the room was enveloped in darkness, save for the anxious breaths of the three. Leaning against the sleeping bag, with his handgun close at hand, Yi Zhao turned his gaze towards the streaming panel. To his astonishment, he noticed a button labeled Night Market Mode. Could it possibly activate night vision? Intrigued, Yi Zhao pressed the button, and indeed, the next moment, the once chaotic barrage of comments transformed into visibility. "Lieutenant Qinglang, oh, there's a night vision mode. The broadcast system is truly remarkable. It even allows for the switching of night markets. However, the atmosphere here feels rather precarious, and one cannot be entirely certain of those present. Vigilance is advised. Alas, I sense that tonight will once again be a night of sleeplessness." Isaac has praised this broadcasting space, and I am curious to witness its grandeur myself. Welcome, Eldon Pharaoh, as the governor of this broadcasting realm. Is it time to retire for the night? Fear not. Dear host, it is likely that the streamers will remain awake tonight. The host has been here for 3 days and has yet to enjoy a decent night's rest. What a pity. A sudden thrill coursed through Yi Zhao upon hearing of yet another governor. It seems Isaac's acquaintances are all scions of affluent families, each ascending to the role of governor with such ease. He expressed his gratitude. "My sincere thanks to Eldon Pharaoh for the governorship, and to the esteemed host for their support." Yet, with a hint of resignation, he murmured, "It seems I shall only manage a few hours of sleep tonight." As the midnight hours are the most perilous, the shadowy figure outside the window was obscured by darkness, rendering it indistinguishable, but I sensed it was not an animal. "Please continue your conversation. I shall rest for a while." The barrage of comments urging him to sleep filled the screen, and as Yi Zhao closed his eyes, he endeavored to cultivate drowsiness. Yet, the incessant creaking from the adjacent bed, whether it was Zhou Chirui or Liang Kai, kept him restless as they tossed and turned. Losing his patience, Yi Zhao softly admonished, "What are you two doing? Are you not going to sleep? Engaging in deep conversation, are we? Miss Luna, ha ha ha, Tine and Tong. Coffee without sugar. I wonder how deeply one can delve. Ha ha, Liang is mine. I'm going to die laughing. My brother Yao is so unfortunate." A plaintive voice from Liang Kai emerged, "Brother, I can't sleep. I'm used to staying up late. It's barely this early. How can I possibly sleep?" Qiu Rui shifted to the edge of the bed, peering into the darkness with his eyes wide open, murmuring weakly, "Besides, we took a nap in the car today." Yi Zhao understood that night owls accustomed to late nights indeed struggled to sleep early. He sighed. "Well then, if you two can't sleep, keep watch while I catch some rest." The two responded cheerfully. "Hee, you sleep, you sleep." Yi Zhao turned over and soon succumbed to slumber, for he had been utterly exhausted during the day. The quiet conversation outside the room gradually faded away. Inside the premier room, silence enveloped the space, and under night vision, only the 3 occupants lying within could be discerned. Outside, the absence of insect sounds rendered the night eerily still. A sudden urge to relieve himself roused Yi Zhao from his slumber. He groggily turned to sit up. The two on the bed were now snoring, deep in sleep. Rubbing his eyes, Yi Zhao glanced at the premier room and yawned. "What time is it?" Observing the precise time displayed in the barrage of comments, Yi Zhao climbed out of his sleeping bag, reached for the flashlight beside him, and pressed the switch. A brilliant beam of light instantaneously illuminated the dim room, the blinding brightness tearing through the darkness, causing a momentary discomfort to Yi Zhao's eyes. He raised his hand to shield his eyes, and after a few moments of adjustment, he seized the handgun beside him and stood up. "Where are you going?" asked Zhao. Yishao tucked the pistol into his pocket and made his way towards the door, expressing his intention to relieve himself. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of a night light in the living room, casting an eerie green glow against the white walls, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The slumbering figures sprawled haphazardly were rendered grotesque in the dim, greenish light, reminiscent of a horror film filled with lifeless bodies. As Yishao stepped out of the room, he turned to find Zhao seated on the staircase, alert and evidently keeping watch. He glanced at Yishao and inquired, "Where are you off to?" Yishao shrugged and replied, "Just taking a leak." Zhao gestured towards the far end of the corridor on the left side of the staircase, a mere few meters away. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yishao brandished his flashlight and proceeded, pushing open the wooden door. He cast a glance at the tightly shut window before silently moving to the edge of the squat toilet, succumbing to the call of nature. At that moment, the scene seamlessly transitioned to another angle, discreetly avoiding Yi Zhao's privacy. He yawned languidly, the beam of his flashlight lazily illuminating the floor ahead. Yet, just as he approached the staircase, something suddenly darted up from the lower steps, flashing momentarily in the light before vanishing into the shadows of the living room. Yi Zhao's drowsiness evaporated in an instant. He froze, perplexed by the fleeting glimpse of what he had just seen. He murmured, "What was that?" "A head." Chapter 34. Was that a head? In a dimly lit room, a peculiar object flickered momentarily beneath the beam of a flashlight. Sitting on the staircase, with a cigarette pinched between his fingers, Zhao found himself momentarily stunned. The creature moved with such swiftness that he barely had time to discern its form before instinctively rising to his feet. He turned to his companion, Yishao, and inquired, "Did you catch a glimpse of what it was?" Yishao shook his head, methodically sweeping the flashlight across the living room. The brilliant beam illuminated the space, startling several team members who shielded their eyes, irritated by the sudden glare. A series of faint footsteps echoed through the air, followed by a shadow the size of a soccer ball darting swiftly beyond the periphery of the flashlight's glow, racing toward the open bedroom door. "What on earth is happening?" grumbled one of the awakened team members in the living room, their annoyance palpable. "Shoo!" Zhao urgently gestured for silence among the group. His hand had already moved to his back, retrieving an intricately designed handgun. The weapon gleamed silver, equipped with a container for some form of nuclear liquid. Yet it was a seamless piece, appearing far more polished than Yu Zhao's rough modified firearm. In the living room, several individuals, startled awake, cautiously turned over and stood up, gently nudging their companions to rouse them one by one. At this moment, Yishao had already arrived at the open doorway of the bedroom, holding a flashlight, while Zhao, armed with a gun, closely followed by his side. The beam of light pierced into the bedroom, illuminating the figures of Zhou Qiray and Liang Kai, who remained deeply asleep, their snores rising in the air. As the flashlight beam fell upon the hard bed, Yishao and Zhao discerned the object perched upon the bulging quilt. Both gasped in astonishment, freezing in place, paralyzed by the sudden horror. They found themselves at a loss for words to describe the abomination before them. It was a human head. No, it was indeed a human head, standing upright upon the mound of blankets, its severed neck writhing with black tendrils beneath, while on either side, flesh-colored legs sprouted, resembling a grotesque spider that supported the head. Seemingly aware of the light, the head, turned away from the doorway, gradually shifted its delicate legs and revealed a face devoid of vitality, the murky eyes fixating precisely on the threshold. Suddenly, its mouth gaped open, emitting a series of sharp, eerie cackles. At this moment, both Yishao and Zhao, in perfect unison akin to a barrage of comments flooding a live stream, exclaimed, "What the hell?" The once soundly sleeping Zhou Qiray and Liang Kai were jolted awake. Rubbing their eyes and sitting up, still in a daze, they followed the beam of light streaming through the doorway, glancing toward the source of the disturbance. Standing atop their blanket, a disembodied head, merely a meter away from the two, unexpectedly entered their line of sight. Ha! Suddenly, the head on the blanket turned, letting out a terrifying shriek as it lunged toward them. Two cries of sheer terror erupted, instinctively. The individuals on the bed flung off their covers and tumbled down in a state of panic. The peculiar head was subsequently ensnared beneath the blanket. Thrashing about on the bed, Zhao shouted, "Quick!" and in an instant, dashed forward, with Yishao closely trailing behind, the flashlight flickering wildly. The two positioned themselves on either side, firmly grasping the blanket that enveloped the head. Beneath the fabric, a large bulge writhed violently. Yongkai and Shochirue, paralyzed by fear, pressed tightly against the wall, rendered utterly immobile. At that moment, a figure burst through the doorway. It was Dahei. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his machete and struck the object beneath the blanket with the back of the blade, delivering several forceful blows. A cacophony of piercing shrieks emerged from beneath the covers, followed by an abrupt cessation of struggle. To ensure that the creature would not rise again, Dahei twisted the machete in his hand and plunged it fiercely into the blanket. At last, Yi Xiao and Zhao sighed in relief, releasing their grip and stepping aside. Shochirue and Liang Kai, their faces as pale as ghosts, clung to the wall like geckos, barely able to support their noodle-like legs. "Are you all right?" Yi Xiao glanced at the two individuals who were utterly paralyzed with fear and inquired softly. Upon seeing them tremble and shake their heads, he felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Brother Chen and several of his team members had already stepped into the room. Zhao lifted the quilt, revealing the contents beneath. The head displayed a significant dent from a violent blow, and a knife had pierced through the eye, causing a viscous, murky black liquid to ooze out, releasing a nauseating odor. Liang Kai and Zhou Chirue could not suppress their retching, quickly turning away, unable to bear another glance. "Miss Luna, I can't look anymore. It's too terrifying." Captain Qing Lang. "My goodness, this is truly a disturbing spectacle." Isaac's heart, ugh. Sunran, I apologize. I must step out to vomit for a moment. Eldon Pharaoh, I'm in the midst of a midnight snack. Ugh. The audience in the live broadcast room was thoroughly disgusted. Yet the gifts kept pouring in, clearly indicating that such stimuli, though horrifying, also exhilarated them. Brother Chen furrowed his brow, visibly perplexed by the sudden emergence of this ghastly entity in the room. Where could this thing have come from? Zhao rose and stated, "It came rushing up from downstairs." Brother Chen immediately signaled to the individuals behind him, who promptly drew their silver guns and turned to head downstairs. The first floor was equipped with security grills, and no signs of forced entry were evident. It remained a mystery from where this entity had emerged. The room was sealed tightly, yet there was a hole beneath the kitchen door, although the kitchen windows were also protected by security grills. The chimney. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed, belonging to the Mediterranean chef responsible for today's meal. The stove was an antiquated wood-burning model, likely permeated with smoke and soot. Suddenly, an odd knocking sound interrupted the conversation, causing everyone to turn their heads toward the source of the noise, the window of the second-floor living room. However, the original window had been obstructed by a cabinet, leaving only a narrow gap at the top that could not be concealed. The persistent knocking emanated from the glass window behind the cabinet. A beam of flashlight swept over, illuminating two faces gently tapping against the glass. Chapter 35. The head spider. The scene was reminiscent of a horror film, inciting gasps and startled whispers from the viewers in the broadcast room. Yet, the group depicted on the screen remained eerily silent. Instinctively, they all held their breath, cautiously grasping their firearms and weapons. "Turn off the lights." Chin's suppressed voice reverberated in the darkened living room, and instantly, the beam of light illuminating the faces vanished. Yu Xiao also switched off his flashlight. However, the cessation of light did not quell the knocking from outside. In fact, the sounds grew increasingly raucous. From within the tightly shut room, the noise resonated, muffled by the closed door. The knocking intensified, resembling countless ghostly hands converging upon the glass, frantically rapping against it. Shochirue felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck and silently edged closer to Yi Xiao. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, save for the dim green glow of the night light in the living room, allowing the group to discern their environment. Liang Kai gripped the pistol tightly, his lips quivering, and his voice trembled with unease and fear. Xiao go. He called softly to Yi Xiao ahead, seemingly seeking courage from him. "Everyone, carefully make your way to the first floor. Those ghastly beings can see us." The group swiftly sprang into action, each person grasping their belongings as they descended the stairs. At that moment, Chun Gu and his companions had already lightened their footsteps, hastily moving to the first floor. Yi Xiao and his two companions followed suit, urgency propelling them downward. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, meticulously scrutinizing the expressions of Chun Ji's group. A few of them were armed with guns, while the majority wielded knives. The creature's size made it difficult to hit with firearms. Yi Xiao gripped his combat knife firmly, pivoted, and extended his left hand, striking the hands of the two behind him that clutched their clothing. With a disdainful flick, he pushed their hands away and whispered, "Put the guns away. Use the knives." At that moment, Zhou Chirue, and Liang Kai's minds were in a state of paralysis. They would heed whatever Yi Xiao instructed. They nodded vigorously, trembling as they secured their firearms, now gripping machetes and spears. The first-floor windows at least had security bars, yet illuminated by the night lights. The bars were crowded with heads of grotesque figures, their thin limbs pushing and shoving against the limited window space. Their mouths opened and closed, emitting strange sounds that resembled mocking laughter or perhaps hushed whispers. I love Tentacle Girl. I am currently peering through my fingers. Isaac's heart. This is far more exhilarating than a horror film. Freaky Friday. My phone nearly slipped from my grasp in fright. 3 foxes. Goodness, it's all head monsters. Half an orange. I'm covered in goosebumps. Arkham Asylum. Must it be this thrilling every night? Due to the presence of a security grate, the outside entities cannot intrude easily. Chin's subordinates have blocked the hole beneath the kitchen door and promptly began to move items, stacking them toward the staircase. A sharp crack reverberated from above, the sound of shattering glass cascading down, echoing in the silent night, accentuating the percussive noises. The sound of breaking glass heightened everyone's alertness. Those entities had breached their defenses. A series of thuds resonated as they pounded against the door upstairs. At this moment, Yi Xiao felt a flicker of relief, knowing that those headless figures lacked hands and could not turn the knob. However, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from above, accompanied by bizarre laughter. Those grotesque heads surged through the window of the third-floor stairwell, flooding in. They have arrived. The hefty cleaver in Dehay's hands was positioned defensively in front of him, his gaze fixated on the staircase. Although a jumble of furniture obstructed the entrance, it could not entirely seal off the spacious stairwell. Hee hee hee, hee hee hee. From one side, the strange laughter emerged, prompting Yi Xiao and his companions, who were huddled against the wall in the corner, to turn their attention toward the window. Beyond the tightly sealed glass window, the security grate was alive with grotesque figures, their slender legs and twitching antennae animatedly emitting bizarre cries, as if rallying for support. Ha 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 ha. Their eerie, sharp laughter pierced the air, grating like the sound of glass scraping, sending shivers down Yi Xiao's spine. Suddenly, one of these grotesque heads leapt down from the gap at the stairway. At that moment, a blinding beam of light erupted, illuminating the living room as if it were the brightness of day. The glaring light shone directly at the stairway, where the head had just descended, and it emitted a piercing shriek. The ashen eyelids snapped shut, obscuring the slightly murky pupils. The disoriented head watched as a formidable blade swung before it. Yet it remained motionless. In a swift motion, the blade sliced through the air, and Yi Xiao caught a fleeting glimpse of an orange-red arc flickering across its edge. With a swift whoosh, the blade traversed the center of the head in midair as if encountering no resistance whatsoever, cleaving the creature in twain. The head fell to the ground with a thud, akin to a watermelon being split open, not a drop of dark blood splattering forth. The incision was pristine, as if crafted by a laser, with a faint charred aroma emanating from the severed edge. The tendrils beneath the neck twitched momentarily before falling utterly still. Incredible! Liang Kai exclaimed in astonishment, and Yi Xiao's gaze was drawn to the knife in Dehay's hand. What a remarkable blade! His fiery eyes gleamed with unspoken desire, yearning for it. However, reality offered them no respite, nor the luxury of reverie. Heads, one after another, tumbled down from the upper staircase, shrieking and baring their jagged teeth, resembling monstrous spiders as they scuttled rapidly across the walls, before lunging towards the crowd. Yet, the intense and blinding light acted as an invisible barrier, rendering these frenzied creatures momentarily disoriented. They recoiled from the harsh illumination, hastily skittering with their elongated legs into the shadows. The crack of gunfire erupted as Zhao brandished his weapon, firing at the swarm of head-like monstrosities that poured down the staircase like an avalanche of spiders. His aim was precise, as each peculiar head exploded midair. Others wielded knives or axes, fiercely hacking at the erratic heads that darted about. Yi Xiao was equally engaged, delivering a swift kick to a head that had leapt at his feet, then pivoting to plunge his combat knife into another that was scaling the wall. Zhou Qiray gripped his cleaver tightly. Despite the fear shimmering in his eyes, he was not paralyzed with dread. However, his chopping motions and labored breaths lacked a certain vigor. Yi Xiao, irked, cast a glance at Liang Kai, who stood frozen in stupor, and scolded him. What are you dawdling for? Are you hoping to meet your end by just standing there? Chapter 36. The Flesh Mountain outside the window. What window? Yi Xiao, in a fit of vexation, cast a glance toward the window, only to be momentarily choked by the sight beyond. The luminous rays flooding the room allowed him to discern the scene near the window with startling clarity. The heads that had previously clamored outside the stainless steel security grille had vanished, only to be replaced by a multitude of hands. These hands were grotesquely fused with some form of flesh, interspersed with a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth. Long, sinuous tentacles writhed from the cavernous mouth, flailing through the air. Yet what left Yishao in a state of horrified stupor was not merely this disturbing tableau, but the immense body that had entirely obscured the window. It was not just one window, the narrow aperture above the security door, as well as the window on the opposite side of the door, were both thoroughly concealed by this colossal form. All that remained visible were the congested masses of flesh and blood, countless hands clawing and flailing, and that bizarre, gaping maw. Morning fire. Good heavens, it's enormous. Vitality gauge. Can this Liang Kai be of any use? Milk tea, 7 parts sweet. This is utterly disgusting. I can hardly bear to watch. The viewers in the live broadcast room, aligning their gaze with Yizhao's, rotated their cameras to behold the horror outside the window. The online audience had surged to 30,000. Meanwhile, Brother Chen and his companions were still engaged in dispatching the heads, completely oblivious to the spectacle unfolding beyond the glass. Brother Chen. Outside. What? Ahead, Chen swung his dagger with impatience, glancing back with a sudden jolt that widened his eyes and narrowed his pupils. He muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it. Casting a quick glance at the chaos of the headless figures scurrying about, he declared, "Do not concern yourself with the creatures outside the window. They cannot enter for now." With Chen's words, Yishao chose to disregard the entities beyond the glass. Suddenly, a shadow darted at his feet. Instinctively, he yanked the dazed Liang Kai aside, delivering a swift kick that sent the severed head skidding into the corner. The head rolled with a dull thud, its elongated legs flailing in the air, while the writhing tendrils at the neck's severed edge twisted violently before launching 2 blood-red appendages. Thick as fingers, that ensnared Liang Kai's ankle. Ah! Liang Kai shrieked in terror, thrashing his leg wildly. With a dagger in hand, Yishao found himself momentarily paralyzed. Grabbing Liang Kai, who resembled a frantic dancer, and shouted, "Stay still." However, the head refused to detach, and the tendrils tightened their grip around Liang Kai's ankle. As Liang Kai flailed with increasing vigor, the head, previously toppled, was propelled upward, pulling its tendrils along and lunging towards his leg. In a flash, a blade sliced past Liang Kai's trousers, severing the tendrils that bound his ankle. The head landed on the ground, but before it could spring back to life, Yishao raised his foot and brought it down forcefully. Smash! A repugnant and viscous sound erupted, accompanied by the explosive splatter of thick, black brain matter. What on earth are these creatures? One individual cursed, flicking the blade of his machete to rid it of the sticky substance, which splattered onto the ground. Just when the group believed they could catch their breath, a piercing, shrill noise suddenly emanated from the window, akin to metal being violently contorted, scraping across their scalps. In unison, they turned their gazes toward the window, where countless hands, grotesquely fused with flesh, clutched desperately at the stainless steel security bars, pulling fiercely outward. The sound of steel nails, securing the metal bars, was heard being wrenched violently from the concrete wall. Outside, the hollow stainless steel pipes of the security gate were undergoing severe twisting and distortion. Damn it! Chen cursed under his breath, rushing to the window's edge. Pressing one hand against the frame as he shouted to the others behind him, "Lu Feng, Dong Heng." As his words fell, Yishao and Liang Kai, who stood together, were abruptly shoved aside by a powerful force. Yishao turned to see Lu Feng casting a disdainful glance at them, muttering, "Get out of the way. Useless." He then moved to the window, raising his firearm and aiming the silver muzzle outward. The others, too, positioned themselves behind another security window, directing their guns toward the outside. With a commanding shout from Chan, he forcefully pushed open the glass window, before the several long tentacles could reach in from outside. Those who had been poised behind the window simultaneously pulled the triggers. The orange-red liquid within the exposed glass containers of the firearms surged violently. As the dull gunfire echoed, the monstrous body outside, precariously hanging from the security bars, erupted in a spray of flesh and blood. Strangely, the creature, resembling a colossal mass of flesh, emitted a piercing shriek yet showed no sign of retreating. The exploded flesh splattered a viscous green liquid everywhere, revealing the underlying crimson tissue. Damn it. It's a regenerating creature. Chun muttered under his breath, while Yishao, initially perplexed, quickly grasped the gravity of Chen's frustration. The dismembered flesh began to writhe once more. Sprouting bizarre and robust tentacles, or growing what resembled human teeth, opening and closing in a grotesque manner. Zhou Qirui gasped in disbelief. Is it true? The guns are ineffective against these things. With a resounding crash, the security window on the right side completely fell away. Countless hands seized the window ledge, the enormous body straining desperately to push its way inside. The gaping maw in the center extended its tentacles, thrashing in the air. The corpulent mass of flesh, akin to a writhing blob of clay, found the window, though vast, utterly incapable of hindering its advance. The immense figure slithered into the room like a pliable mass of malleable clay, leaving everyone inside utterly astonished. Even the seasoned veterans, including Brother Chen, found themselves unaccustomed to such a bizarre scenario. For a moment, they were all frozen in place. Yi Xiao, Liang Kai, and Zhou Qirui, who were not far from the window, reacted swiftly. Zhou Qirui darted to the opposite side, distancing himself from the window, while Liang Kai, pale with terror, felt his legs turn to jelly, collapsing onto the floor, unable to muster the strength to rise. As the writhing tendrils loomed closer, Yi Xiao hastily grasped Liang Kai's arm, attempting to pull him away. Just then, Lin Feng, to the side, unexpectedly kicked Liang Kai with great force. The sudden fall of Liang Kai caused Yi Xiao, who had been pulling him backward, to topple to the ground as well. Lin Feng's scornful voice echoed, "Damn it, useless fool, don't make things harder here." Chapter 37. A carnage of flesh. The grotesque creature pressed madly against the window, blocking the entire opening, its repulsive, bloodied form exposed to the harsh light. Even the seasoned individuals were momentarily taken aback, let alone the inexperienced Liang Kai, who had just arrived in this apocalyptic world. Elden Pharaoh, this bearded man is utterly revolting. He will meet his demise soon enough. Heart of Isaac, what a piece of trash, acting all tough. The two wealthy young gentlemen cursed vehemently, their indignation palpable as they frantically showered gifts. Cola Bottle, is this guy named Kai even up to the task? Can you stop dragging us down? I've toughened up. I'm quite agitated. Are you taking advantage of our smaller numbers? I cannot swallow this indignation. How can the host endure this? At this moment, Yi Xiao is certainly displeased. Yet he understood all too well that a moment of indiscretion could jeopardize a grander scheme. Acting impulsively would yield no advantage to him, and currently, he was unable to act on impulse. He pulled Liang Kai aside, distancing them from the window, his gaze falling upon Lin Feng, who remained steadfast in his position, a shadow of displeasure crossing his features. At that moment, Brother Chen turned and glanced to the west, exclaiming in exasperation, "Where's the flamethrower? Damn it! Why didn't you leave it in the car?" Enraged, Brother Chen let loose a tirade of curses, shouting, "What are you still watching for? Activate the electric batons." He then twisted the modified knife attached to their gear, elongating the blade. In tandem, the two of them pressed down on the switch at the hilt, and the blade erupted with a fierce orange-red arc of light. They gripped the long handles tightly and thrust them forcefully into the gaping maw that opened and closed before them. The blade, more than 50 centimeters in length, plunged into the monstrous orifice with a sound reminiscent of flesh being torn apart. Instantly, the orange arcs of electricity began to surge across the creature's body, and the two men cranked the switches to maximum power. An eerie wail reverberated throughout the room as the enormous mass of flesh convulsed in the air. The pulsating orange electrical light inflicted excruciating agony upon the colossal beast, which, moments ago, had been desperately trying to force its way into the room, was now retreating in haste. The tendrils extending from the gaping maw fractured indoors, writhing in a grotesque dance. The immense mass of flesh retreated outside the window, prompting the duo, Dehei and another, to draw their long knives and swiftly disengage the switch, retreating several paces. Just as the monstrous figure, resembling a mountain of flesh, distanced itself from the window, Brother Chen suddenly raised his arm, hurling a hand grenade through the air in a graceful arc, which accurately landed within the creature's howling maw. Immediately thereafter, a dull explosion resonated, and shattered flesh erupted into the room through the window. Lin Feng and Dehei, standing perilously close, were caught off guard as the splattered remnants drenched them. A gelatinous half-hand, propelled by the explosive force, hurtled towards Lin Feng's face, striking him with merciless force. The others, taken aback, hastily retreated a few steps, twisting away from the onslaught. The floor resembled a burst watermelon, strewn with sanguine debris, accompanied by a pungent, foul odor reminiscent of long-decayed pork. Outside, a low murmuring ensued, as the colossal mass of flesh writhed, preparing to depart. However, without hesitation, Brother Chen seized 2 hand grenades and dashed to the window, flinging them towards the enormous creature outside. The violent explosions erupted, startling Yi Xiao and the others, who instinctively recoiled. Observing Brother Chun and his team clustering at the window, Yi Xiao curiously craned his neck. Moments later, Brother Chun turned to direct several team members. "Let us go, take a look." Zhao opened the security door, and several team members cautiously stepped out, guns raised and ready. Yi Xiao curiously stepped forward a few paces, arriving near the entrance, peering out with an inquisitive gaze. The enormous mound of flesh lay shattered and scattered in every direction, resembling a grotesque mountain akin to a massive truck, now slumped and melted like putrid mud, sprawling across the roadway. It was only then that Yi Xiao discerned the full visage of this entity, which bore the semblance of a colossal figure encased in thick layers of fat. In a distant corner above, two conjoined heads rolled their murky white eyes. The bloated, fermenting body was adorned with a haphazard assortment of limbs, both large and small, alongside a gaping, monstrous maw. It appeared as though dozens of human forms had been grotesquely amalgamated, akin to a massive modeling clay. At that moment, the live broadcast room was inundated with expressions of revulsion, the bright light spilling from the room illuminating the monstrosity in its entirety on the screen. This horrifying sight, capable of shattering one's sanity, left the audience momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to articulate the terror and discuss this abomination invoked. Yet, unlike the viewers confined to the screen, Yi Xiao, present at the scene, not only perceived the vivid and overwhelming imagery but also caught whiffs of an odor that the audience could not fathom. An indescribable stench of decay filled the air, inducing a wave of nausea. Brother Chin and his companions pinched their noses as they fished out an orange-red seed the size of a head from the mire. Ugh! Brother Chin grimaced, touching the scar on his face, spitting to the side, and as he rummaged through his pocket for a cigarette pack, he muttered, "Danger averted. Damn it. What a wretched place." He held a cigarette between his lips, igniting it with a lighter and inhaling deeply, showing no intention of retreating. Instead, he raised his hand to glance at the watch on his wrist. TSK, had this commotion already brought the time past 2 o'clock? He waved to the people in the room, indicating that they could no longer remain there. It was time to change locations. Yi Xiao and his companions, carrying their backpacks, followed the group out, stepping over the scattered heads and chunks of flesh. Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai, who trailed behind Yi Xiao, could not contain themselves upon seeing the scene outside, suddenly bending over to retch uncontrollably. Yi Xiao turned his face away in disgust, yet hesitated to abandon them. Once the two had finished heaving, they pallidly accompanied Yi Xiao and the others as they relocated to a nearby building across the street. Just as the trio was about to enter, Brother Chun, who stood smoking at the door, pointed at the grass spreading along the roadside. "Wipe your feet clean before you come in." Yi Xiao glanced down at the sticky soles of his shoes and quietly stepped aside, rubbing them against the grass. He cast a wary glance at Brother Chin, who stood casually outside, and asked, "Brother Chin, with the thunderous sound of that grenade explosion earlier, aren't you concerned it might attract more monsters?" Chapter 38. Roll up your pant legs. The recent grenade explosion had been quite loud, echoing through the stillness of the night, amplifying its impact severfold. Brother Chin lifted his gaze to Yi Xiao, his eyes narrowed from the smoke, and replied, "What is there to fear? In areas where such massive fusion monsters reside, it is unlikely there will be other night wanderers." He exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze settling on a grotesque mass of decayed flesh 20 meters away on the road. Those heads and that abomination must belong to the residents of this area. Yi Xiao was perplexed. What on earth were these creatures? How could they possibly still be alive after all this time? How alive? Brother Chin scoffed, remarking that these entities required no sustenance, as their cells would merely divide and proliferate. Before long, they would morph into something even more grotesque. He discarded his cigarette but onto the ground, extinguishing it with his foot. Particularly these hybrid forms, while the greenish night wanderers were somewhat tolerable, these aberrations were the most repulsive. At that moment, Yi Xiao glanced at the live comments beside him and posed a question that echoed a sentiment from the chat. What on earth caused this mutation? It was utterly terrifying. Brother Chin chuckled derisively, shaking his head, his eyes brimmed with mockery. A team member approached him, clad in a yellow-green windbreaker, and began to pull out a cigarette while saying, "What could it be? I heard that some fool attempted to evolve humanity, unlawfully establishing a gene-editing test tube baby clinic to create some superhumans, only to end up producing these mutations." Brother Chin furrowed his brow, retorting, "No. Where did you hear that version? What I've heard is that it's an alien virus. A spacecraft from another world crashed, and the extraterrestrial beings brought with them a bizarre virus that infected various life forms." Yi Xiao was somewhat bewildered. Really, Were there multiple versions of this rumor? The discrepancies between them were far too vast. TSK. Chingu suddenly scoffed, declaring that none of this mattered anymore. The world had already descended into chaos. And it would only worsen. Worrying about such matters was futile. Survival should take precedence. He cast a glance at Yishao, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Chirue and Liang Kai behind him, letting out a derisive snicker. It was a mystery how these two had managed to survive thus far. No wonder they could only remain within the confines of these high walls. Rolling his eyes, he strode into the house, eager to rest, as soon as dawn broke. They would depart this cursed place. He wished to linger here no longer. Yishao and the others followed Chingu into the dwelling. Upon entering, Chingu beckoned to a Zhao, please examine the three of them. Zhou Chirue and Liang Kai stood bewildered, while Yishao instinctively rolled up his sleeve as a Zhao approached. Having experienced the peril of mutation from those ghastly creatures, Yishao understood the gravity of the situation. Observing a Zhao seemingly inspecting Yi Zhao's injuries, Liang Kai was acutely aware that these individuals were hardly concerned for their well-being. Recalling the earlier entanglement around his ankle, Liang Kai instinctively took a step back, anxiety gnawing at him. Yishao and Zhou Chirue had already undergone their examinations, leaving Liang Kai as the last. Noticing Liang Kai's palpable unease, Zhao's expression grew notably somber. Yishao met Liang Kai's fearful gaze, furrowing his brow slightly. The beam of Zhao's flashlight now focused intently on Liang Kai's right leg, where the pant leg was visibly smeared with a strange slime. Liang Kai instinctively shifted his right foot backward, an action that immediately captured Zhao's attention. He coldly commanded Liang Kai to roll up his pant legs. At that moment, Liang Kai felt a surge of anxiety, yet he was aware that his right leg was uninjured. He simply could not ascertain the criteria these individuals were employing. With trepidation, he reluctantly pulled up his pant legs. Apart from a ring of reddened marks around his ankle caused by the constricting pressure, there were no visible injuries. Zhao glanced at Liang Kai with a light chuckle. You're quite fortunate, aren't you? After speaking, he waved his hand dismissively to the trio, signaling them to take their leave. The three entered a room, which featured nothing but a plain hardboard bed, nearly indistinguishable from the previous one. Yishao cautiously peeked outside the door. Aside from two individuals remaining in the living room, the others had retreated to separate rooms. He gently closed the door and turned to find Liang Kai nearly collapsed onto the bed. Yishao tossed his backpack aside and lightly kicked him with his foot. Liang Kai, somewhat bewildered, sat up. Yishao settled beside him, his hand resting heavily on Liang Kai's shoulder, akin to a massive stone pressing down upon his chest. Yishao's eyes narrowed as he stared at Liang Kai, his gaze piercing through the narrow slit, instilling a sense of discomfort and tension upon Liang Kai's countenance. You. Yishao's large hand gripped Liang Kai's shoulder like a vice, his voice lowered to a warning tone. Where has that bravado from earlier gone? I advise you to acclimatize quickly. If you stand there like a fool next time, just wait for your demise. Liang Kai wore a pained expression, refraining from retorting and instead huddled at the edge of the bed. Meanwhile, Yishao, having found a moment of respite, seized the opportunity to inspect the live broadcast room. The number of viewers had noticeably dwindled, leaving only a few thousand, as many had evidently retired for the night. Both Isaac's Heart and Eldon Pharaoh had showered the stream with numerous gifts. Yet, amidst the myriad of comments, the barrage from Kenyang Han Shui stood out conspicuously. As the audience expressed their revulsion towards the terrifying creatures, inundating the screen with derogatory remarks, this individual continued to offer considerate guidance from the sidelines, displaying remarkable perseverance. Contemplating with a hand on his chin, Yishao realized the grave risks associated with injuries. A wound inflicted by those creatures could lead to mutation. Recalling that there was a category for formulas in the system shop, he hastily navigated through it. Indeed, the section not only included various medicinal concoctions but also allowed for the exchange of finished products. Among the items he sought was the mutation blocker. This item, presented as a green syringe, required intramuscular injection. If injured by a mutant and at risk of mutation, provided the transformation had not yet commenced, administering the mutation blocker would effectively prevent the change. However, this remedy was rather costly. Priced at 5,000 points per syringe, and it was imperative to inject it within 1 hour of sustaining the injury. Recalling the earlier encounter with the Fae, Yishao couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. He cast a fleeting glance at the firmly shut door and promptly warned Chure and Liang Kai in hushed tones. Listen, should you fall prey to those creatures, it is imperative that you inform me within the hour. You will still have a chance of salvation within that time frame. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, both men's eyes brightened with a glimmer of hope. Liang Kai quickly nodded, hesitantly inquiring, "But what if it exceeds an hour?" "What then?" Yishao regarded Liang Kai silently, causing an involuntary shiver to course through him. Yet, Yishao merely smiled and patted his shoulder, reassuring, "Do not worry. I shall ensure your swift release." Chapter 39. Watch me repulse him. The very utterance failed to comfort Liang Kai. Instead, it rendered his expression woeful. With a face akin to a bitter melon, he gazed at Yishao, nearly at a loss for words. No please. Brother, this. Nai Dan Budan. Haha, Xiao Gu, stop frightening him. He is on the verge of tears. JNTIMI. This guy is utterly useless. He is either dazed or waiting for rescue. I'm done. Su Gu Lulu mi. If it exceeds, just await death. I'm truly done. JNGSH NBNK if ZHNGXN. I'm done. The streamer is your father. He must oversee everything. Who LZHZH? They are merely ordinary people. It's only natural to be afraid. Ting DUNHI? Exactly. Why ridicule him? As if you all are unafraid. The following morning, when the three were roused, the sky had already brightened significantly. As the three emerged, they found the others already partaking in breakfast. Yi Xiao produced some compressed biscuits, and Zhou Chirue and Liang Kai accepted them with grimaces. Zhou Chirue, visibly disheartened, pursed his lips. Was it really time for this again? Yi Xiao settled onto a small stool by the door, silently nibbling on his provisions, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng, who was not far off, munching on his own biscuits. His eyes, cold and tranquil, seemed to be locked onto Lin Feng, unwavering. The intensity of his stare naturally caught Lin Feng's attention, and as their eyes met, he noticed Yi Xiao and his companions observing him intently, without a hint of shyness. Yi Xiao's lips curled into a slight, humorless smile, his unblinking gaze unsettling. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, choosing to ignore them. Qin and the others finished their meal, wiping the grease from their lips before walking over to the vehicle to conduct an inspection. The proximity to the mountains lent a fresh vibrancy to the morning sunlight, illuminating the lush greenery, while the air was imbued with a freshness seldom felt in the ordinary world. The elevated oxygen levels invigorated the senses with each breath. The birds in the mountains chirped noisily, suggesting a thriving ecosystem had taken root. However, the scene would have been more pleasant had it not been for the rotting carcass in the distance. At this moment, much of the decaying flesh had turned to pus. Yet astonishingly, the weeds along the roadside, tainted by its presence, had begun to grow with wild abandon. Conversations drifted from the group gathered by the vehicle. A robust man named Lao Han patted the side of the vehicle, realizing the energy was insufficient. The seed core from last night could sustain 2 vehicles, couldn't it? DeHay rummaged through his pockets for a cigarette pack, lamenting that his clock core knife was already depleted. The clock cores from those monstrous heads were akin to mere kernels, utterly ineffective. Brother Qin took a deep drag from his cigarette, concluding that they must first venture to the nearby county for supplies. He turned to the group gathered in front of the house and called out, "Have you all finished eating? If so, prepare to set off. We are headed to the county to replenish our supplies." The crowd began to rise and shuffle towards the vehicles in a scattered manner. Yi Xiao, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, silently followed closely behind Lin Feng. Unconsciously, Lin Feng raised a hand to scratch the back of his head, disturbed by an inexplicable chill, and turned around impatiently. As he did, he was met with the bizarre smile of Yi Xiao, just a meter away. The muscles in Lin Feng's face contorted for a brief moment, and he exclaimed, "Damn it! Are you insane? What are you staring at?" Yi Xiao merely smirked, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Am I not allowed to look?" "Very well." He raised a hand in front of him, yet a pair of even more unsettling eyes pierced through the gaps between his fingers. He grinned, resembling a character from a horror film, possessed and bereft of reason, which sent chills down the spine. "Damn it, what a lunatic." Lin Feng muttered curses under his breath, contemplating a physical confrontation, but Yu Zhao's strange behavior rendered him devoid of courage. Instead, he continued to mutter expletives as he made his way to the front of the vehicle. The audience in the barrage was left bewildered, evidently struggling to comprehend Yi Zhao's peculiar antics. "Sen Hu, what's going on with the streamer?" Early in the morning, the atmosphere was quite peculiar. "What is happening?" Isaac S. Hart inquired. "Is the host experiencing some sort of mental issue?" Sunran commented. "Host, you might consider furthering your studies at my facility," suggested the Mental Health Rehabilitation Center. "The host is delightful, I adore him," exclaimed the charming little darling. Yi Xiao chuckled softly, discreetly lowering his hand, stating, "Our possessions are not so easily enjoyed. If I wish for him to partake, he shall find no peace in doing so. Zhou Qirai appeared somewhat bewildered, pondering whether merely gazing at him was sufficient. Yi Xiao, still smiling cheerfully as he fixated on the direction of the vehicle, gently patted his shoulder and remarked, "If someone were to stare at you intently, you would understand the sensation." With a sardonic laugh, Yi Xiao thought to himself that he could do nothing about him now. He would ensure that his annoyance would be relentless. Terrifying male presence. Lamented the lonely fireworks. The host possesses some intriguing qualities. Are they engaging in psychological games? Mused the failed men. You've mastered the art of psychological torment, noted Yi. Why are you still lingering? Get in the vehicle, called out a Zhao from the driver's seat of the van, his impatience evident. The three of them climbed into the car and shut the door. The vehicle swayed gently as it made its way toward the nearby county. The road ahead began to widen, and as they approached the county, abandoned cars littered the highway, creating an almost impassable congestion. The convoy was forced to halt, prompting Brother Chen to exit the vehicle and direct the group toward a side road. Shortly thereafter, the area ahead opened up, revealing a landscape less engulfed by vegetation. Surrounded by desolation, the area was marked only by long-abandoned houses. The convoy came to a halt in front of a dilapidated dwelling, and Yi Xiao and his companions swiftly disembarked. As he surveyed the surroundings, it became apparent to him that most of the region was dominated by derelict factories, with only a smattering of residential homes lining the roadside. Brother Chen and his group gathered together, seemingly orchestrating the distribution of tasks. Yi Xiao, Shou Qirui, and Liang Kai stood by the vehicle, with Liang Kai expressing his discontent. How much longer will this winding route take? Zhou Qirui glanced at the nearby houses and tapped Yi Xiao on the arm. Brother Xiao, shall we search the vicinity? I truly cannot stomach any more of those dreadful compressed biscuits. Ah, by the way. Shou Qirui discreetly cast a glance at the group engaged in conversation and leaned closer to Yi Xiao, whispering, Brother Xiao, doesn't your system marketplace have any food provisions? Yi Xiao shook his head. No. There are weapons and medical supplies, but no food. Shou Qirui, somewhat disheartened, remarked, I barely have enough water left. I need to find something to drink. Let's wait and see how they organize themselves. Yi Xiao's gaze remained fixed on Brother Chen's group, and soon after, Dehe and his companions approached. Alongside Brother Chen, Zhao, Dehe, and Lao Han. All 8 members of Lin Feng's party were armed and headed towards the county town. Brother Chen waved his hand, declaring, we can't leave today. We need to resupply. Let us first prepare the rendezvous point for tonight. Dehe and his companions retrieved their weapons and informed Brother Chen, we'll go take a look around. As he spoke, he led the group to the other side. Brother Chen glanced at the 3 of them without uttering a word, then gestured towards a nearby small house. Let's find a place for you to stay. Chapter 40. The secret meeting. The trio followed Brother Chen towards the house, where the doors were mostly unlocked, suggesting a hurried departure. Lacking nearby vegetation, the area was surrounded by vast, unplanned ruins, rendering it exceptionally desolate. Yi Xiao exchanged a glance with Zhou Qirui and Liang Kai, and as soon as they entered the house, they began rummaging through everything. Most of the food inside had long since spoiled, aside from the water in the tank. They only managed to uncover a few sausages and 2 boxes of instant noodles in the vicinity. After scavenging 3 nearby houses, they encountered no danger. Yet their haul was meager. Besides a couple of jars of pickled vegetables and chili sauce, they found merely 2 cans of honey, which, though scant, were better than nothing. Feeling dejected, Yi Xiao crossed her arms and gazed at the items on the table, invoking the system panel. In recent days, her follower count had surged rapidly, reaching over 60,000. The number of viewers online daily maintained a steady range of 10 to 20,000, peaking during commuting hours, lunchtime, and in the evening. However, the growth of her followers was not exceptionally swift. Despite the platform refraining from outright banning her initial broadcast room, it appeared measures were still in place. Since the last basic gift pack, there had been no notifications of new gifts, indicating she had yet to meet the criteria. Yi Xiao cast a frustrated glance at the barrage of comments in the broadcast room, which were filled with a crowd reveling in her misfortune. Elden Pharaoh, how unfortunate. I plan to indulge in French cuisine at noon to console the streamer. 3 Fox, alas, witnessing the streamer's misfortune makes my chicken leg all the more delectable. Look, I am ordering takeout. It's crazy Wednesday today. Chilly sunset and snow. Honey never expires and can replenish one's sugar levels. Yi Xiao pouted in frustration at the lack of empathy displayed by those around him. A group of individuals clad in navy blue uniforms entered the conference room, prompting a young officer to hastily stow away his mobile phone and rise to salute the newcomers. Curiosity piqued. He cast a glance behind the leaders at the figures who had accompanied them. Two individuals donned in distinctive uniforms, their origins a mystery. The expansive conference room housed merely 6 individuals, 2 uniformed officers, 2 leaders, a middle-aged man, and a young woman. The leader seated at the head of the table spoke. Xiao Lu, please report on the situation. The young officer named Xiao Lu stood, activating the projector connected to his notebook, displaying 3 documents. As the bright lights of the conference room dimmed, everyone's attention shifted to the personal profiles projected before them. The initial formal report was filed 3 days prior regarding a missing person, Zhou Chirue, age 26, a native of Jiaozhou City, employed at Jiaozhou Lujiao East Company, Limited as a salesperson. Following that was Liang Kai, age 24, hailing from Yinqing, who had been employed at an auto repair shop in Huafeng County, Yinqing, and had also been missing for 3 days. As they gazed at the information regarding the 2 missing individuals, the middle-aged man and the young woman exchanged puzzled expressions, seemingly perplexed by the peculiar circumstances surrounding their disappearance. The young officer deftly maneuvered the mouse, revealing a new piece of information on the projection. The photograph displayed a young, handsome man with a radiant smile and a short, neat haircut that exuded vitality. The disappearances of these 2 individuals were somehow linked to a person named Yi Xiao. At the age of 21, Yi Xiao had graduated from the Physical Education Department of East China University and chose to remain in Haicheng City after his studies. His family background was uncomplicated. His parents had divorced during his elementary school years, each forming new families, while he lived with his grandfather, who passed away during his freshman year. Currently, he resided alone in Haicheng City, working as a game streamer on the Billy platform. A few days prior, he had launched a premiere broadcast titled Apocalypse, during which the missing individuals, Zhou Chirue and Liang Kai, had initially been viewers but inexplicably appeared within the broadcast itself. Based on my recent surveillance and investigation, along with feedback from the streamer and the audience, the streamer claimed to have been transported to an apocalyptic realm via the broadcast system, while these 2 individuals were also drawn from the past as experiential viewers. According to the response of the police officers from the Jiaozhou City Public Security Bureau, Liang Kai had witnessed Zhou Chirue materializing in the broadcast screen while he was present in the premiere room. Upon hearing this, the young woman finally comprehended the reason for their inquiry. With astonishment, she raised her hand to interrupt the young officer's report, incredulously asking, "So, are you suggesting that these 3 individuals are no longer in this world, transported to a so-called apocalyptic world?" The young officer took a deep breath and remarked, "Indeed. Based on my observations over the past few days, I believe that Yi Xiao is not lying. They are truly being transported to another realm." At that moment, the man in the peculiar uniform seemed intrigued and inquired, "Oh, is he currently live? Let us check his broadcast room." "Yes, his broadcast room is open 24 hours a day and cannot be deleted or banned." With that, Xiao Lu hurriedly accessed Yi Xiao's live stream. The broadcast presented an almost divine perspective, revealing a young man shadowing a scar-faced individual in a small courtyard. In one corner of the yard, a descending staircase led to a small door. The latch outside the door was unfastened, and the scar-faced man stood at the entrance, tapping on the iron door. The metallic clang resonated, and an eerie shriek erupted from within, followed by a violent thud as something collided with the door, producing a resounding crash. Yu Xiao raised an eyebrow. There were living beings in the cellar. Brother Chen nodded, lifting his oddly designed silver handgun, disengaging the safety and loading it. He gestured towards the iron door and said, "This door swings inward, and something is blocking it from behind. In a moment, you will stand on top and kick it open, while I will handle whatever is inside." Yi Xiao grimaced slightly. Why should they release whatever was trapped within? Brother Chen, with half a cigarette dangling from his lips, replied, "Isn't it just to see if there's anything of value inside? Do you know how much a jar of fine wine would fetch at the black market?" Yu Xiao rolled his eyes, replying, "How would I know? It's not as if I'll profit from it." He added, "Those grenades of mine, you've used them for free." Qin Ji's scarred face twitched. "Why are you being so stingy? Stop wasting time and hurry up." With a disdainful curl of his lip, Yu Xiao positioned himself above the door and, gathering his strength, delivered a powerful kick to the door. A resounding bang echoed through the air. The iron door did not swing open entirely, but yielded a 20-centimeter wide gap, seemingly still obstructed from behind. Suddenly, a strange, eerie shriek emanated from the crevice. A diminutive figure surged forth through the opening but became stuck midway. This creature was clad in a cartoon-patterned dress, its petite frame juxtaposed with arms swollen like an adult's. Its pale skin was fissured, revealing vibrant, inflamed flesh beneath. It was a child, albeit one that had undergone a grotesque transformation. Bang! A steel pellet shot forth from the firearm, accurately piercing the creature's skull. Empowered by the force of the clock core, it obliterated the monster's head into fragments. Yet, the mutated child did not lose its will to move. Its swollen arm continued to flail desperately, pushing outward. From the shattered remnants of its neck, blood-red tendrils began to emerge, swelling outward. Chingu stepped forward, aiming at the gaping wound, and fired once more. This time, the entity wedged in the doorframe finally lowered its arm, succumbing to silence. Chapter 41. Leave this matter to us in the broadcast room. The half-open iron door was forcefully kicked open by the scarred man. The contorted body trapped in the gap collapsed as Yi Xiao approached. Brother Chun, holding a flashlight, pushed the iron door aside and stepped into the cellar. In the conference room, everyone was intently focused on the projection screen, with two leaders in police uniforms questioning whether this young officer was indeed presenting them with a science fiction horror film. Is this a premiere? An apocalyptic scenario? Liu could clearly see the unspoken doubts reflected on the silent faces of the two police leaders. The screen was inundated with comments streaming in from the audience in the broadcast room. A middle-aged man nodded towards Liu Yu and inquired, since this is a premiere, can the host interact with the audience? Liu Yu nodded, affirming that it was indeed possible, though at that moment, it was unlikely due to the presence of outsiders. Yi Xiao would refrain from engaging with the viewers. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. No worries, let us wait and see. At that moment, Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai arrived at the backyard, noticing Yi Xiao standing before the cellar. Curiosity piqued, they approached. Upon seeing the corpse at the entrance of the cellar, Liang Kai instinctively recoiled several steps. Yi Xiao, noticing their arrival, commanded, "You are just in time. Drag this body away." "What?" Liang Kai grimaced, his expression one of utter revulsion as he glanced at the lifeless form at the door, clearly reluctant to comply. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow and delivered a swift kick to Liang Kai's backside. "What are you doing? Do you really think you're a big shot? Am I your bodyguard and nanny? Could you possibly be of some use?" Yi Xiao raised his fist and feigned a move towards Liang Kai. "If you keep complaining while moving things, believe me, I won't care about you anymore." Liang Kai quickly shrank his neck and replied, "I'll do it. I'll do it." He and Zhou Chirui approached and dragged the corpse at the entrance outside. Yi Xiao peeked into the cellar, where a pile of bricks had accumulated behind the door, evidently blocking it. At that moment, Brother Chen was examining several tightly sealed jars in the corner, while the rest of the cellar lay empty, with only two desiccated skeletons in the corner, as if they had been completely devoured by some creature, leaving not a trace of flesh or blood. The mutated body outside was clearly that of a child, while the two skeletons were evidently adults. It remained a mystery what had transpired here, but whatever it was, it evoked a sense of melancholy. The cellar had a modest height of only 2 meters and spanned a space of about 10 square meters, quite spacious indeed. Brother Chen remarked, "This place is decent. Let us clean it up, and we can stay here tonight." He took a funnel and began pouring liquor into a jar. After transferring the alcohol, Brother Chen emerged holding the jar and said to Yi Xiao, "You all clean up the cellar first. I need to put something away." Zhou Chirui watched Brother Chen leave the courtyard and disdainfully pouted, thinking how adept he was at giving orders. Yi Xiao, however, remained indifferent, grabbing a broom from the corner and heading into the cellar. "Count your blessings. Brother Chun is still somewhat righteous. Had we encountered someone more ruthless, who knows what fate we would have met." In the initial broadcast, only Yi Xiao and his two companions remained. Observing this, a middle-aged man in the conference room exchanged a glance with Liu Yu. Why not engage him a little? Liu Yu, at a loss for words, tentatively typed a message. "Sangyang Hanyue, host, are you there?" After a brief pause, Yi Xiao on screen remained unresponsive. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Liu Yu glanced at the leaders seated at the conference table, pondered for a moment, and then pulled out his phone to send a captain gift. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao, while sweeping the floor, idly checked the broadcast panel and had already seen Sangyang Hanyue's comment but chose to ignore it. At this moment, noticing the captain gift from the other party, Yi Xiao couldn't help but smile. "Ah, thanks to Sangyang Hanyue for the captain." Upon hearing Yi Xiao's sudden remark within the broadcast, the individuals in the conference room displayed expressions of astonishment. Liu Yu explained to them, "I just sent him a captain." At this juncture, Yi Xiao was interacting with fans' comments, engaging in casual banter. "Lang Lang Qiankuan, today isn't exciting enough." "What do you mean by not exciting? Could you not wish for something more? It's quite taxing to maintain such excitement every day. Yi says Gxin. The more thrilling, the better. If you crave excitement, strive to be selected next time and come experience it yourself. Jiu Guasan's son. If I get chosen, I'll come and take you flying. I relish hearing your grandiose claims. Just don't scream louder than Liang Kai when the time comes. Both individuals could see the surprise and excitement reflected in each other's eyes. The middle-aged man bore a faint smile on his face, which was somewhat intriguing and warranted further investigation. He turned to the two leaders of the police station beside him and said, "Leave this matter to us." After Yi Xiao and his companions finished tidying up the cellar, they had a casual meal. As evening descended, a chorus of footsteps echoed from outside. The group emerged with only a few stains on their clothing and no significant injuries, save for a few minor abrasions. Upon noticing Chun Gu and Zhao approaching, two team members exchanged glances, momentarily displaying expressions of awkwardness and uncertainty. However, they quickly donned smiles, exclaiming, "It's nothing, really." With that, they hastily set down the bags they were carrying. Chun Gu glanced at the team members behind him and inquired, "Are you injured?" Zhao, take care of their wounds. The others quickly waved their hands, insisting, No, we have supplies in the vehicle. We can manage ourselves." They cast a furtive glance at Lin Feng, hurriedly suppressing their expressions as they made their way to the car. Chenggu and Dehei were preoccupied with examining the seeds in the bags and did not notice. Standing aside, Yi Xiao silently crossed his arms, scrutinizing the individuals outside. Lin Feng produced a cigarette, glanced at Chenggu, and smiled as he asked, "Are we staying here tonight?" Chenggu nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's too rushed. Let us rest for a day before we depart." Lin Feng smiled and nodded. "Sounds good." He then stepped outside. Notably, the team members exhibited an inexplicable sense of guilt on their faces. Chapter 42. Something is amiss. The setting sun had painted the horizon in a shade of blood red. Two brothers had gone to prepare a meal, while Chun, Dehei, Zhao, and Lao Han remained indoors, engrossed in a game of poker. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and his companions gathered at a distance by the rear of a vehicle, smoking and engaged in hushed conversation. Yi Xiao and his companions were seated on a few stone stools in front of a modest dwelling, while Lin Feng and his group stood some 10 meters away. Yi Xiao could only observe their lips moving, but could not discern their words. A few of them wore furrowed brows, exuding an air of indecision, occasionally casting furtive glances in this direction. Lin Feng, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, rested his hand on the shoulder of a companion, seemingly delivering a heartfelt discourse. Strangely, upon noticing Yi Xiao's gaze, Lin Feng merely sneered coldly before turning his back, evading his sight. "How peculiar," Yi Xiao muttered under his breath, while Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai remained oblivious to the unfolding scene, unsure of what Yi Xiao was alluding to. The audience in the live broadcast, however, discerned much, engaging in a flurry of commentary. "Sanhu, why do I feel like these fellows are hiding something nefarious?" Fu Eremo saw, as a psychology student. "It's clear these individuals seem to be concealing something." Mei Yiya, their anxious demeanor is reminiscent of a man caught in infidelity. Yi Xiao took a deep breath and inquired, "Do you also sense that something is amiss?" Zhou Chirui, intrigued, asked, "Brother Xiao, what is going on?" Yi Xiao gestured towards Lin Feng and his companions in the distance, who appeared to be engaged in hushed conversation behind Brother Chen's back. Liang Kai glanced over, while Zhou Chirui turned to observe Brother Chun and his group inside the house, completely oblivious to the peculiar tension. "Should I say something?" Yi Xiao, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "If a stranger were to speak ill of your brother, would you listen? You'd be more likely to confront the individual than entertain their words." He resolutely shook his head, pondering that, aside from the fact that our conjectures remain unsubstantiated, meddling in matters that do not concern us would only yield ungrateful repercussions. "Dinner is ready," came a voice from inside. Shortly thereafter, Zhao and the others rose and made their way outside, calling out to Lin Feng and his group. "What are you chatting about?" "Dinner is ready." "Ah, we're coming." The group immediately composed themselves and walked over. Upon entering the house, they each accepted the bowls and chopsticks handed to them by Brother Chun, their expressions betraying a hint of guilt, before they fell silent, focusing intently on their meal. Yi Xiao and his companions sat on a stone platform at the entrance, quietly nibbling on the meager provisions they had scavenged. Yi Xiao dipped a biscuit into a bit of honey, only to find it overwhelmingly sweet. Brother Chen consumed his meal with remarkable speed, finishing shortly. Setting down his bowl, he succumbed to his craving for a cigarette, retrieving his pack and stepping outside. Noticing Brother Chun by the roadside, Yi Xiao approached, hoping to offer a discreet word of caution. He alluded, "I can't shake the feeling that the atmosphere among your team seems rather off, doesn't it?" Chen Gu chuckled softly, lighting his cigarette and exhaling a plume of smoke. "Our team had been together for quite some time. As the captain, it was essential to allow some space. If the team members had nothing to gain, who would willingly follow you?" He inhaled deeply, then exhaled heavily. Naturally, when one possesses something valuable, they are reluctant to part with it. To ensure the longevity of the team, one must occasionally turn a blind eye. Yu Xiao raised an eyebrow at Chen Gu. After all, they were familiar teammates, and they all sensed something amiss. As the captain, Chen Gu must have already noticed. Yet, given his awareness, it was no wonder he held the captaincy. Since the captain had spoken, Yi Xiao felt little inclination to meddle further. As dusk descended, the basement was illuminated by glow-in-the-dark lights, casting a faint glow over the somewhat spacious area. Yi Xiao and the others had spread out tattered bedding in a corner and comfortably lay down. Chen Gu and Zhao rested on one side, while the few who had huddled with Lin Feng during the day sat across from them, wide awake. They were using a wooden plank to fashion a makeshift door latch behind them. The basement was not entirely sealed, but the absence of windows provided a sense of security. Before long, the overly tranquil night lulled everyone into slumber. In a daze, Yi Xiao felt a gentle push. Blinking his sleepy eyes, he turned over to find Liang Kai whispering under the dim glow, "Brother Xiao, I need to urinate." Ugh, what a hassle. Yi Xiao, feeling annoyed, sat up only to discover that the basement door latch had been opened. He quickly scanned the surroundings. In the cellar, the absence of Lin Feng and two team members was striking, while a few others leaned against the wall, armed. Their gaze fixated on the awakening Yi Xiao and Liang Kai. One of them broke the silence, inquiring, "Why aren't you sleeping?" Yi Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, as he had the same question. He turned to rise, intending to step outside for a moment. Just as Yi Xiao and Liang Kai began to get up, one of the armed individuals unexpectedly turned the gun towards them. Their movements froze instantly. Recognizing the undeniable threat, Yi Xiao realized that the current situation was decidedly precarious. He cast a quick glance at Brother Chun, who was still peacefully asleep nearby, and raised his voice slightly. "Brother, what is the meaning of this? We merely wish to use the restroom. If you are concerned, you are welcome to accompany us, but why aim a gun at us?" The others, disturbed from their slumber, murmured in confusion. Zhao sat up irritably, and upon seeing the guns raised before them, he asked, slightly bewildered, "What is going on here?" Brother Chen rubbed his eyes and also sat up, surveying the tense expression on Yi Xiao's face before turning to the armed individuals, questioning, "What is happening?" Yi Xiao gestured towards the group, stating, "You're awake, armed, and preventing us from using the restroom. What is the meaning of this?" Brother Chen's brow furrowed in puzzlement. Yet upon meeting his gaze, the armed individuals averted their eyes, clearly unsettled. As Chen Gu struggled to organize his thoughts, an unexpected sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cellar. Someone was approaching, and in significant numbers. Before Yi Xiao and the others could react, the iron door of the cellar was pushed open. Lin Feng leaned in, casting a sweeping glance around the dimly lit space, before lazily stepping further inside. Following closely behind was an unfamiliar man clad in a black t-shirt and black cargo pants, a firearm secured at his waist. Chapter 43. Lin Feng's betrayal. Upon seeing the stranger enter, Chen Ji's expression darkened instantly. The audacity of an unknown individual intruding upon their territory spoke volumes, something they all understood profoundly. The recently awakened He and Zhao instinctively reached for their weapons. Yet the team members opposite them raised their guns in response. The hands that had just touched the firearms froze in place. "Who are you?" A flicker of confusion and disbelief crossed Zhao's face as he and the others slowly grasped the gravity of the situation. Their gazes shifting towards Lin Feng and the intruder. "Why?" Chen Gu's voice was heavy with sorrow as he directed a pained look at the individuals across from him. The others averted their eyes, unable to meet his probing gaze. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao and his companions sat quietly in a corner, striving to diminish their presence. It became clear to Yi Xiao why these individuals had seemed so furtive and uneasy today. They were plotting rebellion. With a bemused shake of his head, Yi Xiao noted the frantic gestures of Zhou Chure and Liang Kai beside him as they silently sought guidance on how to proceed. Yi Xiao felt utterly helpless. What could he do now but watch the situation unfold? Just then, several unfamiliar faces entered through the door. They were dressed in a variety of attire, yet all bore the same somber hues, appearing travel-worn. Armed with an array of weapons, their guns were pointed menacingly at Brother Chen and his companions. It was clear they were completely surrounded. Find them all, Lu Feng suddenly ordered from the side, his smug expression reminiscent of a petty individual reveling in his ill-gotten gains, which made Yu Xiao feel a wave of nausea. The opposing team members slowly stood up, approaching Yu Xiao and the others with ropes in hand. Their weapons and belongings had been confiscated, and the three were tightly bound in the corner. As they reached Brother Chun, they lifted the ropes slightly and spoke with a hint of guilt. "Brother Chun, please don't make this difficult for us." Upon hearing this, a Zhao erupted like a provoked monkey, springing up in indignation. However, he was quickly subdued by two hands pressing him firmly to the ground. He struggled fiercely, venting his frustration. "Why? Brother Chin has always treated you well, has he? How could you betray your comrades like this?" Brother Chin understood that resisting was futile at this moment. He silently turned away, allowing them to bind him without uttering a word. Dahei wore a grim expression, permitting the actions of his former allies, his voice cold and heavy. Who would have thought he would be betrayed by his own teammates after 2 years together? The group remained silent, heads bowed to conceal their guilt, and once they had securely tied up their captives, they hastily retreated. In the room, only Lu Feng and a few strangers remained. These individuals were clearly organized, and the audience who had been staying up late in the broadcasting room were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. The once quiet barrage of comments instantly came alive again. "Nidan Bu Dan. I knew it wouldn't be peaceful tonight. Shali Song Mian Hua. What on earth is happening? Have these people betrayed us? Fancy. Hurry and notify the group. San Hu, I told you these guys were suspicious. Hanjiang Shui, what will the host do now? We have no idea who these people are." At this moment, Brother Chin had already fixed his gaze on the back of the leading man's hand, where a fiery tattoo immediately revealed the identity of the individual. "You are from the organization known as Free Fire?" These were the very individuals mentioned by the three earlier. Yi Zhao's heart sank. These people exuded an unmistakable aura of malice and ferocity. They clearly did not belong to the type who adhered to rules or possessed any moral boundaries. Rather, they resembled lawless individuals, akin to a gang operating outside the law. Yi Xiao felt the sweat trickling from his palms, bound behind him. Such individuals only cared for their own interests, and if he were to fall into their hands, it would surely spell disaster. The leader of Free Fire merely cast a casual glance at Brother Chun, smirking slightly, as if to say, "Ah, so you have heard of us." Brother Chin furrowed his brow tightly, locking his gaze onto the man. "What do you want?" The man cast a glance at Lu Feng, chuckling as he shrugged. "We are merely here to conduct business. Your grievances have nothing to do with me." As he spoke, he approached Yi Xiao and his companions. Crouching before them, he scrutinized Yi Xiao with a discerning gaze, stating, "I have come to inspect the goods." His voice, though not deep, possessed a certain magnetism. The man stood at a height comparable to Yi Xiao, his physique muscular, with a lean face and eyes brimming with shrewdness. Adorning his left ear was a stud, and the back of his hand resting on his knee was embellished with a red flame tattoo. Noticing Yi Zhao's keen gaze upon him, the man chuckled with intrigue. He then reached out to pinch Yi Zhao's face, much like the trio before him, inspecting the necks of the three. Subsequently, he tugged at their sleeves, examining their arms. Satisfied, he nodded and patted Yi Zhao's face, inquiring, "Hey, kid, which base did you emerge from?" Yi Xiao pressed his lips together in silence, for they had not come from any base at all. The man, seemingly uninterested in pursuing the question further, chuckled lightly. "No matter, it is of little consequence." He continued, "You haven't contracted any ailments, have you?" Shou Qirui and Liang Kai huddled close to Yi Xiao, their lips sealed. Observing their continued silence, the man smirked. "Should I discover that your blood is tainted, do not blame us then. If it cannot be used for medicine, it is merely waste." He raised his hand and patted Yu Zhao's face, asking, "Do you know the fate of waste?" The sinister smile only intensified the tremors of Shou Qirui and Liang Kai. Yi Xiao gritted his teeth, silently enduring the slaps upon his face. With a sullen gaze, he watched as the individual stood up, grinning. This person paid no further attention to Yi Xiao and his companions, instead striding towards the door, casting a casual glance at Brother Chun and the others nearby. Before patting Lu Feng on the shoulder, "Since you have decided to join our Free Fire, act decisively and leave no traces behind." "Yes, Yen good. You may take your rest. I will handle things here promptly." The individual stepped out of the cellar, the sound of his footsteps gradually fading as he ventured into the adjacent rooms. Within the cellar remained 2 members of Free Fire, arms crossed, guarding the entrance. Old Han glanced at Lu Feng, sighing repeatedly, while Dahei and Brother Chen cast cold, disapproving looks at Lu Feng. Ah Zhao, seething with rage, lifted his foot to kick at the individual, exclaiming, Damn you, Lu Feng. You traitor. Chapter 44. Watch how I bring you to your demise. In the cellar, Lu Feng observed the furious Ah Zhao with a cold smirk, raising his leg to deliver a forceful kick to Ah Zhao's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. He followed up with another kick to Ah Zhao's leg, cursing, "What are you shouting about?" Lu Feng, Brother Chen bellowed, stepping in front of Ah Zhao. "If you have grievances, direct them at me. Our current predicament is entirely your fault." Lu Feng retrieved a gun from his waist and crouched before Brother Chen. "Who instructed them to maintain a good relationship with you? It is difficult for me to spare a life." Lu Feng, upon reaching this point, lifted his gaze towards De He and Lao Han. "Of course, as long as you swear allegiance to me now, I can release you both." Bah. De He spat at Lu Feng, who remained unperturbed, merely smirking coldly. "If that is the case, then I am left with no alternative." Chen Gu, observing Lu Feng, queried in confusion, "Lu Feng, what have I done to deserve your betrayal? Even if you wish to monopolize the benefits, must you resort to such treachery against your brothers? Is it necessary to push them to the brink of destruction?" With a scoff, Lu Feng raised the cold barrel of his gun and struck it against Chen Ji's face. "Chen Gu, I have long harbored disdain for your timid nature, always seeking comfort. What kind of vagabond do you consider yourself? You merely point fingers at us, directing our every move, while your brothers languish in a lack of reward." With a derisive snort, he added, "You a captain? I possess far more qualification than you." Chen Ji's expression twisted as he suppressed his fury. "Is this truly the reason?" Lu Feng directed his gun towards Yu Xiao and the others nearby, contorting his face as he interrogated Chen Gu. "Do you have any idea how valuable those three asymptomatic individuals are? Sending them to the base? What benefits do you think those people will bestow upon you? How much of that will I see?" As he struck Chen Ji's head with the gun, Lu Feng reiterated, "I warned you before, but you chose not to listen." Chen Ji's head echoed with the sound of a resounding thud as Lu Feng struck him, tilting to one side. He held his body upright, gritting his teeth, his eyes reflecting disappointment, heartbreak, self-mockery, and helplessness. It seemed he had never anticipated that he would be betrayed by a brother he had trusted. Lu Feng approached Yi Xiao with a cold snort, and by a stroke of fortune, he had encountered members of the Free Fire while gathering supplies in the county town today. This was indeed a perfect alignment. A wicked smile crept across Lu Feng's lips as he struck Yi Xiao's face with his gun. "I told you to wait and see. Now you are in my grasp." "Ha ha." He laughed mockingly. "The people from Free Fire will not treat you gently. Just wait and see how you will be tormented." Lu Feng reveled in his triumph, repeatedly striking Yi Xiao's cheek with the weapon. Isaac's heart, right from the start, witnessing such a blood pressure-raising scene. "Streamer, finish him off." "Free foxes, damn it. I can't stand this for a moment longer. Cold River Snow, this dog truly deserves to die. Staring at whomever, this guy clearly looks like no good. Leaping into the sea, damn it, my fists are getting hard. The villain's great handsome, the streamer is tied up. How can he resist? Hip-hop monster, ha ha ha. The streamer is waiting for death now. White-haired Herrick, is this all the streamer can do? Not even daring to let out a peep. What a coward. Milk egg indifferent, can the brainless ones please stop talking?" In the live broadcast room, viewers were filled with indignation, voicing their frustration as they witnessed Lu Feng's arrogant demeanor. "What a coward. This is the so-called impressive premiere?" exclaimed one discontented spectator. Amidst the cacophony of disapproval, there were a few discordant voices echoing within the chat. However, at that moment, Yi Xiao was preoccupied, leaning against the wall of the cellar, unnoticed by anyone. Behind his back, his hands clenched a sharp dagger. As Lu Feng began his speech to Chen Gu and the others, Yi Xiao recognized the precariousness of his situation and swiftly exchanged for a dagger from the marketplace. At that moment, the ropes binding his hands had already been severed halfway. But Lu Feng's sudden approach made him hesitate to act. Yet, Yi Xiao's hands stirred once more, and he felt the restraints around his wrist loosen dramatically. The ropes binding his hands were finally cut free. Meanwhile, the several burly men by the cellar door remained oblivious to the system marketplace interface that appeared before Yi Xiao. The screen was filled with weapons that swiftly scrolled under Yi Xiao's mental command. The points displayed in the upper right corner had surged to 64,500, thanks to two major patrons showering gifts. As the marketplace interface emerged within the broadcast, the gift notifications began to flood the screen, causing the points in the upper corner to escalate rapidly. Although Yi Xiao possessed a modified seed gun, its excessive spread made it effective against monsters yet prone to inadvertently harming allies in confrontations with humans. His gaze swiftly fixated on a fully equipped assault rifle, complete with a magazine, the QBZ-191, priced at 40,000 points. Meanwhile, Lu Feng stood before Chun Gu and his companions, casting a glance at Da He and the others. With a feigned air of apology, he shrugged and remarked, "My brothers, I must apologize, but what can you expect for following Chun Gu? One cannot afford to be too tender-hearted in these trying times, can they?" With a grin that barely concealed his excitement, he lifted the firearm in his hand, disengaged the safety, and pulled back the bolt, directing the muzzle towards Chun Gu. It's a matter of survival of the fittest in this apocalypse. Death is a daily occurrence, and you shall grow accustomed to it. As Lu Feng met the furious and disdainful gazes of Chun Gu and Zhao, a wicked thought crossed his mind. Why not kneel and plead for mercy? He taunted. Zhao, infuriated, spat at Lu Feng, the saliva landing slickly on the toe of Lu Feng's shoe. He glanced down, pressed his tongue against his cheek, and, hands on his hips, chuckled softly. Now that's bold. He then turned his attention back to Chun Gu, raising the gun's muzzle slightly. Your comrades' lives hang in the balance, Chun Gu. Do you wish for their demise? If you clean my shoe with your tongue, I might just let them go. What do you say? Chapter 45. The villain falls victim to his own words. Fool. In the depths of the cellar, Lu Feng's mocking laughter echoed like that of a vile and contemptible demon, eliciting a profound sense of revulsion. Chun Gu clenched his jaw tightly, the scar on his face resembling a writhing caterpillar, subtly twitching with the tension of his muscles. His eyes brimmed with fury and humiliation, yet at that moment, all of it was suppressed within his trembling form. Silently, Chun Gu lowered his gaze, fixating on the saliva-slicked back of Lu Feng's shoe. Chun Gu, do not plead with this scoundrel. He does this intentionally. He seeks to humiliate you. Zhao shouted in exasperation, while Da He's anger surged, veins bulging as he cursed vehemently. Lu Feng, you despicable wretch. If you have the guts, kill us. Do I fear you? Lao Han gritted his teeth, sorrowfully shaking his head at the grotesque visage of his former comrade. At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream had turned frantic. Elden Pharaoh, can't endure this any longer. That bastard. Let's get him. 3 Fox. My blood pressure is about to explode. No Lagunyo. This person disgusts me. Cold-faced Mark. I wish I could go in and kill him. Fantashi. Damn it. Chun Gu is a good guy. Don't die. Amidst the collective outrage and fury, the fans could only watch helplessly as Lu Feng trampled upon Chen Ji's dignity. The frantic cries of a few only served to exhilarate Lu Feng further. With his gun aimed at Zhao and the others behind Chun Gu, he taunted, shaking the saliva-smeared shoe. Hurry up, Captain Chun, lick it clean. Do you really wish to drag your brothers with you into death? Rest assured, as long as you comply, I shall grant them a reprieve, and then offer you a swift resolution. Haraha. Standing by the door, arms crossed, 2 guards of the Free Fire observed with amusement as Chun Gu was humiliated like a dog by Lu Feng. However, at that moment, their expression shifted to one of horror as their eyes widened in disbelief. From the depths of the cellar, a figure, previously disarmed and securely bound, suddenly rose to their feet, inexplicably wielding an assault rifle. One guard, trembling with fear, lifted his weapon, shouting, "Hey!" Then, a barrage of bullets erupted, abruptly silencing the guard's alarm and disrupting Lu Feng's smug demeanor. The 2 guards barely had time to raise their firearms before being turned into a sieve by the gunfire. The first bullet tore through Lu Feng's body. He stood there, utterly unprepared, his face still illuminated by a triumphant smile just a moment prior. In the next instant, he was struck by the onslaught of bullets, convulsing violently as gaping wounds erupted across his torso. Chun Gu and his companions, kneeling on the ground, were splattered with Lu Feng's blood. In merely 3 seconds, the 3 individuals who had been standing in the cellar now lay lifeless on the floor, eyes wide open, devoid of sound. Chun Gu and his companions turned in bewilderment to see Yi Xiao, brandishing an assault rifle, disdainfully spitting on Lu Feng's corpse. Villains perish from their own verbosity. Do you understand? Fool. At this moment, the live broadcast room was inundated with the word, while gifts were incessantly rolling in. Chun Gu and the others gazed at Yi Xiao in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Where did you get that gun? They stammered, simultaneously, clad in a gas mask. He approached the cellar door. A tear gas canister appeared in Yi Xiao's hand. He released the safety, opened the cellar door, and hurled it outside. 1, 2, 3. Yi Xiao swiftly launched several tear gas canisters into the fray. Meanwhile, Shou Qirui and Liang Kai had already utilized the dagger left by Yi Xiao to sever the ropes binding them. Now, they were hastily freeing the bewildered Chun Gu and his companions from the multiple coils of nylon rope. As the bonds were cut, The Westerners realized that this was not the moment for inquiries and hurriedly donned the gas masks lying on the floor. Chun Gu cast a glance at the lifeless Lin Feng, grasped the firearm that had fallen nearby, and began to search Lin Feng's body. At this juncture, a Zhao and a He also rummaged through the weapons of the two guards, retrieving a flashlight. Outside the cellar, a cacophony of curses erupted, soon transforming into a chorus of violent coughing. "Quick, get inside and close the door," a voice shouted, followed by the frantic sound of a door slamming shut. Beneath Yu Zhao's gas mask, a muffled yet decisive voice commanded, "Go." He abruptly flung open the cellar door, revealing a blinding white expanse. With the windows and doors of the house tightly sealed, Yu Zhao hurled another tear gas canister over the wall and rushed towards the back door of the courtyard. A group of individuals burst through the door and rushed outside, while Chun Gu shouted from behind, "Go ahead and drive. I've got Lin Feng's car keys." In the pitch-black night, the surroundings were eerily silent, yet the earlier commotion would surely attract nearby night wanderers. The group sprinted along the alleyway, navigating through a narrow passage until they finally reached the road. Just as Yi Xiao and the others approached the vehicle, a gunshot rang out, and a flying shard of metal struck the protective shell of the car with a resounding clang. The sudden noise startled those who had just reached the rear of the vehicle, prompting them to crouch down for cover. The flickering beam of a flashlight swept in their direction, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. The assailants had already emerged from the buildings, and as Chun Gu prepared to peek out and return fire, he noticed Yi Xiao unexpectedly producing a grenade from somewhere, ready to throw it. Alarmed, a Zhao quickly grasped Yu Zhao's hand, exclaiming, "No, don't throw that. If it hits the car and detonates the energy cell, this entire line of vehicles will go up in flames. What a disaster." Yu Zhao casually shoved the grenade into his pocket and, without hesitation, retrieved a flashbang. Pulling the pin, he stood up resolutely and hurled it toward the distant, shifting figures. The explosion erupted with a resounding bang, followed by a chorus of curses from that direction. Yi Xiao felt a ringing in his ears, and Chun Gu and the others momentarily found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Shaking his head to clear the disorientation, Yi Xiao seized 2 tear gas grenades and tossed them toward the source of the commotion. A violent coughing echoed, and Yi Xiao felt a hand patting his arm. Following that, a Zhao tugged him along in the footsteps of Chun Gu, arriving at a pickup truck. Chun Gu had already opened the driver's side and settled inside. The sound of gunfire erupted, and amidst the thick smoke, a figure indiscriminately pulled the trigger in their direction. Yi Xiao swiftly opened the rear door, pushing Shou Qirui and Liang Kai inside before squeezing into the back seat and shutting the door. Lao Han took his place in the passenger seat, while a Zhao and a He leaped into the truck bed. The engine roared like a wild beast, and the stationary pickup truck suddenly spun around, hurtling onto the road. The inertia of the sudden movement caused Yi Xiao and the others in the back seat to tumble into a heap. However, the vehicle showed no signs of slowing down, racing wildly along the extended highway. Chapter 46. Yi Xiao is impressive. Elvin Pharaoh. One word, exhilarating. Isaac's heart. What is that guy's name? Let him perish. Haha. Exhilarating. 3 foxes. 6. The host is incredible. So exhilarating. Cold-faced Mark. The host is amazing. Knight and Buddha. My Yi Xiao is impressive. Liang is me. What is the hostess name? It should be Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao is impressive. Xiao Mian without shrimp. Yi Xiao is impressive. Makabaka. Yi Xiao is impressive. Zlazy. Yi Xiao is impressive. So thrilling. Host. Yi Xiao. Thank you for the gifts, brothers. Without your support, escaping this situation wouldn't have been so easy. Thank you, brothers. You all are amazing. Isaac's heart. Yi Xiao, too polite. Incredible. So exhilarating. The vehicle sped along the rugged road for quite some time, nearly toppling over several times due to the bumpy terrain. Only after they had traveled a considerable distance did the passengers finally exhale in relief. However, to avoid being pursued, Chun Gu dared not stop. They had to run as far as possible to ensure their safety. The group removed their drug-dealing masks, and Chun Gu, having narrowly escaped death, let out a long sigh while searching for a cigarette in his pockets. Alas, the cigarettes had long been taken. Observing his craving for a smoke, Old Han rummaged through the car and eventually found a pack. He extracted a cigarette and handed it to Chun Gu, lighting it for him. As the smoke curled from his lips, the tension that had gripped him began to dissipate. He glanced at the rearview mirror and sincerely expressed, "Brother, thank you for saving our lives. I, Chun Gu, owe you a debt of gratitude. If you ever need anything, just command me." Shou Qirui and Liang Kai looked at Yi Xiao with admiration and silly grins, still believing they were doomed. "Hey, Xiaogu, you're truly remarkable. Yishao waved his hand dismissively. No need for such flattery. We're all comrades. I simply couldn't tolerate that fool. He handed his gas mask to Liang Kai, who dutifully cradled it in his arms and shifted to ensure Yishao was more comfortable. Recalling Lin Feng's smug face, Yishao couldn't help but grit his teeth. That scoundrel had humiliated them so it was unbearable to witness. Moreover, he had long held a grudge against Lin Feng, regretting that a mere bullet had been too lenient a fate for him. The co-pilot, Old Han, let out a disdainful snort, remarking that the young man was not worth lamenting. The glass behind Yishao was tapped, and upon turning, he saw Zhao gazing at the rear window, exclaiming, "Dude, you're amazing." Old Han, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "But where did you acquire all these weapons?" Old Han, Gu, the driver, called out, casting a discreet glance towards Old Han, implying that he should refrain from further questioning. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets. Although this situation was peculiar, it was still a secret that was not theirs to unravel, as long as the outcome was favorable and they survived. Probing into such matters would yield no benefit for them. Old Han promptly grasped Chen Ji's intent and immediately laughed heartily, diverting the conversation. "Oh, by the way, it's a pity that we lost so many supplies." Upon mentioning this, a wave of discontent washed over the three of them, realizing that their backpacks had also been taken. Gu exhaled a plume of smoke and said, "No need to worry. There should be some items in the iron box in the back of the truck. The only downside is that this vehicle is too small to accommodate us all." Suddenly, two loud knocks resonated against the vehicle, and outside, a Zhao shouted, "Gu, there are night wanderers in pursuit." Night wanderers? The three in the back seat immediately turned to peer out the window and through the gaps in the bars. They beheld several humanoid creatures darting out from the roadside, their limbs contorted as they swiftly chased after the vehicle. Gu cursed under his breath. "Damn it. Brace yourselves." Behind them, a Zhao and Dehei clutched the edges of the truck bed with one hand while brandishing their firearms, targeting the relentless pursuers attempting to leap onto the vehicle. The road ahead was obstructed by abandoned vehicles, compelling Gu to jerk the steering wheel and veer onto a narrow, gravel-strewn path. The necessity to reduce speed allowed the pursuers to close in more rapidly. Yishao and the others hastily fastened their seatbelts, gripping the handrails tightly. Glancing at the tenacious pursuers outside the vehicle, Yishao noted Zhao and Dehei's remarkable marksmanship. They consistently seized the moment to take down the attackers as they lunged towards the truck. However, despite the engine's low rumble, the noise of the tires grinding against the gravel and the flickering headlights ahead remained unavoidable. Yishao inquired of Gu, "Are tear gas grenades effective against those creatures?" Old Han, seated in the passenger seat, tightened his grip on the handrail and replied, "Not at all. Those fiends are not so easily subdued." Gu, intently managing the steering wheel, gritted his teeth and assured, "It's fine. Once we distance ourselves from the county and hit the main road, they'll be fewer in number. Moreover, dawn is approaching." After a brief stretch of driving, they rejoined a paved road, and the remaining few pursuers ceased their chase, instead gathering around the fallen bodies to feed. Dehei, reclining against the back of the truck, pat the vehicle and slumped down, having given up the pursuit. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, but suddenly Liang Kai, seated between Yishao, exclaimed, "What the hell, Zhou Chirue, what's wrong? Are you carsick?" Yishao, filled with trepidation, turned abruptly to see Zhou Chirue, covering his mouth, his complexion ashen. I feel nauseous." Yishao, alarmed, shouted, "Goodness, please don't vomit in the car. Do you believe I would toss you out?" Zhou Chirue, with a pained expression, slumped in his seat, feigning death in a pitiful manner. After some commotion, the occupants of the vehicle found themselves wide awake. As the speed of the car steadied, Yishao turned to Gu, the driver, and inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" A ragtag band of wanderers, now reduced to a mere handful of Westerners, appeared utterly forlorn, their attire in tatters, embodying despair. Gu and Old Han sighed heavily, falling into a contemplative silence. They had never anticipated the disintegration of their once cohesive group. Reflecting on the group adorned with flame tattoos, Yishao curiously asked, "What exactly is that Free Fire faction?" Gu scoffed, his tone turning somber. "A band of unhinged lunatics. Initially, they were a minor outpost, but they morphed into a full-fledged organization, comprised entirely of individuals devoid of any moral compass." Old Han sighed again, glancing at Yishao and his companions. The base treats asymptomatic individuals relatively well. However, those lunatics regard people as mere commodities. If you were to fall into their clutches, it would be far worse than mere despair. They even dare to assault major bases. Women are treated like livestock among them. Any wanderers with even a modicum of principle would avoid dealings with them, for a slight disagreement could provoke their wrath. Chen Gu sighed and gestured to old Han for another cigarette. Now that we've gathered everyone, let's head to the base first and make plans later. We're not far from the base, so I'll take you through there first. Chapter 47. The low-level gift package. Hey, wake up. A sudden shaking roused Yi Xiao from his slumber. Blinking drowsily, he opened his eyes to bright sunlight streaming through the gaps in the car window. The day had already dawned, and the vehicle had come to a stop. Chen Gu, seated in the driver's seat, opened the door and stepped out. Let us take a break for a moment, he said as he exited the car. Zhou Chirue and Liang Kai had also awakened, groggily wiping the drool from the corners of their mouths. Yi Xiao opened the car door and jumped out. The radiant sunlight momentarily disoriented him, but after a brief adjustment, he began to survey his surroundings. It appeared to be the entrance of a village, with the vehicle parked on a dull, gray concrete road. The houses on either side were quite low, and apart from the distant, undulating mountain ridges, the vicinity was dominated by vast plains. Scattered along the roadside were a few low houses, few and far between, enveloped in silence. Chen Gu stood by the roadside, smoking, while Zhao Dehei and old Han stretched their limbs nearby. Having endured a night of jostling in the back of the truck, Zhao lamented, "Goodness, that back seat is not meant for humans. After bouncing around all night, my backside feels utterly ruined." Dehei glanced up at the sky, rubbed his eyes, and yawned sleepily. Yi Xiao glanced at the weary faces of his companions and inquired, "Are we still on the move shortly?" "After running throughout the night, we must have covered considerable distance. In their current state, it is unlikely they can catch up immediately." Dehei cast a sidelong glance at Chen Gu, hastily waved his hand, and made his way to the steps in front of a nearby house, plopping down with a sigh. No. I must at least rest for an hour or two." Chen Gu opened the car door, leaned inside, and rummaged for a map. After studying it intently for some time, he remarked, "We have deviated from our route. We need to detour. The group from Zaihuo is unlikely to pursue us closely, so let us take an hour's respite." He tossed the car keys to Lao Han, suggesting, "There should still be some supplies in the iron box at the back of the vehicle. Let's have something to eat to tide us over." Yi Xiao surveyed the small village of Shizhou, which consisted primarily of single-story dwellings, with a maximum of 2 stories. The surrounding flatlands likely contributed to the sparse vegetation, leaving much of the area uncovered. Zhou Chirue and Liang Kai were already itching to scavenge for supplies. Dehei and Zhao brandished their firearms, dutifully stepping into the role of bodyguards for Zhou Chirue and Liang Kai. This time, Zhao, who had previously cast sidelong glances, no longer complained, and even engaged in camaraderie with Zhou Chirue and Liang Kai, linking arms with them. Yi Xiao, with an assault rifle slung over his shoulder, sat nonchalantly on a stone block near the door of a house not far from the vehicle, chatting with fans in the live broadcast room. It was now 9 in the morning, yet the number of viewers in the live stream was unusually high, with the chat buzzing about Yi Xiao's exploits from the previous night. Last night, the absent fans lamented with regret. "Is it possible? Did we miss another billion? Is it that exhilarating? They really won't let us sleep, and we didn't even get to see it. I told you, Lin Feng doesn't look like a good person. It's such a pity you weren't here last night. Xiaogu was incredibly handsome. I went to a bar with friends and missed it. I might as well have stayed home to watch the premiere." Yi Xiao chuckled softly, reassuring himself that next time everyone should eagerly anticipate the premiere. There will be ample opportunities. He discreetly observed Chen Gu in the car, along with Lao Han in the back, lowering his voice as he sighed in frustration. However, he was relieved to have secured a vehicle, preventing them from having to walk. "Congratulations, your viewership for today has reached 50,000. You have earned a low-level gift package." The system notification jolted Yi Xiao back to life. Wow, the gift package has finally arrived. He was somewhat astonished by the number of people present today. It's worth noting that his premiere room would never be recommended by the platform, relying solely on fans to share it. 3 foxes, the streamer has completely lost track of time. It's Saturday. Yi Xiao suddenly understood. No wonder the usual peak viewership was merely 7,000. Yet today it had surged significantly. Indeed, this gift package has arrived at the perfect moment. He glanced at the vehicle, noticing that both Chen Gu and Lao Han were inside, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, perhaps catching up on sleep, uncertain of the contents within the low-tier package. "I hold on to the hope that it contains something of value, especially since, aside from weapons, I possess virtually nothing," Isaac's heart. The live streaming system actually rewards us with packages. Let us see what treasures await. Nidan Budan, this miserly system, last time it was filled with a hodgepodge of nonsense. Flourishing like water, dear streamer. Do reveal what marvelous items are inside. After a moment of eager anticipation, Yi Xiao finally clicked to open the low-tier package. Boom, boom, boom. 3 large backpacks tumbled before him. These backpacks bore a resemblance to those previously received. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow. Could they truly be identical? He rummaged through the backpacks, noting subtle differences in their shapes and weights. The first backpack was somewhat akin to the previous field survival pack, yet its contents appeared less fragmented. Inside lay a multifunctional folding military shovel, unmistakably of superior quality. A medical kit, though yet to be utilized extensively, contained several precious medications, particularly antibiotics, along with basic surgical tools. A toolbox filled with compact yet practical instruments, such as a saw, hammer, wrench, and even a miniature electric drill. Additionally, there was a solar device, several universal rechargeable batteries, a hatchet, and an automatic water purification system. Wow! Yi Xiao gazed at the contents of the backpack in astonishment, pondering. No wonder it feels so heavy. What on earth are all these items? Must there not be something to eat? The setting sun cast a cold shadow over the snow. Not bad. The items are quite practical, remarked one. Practical? What nonsense. That toolbox is an absolute burden, another retorted. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao opened the second backpack, which felt significantly softer and lighter to the touch. Upon inspection, he discovered a rolled-up tent, a sleeping bag, and a set of outdoor moisture-resistant and durable combat attire, complete with combat boots. The disdain from the fans in the live broadcast room was palpable. Is this what the system gift pack has to offer? What a joke! One exclaimed. Yi Xiao kicked the backpack aside with evident disdain, utterly perplexed by the purpose of the tent, as dwelling outdoors was not an option. Frustrated, he placed his hands on his hips and shifted his gaze to the final backpack. He asked the audience in the broadcast room, "Let us make a guess about what's inside the last backpack. Those with spare change can send gifts to support the streamer. I bet on food," one viewer declared. "I'm wagering on weapons," another chimed in. "Weapons can only be exchanged with points. I'm betting on trash, haha." Chapter 48. Mastering them. Come on. Food, food, food. After a fervent plea to the heavens, Yi Xiao grasped the zipper pull of the backpack, inhaled deeply, and swiftly unzipped it with a decisive motion. He then sprang up, raising his clenched fists high towards the sky, vigorously waving them multiple times. "Haha, I guessed right," one viewer shouted in delight. "Release the quilt. Oh my, so much food has arrived just in time. Haha, so much food, now I need not worry." A whole backpack filled, aside from a vacuum compression machine and a roll of bags, entirely with provisions, canned goods, vacuum-packed rice, vacuum-sealed noodles, and more, completely stuffed into the backpack. Is Xiao planning to share with Changgu and his group? Engaging in negotiations with those few, taking control of the situation, now it is entirely feasible to manipulate them. That makes sense. After all, the weapons have already been exposed. These individuals do possess a sense of loyalty. Organizing them could be a consideration. Yi Xiao lifted his gaze towards the vehicle and then settled down on the steps. It is not easy. After all, I saved their lives. And given the incident with Lin Feng, they would likely hesitate to seek out their teammates for a while. However, if I were to propose it, it might just work. The only uncertainty lies in whether they would be willing to remain at the base. Some fans in the live broadcast room appeared to be somewhat perplexed. But why must we go to the base? Yi Xiao felt a tinge of helplessness. As you can see, the outside world is in utter disarray, making it exceedingly difficult to find something to eat. Even if one could catch an animal out there, would you dare to consume it? The thought of those mutated creatures, adorned with bizarre tentacles and flesh lumps, sent a shiver down Yi Xiao's spine. In any case, I would not dare to eat it. Yi Xiao shook his head in resignation. Furthermore, even if I dared to venture recklessly, what about Zhou Qiray and Liang Kai? Yi Xiao shook his head again, his face filled with disdain. With their abilities, do you truly believe they could survive outside the base for 30 days? Laughter erupted among the fans in the live broadcast room. Master of leisure, who cares about their fate? If they die, they simply become fodder. Nothing of note. Although those two are a bit cowardly, we can't just disregard them, can we? The dying sun and cold snow. The host should still consider the safety of the two. Quick and accurate 7 bullets. Why should Yi Xiao bear the responsibility? He is not their bodyguard. Devil's stride. Exactly. The danger is the same for everyone. If they are useless, so be it. Though Zhou Qiray and Liang Kai were indeed timid and inept, they did not excessively hinder progress. After being warned, they managed to cope adequately. If I were to abandon them, even with the excuse of the broadcast system, their families would not easily forgive Yishao. There is nothing here, while it is thrilling. To truly live in such a place transforms excitement into torment. Yishao sighed, acknowledging that such sentiments should not be voiced. After all, they were part of my broadcast team, and I must take their safety into consideration. I must strive to ensure they can pass through this experience unscathed. Aquino, speechless. What a self-righteous saint. Nightwalker, ensuring their safety? Just don't perish yourself. After a few drinks, why bother carrying such burdens? Do you really think you're invincible? Yishao shrugged helplessly, explaining that was precisely why he brought them to the base. Had they forgotten that they were asymptomatic, while freedom fighters roamed outside? Hunting them down? Yishao ceased his conversation with the fans in the live broadcast room and turned his gaze towards the jars held by Shou Qirui and Liang Kai. Have you found anything? Liang Kai approached, a despondent expression on his face, seemingly having little success. A few sealed jars of beans, along with some honey, sugar, and salt. He replied. At that moment, Shou Qirui's attention was captured by the 3 backpacks in front of Yishao, prompting him to hasten his steps towards them. Wow, Brother Shao, have you discovered something good again? He eagerly leaned in to peer into the opened backpack, his eyes widening in ecstatic surprise upon seeing it brimming with food. So much to eat? Shou Qirui promptly set aside what he was carrying and began rummaging through the backpack. Meanwhile, Chengu and Old Han, hearing the commotion from the vehicle, also approached, drawn by the noise. A Zhao and a He stood dumbfounded, observing Shou Qirui and Liang Kai as they unearthed shiny new cans from the backpack, lingering in astonishment. A Zhao craned his neck to sneak a glance inside the open backpack, only to gasp in disbelief. A pile of food, and it's all brand new. Where did you get these? He fixed a puzzled stare at Zhang Chun. Yishao quietly shot a glance at the inquisitive A Zhao, questioning the need for such inquiries. At this moment, Chengu and Old Han had arrived nearby, their expressions revealing that they too were taken aback by the sight of the overturned backpack on the ground. Chenji's gaze meticulously swept across the 3 backpacks, which bore a striking resemblance to the one Yishao had previously carried, immaculately new. Moreover, as inexplicably as last night, it remained a mystery from where Yishao had procured them. It was as if he possessed a magical pocket, capable of manifesting anything he desired. Xiao Gu, what are we having for lunch? Yishao inquired, directing his attention towards the stout Old Han, recalling that he had previously lent a hand in preparing meals. Old Han, can you cook? Yishao called out to Shou Qirui, saying, Shou Qirui, go assist Old Han in the kitchen. Prepare some dried vegetables and canned goods. And steam some rice. Shou Qirui promptly nodded and cheerfully joined Old Han in their culinary endeavors, murmuring, haha, finally, we can have something warm to eat. Chengu glanced at the backpacks on the ground, offering Yishao a slightly embarrassed smile. I apologize, Yishao, for the inconvenience. Yishao, displaying remarkable generosity, waved his hand dismissively. No need for such courtesy. After all, we are comrades now. I am not one to be so petty. Ahem. Chengu felt a twinge of discomfort at Yi Zhao's insinuation, especially considering how the meager supplies they had collected earlier had been squandered. A Zhao, standing nearby, wore an expression of embarrassment, scratching his face while keeping his head down in silence. Yishao observed the 3 of them, leaning against the wall, and nodded towards Chengu. Chengu, I hold you all in high regard. True men, full of camaraderie. As for myself, you are somewhat aware of my strengths. Therefore, might you be interested in joining forces? Chapter 49. In the future, wearing the same pants together? Chengu, a Zhao, and a He exchanged glances, seemingly deliberating the implications of Yi Zhao's suggestion to join forces. The scorching sun overhead left them in a slight daze, prompting Yishao to don the hat from his backpack, shielding himself from the blinding rays. Liang Kai, standing nearby, cast a surprised glance at Yishao, quietly observing from the sidelines. A Zhao gestured subtly to Chengu, urging him to inquire further. Clearing his throat, Chengu retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and furrowed his brow in evident concern before speaking. What do you mean by brothers? Are you suggesting that we form an adventure team? As he posed the question, his expression was not one of astonishment, but rather of perplexity and intrigue. Yi Zhao's reaction was somewhat unexpected. It seemed that his expectations did not align with the reality before him. Tentatively, Yi Zhao asked, is that not acceptable? The 3 exchanged glances, and a Zhao settled onto a nearby step, stating, of course not. As an asymptomatic individual, you are subject to strict regulations at the base. There is no way they would allow you to interact with us freely. Is the regulation truly that stringent? Does that mean there's no freedom at all? Chungu pondered, attempting to rationalize the situation. However, it was understandable. Asymptomatic individuals were a precious resource for serum development and thus required safeguarding. Yet, if Chungu and his companions could remain at the base for an extended period, they could look out for one another, especially as outsiders who needed to secure a contingency plan. Yi Xiao shrugged and began to ramble on. I am certainly aware of that. I was merely contemplating that if we were to remain in a base, we could look out for one another. In the event of any mishaps, we could lend each other assistance. What do you think? Yi Xiao shrugged his shoulders, adding, as you can see, you are the only ones left. If we don't stay at the base, do you intend to become wanderers scavenging for refuse? Upon hearing the term wanderers, the three of them instinctively frowned. A Zhao shuddered slightly, shaking his head. I certainly do not wish to become a beggar, without even a decent place to reside. He nudged the silent Dehe beside him and inquired, Dehe, what is your perspective? Dehe exhaled heavily, glancing at Chungu. As for us, although venturing out may not lead to immediate demise, living conditions would undoubtedly be inferior to what we once had. He sighed, remarking, in this world, achieving a semblance of a decent life is quite challenging. Chungu grasped the sentiments expressed by Dehe and Zhao. He turned his gaze towards the three bundles in front of Yi Xiao and gestured towards the other two backpacks. Are those two also provisions? Yi Xiao glanced at Chungu with a smile, pointing with his toes towards the two backpacks. These contain various tools, while this one holds a tent and sleeping bags. Observing the intense curiosity emanating from the three regarding the bundles on the ground, Yi Xiao placed a hand on Chunji's shoulder and said, Everyone harbors secrets. There are matters we tacitly understand. Therefore, do not delve too deeply. In any case, if we are to regard each other as brothers, we shall be in the same boat. At the feet of Yi Xiao, Liang Kai squatted, casting a sidelong glance and smirking as he remarked, Otherwise, do you think these two fools could possibly thrive? Upon hearing his name mentioned by Yi Xiao, Liang Kai felt a tinge of embarrassment and scratched his face, refraining from retorting. The cigarette in Chunji's hand had dwindled to a mere stub, its embers finally extinguished. He comprehended the veiled threat concealed within Yi Xiao's seemingly amiable words. Secrets are best safeguarded by the dead. If one wishes to live, unity is paramount. Initially, Yi Xiao could have easily eliminated them all or abandoned them to their fates. His willingness to risk exposure to rescue them was a favor of considerable magnitude. Discarding the cigarette but onto the ground, he extinguished the smoldering ash with his foot and extended his hand towards Yi Xiao. If it weren't for your timely intervention, we might have long since met our end. Our lives are indebted to you, and I believe we have no grounds for refusal. Henceforth, we shall be brothers. If there is a need, just a word will suffice. Yi Xiao chuckled softly, grasping Chunji's hand, jesting. Shall we set up an altar and share a toast? Dinner's ready, came the voice of Shou Qirui from the adjacent room, prompting the group to proceed. The room was shrouded in a thick layer of dust, the furnishings simple and unadorned. Upon entering an adjacent room in the backyard, they discovered a large round table, which had been cleared off. Clean bowls and chopsticks were arranged before the table, and Shou Qirui served a heaping bowl of rice, placing it before Yi Xiao. Xiaogu, it's time to eat. A crowd of people sat crowded around the round table, engrossed in devouring steaming bowls of rice. Ah, this rice is truly fragrant, Old Han exclaimed, savoring each mouthful, his appreciation evident. Dehe nodded in agreement, too busy to utter a word. The baked rice, a humble concoction of simple ingredients, rice, rehydrated vegetables, and canned meat, proved surprisingly delectable. A Zhao, his cheeks stuffed to capacity, mumbled indistinctly towards Yi Xiao, Brother Xiao, what kind of rice is this? It's intoxicating. I haven't tasted such delightful rice in ages. Brother Xiao? Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smirk. The fans in the live broadcast room could not help but comment. Oh, Brother Xiao, so now you acknowledge him? One remarked. Previously, he wouldn't even glance at our Brother Xiao. How quickly the tables have turned. Another chimed in. What is this? Is food now the ultimate authority? The manner in which Chungu devoured his meal resembled that of a ravenous ghost, leaving Yi Xiao bemused. Was it merely rice? Was it truly necessary to react this way? Hadn't they been feasting on noodles for the past 2 days? Meanwhile, they were left with nothing but compressed biscuits. With a mouthful of rice, a Zhao, after a moment of chewing, remarked, Well, those noodles have been sitting for who knows how long. They taste mushy and carry an odd flavor. At that moment, Chungu slowed his eating pace, thoughtfully declaring, Fresh ingredients are the most precious in the base. They are reserved for the influential figures within. Even the supplies procured at the base are likely remnants of long-stored, aged rice. Chungu licked his lips, gazing at the empty bowl with lingering satisfaction. After the catastrophe, it was my first time savoring such delectable rice. Once the meal concluded, everyone took a brief respite before preparing to continue their journey. Zhou Chirui tossed his backpack onto the rear seat, and they all gathered by the vehicle, awaiting the allocation of seats. Chungu patted the heavy car body and remarked, "We must find a way to acquire another vehicle. Leaving the cargo bed exposed is undeniably unsafe." Liang Kai peered over the rear cargo bed and suggested, "Just add a cover and make some modifications. It could even be transformed into a camper." It dawned on Yi Xiao that Liang Kai worked in auto repair and certainly possessed skills in modifications. "Is it easy to do?" Yi Xiao inquired. Liang Kai rolled up his sleeves and joked, "My years of experience have not been in vain. As long as we have the tools and materials, it shall be a simple task." Chapter 50. Brothers, I've brought my brain. Tools. Yi Xiao opened a hefty backpack and retrieved the toolbox. The box was large and heavy, occupying almost half of the space. Yi Xiao opened the box and asked Liang Kai, "Are these sufficient?" Liang Kai leaned in for a closer look and exclaimed, "Wow, there's even a drill. However, it's not enough. We need a welding torch and a metal cutting machine." "A welding torch? A cutting machine?" Old Han turned to survey the village and remarked, "There should be small generators in this village, but where shall we find a welding torch and cutting machine?" A Zhao shrugged nearby. "Exactly. Which household would stock such tools? Perhaps we should seek out a factory that possesses these tools." Chungu cast him a sidelong glance, questioning the simplicity of the situation. Not to mention whether those items would still be functional after such a long period. The factories were undoubtedly situated near the urban area. Such a disturbance would surely attract unwanted attention. A group of individuals stood beside the vehicle, grappling with uncertainty. Zhou Chirui turned to Yi Xiao, awaiting his directive, only to find Yi Xiao gazing blankly at the air before him. At that moment, Yi Xiao was engrossed in exploring the third category of the marketplace, blueprints. This section was subdivided into two categories, one detailing the intricate steps and schematics for constructing machinery, instruments, or facilities, while the other encompassed an array of tools necessary for such construction. The assortment of tools was extensive, and remarkably, even engineering equipment like excavators was available. Yi Xiao felt a wave of incredulity wash over him regarding the so-called marketplace of the initial broadcast system. It seemed to contain a hodgepodge of items, yet curiously lacked any provisions for food, which struck him as rather absurd. Welding machines and cutting tools were indeed included, albeit these items occupied considerable space together. They would amount to roughly 10,000 points. Last night's endeavors had cost Yi Xiao a significant number of points. However, the gifts showered by the audience during the broadcast had paradoxically replenished his points. With arms crossed in contemplation, Yi Xiao worried about the tools. While their availability was not an issue, their sheer size posed a dilemma. Surely, one could not simply discard them after use. After a moment of hesitation, Chungu remarked, "The Gaoding base is not too far off. At most, we shall arrive within a day. We ought not to waste too much time here. What if we encounter the freelancers again?" Qin Ji's words were indeed insightful. They had not yet reached the base and could not afford to be complacent. After a brief discussion, the group resolved to head to the base first. Given the vengeful disposition of the Free Fire faction, it was certain they would not let them off easily. The rear of the truck was exceedingly rigid, so they laid down a thick layer of bedding salvaged from the house. Liang Kai took the wheel, while Old Han navigated, and the three of them rested in the back seat. Yi Xiao, meanwhile, sat atop the truck bed with Zhou Chirui. The vehicle jostled along the road, and Zhou Chirui glanced back into the truck cabin, quietly inquiring of Yi Xiao, "Brother Xiao, can we trust those people? Now that they know your secret, will they?" Leaning languidly against his backpack, Yi Xiao cast a glance toward the cabin. "I have pondered this question as well, but the current situation is rather complex. Over these past few days, you must have noticed the chaotic power dynamics here. Our existence as asymptomatic individuals is quite precarious. Do you see the veins on their bodies?" Zhou Chirui nodded, leaning closer to Yi Xiao, whispering, "It seems they all share this condition. Could it be related to those mutated beings?" Yi Xiao affirmed, tapping the back of his hand. "Asymptomatic individuals are undoubtedly those who have not been infected. According to Free Fire, our blood may be utilized for medicinal purposes." Zhou Chirui asked, "What kind of medicine could it be?" Yi Xiao gestured toward the few individuals in the cabin, asserting, "It must be something beneficial to those infected." Previously, Fei mentioned several major bases, and there is a black market known as black iron. Currently, the only locations accessible to us are the bases. Just the three of us. Unfamiliar with the terrain, without a vehicle or assistance. Even if I could brandish a weapon, ours differs significantly from theirs. The noise would attract all the monsters on the street. Yi Xiao leaned back, and you must have noticed how these fellows resemble superheroes? Zhou Chirui nodded. Noting that the group of Free Fire had bound them with nylon ropes, the kind used for securing cargo in trucks, making it quite a challenge to untie them. How are they so formidable? Yi Xiao stroked his chin, expressing his suspicion that it might be related to the items they possess. He patted Zhou Chirui, saying, "Hey, you should engage them in conversation more often. We know nothing about this place and need to gather as much intelligence as possible." Zhou Chirui nodded, glancing at the truck bed, and replied, "Don't worry about that. After all, I work in sales. Building rapport is my forte." He grinned at Yi Xiao and asked, "Once we reach the base, will we be safe?" Yi Xiao shot him a smile, saying, "You are truly naive." This response caused Zhou Chirui's smile to falter, and he inquired, "Is it not safe then?" Yi Xiao rolled his eyes at him and replied, "Did you not hear what they said? The base is strict with asymptomatic individuals, and we still have no idea what the situation is like within the base. Think about it. If a group is predominantly normal with a few infected individuals, what do you think will happen?" Zhou Chirui paused, frowning as he declared, "Lock them up for research." Yi Xiao cast him a sidelong glance, noting that this was rather straightforward. However, here, the roles were reversed, where abnormality reigned as the norm, while normalcy was a rarity. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xiao acknowledged that in this desolate place with no escape, it was imperative to first ascertain the situation at hand. Isaac's heart. Does that imply the base isn't necessarily safe? Hip-hop monster, are you out of your mind? Why go to the base? Voluntarily becoming a guinea pig? Master of leisure, if I had a system, I would have gone on a rampage by now. Dragging along two burdens is merely inviting trouble. Mini Hulk. If it were me, I would ditch these two liabilities and venture out on my own. Nai Danbu Dan. Xiao Gu is not a superhero. Can you all think before speaking? Three foxes. How can there still be such naivety? Surely, you must know that the broadcasting room is under police surveillance? Failed men. I bet 50 cents that the host is currently under official scrutiny. Yi Xiao glanced at the barrage of comments, exasperatedly rubbing his face. Brothers. I am thinking. Setting aside the fact that he was surely already on the authorities' radar, he was undeniably a prime target of interest. If Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai met with untimely deaths, it could be deemed an act of fate. However, if he were to turn a blind eye or deliberately orchestrate their demise, the repercussions would ultimately fall upon him. He was no lawbreaker. If he could save them, he would certainly do so, and if not, then that was another matter entirely. This was the apocalypse's premiere, and he was not here merely to exist. He was motivated by the prospect of substantial rewards from the system, for who would willingly endure such tribulations otherwise? This wretched place offers nothing of value. Who would wish to linger here in an attempt to impress others? Even the fans within the premiere room would not bestow gifts upon him, rendering it utterly impossible to accumulate sufficient points for weapon exchanges. To rely on these individuals, who only incite chaos with their words, to offer gifts is sheer folly. They are no different from those who merely stir arguments. While they may praise him as a savior once a life is lost, they will be the first to denounce him as a failure, hurling accusations of inhumanity with fervor. Chapter 51. A terrifying journey on the road initially. There were fans in the comments mocking them as useless, but their numbers have dwindled. Although the two had previously engaged in banter, their capabilities were still of some utility. At the very least, there were tasks that did not require Yi Xiao to undertake personally. Zhou Chirui, skilled in sales, adeptly navigated social interactions with two distinct personas. Liang Kai, a mechanic by trade, possessed practical skills that would undoubtedly prove invaluable when necessary. However, in terms of physical prowess, Yi Xiao recognized that he was only slightly superior to the two, and he could not compare to the locals. He was determined to inspect the base. If they could remain, they would do so, but if not, they would flee. Yi Xiao gestured towards the individuals in the vehicle, noting that it would likely be difficult for them to escape alone, but with assistance, the situation would be vastly different. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow at Zhou Chirui, asserting the need to secure a fallback plan. As for whether Chen Gu and his companions would betray his secret, Yi Xiao believed they would not. It was not a matter of trust, but rather the understanding that everyone desires to gain for themselves. Any leak would result in greater detriment than benefit. After the incident involving Lin Feng, no one, apart from the three of them, could be deemed more trustworthy by Chen Gu and his companions. Moreover, Yushao possessed something that could give him absolute leverage over them, the mutation blocker. Yushao patted Shou Chirue and whispered, "Tonight, engage them in conversation. Inquire about their infections and abilities." The vehicle advanced steadily, with verdant foliage climbing up both sides of the road, as if traversing a green thoroughfare. In the distance, buildings overrun by lush vegetation came into view, signaling their approach to the town. The speed of the car gradually diminished, and at that moment, Yushao, who had been dozing off in the back of the truck, was jolted awake. He discerned an odd sound, reminiscent of something racing. Yet the rhythm and cadence of the footsteps were peculiarly unsettling. He abruptly sat up, and Shou Chirue, noticing Yushao's sudden tension, inquired, "What's wrong?" Yushao furrowed his brow, scanning the somewhat dilapidated houses flanking them, sensing that something lurked behind them. Suddenly, a colossal figure burst forth from an alleyway, landing with a thud behind the vehicle before sprinting after them. "What the hell is that?" Yushao and Shou Chirue exclaimed in unison. After a moment of discernment, they realized that the long, thick object swinging through the air was a dog's head. Its neck appeared to have been grotesquely stretched, exposing raw red muscle. Extending a length of 1 to 2 meters, the figure behind swelled and exploded, doubling in size. It was not running on its limbs, for they spread out to the sides, its abdomen appearing as though it had been ripped open. The midsection split apart, giving rise to several elongated limbs resembling human legs that scurried across the ground like a spider. Its elongated neck thrashed violently, the gaping maw of its head swinging back towards the rear of the vehicle, seeking to sink its teeth into Yushao and Shou Chirue, who were desperately pressed against the back wall of the carriage, frantically beating on the interior. "Damn it, Zhao. Hey, there's a mutated creature. I can't believe it." Yushao tightened his body, yet the gun in his hand remained unsteady. Unable to find its mark amidst the violent swaying of the vehicle and the rapid thrashing of the long-necked beast, he couldn't rise. Doing so would expose him to the danger of the wildly swinging head. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from above. Zhao, the driver, flung open the door of the moving vehicle and, with a swift motion, leaped onto the roof. A dull gunshot reverberated overhead, but the bullet missed the frenzied head. "Hey, the machete!" Zhao shouted, prompting Hey on the other side to open the door and extend a machete into Zhao's grasp. With a firm grip on the weapon, Zhao crouched low on the roof, then leaped onto the back of the vehicle, swinging the machete towards the thrashing neck. The blade sliced through with a chilling sound. The machete became ensnared in the monster's neck. However, the creature's immense strength caused Zhao to lose his grip momentarily. The blade remained lodged in the beast's flesh, when suddenly, Brother Chen in the cabin shouted towards Liang Kai, who was at the wheel, "Brake." Liang Kai, gripping the steering wheel tightly, was momentarily taken aback. "Brake now?" Gu asserted with conviction. "Indeed, brake." At a loss, Liang Kai had no choice but to heed Ji's command. He abruptly released the accelerator and pressed down on the brake. The vehicle came to a sudden halt, and both Yushao and Shou Chirue, leaning against the wall of the car, felt the force pinning them against it. With a loud crash, the pursuing monster collided violently with the rear of the vehicle. Zhao, positioned in front of Yushao, was propelled backward by the unexpected inertia, teetering on the brink of falling. Quick as a flash, Yushao raised his foot to brace Zhao's lower back, stabilizing him instantly. Zhao swiftly drew his sidearm, targeting the creature's flailing head and pulling the trigger. The bullet struck true, shattering the head into fragments. At that moment, He swiftly leaped from the vehicle, rolling to the back and aiming his gun at the monster's body, firing several rounds. The impact of the steel pellets, empowered by the special ammunition, created gaping holes the size of bowls in the creature's form. After a series of convulsions, the monster finally fell silent. "Xiao Gu!" Before anyone could catch their breath, Shou Chirue's voice rang out urgently. "Over there, something's coming." The crowd, following the direction indicated by Shou Chirue, turned their gaze to see a house enveloped in creeping vines. The foliage appeared to quiver as if disturbed by some unseen force, followed by a sound reminiscent of heavy objects being dragged. Sinister tendrils emerged from the roof, each as thick as a human thigh. Suddenly, the weight became too much for the structure, which began to collapse with a deafening roar. From behind the house, a colossal creature writhed into view. Its massive form resembled a speeding train, and its gaping maw, adorned with rows of sharp teeth, evoked images of monstrous worms from films. Yet, this creature's body was a ghastly crimson, its surface slick with an unknown secretion, while long, dark red tentacles writhed around it, and grotesque red cysts dotted its flesh. "What in the world is that?" Gu muttered under his breath as he prepared to exit the vehicle. At that moment, Dehe had already unearthed a seed core from the lifeless monster and tossed it into the back of the truck before leaping in himself. Drive, Shinga shouted, prompting Liang Kai in the front to attempt to start the vehicle. However, after several futile attempts, the engine refused to ignite. Frustrated, Liang Kai slammed his hands against the steering wheel, cursing, "Damn it, the car won't start. It's broken." Chapter 52. You all go ahead, don't worry about me. Hitler. I knew it, tranquility is fleeting. Salted fish, the grotesque things in this place are astonishingly surprising. Chicken, you are too beautiful. These peculiar little creatures are truly remarkable. Ah, this large sausage is truly invigorating, exclaimed one. This vehicle is utterly unreliable. It falters at the most critical moment, lamented another. This car ought to be modified. Perhaps it runs on electricity, and there may be a short circuit or loose wiring, suggested a third. If all else fails, let us flee, proposed a fourth. Flee? What are you talking about? Let's take action. This enormous earthworm is too valuable to waste on mere fishing, declared another enthusiast. Suddenly, the malfunctioning vehicle caught everyone off guard. What a wretched machine! Yi Xiao cursed vehemently, unhesitatingly rising to leap from the car. Zhou Chirui and Zhao swiftly followed suit, jumping out as well. The others on the vehicle, including Liang Kai, scrambled down in a flurry, racing after Yi Xiao towards the street behind. As Liang Kai ran alongside Yi Xiao, panting heavily, he remarked, "The car won't start. It might just be a loose connection. It can be repaired." Old Han, with somewhat clumsy steps, glanced anxiously at Chun Ge and Yi Xiao, inquiring, "What shall we do now?" A colossal worm-like creature emerged from the building, accompanied by the ominous sound of collapsing structures. To make matters worse, the creature's gaping, terrifying maw emitted unsettling, eerie roars intermittently. A pungent stench, reminiscent of decayed flesh, relentlessly billowed forth from that monstrous mouth. Yi Xiao swiftly turned his head to glance at the unaffected vehicles, running while inquiring of his comrades beside him. "Can we fight?" Chun Gu swung his arms, listening to the roaring sounds behind him, and asked, "Do we have grenades?" "Yes," came the reply. "Then let us engage." With a decisive grit of his teeth, Chun Gu shouted to a Zhao. A Zhao immediately grasped the implication, running while extending his hand towards Yi Xiao. "Brother Xiao, toss me a few." Without a moment to spare, Yi Xiao hurled a grenade towards him. A Zhao hurriedly caught it, followed by 2 more grenades being stuffed into his embrace. With the grenades secured, a Zhao swiftly tucked them into the pockets of his tactical vest and, with a sudden pivot, broke away from the group. He slightly crouched, then propelled himself upward, leaping onto the outer wall of an adjacent building, his hands gripping the balcony as he agilely climbed like a nimble monkey. At that moment, Dehe, having acquired a grenade, abruptly halted, turning to disengage the safety pin. Clad in a black short-sleeved t-shirt, his bulging muscles made the oversized garment appear quite taut. Suddenly, a flash of orange-red light flickered through the engorged black and purple veins of his arm. With a powerful swing, he launched the fragmentation grenade into the air, which swiftly traced an arc before precisely landing in the gaping maw of the enormous, writhing monster. Bang! The grenade emitted a dull explosion within the creature's maw. Yet the worm-like monstrosity merely let out a pained shriek, continuing its relentless pursuit. Dehe swiftly lunged to the side, but a tentacle ensnared his leg, dragging him rapidly towards the gaping maw. "Dehe!" Chun Gu exclaimed in alarm, abruptly twisting and sprinting towards Dehe. He slid to the ground beside him, aiming his seed core gun at the encroaching tentacle and pulling the trigger. Bang! The tentacle exploded, yet more surged forth, binding Dehe's legs tightly. The creature's immense strength proved overpowering, as it relentlessly dragged them towards its cavernous mouth. Chingu fired at the tentacles, but their speed was insurmountable, and the gaping maw loomed ever closer. Just as Yi Xiao prepared to draw his seed core shotgun, the creature emitted a sudden screech and froze momentarily. A series of explosions resonated within its body as Zhao utilized his seed core handgun to carve several openings, shoving grenades inside. The creature's massive jaw fell helplessly to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, and the tentacles that had ensnared Dehe's legs loosened their grip. Liang Kai, Zhou Chirui, and Old Han hurriedly dragged Dehe to safety. Upon seeing Dehe's legs riddled with numerous wounds and drenched in blood, Qin Ji's complexion turned ashen. He quickly crouched down, pulling up Dehe's pant leg to assess the injuries. Yu Xiao gasped for breath, casting a glance at the monstrous, sprawling tentacles not far away. Beneath those tentacles lay a profusion of jagged barbs, and merely glimpsing them sent shivers down Yu Xiao's spine. Dehe's legs were marred by gashes inflicted by the barbs, revealing raw flesh and smeared with a peculiar, viscous substance. Old Han, hurry to the vehicle and see if there are any medical supplies. Quickly. Old Han nodded frantically, navigating around the creature's massive form as he rushed towards the car. Yushao called out, "There's a first aid kit in my backpack." Murmuring, he turned to Dehei. At that moment, Dehei's face bore a hint of fear and pallor, yet he struggled to force a smile. Addressing Qinggu and Zhao, "It's futile. We already checked the vehicle. There are no inhibitors left." He glanced at his wound, oozing a yellowish fluid, and shook his head with a bitter smile. "And in this situation, one inhibitor is simply inadequate. We need a blocker." He gestured dismissively to the two, leaning against the abandoned car, and said with a wry smile, "You should leave. Don't worry about me." Qinggu gritted his teeth and reached down to grasp Dehei, exclaiming, "Stop talking nonsense. We're not far from the Gaoting base. Let us hurry. They have blockers available. You'll be fine." Dehei patted Qin Ji's hand but remained seated on the ground. "Old Qin, don't exhaust yourself. Don't you remember? The car is broken." Chapter 53. Weep for us even if the vehicle could be repaired. It would be impossible to reach the base before the emergence of the monstrous threat. Dehei's words, filled with resignation and cruelty, had irrevocably sentenced him to death. "Curse be it." Qinggu slammed his fist against the ground, gritting his teeth as his body trembled slightly from a mix of indignation and sorrow. Zhao stood in a daze for a moment, then suddenly rushed to grab Dehei, attempting to hoist him onto his back. What did it mean to say don't bother with me? What did it mean to say don't exert yourself? By God, I will carry you through this. There were no suppressants left in the vehicle. Curse be it, curse be it, curse be it. Zhao wept bitterly, pounding on the rusted body of the old car, seemingly venting his fury and helplessness. Shou Chirue and Liang Kai stood by, frozen in shock, helplessly watching the scene unfold. Dehei took a deep breath, sniffed, and turned to Qinggu, grasping his hand tightly. With trembling lips and unwavering determination in his gaze, he implored, "Old Qin, I do not wish to become a monster. Please help me." As he spoke, Dehei thrust the seed gun into Qin Ji's hand, signaling him to end his life. Qin Ji's eyes reddened as he stared blankly at the gun, his voice laden with anguish as he gritted his teeth. The others in the broadcast room were equally consumed by the overwhelming sorrow of the moment. 3 Fox, Dehei was quite brave. It's a pity he died. Jiogwa-san's son. This guy has guts. I admire him. Naiden Budan. Don't stab him. Damn. Shinshi Jihua. I'm crying. Kenyang Han Shui. He's a real man. Qinggu held the gun, trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease, unable to lift it. Yi Shao stood nearby, feeling somewhat awkward. He was utterly unaffected by the sorrowful atmosphere. He had intended to find a suitable moment to speak. Yet his companions were deeply immersed in their grief, leaving him no opportunity to interject. He had spent 5,000 points in the mall to exchange for a mutation blocker, awkwardly holding it in his hand. Finally, Yi Shao could no longer restrain himself and lightly cleared his throat, interrupting the somber mood. Ahem, excuse me for interrupting. Yi Shao forced a smile, waving the vacuum syringe filled with a red liquid. How about you all wait a moment before crying? His words and tone were undeniably out of place. The group looked at him, their tear-streaked faces frozen in confusion. Yi Shao suddenly plunged the peculiar syringe, 2 fingers thick, with metal ends and a glass center, into Dehei's thigh without warning. As he pressed the top button, the red liquid quickly diminished, entirely entering Dehei's body. What did you inject into Dehei? Zhao exclaimed, wide-eyed in panic, and by the time he processed what had happened, the syringe was already empty. It's a mutation blocker. He smiled while holding the syringe, and said, Aren't you in need of a mutation blocker? I administered the injection to him. He tossed the empty syringe into Dehei's embrace, declaring, All right, what's all this fuss about life and death? It's not that easy to die. Everything is fine. Let us go. At that moment, Qinggu, Zhao, and Old Han wore bewildered expressions, their faces still marked with tears, as they glanced at Yi Shao with a somewhat comical demeanor. Dehei, in a daze, looked down at the empty vial that had been thrown into his arms, then at his own legs. The medication seemed to be taking effect. The wound that had previously oozed yellow fluid was now seeping fresh blood. Furthermore, the dark purple veins that had once spread across his arm had receded to his chest. Zhou Chirue observed Dehei's bleeding legs and reminded Old Han, who was clutching the medical kit. Old Han, please bandage him up. The wound is bleeding. Bleeding? Qinggu and the others quickly turned their attention to Dehei's legs. Zhao, upon seeing the fresh blood, broke into a smile through his tears. It's really bleeding. This is wonderful. Dehei, you're going to be all right. Wiping away his tears, Zhao grasped Yu Zhao's hand, laughing and crying simultaneously as he exclaimed, Brother, from now on, you are our rebirth parents. Yi Xiao twitched at the corner of his eye and retorted, "Come on now. I'm only 21. Who wants to be your parent?" A Zhao grinned foolishly. "Hey, you're my brother, Yi Xiao. Just say the word, and I will stand by you no matter what." Qingge sniffed back his emotions, joy replacing the sorrow in his eyes as he placed a comforting hand on Yi Xiao's shoulder. "Brother, thank you. From now on, we shall follow you without hesitation. Should there be any betrayal, may the heavens strike us down and grant us no peace in death." Qingge raised his hand and swore an oath, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Yi Xiao understood that their hearts had been completely won over. He smiled and patted Qingge on the shoulder. Old Han was meticulously disinfecting and bandaging Dehei, who looked up at Yi Xiao with eyes full of gratitude, thumping his chest in affirmation. "Brother, from now on, my life belongs to you." Yi Xiao chuckled softly, turning his gaze towards the colossal corpse of the monster nearby, an unbearable stench wafting towards them. He wrinkled his nose and waved his hand dismissively at the air, saying, "This corpse reeks terribly. Let us find another place." Qingge glanced at the immense creature's body and said to a Zhao, "You dig up the seed core while I accompany Liang Kai to repair the vehicle." A Zhao nodded and followed Qingge and Liang Kai to the car, armed with a machete. Yi Xiao exchanged a look with Old Han and Dehei, signaling Shou Qirue before making his way towards the vehicle. Meanwhile, the fans in the live broadcast room were vociferously voicing their grievances against Yi Xiao. What a sudden twist. "Hey, refund my tears. Come out and face the music, streamer. You tricked me into shedding tears, didn't you? Brother, I'm impressed. Xiao Ge, you're quite cheeky. You deceived my tears." Yi Xiao grinned innocently. "I was merely captivated by their dramatic performance, was I not? Their emotions have reached this point. How inappropriate would it be for me to interrupt? Nevertheless, this turn of events has indeed yielded quite a substantial profit." Chapter 54, Bioenergy after the betrayal by Lin Feng and escaping from the clutches of the Free Fire. Yi Xiao once again saved Dehei with the use of a blocking agent. Yi Xiao is now certain that Qingge and the others have been thoroughly won over and are unwaveringly loyal to him. With their assistance, Yi Xiao's existence in this apocalyptic world is bound to be significantly improved. Moreover, this endeavor has also garnered a considerable number of gifts, truly a mutually beneficial outcome. Curious, Yi Xiao leaned in closer. His understanding of vehicles was limited to their license plates and appearances. He was utterly ignorant of their inner workings. After all, as a recently graduated impoverished student, he had never even driven a car, nor did he possess a driver's license. Thus, having Liang Kai, someone well-versed in automobiles, around certainly provided Yi Xiao with a sense of reassurance. "Is there a major issue?" Yi Xiao inquired. Liang Kai, who had been engrossed in his research, lifted his head with a spark of excitement in his eyes and glanced over at Shizhou, noticing Qingge smoking in the distance. He lowered his voice and said to Yi Xiao, "This vehicle is rather intriguing. It was originally an electric car of the new energy type, but they have modified it. Do you see that?" Liang Kai pointed to something beside the engine, resembling a metallic canister, with a core that looked akin to a nuclear gun, featuring a small, thick pane of transparent glass in the center. Inside, one could observe an orange-red liquid stored within. This device, similar to a nuclear gun, contained a liquid essential for nuclear energy. Liang Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I had just inquired with Qingge, and they mentioned that this substance is akin to a form of energy. This core seems to embody a type of biological energy. Currently, those bases utilize these seeds as a source of power. The seed has become the hard currency for all organizations and bases, serving as the means by which they generate electricity." Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, pondering the notion of biological energy. He cast a glance at the live broadcast room and, as anticipated, spotted several striking comments in the barrage. "Host, could you zoom in a bit closer for a more detailed view? Especially that biological energy conversion box. Please examine it closely. This vehicle isn't fast, it's rather dull. Who says it can't go fast? Last night it was like it was flying. I was afraid it would flip over." Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow again, realizing that they had developed another form of energy here, a biological one at that. With energy in abundance, the conditions of the base must not be too dire. Yi Xiao was utterly ignorant about vehicles. He wondered if they could resolve any issues that arose. Liang Kai's gaze settled on the car, nodding in affirmation. "It's not a major problem. It just accelerated too quickly and hit too many bumps, causing the wiring to loosen." Yi Xiao nodded, patting Liang Kai on the shoulder. "All right, then delve into it carefully." Meanwhile, Liang Kai meticulously examined the vehicle, while Zhou Qiru leaned beside Dehei, assisting Old Han in bandaging the wounds. Observing the numerous gashes on Dehei's legs, Shochirue felt a wave of unease wash over him. Goodness, that creature is terrifying. It nearly skinned a layer of flesh. Shochirue cast a sympathetic glance at Dahei and, noticing the latter's unruffled demeanor, inquired, Dahei, do you not feel any pain? The usually stoic Dahei, at that moment, relaxed into a smile and replied, it's just a minor injury. It hardly hurts. After all, it's better than losing one's life. Shochirue glanced at Dahei's arm and reached out to touch it, astonished as he exclaimed, wait, the bulging dark veins on your arm have disappeared? Lao Han, observing the situation, remarked, the effect of this blocker is indeed remarkable. Shochirue, intrigued, asked, can this blocker actually treat such conditions? Dahei shook his head. It's not that miraculous. For individuals like us who have undergone mutation, the blocker merely halts further transformation. It cannot fully cure us. Shochirue, visibly astonished and somewhat incredulous, responded, but your sprawling veins have vanished. Dahei lifted his shirt, revealing his chest to Shochirue. The dark purple veins radiated around his heart. And amidst them, Shochirue discerned a faint orange-red core. With his mouth agape, he struggled to suppress his astonishment and said, aha. So this is what a mutated individual looks like. It's my first time witnessing such a being. Rather than directly questioning the nature of mutation, he scratched his head in bewilderment, pondering, why am I asymptomatic? Why haven't I transformed into a mutated being? If I were injured, would I also become infected and mutate? Lao Han shook his head. Well, that is not entirely clear. However, I've heard that asymptomatic individuals can be classified into two types. One type remains uninfected, yet once infected, it undergoes a transformation. The other type consists of asymptomatic individuals who do not undergo such changes, even if they are injured, as long as they receive the blocking agent. They can revert to their original state. This blocking agent is derived from the blood of these asymptomatic individuals, essentially crafted from their uninfected genes. Dahei nodded, sighed, and remarked that this is essentially a genetic virus. Those who have already mutated cannot be restored and can only be suppressed. At that moment, a Zhao had excavated the seed core from within the massive worm and was excitedly approaching, cradling a seed core that was nearly 1/2 meter in diameter. Hey, everyone. Come look. This seed core is enormous. We're going to strike it rich. Shochirue gazed in astonishment at the seed core in a Zhao's hands, his eyes widening. Wow, is this thing really that big? By the way, he suddenly turned to a Zhao and exclaimed, you were incredible just now. It was like you were a superhero. Oh please. A Zhao responded with a hint of resignation. What superhero? If I could return to normal, I would gladly forego this power. Lao Han glanced at the dark purple veins spreading across a Zhao's arm and cautioned, this ability cannot be used recklessly. Overuse may lead to mutations. Shochirue nodded in sudden understanding, while Lao Han had already tended to Dahei and the others. Shochirue extended his hand to assist Dahei in standing, saying, let us go. I wonder if the vehicle is repaired yet. Dahei's legs bore only minor flesh wounds, which posed no significant hindrance to his mobility, although he still needed medication. Greetings, Brother Xiao. Behold this substantial core. Surely it could fetch a fine residence at the base. Can it truly be so valuable? Yu Zhao's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he addressed the group. The vehicle is repaired. This situation is perilous. Let us depart swiftly. The group hastened into the vehicle, where Lao Han and a Zhao took their places in the truck bed. Liang Kai took the wheel, with Dahei in the passenger seat, while Yi Xiao, Chen Gu, and Shochirue settled in the back. The recent events had consumed considerable time, and the group dared not venture into the city, opting instead for a winding path to bypass the urban sprawl. Chapter 55. Refugee Zone. The vehicle, fortified like a bastion, traversed the verdant highway, making its way northward as indicated on the map. The sky darkened ominously, and the vehicle was now but a short distance from the Gaoting base. As twilight approached, they finally arrived near the Gaoting base. This area resembled a suburban enclave, far removed from the city, with wide streets, albeit partially obscured by encroaching greenery. Ahead loomed a colossal city wall, atop which rusted signage bore the words, Longxing Film Base. This was once a film studio? Yi Xiao chuckled softly as he alighted from the vehicle. The vehicle halted beside the street opposite the film base, and to the astonishment of Yi Xiao and his companions, signs of habitation were evident. The houses here were modest 3-story row homes, not particularly tall, with many windows and doors boarded up with metal sheets or wooden planks. As Yi Xiao and his companions alighted from the vehicle, they donned their backpacks and retrieved their belongings. Yi Xiao took special care to secure the seed kernels, for they were indeed valuable treasures that must not be lost. Chen Ge, holding a flashlight aloft, ventured towards a seemingly deserted house in the distance, remarking, "The base will not open its doors at night. If we wish to enter, we must wait until morning." Their voices seemed to attract the attention of the inhabitants within the house, and soon, the formerly shut doors began to creak open. Gaunt figures emerged into the moonlit night. Some clutching candles or oil lamps. The emaciated faces, signs of malnutrition, were illuminated under the soft glow, their hollow, vacant eyes seemingly rekindled with life as they gazed upon Yu Xiao and his party. However, perhaps due to the night as shadows, they dared not stray far from their doorways, calling out to Yu Xiao and his companions. "Gentlemen, would you care to barter? I have fine goods." From a nearby dwelling, a few bold women approached, emboldened by proximity. "Are you preparing for the base? You can't enter until tomorrow, so why not rest with us tonight? It's not expensive, just a bit of meat or an inhibitor will suffice. We can even offer a little extra tonight." Three gaunt women surged forward, seizing the arms of Chen Ge and his companions, causing Yi Xiao and the others to instinctively retreat behind them. They stood there, momentarily stunned, their eyes scanning the curious faces peering from the shadows. This was the first time they had encountered such a multitude since their arrival in this world. These individuals resemble famished refugees, their gaunt faces and sickly appearances betraying their plight. The three women possess frail figures, scarcely bearing any flesh. One, seemingly of middle age, persistently leans against old Han, who, with evident disdain, forcefully extricates his arm and exclaims, "Get lost." Chen Ge, equally unyielding, swiftly draws his firearm from his waist, questioning, "What are you trying to do?" Scram. The three women tremble, with two hastily releasing their grip. The third, stammering, pleads, "Sir, you may strike me if you wish. I can endure anything, just spare me some food." Annoyed, Chen Ge flings his arm, sending the woman sprawling to the ground. "Get lost." He disregards them and strides forward. "Brothers, do you have any medicine? My room is tidy. You may use it freely. Just a single anti-inflammatory pill will suffice." Anti-inflammatory? At this, Chen Ge abruptly halts, glancing incredulously at the woman within the door. She nods emphatically, her expression fraught with anxiety. "Yes, my child has a fever. Do you have any medicine?" "Fever?" A Zhao and a He exchange bewildered glances, while Zhou Chirue, perplexed, nudges a Zhao and inquires, "What's wrong?" "Why the astonishment?" A Zhao whispers to Zhou Chirue, "Typically, those who have undergone mutation do not fall ill." "Do not fall ill?" Yi Xiao is taken aback, pondering the remarkable resilience of those who have mutated. Does this imply that the woman's child is not one of them? Chen Ge appeared somewhat perplexed. "Your child is asymptomatic? Why not enter the base?" The woman glanced at the darkening sky outside and waved to the group. "It's unsafe out here. You should find a place to stay. My home is quite clean, and the absence of medicine is not a concern." She thought to herself that even if these individuals had no medicine, it would be beneficial if they could later procure a dose for her. The group clearly resembled an adventurous team, so she decided to invite them in first. Chen Ge turned to Yi Xiao, seeking his opinion. Yi Xiao, intrigued by the woman, acknowledged that she likely possessed considerable knowledge about the base, given her proximity. Nodding in agreement, Chen Ge stepped forward without further hesitation and entered the house. The others followed, and the iron door was shut behind them. Inside, a simple, handmade kerosene lamp illuminated the space. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, with a well-proportioned figure standing over 6 feet tall. Her hair was cut short and disheveled, resembling a dog-ass chew. Although her face was somewhat gaunt, her features remained distinctly handsome. The first floor was cluttered with an assortment of miscellaneous items, disassembled old appliances, tattered metal sheets, and various discarded objects, resembling a junkyard. The woman smiled sheepishly and pointed upstairs. "The rooms on the second floor are tidy. I've cleaned them." Carrying the oil lamp, she led Yi Xiao and the others up the staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, which appeared to have once been a photography studio, they noticed posters adorning the walls. The living room featured a sofa and a coffee table, everything in perfect order and strikingly clean. A woman approached an open door, gesturing towards the interior. Although there was no bed, the floor was adorned with mats and bedding, creating a clean and comfortable environment. As she described, within the spacious room furnished with mats, a soft carpet lined the wall, accompanied by blankets and quilts, resembling a large dormitory. Old Han couldn't suppress a smile, thinking to himself how resourceful the young lady was, establishing a guest house in such a place. A cozy spot like this could at least provide a meal. Chen Ge cast a glance at the woman, his gaze sweeping over her bulky, seemingly disheveled attire. As a woman, You must find it rather challenging, don't you? The woman awkwardly tugged at the corner of her mouth, revealing a hint of embarrassment and discomfort. It is indeed a struggle, but I am not so easily bullied. As long as it is not excessive, we can negotiate. A trace of numbness flickered in her eyes. In this world, simply surviving felt like an extravagant luxury. Chapter 56. The albino boy. This woman, alone with her child in this harsh environment, undoubtedly faced significant hardships. Her words were laden with helplessness and a resignation to her circumstances. There were many refugees outside, and Yi Xiao, Zhou Chirui, and Liang Kai had begun to grasp the reality of this place. Mommy, a youthful yet raspy voice emerged from behind the crowd. The child, standing at about 1 meter tall, was wrapped in a blanket, with 2 thin legs protruding beneath, resembling mere twigs, devoid of any flesh. Upon seeing the child's appearance, the group immediately understood why the base had not accepted this asymptomatic individual. The child appeared frail and sickly, resembling a sprout. Most striking were his snow-white hair, pallid skin, and crimson eyes, characteristics unmistakably indicative of albinism, revealing the boy's genetic affliction. The woman hurried towards him, her anxiety palpable as she sought to take him upstairs. Cough, cough, Mama. I want some water. She seemed intent on shielding him from the gaze of strangers. The boy's persistent cough echoed, prompting old Han to glance at the backpack he carried, which contained a medical kit with some emergency supplies. However, he refrained from making any sudden movements and turned to Yi Xiao, seeking his opinion. Yi Xiao, not focusing on the backpack, opened the system shop, noting that the prices for the medicines mirrored those in reality. 10 points could procure 20 capsules of amoxicillin. Given that Yi Xiao had almost 200,000 points at his disposal, this 10 points seemed trivial. Nevertheless, he did not rush to exchange them, but instead suggested to the group, let us set our things down and take a moment to rest. We haven't had dinner yet. Old Han, could you ask the landlady if she has any cooking utensils? Without Yu Zhao's prompt, Chen Ge and the others felt hesitant to speak. And so they removed their shoes and stepped into the room. The floor was adorned with a patchwork of mats, topped with a thick carpet. After setting down the backpack, Chen Ge instructed Dehei to rest inside, while he and Old Han stepped out to borrow a pot from the landlady. Zhao and Dehei engaged in conversation within, while Yi Xiao led Liang Kai and Zhou Chirui to the second-floor living room. Xiao Ge. Zhou Chirui lowered his voice and recounted to Yi Xiao what Dehei had revealed to him today. According to their implication, most of them had already undergone mutation and could only survive by relying on asymptomatic blood-based inhibitors. Yi Xiao nodded in understanding, stroking his chin as he grasped a crucial realization. No wonder the system marketplace offered the mutation inhibitor. In fact, the original name of this substance was a lengthy string of technical jargon, something akin to primitive gene original agent, which Yi Xiao could hardly comprehend. However, the description succinctly labeled it as mutation inhibitor. This substance was essentially crafted from the blood genomic material of ordinary individuals, rendering it an alien element in this world. Yet, it was exceedingly vital and precious here. Yi Xiao glanced at the system marketplace, noting that there was no limit to its quantity, though the price was rather steep, 5,000 points for a single unit. He pondered, his eyes wandering, considering the possibility of negotiating with Zhou Chirui, the vendor, to explore any potential adjustments. Yi Xiao spent 10 points to exchange for a box of amoxicillin in the marketplace. He opened the medicine box and extracted the tablets within, then laid a piece of tissue on the table, carefully separating the granules one by one and placing them on the tissue. The audience in the live broadcast room appeared perplexed by Yi Xiao's actions, expressing considerable confusion. Vortex superhero, what is he planning to do? Why is he taking it out? Mei Yi, is he intending to give that child some medicine? Yi Xiao glanced at the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room and murmured, these medicines are from our side. They contain the company's name and address, which could raise suspicions. The boxes are printed with the pharmaceutical company's address. And if something distinctly foreign to this world were to appear, it would undoubtedly attract attention, despite being merely a recent university graduate with little social experience. Yi Xiao understood the importance of concealing their origins from another world. After wrapping all the amoxicillin in tissue, he handed the box to Liang Kai and instructed, take this and burn it. Ensure it is completely incinerated. Liang Kai nodded and carried the box to the restroom. Yi Xiao then exchanged a glance with Zhou Chirui, signaling him to follow as they ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor. As they climbed, the sound of their footsteps prompted a woman to emerge from a nearby room. Standing at the doorway in a protective stance, she inquired cautiously, what brings you here? Big sister, I've brought you some medicine, Yi Xiao replied, opening his palm to reveal 2 capsules nestled within. Shochirue, standing nearby, cast a surprised glance at the mere 2 capsules in Yu Xiao's hand, recalling that he had previously procured 20. However, he quickly understood the rationale and remained silent, standing quietly beside him. Medicine? Upon hearing the mention of medicine, the woman immediately stepped forward with a sense of urgency, her gaze fixed on the capsule in Yi Xiao's hand. She appeared so overwhelmed with excitement that she was at a loss, as if she wished to take it but hesitated to do so. Noticing her demeanor, Yu Xiao reassured her, it's an anti-inflammatory, just 1 capsule at a time. With that, the woman promptly reached out and carefully took the capsule into her hands, repeatedly nodding in gratitude towards Yu Xiao. Without lingering, she swiftly turned and entered the room. Yang, come take your medicine, she called, as she brought the cup of water beside the boy. In the dimly lit room, illuminated by a flickering oil lamp, the snow-haired youth cautiously swallowed the pill. Shochirue stood at the door, addressing those inside. Sister, how old is this child? The woman offered an awkward smile to the 2 at the entrance. 12. 12 years old? Yu Xiao expressed his surprise, having assumed the boy was merely 10, as he appeared quite frail. Chapter 57. The Heisey Group prepares to go online. Sister, do you know much about the Gouting base? With the medicine in hand, the woman seemed to lower her defenses. After ensuring the child was settled for the night, she stepped outside and began discussing the nearby Gouting base. Are you planning to head to the base? Yi Xiao and Zhou Chirue nodded in affirmation. Zhou Chirue smiled as he added, it's quite unsafe out there. We wish to find a base to stay in. By the way, how should we address you? Just call me Sister Lin, she replied with a sigh, appearing somewhat embarrassed. To be honest, I don't know much about what lies within, as I have never been inside myself. However, I have heard that asymptomatic individuals are arranged in a separate area, inaccessible to others. Zhou Chirue appeared astonished. Isn't that akin to imprisonment? Sister Lin chuckled softly, at least it is safe. I've heard they have housing and food, providing security and assurance. Nevertheless, one must work 6 to 7 hours each day and donate blood once a week. Yi Xiao expressed curiosity about the nature of this work. What kind of work? Sister Lin furrowed her brow. It seems to be at a factory that specializes in the production of seed cores for nuclear weapons, although this particular factory is not large. I have heard that there is a larger facility at the Hongfeng base. Yi Xiao continued to inquire, are there any conditions for entering the base? Sister Lin nodded, yes. If fewer than 5 individuals are entering, one must pay a seed core as a toll. If more than 5, 2 seed cores are required. However, if accompanied by an asymptomatic person, it is said that they can be granted immediate access. Zhou Chirue expressed mild surprise. Then why don't you find someone to accompany you inside? Sister Lin shook her head helplessly. Even if I enter, it would be of no use. To obtain residency, one must rent a house, requiring 5 ordinary seed cores each month. Without a place to stay, one would be expelled. Those who can reside there are primarily members of adventure teams. This base belongs to the Tang family, who were originally affluent merchants in the area, operating convenience stores and owning several enterprises and factories. Yi Xiao understood, no wonder there exists such a large base here. At this moment, Old Han had already placed the baked rice on the table, while a Zhao and a few others sat nearby, waiting for the 2 of them. Yi Xiao walked over and took a seat in the vacant space, suggesting they begin their meal. Sister Lin, displaying her understanding, chose to remain on the 3rd floor and did not come down. Yi Xiao, what is troubling you? Yang Kai inquired, noticing Yu Xiao's furrowed brow, which suggested he was deep in thought. Yi Xiao sighed and replied, I am contemplating whether to enter the base. Liang Kai was somewhat surprised. Hadn't they previously discussed going to the base enthusiastically? Now that they had arrived, why was Yu Xiao hesitating? Observing the fans in the live broadcast room, who were equally puzzled, Yi Xiao continued, I simply dislike the idea of having my blood drawn, and there is little freedom within. I find Sister Lin's place rather pleasant. Perhaps we should stay here for the time being and assess the situation. Yang Kai and Zhou Chirue exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat dejected. For the 2 of them, although the base lacked freedom, it was undeniably safer than the outside world. They had only been here a few days, and not a single day had passed without turmoil. Zhou Chirue pondered for a moment before saying, Yi Xiao, how about you send us inside? Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow at Zhou Chirue, questioning, why? Do you wish to be imprisoned? Liang Kai scoffed. Isn't it merely a matter of going to work and having blood drawn? It's not much different from our previous daily routine. As long as we can safely endure these 30 days, I would gladly accept being confined. He cast a hesitant glance at Yi Xiao, adding, out here, it's far too perilous. Hitler, two cowards, black frame. For now, ensuring safety is paramount. Bringing them into the base is the safer option. Isaac's heart. These two are truly cowardly. Sua Galulu May. I find their reasoning quite sensible. Flying paint. Nonsense, if it were you. You'd be just as cowardly. Mental Health Rehabilitation Center. I am indeed a coward. If it were up to me, I would certainly enter the base. Sua Galulu May. I genuinely think their words hold merit. Big cousin, these past few days have been thrilling for us. But they face this every day. It's truly frightening. Yi Xiao furrowed his brows and glanced at the panel in the live broadcast room. The number of fans was nearing 60,000, and the next fan lottery was approaching. The growth in followers had been astonishingly rapid. Yi Xiao stroked his chin, contemplating whether he should draw a participant first. TSK. Yi Xiao clicked his tongue in utter frustration, wondering if the system could provide him with something truly useful. Must it always be just a minor character? Hearing Yi Xiao's words from the live broadcast, everyone in the vast command room perked up. The enormous LED screen, which nearly covered an entire wall, displayed the live broadcast footage of Yi Xiao, with the logged-in name being Black Frame. In front of the screen, multiple command stations were set up, featuring several computers along with numerous cameras and photography equipment. Due to the inability to directly record from the computer, they had to resort to capturing the broadcast via alternative methods. The personnel stationed before the monitoring console turned to shout towards the command center, Director Liao. Yi Xiao is preparing for the next extraction transmission. At that moment, the director of the Special Defense Bureau, along with several commanders, was meticulously scrutinizing images displayed on the screen before them. Terrifying images of monstrous entities, enormous orange-red seed cores, and an array of peculiar handguns and weapons from various angles and types were visible. There were also enlarged images of modifications beneath a vehicle's hood, complete with various annotations, as well as a magnified photo of a darkened chest, marked with labels such as Deformed Entity and Seed Core Mutation Zone, among other explanations. Director Liao, a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit and holding a teacup, turned to a nearby commander in military attire with graying hair and inquired, "Old Su, what do you think?" The commander, referred to as Old Su, exhaled deeply, nodded his head, and replied, "In terms of energy, medicine, and technology, there is substantial research value here. Let us prepare our team." Director Liao stirred the tea leaves in his cup and gestured towards the group gathered in front of the computer in the command hall. "Activate the High-Z team and strive to secure an extraction slot." Commander Su expressed his confusion, asking, "Isn't it possible to directly receive the transmission?" Director Liao shook his head in resignation, saying, "Unfortunately not. We must see who among our prepared personnel will emerge as the fortunate one." Chapter 58. Oh no, it's raining. Sanhu, are we about to begin selecting lucky viewers again? How thrilling. As Yi Xiao gazed at the barrage of negative comments flooding the live broadcast, he found himself somewhat bewildered. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the majority of these disparaging remarks came from unfamiliar new accounts, as if a swarm of trolls had been summoned. Among them, one user, known as the Master of Leisure, stood out prominently. Yi Xiao couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Secretly hoping this individual would become the next lucky audience member, he was eager to see whether this person would be willing to face the consequences of their bravado. Furrowing his brow, Yi Xiao observed the relentless stream of naysayers and hesitated. There was no need to rush. Perhaps it would be wiser to postpone the draw for a couple of days and gather more information about the situation at the base first. Inviting such unpredictable characters at this stage would likely lead to complications, as he had no idea what kind of peculiar individuals might be drawn in. Listening to Yi Xiao's thoughts, Liang Kai and Zhou Chirue nodded in agreement from the side. Liang Kai remarked, "Indeed, it would be prudent to first understand the situation at the base. We wouldn't want to invite someone who might hinder our progress." Liang Kai and Zhou Chirue are seasoned individuals who have personally undergone a series of psychological transformations upon their arrival here. It is evident that adjusting one's mindset and acclimating to life in this place is an inevitable process. Zhou Chirue is acutely aware of how unprepared he felt when he first arrived, and now he hopes to avoid encountering someone as unready as he once was. Moreover, with the base so close at hand, neither of them wishes for any unforeseen complications. In the corner of the room, a solitary candle flickers, while Chun Gu and a few others remain awake, nestled in their beds, engaged in conversation. Yi Xiao and his companions have shed their outer garments, only to be greeted by the unpleasant odor that has begun to emanate from their bodies. Disgusted, Yi Xiao turns his head away. The inability to bathe outdoors is truly vexing. Surely, the base must have facilities for washing. Contemplating this, Yi Xiao quietly sits down when Chun Ji's voice breaks the silence. Yi Xiao, are we entering the base tomorrow? After a moment's hesitation, Yi Xiao replies, perhaps we should linger here for a couple of days to gather more information about the base. Chengge nods in agreement. That's exactly what I was thinking. Why don't we first procure some seed cores tomorrow, then venture into the base to assess the situation? Yi Xiao responds affirmatively. All right. I've heard that the rent for the base is 5 seed cores per month. Do you think that's expensive? A Zhao props himself up and inquires. 5 seed cores? Are they large or small? A Zhao waves his hand dismissively. That's simple enough, but we're rather short on manpower. There are only 6 of us. Going out to collect seed cores carries considerable risk. Dehei nods in agreement. At the very least, we need 2 more people. Especially since we also need to procure suppressants. Yi Xiao expresses his confusion. So we can only act as adventurers? Is it not possible to run a business within the base? Lao Han leaned against the wall, arms crossed, noting that the opportunities for enterprise within the base were scant, as most resources were monopolized by the higher-ups. Ordinary individuals could only sell a hodgepodge of items, and the most lucrative endeavor seemed to be modifying vehicles for adventure teams. Suddenly, a Zhao was struck by inspiration. If only we could establish a vehicle modification shop within the base, we would have nothing to worry about. A vehicle modification shop? Yi Xiao pondered, stroking his chin, finding the idea quite feasible. He could exchange his points for tools, and the expenses would not be substantial. Most importantly, it would allow Chun Gu and the others to remain within the base, ensuring they could provide support at any time. Upon hearing about the vehicle modification shop, Liang Kai became intrigued and eagerly patted the blanket next to Yi Xiao. Xiao Gu, this is definitely a viable idea. Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. Yes, it is. Please compile a list of the tools we need. I might be able to procure them. All right, let us rest for now. We can visit the base later to discuss it further. A Zhao rose to extinguish the candle, as everyone nestled into their blankets and lay down. Yi Xiao, resting on the bunk, found himself too weary to focus on the premier interface. After several nights of poor sleep, he was finally able to rest properly today. The mattress beneath him was not hard. It was layered with soft bedding, and the blanket felt sun-dried. Unlike the dusty blankets in his previous accommodations, which left his airways irritated with their staleness, he now felt a sense of comfort. As he continued to reflect, Yi Xiao gradually succumbed to drowsiness and drifted off to sleep. The sound of pattering echoed through the morning. The sky was tinged with a pale hue. Yet the rising sun remained shrouded by thick clouds. A few scattered raindrops began to tap against the metal and wooden barriers shielding the window. Inside the room, Yi Xiao and the others were still in deep slumber. A Zhao and Dehei lay at the periphery, their hands clutching firearms beneath the covers, a habit forged in the aftermath of the Great Calamity. However, the previous night had been an unusual respite from night watch duty, allowing both to enjoy a restful sleep. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps descended from the upper floor, followed by a frantic knocking at the door. Eldest brother, quick! Wake up! A voice filled with urgency roused Yu Xiao and his companions from their dreams, as Shou Qirue and Liang Kai yawned and stretched lazily in their beds. Chenggu also awoke with a yawn, while a Zhao rubbed his eyes, shaking off his drowsiness, and swiftly leaped to the door. Upon opening it, he found Sister Lin from upstairs with an anxious expression. Eldest brother, it's bad news. The rain has started. What? At the mention of rain, a Zhao's senses sharpened instantly. He turned to the others in the room, exclaiming, this is bad. It's raining. Raining? Dahei and Chun Gu hurriedly tossed off their covers and rose to their feet. The group rushed out of the room, and as they entered the living room, the sound of raindrops tapping against the exterior became unmistakable. Yi Xiao, still somewhat bewildered and yawning, scratched his neck and ambled to the doorway, observing the tense expressions of his companions, feeling perplexed. What is going on? It's just rain. Why the fuss? In Yi Xiao's understanding, should rain not signify the source of clean water? Yet, why do these individuals appear so anxious and unsettled? Chapter 59. That child must not die. The grave expressions and tense emotions of Chen Gu and his companions naturally affected Yu Xiao and the others. Even Zhou Qirue and Liang Kai sensed that perhaps something ominous was about to unfold. Rain is hardly a good omen. Since the great catastrophe, it has seldom rained. But when it does, it tends to persist for several days. There is no telling when it might cease, and during the rainy period, those nocturnal wanderers become particularly active, with numerous night roamers and mutated beings stirring to life. Sister Lin's face turned pale, her lips quivering, and they tend to congregate in populous areas. Outside the building, a chaotic noise erupted, seemingly the sound of a large crowd in disarray. Chenggu and his companions hurried down the stairs, and Yishao swiftly followed suit. Upon reaching the first floor, the cacophony outside intensified. Chenggu opened the door, revealing a street filled with disheveled figures rushing past. Yishao, pulling his hat low, cautiously peered outside. In the surrounding refugee area, the homeless were pouring out of their dwellings, clad in rags and carrying various belongings, frantically converging towards the gate of the base. A considerable throng had already gathered at the entrance, with at least several hundred souls in sight. Many were still emerging from the nearby buildings, desperately sprinting toward the base. Their movements were frantic, their malnourished bodies swaying as they ran. Even with gritted teeth and contorted faces, their speed remained only marginally swift. The gaunt faces were etched with fear and anxiety, as if death were relentlessly pursuing them from behind. When they arrived last night, darkness had already descended, obscuring their vision. Yet they were taken aback by the multitude gathered outside. There were so many that it astonished Yishao. Damn it! The entrance to the base is going to be blocked by them. Yishao, we must get into the base. It is exceedingly perilous to wait outside in the rain, for we have no inkling of what might come our way. At least the perimeter of the base offers some defensive measures against potential threats. Gritting his teeth, Yishao observed the frenzied expressions of the refugees and realized he could not afford to delay. He quickly called out to the crowd, urging them to gather their belongings and board the vehicles heading to the base. Sister Lin stood by, flustered and anxious, helplessly watching Chenggu and others hurriedly packing their things upstairs. It seemed she recognized that Yishao was the leader of their group. At that moment, the captain suddenly knelt before Yishao with a resounding thud. The sound of his knees striking the ground was unmistakably clear, even to the audience in the broadcasting studio. Brother. Sister Lin knelt on the ground, desperately clutching Yishao's pant leg. Please, I beg you, help me. I want to bring my son into the base. I implore you. I can remain outside, but please, take my son with you. I'm begging you. As she spoke, she began to bow fervently before Yishao, who was taken aback by her sudden gesture. Furrowing his brow, he reached out to pull her up. Sister Lin, please don't do this. You are putting me in a difficult position. No matter how much you implore me, I cannot casually take someone along. I certainly cannot carry an encumbrance with me. He is not here to perform acts of charity. The child suffers from albinism and is physically frail, requiring constant care. Aside from Sister Lin, the child's mother, who would be willing to bear such a burden? Yishao shook his head, preparing to leave, only to be clutched at the thigh by Sister Lin. Then, I can wash your clothes and cook for you. I would be willing to serve you in any capacity, as long as you take us with you. While having someone to wash and cook would indeed be advantageous, once he entered the base, it was uncertain whether he would enjoy such privileges. He was not going in to be treated like a lord. Seeing Yishao refuse once more, Sister Lin grew anxious, gripping his leg tightly, her teeth clenched. That child cannot die. He absolutely cannot die. At that moment, Chenggu and a few others hurried down, carrying items as they made their way towards the vehicle. Sister Lin cast a glance at Chenggu and his companions, seemingly hesitant, and pulled Yishao to a secluded corner. With an expression full of hope, she looked at Yishao and lowered her voice. You are asymptomatic, right? Yishao nodded, puzzled by her furtive demeanor. Sister Lin continued in a hushed tone, My son has albinism, but he is immune to those mutated creatures. He was once harmed by a night wanderer. Yet he exhibited no signs of mutation. Her words left Yishao momentarily stunned. Could there truly be someone immune to mutation? Is that even possible? Yishao's eyes widened in astonishment. It was hardly surprising given that this revelation implied that Sister Lin's son might very well be the key to developing a restorative potion. He had not anticipated that Sister Lin harbored such a remarkable treasure. However, one point puzzled Yishao. If that were the case, why hadn't she informed the base earlier? Perhaps they would have safeguarded both her and her child. Sister Lin shook her head, her voice trembling. I was too afraid. If they separated me from my son, he would be left without anyone to care for him. Her expression was one of sheer terror as she bit her nails. Moreover, I heard that there was someone else who was immune, but they died soon after. She vehemently shook her head. How could I possibly entrust my child to those people? Yishao furrowed his brow. Indeed, Sister Lin's child appeared frail and sickly, unlikely to withstand much hardship before succumbing. Surviving in this post-apocalyptic world for so long was nothing short of a miracle. If that child truly possessed immunity to the mutations, he would undoubtedly hold immense value. Allowing them to accompany Chen Gu and the others would not pose any issues. It would simply provide them with an additional advantage. At that moment, the barrage of comments was flooding the screen, particularly from a user named Black Frame, who began calling out names specifically. Black Frame, Yi Xiao. Take that child with you. Now, Yi Xiao harbored deep suspicions that this Black Frame was undoubtedly affiliated with some official organization. The vehicle had already arrived at the entrance, and Liang Kai from the car called out, Xiaogu, it's time to go. Yi Xiao shouted to a Zhao. A Zhao, help Sister Lin gather her things. Bring both of them along. The occupants of the vehicle paused momentarily, yet did not inquire further. A Zhao swiftly leaped from the car, following Sister Lin as they hurried upstairs. Lao Han Dehei. And Chen Gu disembarked from the vehicle and proceeded to the truck bed. Yi Xiao opened the front passenger door and took a seat, while Shou Chirue in the back seat appeared somewhat surprised. Xiaogu, weren't you initially reluctant to bring them along? What did she say to you that changed your mind? Liang Kai also expressed his confusion, questioning the necessity of bringing the child. Yi Xiao cast a glance at the open door of the house and replied, if they were of no use, I wouldn't bring them. They can just follow Chen Gu and the others. Chapter 60, The Chaos Before the Base A Zhao. Cradling the child, and Sister Lin, laden with various items, hurriedly emerged from the house. Sister Lin and the child were squeezed into the back seat, while a Zhao vaulted into the truck bed. The vehicle roared to life and made its way towards the entrance of the base. Beneath the towering city walls, which loomed as high as several stories, throngs of refugees had gathered, and several adventure team vehicles were already ensnared in the surrounding crowd. Liang Kai maneuvered the vehicle to the rear of the convoy, while more adventure team vehicles raced towards the base. Numerous cars formed a long line at the entrance, but the base's gates remained tightly shut, obstructed by the throng of refugees. Furthermore, in order to deter the influx of those seeking refuge, the gates were firmly closed. Get lost, all of you. A burly man from the vehicle ahead leaned out, bellowing at the congested masses blocking the road. Damn it, if you don't disperse, I'll shoot you all. However, as the rain gradually intensified, the displaced individuals huddled recklessly before the city gates, fervently pounding on the heavy doors. Open the gates. Let us in. We implore you. Please, allow us entry. The rain has arrived. The season of deluge is upon us. We are willing to do anything. We beseech you. A stern voice echoed from atop the city walls. No entry without a seed for the base. If you have none, be gone. Upon hearing this, the refugees turned and surged toward the adventurers' vehicles. Good sir, please, take me with you. Men and women alike began to claw at the doors of the vehicles, encircling them from all sides. In no time, the vehicles were completely surrounded. Some even attempted to climb atop the vehicles. Get lost, damn it, came the foul-mouthed retorts from the front. Yi Xiao and his companions were not spared from this chaos. Numerous refugees began to clamber onto the rear of the truck. Chen Gu muttered a curse under his breath, rising to kick at the intruders. Dahei and a Zhao were equally unrelenting. Anyone attempting to ascend was met with a swift kick. A few women desperately pressed against the side of the truck, pleading, Brother, take us with you. We are willing to do anything. You old hags, just go away. Brother, my daughter is young. Take us with you. Damn it. Dahei glared at the frenzied faces surrounding them, cursing incessantly. Suddenly, the previously gentle patter of rain transformed into a torrential downpour, drenching all beneath it. The heavy, dark clouds have shrouded the sky above, casting a dim pall over the West Zhou region. The heavens appear to be enveloped by a dense, ominous blanket, obscuring any semblance of a boundary. In front of the bustling and chaotic gates of the base, the throngs of refugees are oblivious to the distorted figures slowly emerging from a distant street corner. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupts. An unknown vehicle has discharged its weapon, and bullets rain down upon the crowd of refugees. Cries of anguish pierce the air as those at the forefront collapse, while those behind scream in terror. Yet, the outer circle of refugees clings to a false sense of security, reluctant to flee. The ground before the vehicle is strewn with numerous bodies, lying lifelessly as blood mingles with the rainwater, creating vast patches of crimson on the earth below. The individuals in the broadcasting room seem equally shaken by this chaotic scene. These common folk truly fear nothing. One remarks, still lingering here, do they not value their lives? Another questions, what is the host doing? Eliminate this worthless crowd. A third chimes in, isn't this a bit too brutal? Someone else counters, these people have lost all reason. Why do they not leave? Another observes, this is the apocalypse. It is indeed merciless, comments yet another. In the distance, a series of sharp cracks can be heard, muffled by the torrential downpour. Several vehicles, trailing long plumes of smoke, burst forth from the far side of the road. A voice rises from the perimeter of the crowd. "Ah, it's a monster. The monster has arrived. Run for your lives." The crowd fled in a state of panic, with the more astute refugees turning back towards the houses across the street. Some remained stubbornly congested at the city gate, clinging to the hope that the stronghold would show mercy and allow them entry. Others frantically climbed atop vehicles, pleading desperately at their sides. The leading vehicle erupted with the staccato sound of gunfire as a man with a weapon leaned out, shooting at those jammed at the entrance. "Open the gate! Quickly, open the gate!" A shout echoed from the walls. "You must leave. We cannot open it. Damn it, the abominations are coming." In the distance, a horde of twisted creatures advanced swiftly towards them. The occupants of the vehicle ahead cursed in frustration. "Damn it, open the gate." At that moment, Yi Xiao realized that there was no time to delay. He flung open the car door and forcefully kicked it, knocking over several individuals who were blocking the way. He then closed the door securely and opened the sunroof with urgency. Those clinging to the roof scrambled to get inside. In the back seat, Sister Lin tightened her embrace around the child in her arms. At that instant, Yi Xiao raised his assault rifle, firing several shots, causing one refugee to collapse instantly. The others clinging to the roof tumbled down in a frantic scramble. Yi Xiao extended part of his body out, pointing his weapon at the surrounding refugees. "Get off. You still have time to run. The monsters are approaching, and soon, you will find only death awaits. Take me inside. If you do not, I shall not descend. And you shall not think of it either." With that, Yi Xiao ceased his idle chatter and swiftly pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets that silenced the figures sprawled atop the vehicle's roof. His gaze was icy at this moment. He had no intention of engaging in further banter with this group. Any delay could result in dire consequences. Ahead, several adventurers were still embroiled in heated debate with those atop the city wall, while the monstrous threats loomed ever closer, inciting panic among the surrounding refugees, who scattered in frantic disarray. The vehicles behind them had already opened fire on the advancing Night Stalkers. The fleeing populace immediately drew the attention of the creatures, which, in chaotic pursuit, surged after the terrified masses. The relentless sound of rain could hardly mask the rising chorus of screams. Those Night Stalkers, typically shrouded in the shadows during daylight, now abandoned their hiding places, reveling in the chaos. Indeed, remaining outside was perilous. Leaning out of the sunroof, Yi Xiao adjusted his hat and shouted towards the wall above, "Open the gates. We have 3 asymptomatic individuals. Allow us entry into the base." Upon hearing his proclamation, the previously obstinate figures above widened their eyes in astonishment and called back, "Captain, we have asymptomatic individuals. 3 of them. Open the gates. Guards, secure the entrance and let them in." Chapter 61. Entering the Gaodeng base, a throng of Night Stalkers, drawn by the approaching convoy from behind, was now advancing towards the base's entrance. The air was filled with the relentless cries of anguish as the adventurous convoy's occupants leaned out, guns raised, firing at the encroaching Night Stalkers. Some, still clinging to a glimmer of hope, remained at the entrance of the base, elated at the sound of the gates beginning to open. The once firmly shut gates now thunderously swung wide. The refugees surged eagerly inside, only to be met with a hail of bullets. Their smiles, barely lingering for a fleeting moment, froze upon their faces as their frail bodies collapsed. Pushed aside by the guards emerging from within the gates, clearing a path for the vehicles, cars streamed into the base, capitalizing on the chaos as the Night Stalkers attacked the fleeing crowd. Following closely behind, the vehicles entered the robust gates of the base, reinforced with heavy metal. As they progressed along the street, gunfire echoed off the city walls, and Liang Kai's vehicle halted at a checkpoint after advancing several dozen meters. Amidst the downpour, a few individuals emerged from a nearby building, gesturing for those inside the vehicle to disembark for inspection. Yang Kai turned off the ignition, and the group stepped out into the torrential rain. Yi Xiao pulled up the hood of his jacket, and the group followed the directions into the adjacent building, leaving the cacophony of rain behind. Inside, a toll window awaited, with a voice calling out, 1 seed for toll if there are 5 or fewer people. 2 seeds for toll if there are more than 5. Ahead, several groups of individuals bore a resemblance to Chun Ge and his companions, clad in muted shades of gray and black, devoid of vibrant colors. Their garments, fashioned from durable materials, were enveloped in an aura of weariness. The rough, Weathered skin of these individuals suggested they frequently traversed the outdoors, yet their robust physiques indicated that their circumstances were not entirely dire. A few were engaged in transactions at the window when Yi Xiao turned his gaze towards two figures seated at a nearby table. These were the very individuals who had earlier summoned them for inspection. They lacked a uniform attire, resembling those adventurers. Yet each bore a standardized identification tag affixed to their chests. Yi Xiao raised his hand in a gesture towards them, inquiring, "Excuse me, is it possible to waive the toll for those accompanying asymptomatic individuals?" Upon hearing the term asymptomatic, the group at the window, along with others entering from the back, turned to regard Yi Xiao and his companions. At that moment, a young man clad in a jacket hurried through the entrance, appearing to be in his 30s. He sported shoulder-length hair, currently slicked back, and a scruffy beard that quivered with each movement of his mouth. "Did someone mention asymptomatic individuals? Which ones?" he asked. Yi Xiao raised his hand, indicating himself, Zhou Qirui, and Liang Kai, "These three." He then gestured towards Shengu and his group. "We are all together. Is there any possibility of waiving the toll?" The long-haired man cast a brief glance over Yi Xiao and his companions before pointing towards an inner room, stating, "That will suffice. Proceed to the routine examination. Asymptomatic individuals, please follow this way." Ahead, two doors stood ajar, one to the left and one to the right. On the right side lies the examination room for those alienated, while the left accommodates the asymptomatic individuals. Yi Xiao and his companions led a boy named Yang Yang into the room on the left. The examiner, clad in protective attire, donned a mask and gloves, enveloped in a layer of plastic, revealing only his eyes. He stood behind a table, instructing Yi Xiao and the others to register. The information required was merely rudimentary, encompassing names and ages, alongside a query regarding professional skills. Upon completion of the registration, the masked figure gestured towards an adjacent space. His muffled voice resonating from beneath the mask, "Please remove your clothes." All of them." Yi Xiao cast a glance at the floating barrage of comments, a sharp twitch emanating from the corner of his eye. In that instant, the comment section erupted, filled with a cacophony of glee and mockery. "Little green fox, wow? Is this something I can watch for free? 3 foxes. Oh, our Xiaogu is about to give us a show. Night rain evil moon. Strip, strip, strip. Alden Pharaoh, strip. Milk egg not light. Strip, strip." Faced with the incessant barrage of commands, Yi Xiao grimaced. He certainly did not possess a penchant for parading in front of an audience. He glanced at the individual behind the table, clearing his throat. I don't need to remove my underwear, right?" "No, you don't." Zhou Qirui and Liang Kai had already shed their shirts. One showcased a fair, slender torso with merely a hint of abdominal muscle, while the other appeared gaunt, his ribs visible. Lin Jia's son, Yang Yang, quietly disrobed beside them, his malnourished frame revealing even the contours of his spine. Yi Xiao removed his sweatshirt and athletic pants, revealing a tall and well-built physique. His muscular legs were powerful, yet his overall musculature was not exaggerated, with a defined six-pack adorning his abdomen. Unlike the ostentatious physiques often seen in gyms, Yi Xiao's athletic build was more understated. Left clad only in a pair of shorts, he elicited an enthusiastic response from the audience. "Xiaoqing Hu Wao. Such a physique, I'm in. Fan Tei Shi, darling. I'm yours. Nai Dan Bu Dan. Goodness, a pretty boy, how terrifying. Inu 315. Is that it? What a feeble physique. Xiao Xiao Wei. No need to show off with such a build. Yuzhou Ji Guang. I have an 8-pack. This muscle is hardly impressive. Lin Mei Mei Dao Ba Yang Lu Chue. Too pale, nothing to see here. Who doesn't have some muscle? Isa Gxin. It's quite strange lately. A wave of new fans, and they all seem to be critics. Liang Shihua. I don't know. The promotional posts get deleted immediately. I've only shared in a few groups. Senhu. It seems they just appeared out of nowhere these past few days. Luo Hai Cheng Xian. Let them be. They behave once they're chosen. The inspectors merely glanced over his entire body to confirm the absence of any injuries. After verifying his chest, they instructed Yi Xiao and his companions to redress. He gestured toward a handwritten notice affixed to the wall and said, "This is our basis policy for asymptomatic individuals. Take a look." Yi Xiao and Zhou Qirui immediately raised their eyes to the notice, which stipulated that upon entering the base, asymptomatic individuals were not permitted to leave and were required to reside in a designated quarantine area. The base provides a fundamental accommodation environment for asymptomatic individuals, ensuring they have housing, access to water for bathing, and sanitary conditions. However, Those without symptoms are required to undergo blood tests weekly. Asymptomatic individuals must engage in work to earn food. Chapter 62. The Gaoding base. The group emerged from the examination room, having donned their clothing once more. The long-haired man outside received the registration form from the examiner and glanced at it. He then pointed to Yi Xiao and the two others, indicating, "You three can proceed to the isolation area. This child does not qualify." He led Yi Xiao and the others down the corridor, prompting Chengge and the others to hastily follow. The long-haired man turned abruptly, casting a cold gaze their way. "What do you want?" Zhou Qirui immediately forced a chuckle and discreetly gestured to Chengge. Understanding the cue, Chengge tossed the nearly empty cigarette pack, containing only 2 remaining cigarettes, toward Zhou Qirui. With a grin, Zhou Qirui handed a cigarette to the long-haired man, saying, "Here, have a smoke." The long-haired man opened the pack and took a glance. Although cigarettes were not a rarity in the base, they were still considered a luxury. He unceremoniously extracted one and placed it between his lips, his icy demeanor softening somewhat. Zhou Qirui cheerfully lit it for him, asking, "May I know your name, Captain?" Exhaling a plume of smoke, the long-haired man replied, "I am Captain Yang Ku, responsible for the forward guard of the base." Yi Xiao smiled at him, saying, "Brother Yang, those are our companions. We would like to inquire about a few matters." The long-haired man glanced at Chengge and the others, who were held at a distance, then returned his gaze to Yi Xiao. As Chengge and the others focused their gazes upon Yi Xiao, their expressions reflecting an unwavering allegiance, he immediately sensed an underlying current. Raising an eyebrow in mild surprise, he scrutinized Yi Xiao from head to toe and remarked, "Ah, quite impressive, young man. Are you the leader?" Yi Xiao smiled and nodded, saying, "My brothers trust me. And Yang Gu, my companions intend to remain at the base. We possess both tools and skills. My friend here used to work in automotive repair." With a pat on Liang Kai's shoulder, he continued, "We plan to establish a car modification shop at the base." Zhou Qirui chimed in enthusiastically, "Indeed. We heard that the Gaodang base is quite remarkable, and we made a special journey to reach it. We all intend to stay here for an extended period. None of us are interested in venturing outside, as it is far too perilous. We were merely hoping to gather and enjoy each other's company." He spoke amiably to Yang Ku, saying, "Yang Gu, you certainly appear to be someone of distinction. We were contemplating renting a space at the base where my brothers could repair vehicles and reside. We would appreciate your advice in selecting a suitable location." He gestured towards the cigarette in Yang Ku's mouth, adding, "If we manage to procure such fine goods in the future, we will undoubtedly share some with you." Yang Ku's face brightened at this remark, clearly finding Zhou Qirui's words quite agreeable. Moreover, he understood well that engaging in automotive modification and repair could be quite lucrative. At this moment, Liang Kai interjected, "And Yang Gu, should your vehicle encounter any issues, you can always reach out to us." Yang Ku appeared quite pleased with Zhou Qirui and Liang Kai's performance. He exhaled a puff of smoke, glanced at Chengge and the others, and said, "You may choose a spot in the inner district. Do you possess any nuclear capabilities? I can assist you in selecting a location closer to the quarantine area. Will you be working, or will they be responsible for your sustenance?" After surveying the group, Yang Ku continued, "If you can manage their meals, you may reside in the first quarantine area. Naturally, the cost will be higher, but your activities will still be confined to the quarantine zone." It was unexpected that the regulations here were so stringent. Asymptomatic individuals truly felt as if they were imprisoned. However, the prospect of living together was indeed a positive aspect. Moreover, having already entered, there was no turning back. Who could have anticipated the sudden onset of the rainy season? Yi Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his understanding. "That's good." Yang Ku replied affirmatively. "Then you shall accompany me to the first quarantine area." Yi Xiao, Zhou Qirui, and Liang Kai followed Yang Ku into a jeep, while Chengge and the others trailed behind in their vehicle. As they passed through the gate, the car navigated along the central thoroughfare, eventually crossing beneath an archway reminiscent of a city gate. Flanking the road were Western-style villas, exuding a strong sense of antiquity. Raindrops pattered against the car windows, and occasionally, one could glimpse a few individuals wielding umbrellas amidst the curtain of rain. Some of the villas had their doors ajar, adorned with wooden plaques carved with inscriptions that were difficult to discern through the downpour. The vehicle arrived at a T-junction, where a Western-style bank stood ahead, now replaced by a massive sign inscribed with the word Guild. Through the car window, shadows of people moving inside could be seen. From the driver's seat, Yang Ku remarked, "This is the inner district, and over there is the registration office. You may choose an empty storefront along this street as your base. If you wish to reside in the quarantine zone, However, an additional fee is required. Approximately 6 core nuclei should suffice. 6 core nuclei? Yi Xiao hesitantly inquired. Would 2 large fusion creature nuclei be acceptable? Upon hearing about the fusion creature nuclei, Yang Ke nodded without hesitation. Of course, that would be even better. Let us proceed and complete the registration. With that, Yang Ke swiftly opened the door and exited the vehicle, hastening through the rain into the building ahead. It was a Western-style structure, reminiscent of Gothic architecture. Yi Xiao and the others followed closely, and Chun Ge and his companions quickly disembarked to join them inside. The interior of the church remained largely intact, exuding a sacred and solemn atmosphere that felt strikingly out of place in this apocalyptic world. Yang Ke led them to a long table on the side, where a middle-aged woman wearing glasses awaited. She appeared stern, clad in a fitted qipao that still radiated charm. Yang Ke shook his damp hair and flashed a flirtatious glance. Zhao, these individuals wish to take residence in the base. The woman, surnamed Zhao, disdainfully brushed off the raindrops that clung to her, casting a glance at Yi Xiao and the others. Her voice was somewhat cold as she remarked, I see. With that, she placed a set of regulations on the table, while Yang Ke detailed the situation beside her, stating, these 3 are asymptomatic. Upon hearing the term asymptomatic, the woman's eyebrows arched slightly, though a hint of difficulty soon crossed her features. Can you resolve the dining issues on your own? If so, that would be for the best, as the rainy season has arrived, and the costs of sustaining yourselves are not trivial. When the time comes, you will need to put in extra hours. Do not say I did not warn you. It would be advantageous if you have companions to support you. Yang Ke nodded. They reside in the quarantine zone and indeed have companions, and they could manage another storefront. A storefront? What kind? A repair and modification shop. The woman produced a layout plan and pointed to a location near the end of the street, indicating, this one, with the address 503, has ample width and space. It was originally a warehouse, which should serve you well as a storefront. There are a total of 6 seed cores, which will be handed over now. The woman patted the adjacent box, signaling for Yi Xiao and the others to collect the items. Yi Xiao nodded and said to Yang Ke, Brother Yang, wait a moment. I will fetch something from the car. Yang Ke acknowledged with a nod, and Yi Xiao, accompanied by Chun Ge, theatrically exited. Chapter 63, Quarantine Zone Before long. The 2 returned, carrying a bag, and placed 2 seed cores, each approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, into the box. 1 core was from the fusion creature they had eliminated in the residential area, and the other was from the bizarre large dog they had dealt with a few days prior. Upon seeing the 2 sizable seed cores, the woman raised her dark, arched eyebrows, said nothing, and tugged at the cord by the wall. Shortly thereafter, a man approached from a distance, took the box, and departed. Remember, payments are due every month. Do not forget. The woman offered a brief instruction before opening the drawer, rummaging through its contents for a moment, and then tossing 2 sets of keys onto the table, one for the storefront and the other for the isolation area suite. Let us proceed. I shall guide you to the isolation area, Yang Ke announced. Yi Xiao hesitated for a moment before replying. I will accompany them to inspect the storefront and drop off our belongings, for we shall not be returning here. Zhou Chirue and Liang Kai, you 2 remain here and await my return. Yang Ke refrained from commenting, recognizing that entering the base was no simple endeavor, and Zhou Chirue and Liang Kai stayed put. Sister Lin, you and Yang Ang should also remain here for the time being. It is raining outside, and we wouldn't want you to catch a cold. After ensuring Lin and her companion were settled, Yi Xiao, accompanied by Qin Gu and others, boarded the vehicle and drove towards the street indicated on the layout map. Observing the Western-style architecture on either side, Yi Xiao found himself perplexed. Why had they chosen such a film studio for their base? From the driver's seat, Qin Gu explained. This was originally an old site, later transformed into a film studio. It was selected because there is a substantial air raid shelter beneath. Yi Xiao nodded in understanding, the reason becoming clear. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Dahei exited the vehicle with the keys in hand, approaching a large iron gate, next to which an old sign still bore the words Grain Depot. The warehouse was expansive, approximately 70 to 80 square meters, with an iron ladder leading to the 2nd floor, which contained a small room. The warehouse had already been cleared out, devoid of any contents. As Chun Ge drove the vehicle inside, Yi Xiao leaped from the car and retrieved Liang Kai's list of tools from his pants pocket, opening the system marketplace. What welding equipment and cutting saws there were, Yi Xiao had exchanged for quite a number, creating a substantial pile in the corner. Although Chun-gu and his companions had grown accustomed to it, they could not help but be momentarily taken aback by the sheer volume of items. A Zhao quietly leaned towards Chun-gu and remarked, following him was indeed the right choice. Chun-gu nodded. In his eyes, Yi Xiao had become a veritable treasure trove. A life-saving one at that. After exchanging for items worth tens of thousands of points, Yi Xiao nodded in satisfaction, indicating it was sufficient, and suggested they take the remaining items and inspect their living quarters. As they descended the staircase, a chill enveloped them, causing the already damp group to shiver involuntarily. The stairwell was dimly illuminated, and indeed, there were lights and electricity. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, they were greeted by a spacious, semicircular passage that extended ahead. However, their path was obstructed by a steel-welded barrier, which left only a small door for passage, flanked by 2 guards. One of the guards glanced at the assault rifle slung across a Zhao's back and stated, "No firearms are permitted in the inspection area." He gestured towards a nearby locker, instructing them to store their weapons there first. After securing their firearms in the storage unit, the group proceeded further inside. Although referred to as a bomb shelter, the area was surprisingly vast and vertical, its previous purpose a mystery. Upon entering the iron door, the environment transformed dramatically. It appeared to have been recently renovated, resembling a resort restaurant or hotel. "Wow, this place is impressive." Zhou Chirue could not help but exclaim in admiration. The deeper they ventured, the more immaculate and orderly it became. Yonka smiled with satisfaction, explaining that this film studio was owned by the base chief, Boss Tang, who had previously transformed the space into a bathhouse hotel. After the Great Calamity, it proved to be quite useful. I dare say, among all the bases, none can rival the conditions we have here. What do you think? Not bad, right? As they turned a corner, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. The passageway, 2 to 3 meters wide, was bustling with people, with rooms lining both sides. Among the crowd were both men and women, most of whom, by their attire, appeared to be adventurers, casting curious glances at Yi Xiao and his group of newcomers. Yonku gestured towards the interior, stating, "This is the quarantine area. Your rooms are in 1128. You are fortunate to arrive just as the rainy season has commenced at the base." Yonku led the group down the corridor, with Yi Xiao and his companions trailing behind as passers-by regarded them with intrigue. Occasionally, they spotted a few individuals who seemed asymptomatic. Chenggu unlocked the door, while Yonku leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, remarking, "It seems you have quite a number of asymptomatic individuals among you, which is why your suite is relatively spacious. However, with so many of you, it might still feel a bit cramped. There aren't any separate rooms available, so remember not to venture into the second quarantine area. Aside from the weekly blood donations and health checks for asymptomatic individuals, it's best to keep your distance at all other times." With a click, the room's light illuminated the dark suite, revealing that it had previously been converted into a hotel. To be honest, the environment was beyond what one could have imagined. As the robust door of the hotel swung open, the first sight that greeted the eye was the living room. With a modest bar on one side equipped with sockets and a sink, it also housed a restroom and a bathroom, alongside 3 additional rooms. Although it lacked the opulence of outside hotels, the walls and overall style exuded a raw, rustic charm reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic world. Nevertheless, everything was adequately furnished and impeccably clean. "Wow." Chun-gu and his companions gawked in astonishment as they hurried inside, while Yi Xiao, Zhou Chirue, and Liang Kai stood at the entrance, momentarily bewildered. The environment was indeed beyond their expectations. The contrast with the outside world was stark and striking. "You 3 asymptomatic individuals, come with me to Isolation Zone 2 for a health examination," Yonku instructed. Yi Xiao and the others had no time to take in their surroundings and followed Yonku down the corridor. As they walked, Yonku winked mysteriously at them, saying, "You lucky asymptomatic fellows have some special perks." "Special perks? What does that mean?" Chapter 64, 200 cc's in a week. The audience in the broadcast room expressed their admiration for the environment. "This place is surprisingly nice. Wow, the conditions here are quite extraordinary. We have a bomb shelter turned hot pot restaurant on our side. The conditions here are so good. It feels like a different world compared to the outside." Indeed, after several days of turmoil and adjusting to the dilapidated outside, Yi Xiao felt a sense of unreality. Behind the arched concrete walls, there seemed to be another realm, with a small door in the middle labeled Isolation Zone 2. After Yonka handed over the 3 individuals, he waved his hand and departed. "You 3, follow me." The guard remained outside, while the guide within was a man in his 50s, devoid of any twisted veins. Dressed neatly and possessing a fair complexion, seemingly another asymptomatic individual. To his surprise, 3 newcomers arrived all at once today. As he walked, he led them deeper inside, passing through another door, where the space suddenly expanded. The man guided them into a room resembling a medical facility. Inside sat a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat. "Dr. Liao, we have 3 new asymptomatic individuals." The balding Dr. Liao lifted his head and glanced at Yishao and the others, noticing their damp attire emitting an unpleasant odor, and frowned with distaste. He then gestured towards a nearby seat, instructing them to sit down for a blood draw. As he spoke, he retrieved a pack of wet wipes and tossed it onto the table, advising them to clean their arms. Yishao and the others each had several vials of blood drawn, after which they were instructed to measure their height and weight. The guide revealed the back of his hand, and Yishao then noticed that he too bore similar markings. This is to distinguish asymptomatic individuals. "All right, you may leave now." The guide waved his hand, signaling their departure. In a few days, once the blood tests are available, if everything appears normal, they will commence regular blood draws. Once a week, for your health, only 200 cubic centimeters will be taken. 200 cubic centimeters a week. Do they think we are cattle? They mused. If this continues weekly, how can we avoid anemia? As a few individuals rounded the corner, they beheld 2 figures approaching from the opposite corridor. A man and a woman. The man, seemingly asymptomatic, bore slightly pallid skin and donned clean attire, leading the way with an air of purpose. The woman, dressed in a loose-fitting dress, had her belly prominently rounded, one hand resting on her lower back, swaying like a penguin as she followed behind. Her gaze was unfocused, exuding a sense of numbness. A pregnant woman, indeed? Yishao felt a flicker of surprise, yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. This was a base, after all, where the emergence of new life appeared quite plausible. He lifted his eyes towards the direction from which the pair approached. At the far end of the corridor stood an isolation door marked with the number 3. The man escorted the woman into the medical room, while Yishao continued to trail behind the older gentleman towards the exit. Curiosity piqued, he inquired of the man ahead. "Uncle, what lies beyond that door?" The older man cast a cool glance back at him, questioning the need for such inquiries. "Wait for your examination results. If your health proves satisfactory, you may be granted the opportunity to visit there a few times." Granted the opportunity? What kind of opportunity? Based on health? Yishao pondered this as he, along with Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai, departed from Area 2, heading towards their suite. The comfortable surroundings instilled a sense of languor, and Chun-Gu and the others had already changed into dry clothes, hanging their damp garments in a corner of the living room. Old Han gestured towards the bathroom, urging, "You 3 should quickly take a hot shower. There is hot water available, so don't fall ill." It appeared that this base had implemented some form of water recycling system, yet Yishao and his companions dared not squander the precious resource. As he shed his clothing, the screen of the live broadcast abruptly filled with a vast expanse of pixelation, eliciting a collective sigh of disappointment from the audience. After a refreshing shower, during which he vigorously scrubbed his entire body and indulged in a generous application of body wash, Yishao Shu let out a series of contented sighs. Having gone several days without a proper bath, he felt as if he were marinating in his own scent. Once he had finished bathing, Yishao and his companions languidly collapsed onto the sofa in the living room. He exchanged a glance with Zhou Chirui, signaling him to pass the anti-inflammatory medication to Lin Jie and to assess whether Yang required any. Zhou Chirui nodded in acknowledgement, rising to retrieve a paper package from his backpack and making his way towards Lin Jie, who was busily preparing a meal at the bar. Yishao lazily surveyed the 3 rooms and remarked, "Zhou Chirui, Liang Kai, and I will share one room. The rest, you may distribute among yourselves." Chun-Gu waved his hand dismissively. "It's quite all right. The environment here is pleasant, and we are not particularly finicky." He exhaled deeply and added, "Fortunately, we arrived before the onset of the rainy season. Otherwise, we would have faced considerable challenges." He gazed around with a sense of wonder, reflecting, moreover, being in an underground shelter ensures that as long as this place remains well sealed, our safety during the rainy season is guaranteed. Curiously, Liang Kai inquired, "Is the rainy season truly that frightening?" A Zhao clicked his tongue in response. "Indeed it is. Once the rainy season commences, those aberrant creatures will enter a rapid growth phase, with both hatching and evolution accelerating. Furthermore, devoid of sunlight, the nocturnal wanderers will emerge, leading to an increase in the number of hybrids and aberrations roaming about. Dahe inhaled deeply and added, most importantly, those mutated plants will also become exceedingly active, spreading outward. During this period, the adventurous team found it nearly impossible to venture outside. At this moment, a Zhao patted Dahe's leg and suggested, "Hey, shall we take a stroll outside? It would be a splendid opportunity to attract some business." Yishao, feeling somewhat bored while seated, harbored a few questions about the base. He tugged at Liang Kai, signaling him to join. The Westerner opened the door and stepped out of the suite. There were numerous men and women here. Yet most appeared to be mutants. The women had dark skin, clearly accustomed to frequenting the outdoors. This area seemed vast, with countless rooms, and observing the bustling crowd outside, Yishao estimated that there must be at least several hundred people present. The number of inhabitants within the buildings outside was likely even greater. As Yishao and the Westerner gazed at the lively throng, they were momentarily at a loss regarding where to begin. Just then, a voice suddenly emerged from beside them. "Are you newcomers?" Chapter 65, Quarantine Zone 3. Yishao turned to find a middle-aged Westerner standing nearby, neatly dressed and sporting a warm, friendly smile. "Ah, I am also asymptomatic," he remarked, gesturing towards a nearby corridor. "I reside in room 1109. He glanced at a Zhao and Dahe beside Yishao, his eyes briefly lingering on their hands, revealing a hint of surprise. "You came with mutants, didn't you? That's quite fortunate. I have no companions and can only share quarters with a few asymptomatic individuals." He continued, "Alas, my rheumatism has flared up, and I can only take a day off. I must work daily to earn my meals in the cafeteria. I noticed you both were drenched upon entering. Has the rainy season arrived?" Yishao nodded slightly, remarking, "Indeed. It is raining today." The elder shook his head with a sigh, expressing, "No wonder my legs are aching severely today. How should I address you, uncle?" Liang Kai inquired cheerfully from the side. The elder smiled gently, replying, "My surname is Liu, so you can call me Uncle Liu. I have been here for 2 years now, which feels quite substantial. Feel free to ask anything you do not understand." Upon hearing Uncle Liu mention his work, Liang Kai's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, "Uncle Liu, what kind of work do you do?" Uncle Liu responded, "I assemble parts. There is a small factory in the base that produces core guns. It's not very large. Aside from that, we also engage in cultivation. We have several greenhouses and raise some pigs and rabbits. To prevent pollution, they are all kept underground, specifically for the asymptomatic individuals." "The factory for core guns?" Yishao pondered to herself, contemplating whether she should sneak in later. Observing the mixed crowd around her, she curiously inquired, "Uncle, since this base has a quarantine area, why are the asymptomatic individuals not separated from the aberrants?" Uncle Liu chuckled lightly, explaining, "Originally, they were indeed segregated. I heard that the previous asymptomatic individuals resided in Area 3, but they were later relocated." He winked at Yishao and the others, adding, "However, only the male asymptomatic individuals were moved out." Yishao scanned the surroundings and indeed noticed the absence of any female asymptomatic individuals. "What about the women? Are they in Area 3? Uncle Liu nodded and gestured for Yishao and Liang Kai to follow him as he glanced around. At this moment, a Zhao and Dahe had already blended into the crowd. Yishao, consumed by curiosity, followed Uncle Liu deeper into the corridor, eventually arriving at a secluded corner. It was then that Uncle Liu remarked, "We must exercise caution regarding District 3. It is not to be mentioned outside." Yishao, intrigued, wondered if there was some unspeakable secret involved. Why the secrecy? Liang Kai appeared somewhat bewildered. Could it be that special protection was required? Yishao rolled his eyes at Liang Kai and said, "Earlier, during our health check, we encountered a pregnant woman." Uncle Liu raised an eyebrow at Yishao and spoke in a conspiratorial tone. "The blood of asymptomatic individuals is of utmost importance. As the number of asymptomatic cases dwindles, what do you suppose can be done to generate more?" Liang Kai finally grasped the implication. "Childbirth?" "Ah, yes." Uncle Liu nodded enthusiastically. "You had your health checks today, right?" He scrutinized Yishao, considering that the young man had a robust physique, which could potentially make him a candidate. Yishao furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. "Candidate for what?" Uncle Liu chuckled. "Oh, for breeding." "Breeding?" Yishao's lips twitched in distaste. He was not some animal to be regarded as a stud. Observing Yishao's evident disgust and aversion, Uncle Liu patted his shoulder with a hearty laugh, attempting to reassure him. "Oh, come now. Shouldn't you be in the prime of your youth? You must have certain urges to fulfill." But, suddenly, Uncle Liu's expression shifted to one of distaste, his demeanor growing peculiar. "Few are truly appealing, and even if there are, they are not meant for us. Moreover, Those women resemble lifeless wooden figures, splayed legs, devoid of any reaction, utterly uninteresting. Uncle Lu's words filled Yi Xiao with a profound discomfort, even inducing a sense of physiological nausea. Liang Kai, still inquiring, asked, "Why?" At this juncture, Uncle Lu suddenly turned to Liang Kai with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further, instead shifting the topic. In any case, it's fortunate that you are male. Should there be asymptomatic females, they must be quarantined in Area 3. However, this place is relatively well equipped, with provisions for food and shelter. Those women do not need to work. Their sole purpose is to bear children. How delightful. Lin Mei. XX, if it's so delightful, would you like to take my place? Lightweight box. So, women are merely viewed as breeding tools? This place is truly repugnant. Master of leisure, what do you women call yourselves? It's already generous to provide you with accommodation and sustenance. Transcending the sea. Have you ever seen breeding sows in a dog farm? It's a tragic sight. Disheartened shepherd. Yet, the conditions here are undeniably decent. Lin Mei. XX, would you like to take my place? The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was tumultuous, with profanities continuously filtered into asterisks. Yi Xiao remained silent, casting a glance at Uncle Lu, who was still reflecting. Liang Kai appeared stunned. Do they do nothing but bear children all day? Uncle Lu waved his hand, chuckling. Indeed, is it not so? After all, women are meant for childbirth. What else can they possibly do? Standing beside them, Yi Xiao felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, and his complexion was somewhat unappealing. Upon entering, Liang Kai inquired, "Xiao Gu, do you need to relieve yourself?" Yi Xiao shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "What nonsense. I simply do not wish to listen any longer. If I hear more, I might just vomit." Noticing Yi Xiao's pallor, Chen Gu, seated on the sofa, asked with a hint of surprise, "What's wrong?" Yi Xiao raised his gaze to Chen Gu and replied, "This place seems far from as simple as it appears on the surface." Liang Kai interjected, "I've heard that asymptomatic women in District 3 are merely kept to bear children." Chen Ji's expression showed little astonishment, and even Lin Jie, busy at the bar, maintained an unreadable countenance, as if such a situation was hardly surprising. Lin Jie slightly curled her lips, revealing a barely perceptible smirk. To them, asymptomatic individuals were hardly regarded as human. Yi Xiao furrowed his brows in silence when suddenly the live broadcast system interface appeared before him. The actual fan count has reached 100,000 for individuals can be selected this time, with a minimum of 2, selection in progress. Yi Xiao's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "What the hell now? Liang Kai?" Yi Xiao shouted, making a swift dash into the room. The unexpected fan selection notification caught Yi Xiao off guard, as did the audience in the broadcast room, who quickly began inundating the screen with messages. In a flurry of chaotic exchanges, the chat was filled with voices clamoring for attention. "Host, pick me. I yearn to confront these scoundrels," declared one participant with fervor. Another chimed in, "Once more, we witnessed the futile attempts of the host. Can you truly deliver? Will you send these nuisances to their demise?" A voice from the crowd, brimming with bravado, proclaimed, "Incompetent fool, choose me and I shall elevate your endeavors." Yet another lamented, "Pathetic host, do you dare to select me?" The atmosphere grew increasingly electric as challenges were hurled. "Come on, little pest, do you have the audacity to choose me?" Amidst the cacophony, a distinct group of detractors emerged, their presence both conspicuous and audacious. In a secluded guest room, Yi Xiao, Liang Kai, and Shou Qirui remained ensconced, the door firmly shut. Yi Xiao's gaze fixated on the spinning wheel suspended in midair, which, after a cacophony of clattering, finally came to rest upon the ID of the self-proclaimed master of leisure. As the ID and avatar stabilized, an urgent voice echoed from the command center of the Special Defense Bureau. "Who is this?" inquired Director Liao, his frustration palpable. "Damn it, which fool is this?" The wheel spun once more, and the atmosphere in the command center grew tense, breaths held in anticipation. Armed personnel at their computers remained poised, their fingers flying across the keys in fervent pursuit. Suddenly, the ID of Lin Mei Jiao Ba Yang Lu Chue appeared. Prompting an exclamation from within the command center, it was Lanling. Immediately, everyone turned their gaze towards a computer in the corner, where the person who had been seated there had vanished. At this moment, the crowd's attention shifted to the large screen, where the broadcast displayed a room now occupied by 2 individuals. A man of unremarkable appearance, clad in casual attire and standing approximately 175 meters tall, suddenly materialized in the frame. Simultaneously, a woman adorned in a black combat suit and boots, with a holster and knife strapped to her waist, abruptly appeared at the foot of the bed. Observing the unexpected newcomers, Yi Xiao furrowed her brow tightly. Her attire clearly indicated she was no ordinary individual. The presence of a firearm and a blade signified that she was undoubtedly affiliated with official forces. "What is your ID?" Lin Mei. Lan Ling nodded, and in response, Yi Xiao's eyes narrowed as she focused on the man on the floor. "So, you are the master of idleness?" His reputation as the so-called master of idleness resonated with her, as he had previously boasted about sending incompetent individuals to their doom at her behest. Damn, what a wretched place. The master of idleness rose from the ground. Irritation etched across his face as he surveyed his surroundings, lamenting his ill fortune. He glanced discontentedly at Yi Xiao on the bed and queried, "Why have you summoned me? If I encounter any trouble, can you compensate for it?" He cast a dismissive glance at Yi Xiao and her companions, stating, "I have no desire to linger with you inept individuals." With that, he turned, intending to stride towards the door. However, with just a glance from Yi Xiao, Shou Qirui and Liang Kai swiftly positioned themselves to block the entrance. Upon encountering the obstructed door, the adept at idleness furrowed his brow. "What is this? Do you intend to curtail my freedom?" he inquired. "Where are you planning to go?" The voice of Yi Xiao, cool and composed, resonated in the air. At that moment, Lan Ling stood off to the side, arms crossed, silently observing the unfolding scene. "I wish to live alone. I have no desire to share my space with you lot. It's utterly filthy." He then extended a hand towards Yi Xiao. "You possess a considerable amount of supplies, do you not? Since I was sent by you, you ought to allocate some of those resources to me." "Huh?" Yi Xiao chuckled in disbelief. "You've adapted rather swiftly, haven't you? But pray tell, what does this abstract maneuver of yours signify? Do you truly believe that upon arriving at the base, you can rest easy? Or do you genuinely think I am your caretaker?" Leaning forward, resting his arm upon his knee, he narrowed his eyes at the idler. "You wish to venture out alone yet demand our supplies? All individuals conveyed here must operate under my supervision. Do you honestly think I would permit you to leave?" The idler shot Yi Xiao a cold glare, indignantly retorting, "By what right? Where I choose to go is my own prerogative." With a derisive laugh, he glanced at Yi Xiao. "I am not like these two inept individuals. In this place, they are merely a burden. I am a distinguished student from Jingda, entirely different from you incompetent lot." He raised his chin with an air of arrogance. "Once I enter the base, I shall undoubtedly ascend to a high-ranking position. Who would deign to follow you? A mere appendage." Silver Moon 315. What a foolish endeavor. Heart of Isaac. Ha ha. Is a Jingda top student so abstract? The failed man. Goodness, it's this fool. Having him at Kyoto University is truly a disgrace. Elden Pharaoh. He strikes me as nothing but a complete waste. Nidan Budan. What an absurd dreamer he is. Mei Yazi. I know him. He is a scoundrel who revels in spreading vile rumors about women. Han Jiangshui. This guy speaks with such malice, frequently urging others to end their lives. What good can he possibly be? Yi Xiao cast a cold glance at the idle master, his eyes already brimming with murderous intent. "You are privy to my secret. Do you truly believe I would allow you to act independently?" The idle master appeared utterly unfazed by Yi Xiao's threat, even exhibiting a hint of mockery in his tone. "So what if you know? Do you dare to kill me?" He disdainfully glanced at Zhou Qirui and Liang Kai at the entrance, dismissing them as useless. "You wouldn't dare to do anything to them." He then cast a glance at Lan Ling, sneering, "Are you expecting them to produce offspring?" The audience in the live stream had already begun to hurl insults. Shou Qirui and Liang Kai, feeling the tension, gritted their teeth and turned their gaze towards Yi Xiao, as if waiting for a single command to pounce on this individual and give him a thorough beating. Yi Xiao signaled to the two, and they immediately lunged at the idle master, pinning him down. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" The man on the ground struggled, but Yi Xiao firmly pressed his head against the carpet. The adept slacker found himself firmly pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized, struggling to shout. "You have a multitude of viewers in your live broadcast. I am a distinguished student from Peking University, and my father is the mayor of Yinyan City. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? If you do, I swear my father will have you all eliminated." Chapter 67. Should the worthless perish? "I shall grant your wish." The slacker's tone exuded an unwavering confidence, as if he believed his connections and background could easily intimidate Yi Xiao. Convinced that Yi Xiao was merely a saint too timid to engage with them. "Huh." Yi Xiao let out a cold laugh, seizing the slacker by the head, forcing him to tilt it upwards. Leaning closer to his ear, he whispered, "Didn't you claim that the worthless should die? Those who threaten our safety and refuse to comply are, to me, nothing but worthless. I shall fulfill your desire." Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, The young man's pupils momentarily constricted, and he seemed ready to unleash a scream. However, before he could utter a sound, Yi Xiao had already wrapped his arm around the slacker's neck. Yi Xiao's sudden action startled both Liang Kai and Zhou Chirui, yet they did not loosen their grip on the man's arms. Yi Xiao's arm was firmly clamped around the slacker's neck, constricting his throat. Not only that, but Yi Xiao gritted his teeth, exerting even more force. Observers in the live broadcast instantly recognized this as a classic naked chokehold. The face of the expert at idling suddenly swelled, turning a deep shade of red, and he could scarcely utter a plea for mercy through his constricted throat. At that moment, all that resided in Yi Xiao's eyes was a fierce intent to kill. Isaac's heart. Brother Xiao is formidable, deal with him. Han Jiangshui. Goodness. Is it a bear choke? Failed men. Yes, take him down, what a fool. Remnant sun and cold snow, constantly berating him as worthless, wishing for his demise. This fool deserves it the most. 3 foxes. Keeping this fellow alive will only endanger Brother Xiao and the others. Better to eliminate him. How to eat without gaining weight. Is the host actually going to kill? This is a murder, right? Elden Pharaoh. This wretched being has been goading the host to kill all day. Isn't he now getting what he wished for? The expert's legs, once struggling, now drooped feebly. And as his eyes rolled back, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiao, Brother Xiao, he has passed out. Seeing that Yi Xiao still refused to relent, Zhou Chirui cautiously uttered a reminder. Yet, Yi Xiao's gaze remained resolute, filled with the conviction of impending doom. Sparing him would inevitably lead to our demise. Suddenly, a hand struck Yi Xiao's shoulder, and a woman's cold, restrained voice commanded, "Release him." Yi Xiao swiftly turned, fixing a steely glare upon the fully armed woman. Suppressing his voice, "Surely, you do not intend to protect him? My dear, even if you are affiliated with the authorities, this is the apocalypse. Individuals like him will only bring ruin." TSK. Lan Ling, growing impatient, clicked her tongue. Observing that the man was on the brink of expiration, she deftly twisted Yi Xiao's arm with a precise maneuver. Yi Xiao barely registered Lan Ling's movements before feeling a sudden numbness in his arm, rendering him powerless. He had no choice but to release the already unconscious fishing master. Turning around, he was taken aback as Lan Ling swiftly lifted the limp fishing master from the ground. Akin to a lifeless fish. With a graceful extension of her long leg, she deftly maneuvered him into the nook of her knee, clamping down and kneeling before settling into a seated position. A crisp crack echoed through the room as the fishing master's head tilted at an unnatural angle, signaling his permanent slumber. The 3 individuals present were momentarily stunned. Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai were aghast, while Yu Xiao was simply astonished. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast momentarily halted, only to erupt into chaos thereafter. Elden Pharaoh. Goodness, that spine must be shattered. Nai Dan Budan. I thought this beauty was trying to stop Xiao Gu, but, oh my. Sanhu. Wow, she's so fierce. I adore her. Qinyang Han Shui. Her technique is truly professional. Chen Shijihua. Beautiful lady, clamp me, clamp me. Chimi Zhu. This crowd is truly ridiculous. Sister, clamp me, clamp me. Yi Xiao stared at the enchanting woman before him, momentarily at a loss for words, as her actions were unexpectedly audacious. He couldn't help but scrutinize her more closely. She appeared to be of a similar age to him. Her face was delicately small, with a beauty mark on the tip of her nose, and her features exuded a spirited charm. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, and her hair was tied up in a ponytail. She offered a slight smile, her lips curving gently as she whispered, "Did you really think I would prevent you?" Yi Xiao shrugged, responding, "With the way you were acting, anyone would assume you intended to stop me." Lan Ling shrugged innocently, remarking, "You are being overly tedious, and it is inappropriate for you to take action." She extended her hand towards Yi Xiao, introducing herself. "I am Lan Ling." Yi Xiao shook hands with her, frowning slightly at the brevity of her introduction. He had expected some impressive title. Perhaps she wished to conceal too much in front of the audience during the premiere. Casting a glance at the silent corpse nearby, Lan Ling coldly remarked, "It is of no concern. I am the one who killed him. If you have the capability, come and find me. Our origins are of the utmost secrecy to the people here. Those who act recklessly only endanger us all. They pose a significant security risk that must be addressed preemptively." Upon hearing Lan Ling's words, Yi Xiao was already convinced that she was associated with the black-framed entity, hailing from some official department, perhaps even possessing certain operational authority. Zhou Chirui furrowed his brow, expressing his concern. His father is the mayor of Yinyan City. Could this lead to any trouble? Trouble? Huh. Lan Ling dismissed the notion nonchalantly. Given that he has such a son, his father might not be a good person either. Someone will investigate. We need not worry about that. Ensuring our safety and confidentiality is our primary concern. However, there is a pressing issue at hand. Zhou Chirue interjected suddenly, pointing at Lan Ling. Her unexpected appearance here is bound to raise suspicions from Chen Ge and the others. This matter was equally vexatious for Yi Xiao, who pinched his brow in frustration. The sudden extraction was rather unexpected. However, we must count ourselves fortunate that it occurred after our entry. Had you arrived prior to the extraction, it is likely you would have been confined to Zone 3. At the mere mention of Zone 3, Lan Ling's countenance darkened, revealing a palpable disdain. Yang Kai nodded vigorously in agreement, as Zhou Chirue, who had not followed them outside, noticed the peculiar expressions on their faces and inquired with curiosity. What is the situation with Zone 3? Yang Kai leaned closer and whispered, asymptomatic females are detained in Zone 3, forced to give birth. Zhou Chirue's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively exhaled in relief upon glancing at Lan Ling. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao furrowed his brow deeply, directing his gaze toward the lifeless body still sprawled on the ground. As for Lan Ling, there was no immediate urgency. She could conceal herself in our room for the time being. I must first contemplate how to address this predicament. Yi Xiao gestured subtly toward the corpse, prompting a heavy silence among the group. Indeed, dealing with the body would likely prove to be rather troublesome. Lan Ling cast a glance at the body before tilting her head upward to regard the ceiling. Chapter 68. Concealing the corpse in the wardrobe. The room was adorned with a minimalist and unembellished decor, the walls and ceiling retaining a raw cement hue. She circled the corners of the room, craning her neck to inspect the upper expanse, before utilizing a coffee table to leap onto the side of the wardrobe. There, she discovered a square metal window. Leaning her head against the metal frame, she peered inside for a moment before nimbly jumping down. A solution has emerged. Such subterranean fortifications invariably possess an efficient ventilation system, complete with air ducts that should facilitate escape. Do you have anything that could be used to wrap the body? First, we shall conceal the corpse, and tonight, once these individuals have succumbed to slumber, I will stealthily explore the ventilation shafts. Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. For now, this was the only course of action. Suddenly, a series of sharp knocks resonated at the door, startling the occupants of the room. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow in inquiry. Who is it? Lin Jia's voice called from outside. Yi Xiao, dinner is ready. All right. Yi Xiao turned to Lan Ling. Have you eaten? Lan Ling nodded. I have. Let us hide the body first. Yi Xiao assisted Lan Ling in dragging the lifeless form into the wardrobe, fully aware that her intervention to eliminate the skilled fisherman was a form of protection for him. After all, he had taken a life for the first time, which weighed heavily upon him. A surge of gratitude welled up within him for Lan Ling, and he whispered softly to her, Thank you. Zhou Chirue and Liang Kai took several deep breaths, finally managing to calm their lingering emotions. The three of them stepped outside. The dining table was already set with bowls and chopsticks. As open flames were not permitted inside, they resorted to using an electric cooker for their meal. It was said that this electric cooker had been borrowed from Chun Gu and other adventurers. The occupants of the living room gazed intently at the three who had just emerged, the atmosphere tinged with tension. Chun Gu scrutinized the trio and cautiously inquired, Did you three have a disagreement? Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, realizing that they had likely overheard the raucous banter from the self-proclaimed expert in idleness within the room. Zhao, feeling a bit awkward, hastily gestured towards the vacant sofa, urging Yi Xiao to calm down, reminding him that they were all brothers and should not let discord disrupt their camaraderie. Zhou Chirue reacted swiftly, raising his hand to scratch his head as he interjected, Oh, it's nothing serious. It was my fault for being inconsiderate. I had a few words with Yi Xiao, but it was merely a moment of folly. We've already cleared the air, so everything is fine now. Yi Xiao quickly chimed in. Indeed, it was just a minor disagreement. We've resolved it, so no harm done. With a cheerful smile, he gave Zhou Chirue a friendly pat on the back, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the others at the table. They all settled onto the sofa, and Yi Xiao lifted his bowl, engaging in conversation with Chun Gu and the others as he ate. Chun Gu remarked, The rain has been pouring heavily these past few days, making it unsafe to go outside. It seems we shall be confined to this underground shelter for the time being. Yi Xiao nodded, suggesting they should ration their food, uncertain of how long the downpour would persist. By the way, have you all sorted out the room assignments? Chun Gu and the others affirmed that they had indeed arranged the accommodations. The small room was designated for Lin Mei and the child, while Lao Han and De He would take the sofa in the living room, and he and De Zhao would occupy another room. Yi Xiao responded with a nonchalant showing little interest in the specifics of their arrangements, but added, "Oh, and please refrain from entering our room unless necessary." The others nodded in agreement. After finishing their meal and noting that it was getting late, Chun Gu suggested, "Let us all get some rest. The lights will go out at 8 p.m., so it would be wise to retire early." Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai promptly moved into their room, securely closing the door behind them. Yi Xiao retrieved a rainproof cloth from his backpack, instructing Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai to extract the corpse from the wardrobe. At this moment, Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai appeared to have become desensitized to the sight of the body. Their initial terror and aversion dissipated. Having endured the trials of the past few days, their psychological resilience had been significantly fortified. The two men dragged the corpse out and laid it upon the rainproof cloth, after which Lan Ling skillfully wrapped the body and secured it tightly with a cord. Seated on the bed, Yi Xiao observed Lan Ling's death technique and could not help but jest. "Your method is quite professional." Lan Ling glanced at him with a somewhat frosty smile, replying, "In our line of work, packaging a corpse and erasing traces are fundamental skills." Liang Kai shivered at her words, the recollection of her unhesitating act of snapping a neck still fresh in his mind. Despite Lan Ling's beauty, both Liang Kai and Zhou Chirui felt a chill, instinctively standing at a distance. "All these unfamiliar IDs appearing in my live broadcast must be your people, right?" Lan Ling clapped her hands and turned, cheerfully settling onto a nearby carpet, nodding in affirmation. "Yes, but I didn't expect to secure only one slot. Your system truly knows how to pick." Yi Zhao's gaze wandered to her legs, thighs, and waist, all adorned with various weapons, with a chest bag strapped to her front. He couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. "Are you here to act as our bodyguard?" Lan Ling rolled her eyes at Yi Xiao, responding, "You wish. Though I could lend a hand if necessary." Yi Xiao understood that Lan Ling was teasing him, implying that protecting them was part of her duties. But she certainly had other missions as well. "Hey, now that you all have an extra mouth to feed, I fear there may not be enough food. How about you work at the base instead?" Lan Ling winked at Yi Xiao, who immediately grasped the subtle suggestion in her words. "Oh, what job would you recommend? Isn't Liang Kai skilled in mechanics? You could inquire with him and see if there are any other positions available." Although Lan Ling did not state it outright, Yi Xiao and the others had already deciphered her hints. It appeared that those in authority were quite interested in the seed cores here. Following Lan Ling's lead, Yi Xiao replied, "All right, I will check at the seed core factory, and I can also find out if there are any openings in the power generation room." He felt a deep appreciation for Yi Zhao's quick understanding. Zhou Chirui, who was adept in sales, also recognized the underlying conversation between Yi Xiao and Lan Ling. He chimed in, "The jobs in the power generation room are likely difficult to secure. The personnel there are usually fixed and not easily replaced. The factory work was certainly confined to designated areas. To have the freedom to move around, one would need to be a guard." He glanced at Yi Xiao and said, "When we visited District 2 today, I observed that the guards there were asymptomatic. It is clear that they do not permit aberrants to enter. Brother Xiao, your physical condition is excellent. You might consider applying for a guard position. Those guards today appear to be quite aged, so it shouldn't be too challenging for you to apply." Chapter 69. The beautiful plumber Zhou Chirui's remarks were quite insightful, and Lan Ling nodded in agreement. Yi Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "All right, tomorrow we shall inquire at Zone 2. Liang Kai should be able to gain access to the seed core factory." He glanced at Zhou Chirui, uncertain of where he would be assigned. Zhou Chirui contemplated for a moment. "It's hard to say. I observe that among the asymptomatic individuals here, few are as youthful as we are. It's possible there may be some replacements." With the arrangements for the following day settled, the group turned their attention to the bed. The bed was a double, barely accommodating three. It was certain that sleeping would be uncomfortable. Lan Ling waved her hand, indicating the other side of the bed. "I will take the floor. That side has a blind spot, and I'll sleep there." Yi Xiao retrieved a sleeping bag from his backpack and handed it to Lan Ling, while Zhou Chirui set up his sleeping area on the floor's opposite side, leaving Yi Xiao and Liang Kai to occupy the bed. Suddenly, a small nightlight, intended to illuminate the room, flickered out. The power had been cut. The group silently climbed onto the bed, settling down. Perhaps the day's exertions had worn them out. Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai quickly succumbed to slumber. Yi Xiao, having not rested on such a comfortable bed for quite some time, felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Perhaps due to the fatigue of the day or the presence of Lan Ling, his bodyguard, his eyelids could not withstand the weight of sleep for long. And soon he too drifted off. A faint glimmer illuminated the pitch-black room, casting its weak light upon a small section of a dial, which displayed the electronic digits, 2345. A small flashlight flickered to life beside the bed, prompting Lan Ling to prepare her belongings under its glow. "Allow me to hold the light for you," murmured Yi Xiao, startled awake by the sudden illumination as he beheld Lan Ling sitting on the floor. She handed the flashlight to him and proceeded to retrieve a knife pouch containing a dagger, fastening it around her calf. Dagger, short blade, chest pack, handgun, and other assorted items lay in disarray by the bed, all stripped from Lan Ling herself. One could only wonder how much she had concealed on her person. Without hesitation, she shoved the pile of items beneath the bed, retaining only 2 daggers at her waist and calf, while adorning her wrist with a distinctive watch. Lan Ling rolled up her sleeves and rose to her feet. Observing her readiness, Yi Xiao hastily followed suit. "Are you preparing to take action now?" Lan Ling nodded. "Indeed. It's late, and most are asleep. We must swiftly devise a plan to relocate the corpse. If left any longer, it will surely begin to rot." It was true. The body could not be left for long, as the proliferation of bacteria was far from ideal. At this moment, Lan Ling had already climbed atop the wardrobe, her movements as graceful and silent as a cat, with the dim beam of Yu Zhao's flashlight guiding her. She cautiously began to dismantle the metal frame of the ventilation duct. Meanwhile, in the broadcast room, a number of night owls, drawn by the allure of the premiere, began to stir with excitement. "Isaac's heart, beautiful agent. Are we preparing to become plumbers? Is Brother Yao going too? I wish to see." As Yi Xiao perused the live-stream comments of the premiere, a smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Brothers, I am not an agent. Such matters should be entrusted to the professionals. Let the young lady scout ahead. Hey, enough chatter. Hand me the flashlight." Above, Lan Ling had already disassembled the vent cover and beckoned to Yi Xiao. He promptly handed her the flashlight, which she took in her grasp. After pressing a button on the dial of her wristwatch, she turned and slipped into the ventilation duct. Once Lan Ling had departed, Yi Xiao collapsed back onto the bed and succumbed to sleep once more. He was roused from his slumber by a sudden burst of light. The small night lamp in the room had been switched on, and Shou Qirui and Liang Kai were stretching languidly nearby, seemingly just awakened. In a state of drowsiness, Yi Xiao sat up only to be jolted awake when he glanced toward the top of the wardrobe. Lan Ling emerged, her face still damp. Yi Xiao hurriedly rolled out of bed for a closer look, noticing a smudge of dust on her trousers that had yet to be cleaned. Lan Ling smiled and nodded, her voice tinged with delight. "No need to exert ourselves to dispose of the body. There exists a facility within this base capable of incinerating it." Yi Xiao expressed his surprise at Lan Ling's revelation. "Within the base? Where exactly?" With a grin, Lan Ling replied, "I explored nearly all the ventilation ducts of the base last night. Take a look. This is a rough layout I sketched." As she spoke, Lan Ling retrieved a folded piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Yi Xiao. Upon receiving the paper, Yi Xiao spread it out on the bed, prompting Shou Qirui and Liang Kai to curiously lean in. The drawing on the paper was simplistic yet featured clear and orderly lines at a glance. The intricate network of pipes appeared quite complex. Some spaces adjacent to the pipes were marked, with certain areas labeled while others bore question marks. Lan Ling pointed to a room situated deeper within, stating, "There is an incinerator here, presumably used for burning waste. We could initially dispose of the body there." Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, questioning, "Wouldn't that raise suspicion?" Lan Ling let out a light chuckle. "This incinerator has but a single opening, and its capacity is rather substantial. If we simply toss the body inside, do you think they would venture in to retrieve it?" Wiping her face, Lan Ling promptly crawled into the sleeping bag by the bedside. "I shall take a brief rest. Awaken me at lunchtime. Tonight, you and I will make a trip to transport the body." "Ah?" Yi Xiao glanced at Lan Ling, only to find her already turned over and fast asleep. With a resigned sigh, he acquiesced. "Very well." To be candid, Yi Xiao had an aversion to confined spaces, though it did not reach the level of claustrophobia. Nevertheless, being in an excessively narrow area that made physical movement difficult, even turning around felt laborious, was profoundly uncomfortable. This underground base was indeed quite spacious. Liang Kai, observing the general layout depicted on the paper, could not help but express his admiration. However, as it was night, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, rendering many areas of Lan Ling indistinguishable, leaving several rooms shrouded in mystery. Yet, the label affixed to one of the larger spaces caused Yi Xiao to furrow his brow. It bore only 2 characters, pregnant woman. Could it be that this space was designated for expectant mothers? The area outlined on the paper was considerably expansive, even larger than their entire suite. Chapter 70. Employment of Laborers' Brothers. Please help me remember the map. Yi Xiao greeted the fans in the broadcast room, noting that quite a number had already gathered there early in the morning. Don't worry, Brother Xiao. I've already taken photos and sent them to the group. The water at the base was of notable quality. Yesterday, the water from the tap bore little distinction from urine, yet today it flowed more robustly. This was likely due to the abundant rainfall, necessitating minimal filtration. After completing his morning routine, Yi Xiao carefully closed the door behind him. Zhao and the others were already awake, but they had not prepared breakfast. After all, in the apocalypse, having breakfast was a considerable luxury. Where's Chenggu? Noticing the absence of Chenggu and Lao Han in the living room, Yi Xiao casually inquired. Zhao, languidly sprawled in a chair and swinging his feet, gestured towards the front door. Brother Chen and Lao Han have gone out. Seeing Yi Xiao accompanied by Zhou Qirue and Liang Kai preparing to step outside, he hurriedly sat up and asked, Brother Xiao, what are you all planning to do? Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, the few individuals in the living room shared a moment of awkwardness, unsure of how to respond. However, by that time, Yi Xiao and his companions had already exited. Today, it seems that there are more people in the isolation zone than yesterday. As 3 individuals traversed the leisure area, they overheard many discussions regarding the circumstances outside the base. Chenggu and Lao Han happened to be leaning against the corridor, engaged in conversation with several fellow adventurers. Upon noticing Yi Xiao and his companions, Chenggu greeted them and approached. It was said that the rain outside had intensified today, causing all survivors on the ground to securely shut their doors and windows, while the nocturnal wanderers became increasingly active. Is it the period of heightened activity for the aberrants? Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, pondering if this moment indeed marked such a phase. Chenggu shook his head, explaining that it was not yet the case. When the true period of activity arrived, a significant number of aberrants would likely converge towards the base, posing a considerable danger. Curiously, Chenggu turned to Yi Xiao and inquired, by the way, where are you planning to go? Yi Xiao gestured towards Zone 2, indicating his intention to explore for potential work opportunities. Chenggu nodded in acknowledgement, mentioning that the base was organizing adventurer teams to prepare for the external pressures. I have already registered with Zhao and the others. When we clear the seed course, we might be able to obtain some. At least we won't have to worry about next month's rent. Yi Xiao felt quite satisfied with Chunji's arrangements, as they had no supplies left aside from that one large seed core, which was rumored to be quite rare, and he did not wish to part with it easily. All right, do take care of your safety. If you find yourselves injured and unable to avoid it, make sure to seek me out promptly. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Yi Xiao and his companions arrived at the entrance of Zone 2. The 2 guards stationed at the door were leisurely sipping tea and engaging in light conversation. Upon noticing Yi Xiao and his companions approaching, one of them raised his hand to knock on the iron gate, which opened to reveal a small aperture above. The asymptomatic individuals from yesterday had arrived. After a few seconds, the gate swung open, revealing the same elderly gentleman from the previous day. You've come, he stated. Your blood test results from yesterday are ready. Please follow me. Yi Xiao and his companions stepped forward, once again entering the examination room from yesterday. Doctor, Liao was perusing a record book before him. Indeed, you all appear quite healthy. Today, we shall draw blood once, and thereafter, once a week. The trio rolled up their sleeves and took a seat as Dr. Liao administered the needles. Crimson blood flowed through the vacuum tubes into the collection bags, while the elderly gentleman engaged Yi Xiao in casual conversation. I hear you are residing with several altered individuals? Yi Xiao nodded, and Dr. Liao cautioned, be careful. Although your daily life is unlikely to be contaminated, any wounds that come into contact with their blood could pose a risk. Exercise caution in your interactions. Yi Xiao acknowledged the warning, and the elderly gentleman chuckled. Those fellows are fortunate to have you 3 around. They save quite a bit on nucleic resources. Living in this quarantine zone does not come cheap. Out there, it costs 5 nucleic units, but down here, it doubles. Double? That would amount to 10 ordinary nucleic units. Yi Xiao remarked. They were only given 2 medium nucleic units, along with accommodations and facilities. It appears they indeed enjoy special privileges as asymptomatic individuals. However, it is only natural, as asymptomatic individuals are a vital source of inhibitors, warranting such preferential treatment. Yi Xiao shifted the conversation. By the way, uncle, the three of us are seeking employment. Where should we apply? The uncle furrowed his brow. Didn't you all say just yesterday that you weren't interested in working? Yi Xiao offered an embarrassed smile. Well, it's the rainy season, and we can't go outside. The uncle nodded in understanding. There are few asymptomatic individuals as young and robust as you here in the base. I'll take you to the workshop shortly. Thank you, uncle. After having his blood drawn, Shou Chirue took a moment to regain his composure before standing up, while Yu Xiao and Liang Kai seemed relatively unfazed. The three of them then followed the uncle out of Area 2, walking along the corridor deeper inside. The passage was divided by an iron railing, with a desk positioned beside the iron door and a metallic filing cabinet nearby. At the desk sat a man in his 50s, wearing glasses, engrossed in an old book, seemingly indifferent to the newcomers standing before him. Old Zhang, we have 3 young men here looking for work. Here are their health examination forms, the uncle announced. Placing the 3 forms on the desk, the man, referred to as Old Zhang, glanced up from his book to briefly survey the health forms. He then shifted his gaze to Yi Xiao and the others, setting his book aside to scrutinize the examination forms closely. Old Zhang's eyes roamed over Yi Xiao's physique before he spoke. Roll up your sleeve for me to take a look. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow and pulled down his jacket, revealing a worn t-shirt beneath that showcased his well-defined muscles. Not bad. Can you stay up late? Old Zhang inquired. Yi Xiao nodded affirmatively. No problem. Old Zhang acknowledged with a grunt. Perfect timing. We are currently in need of a guard for the night shift. So you shall patrol in the evenings. Yu Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded in agreement, pleasantly surprised that his speculation aligned with Shou Chirue's. Ah, splendid. Old Zhang then shifted his gaze towards Zhou Chirue and Liang Kai, inquiring, what skills do you both possess? Liang Kai cheerfully raised his hand, stating, I am proficient in automotive repair and possess some mechanical knowledge. Ah, mechanical skills. Then you shall head to the factory, Old Zhang replied, glancing at Zhou Chirue. And you? What can you do? Zhou Chirue scratched his head awkwardly, eliciting a disdainful glance from Old Zhang, who remarked, it appears you are lacking any skills. Hence, you too shall go to the factory. Chapter 71. The first night patrol. As Old Zhang made entries in his notebook, he explained, 2 meals a day will be provided by the cafeteria. However, should you become negligent in your duties, points will be deducted, resulting in a penalty on meals. The atmosphere took on a more palpable sense of objectification. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast chat, a group of viewers reveled in the misfortune. Hanjiang Shui, haha. The pork has passed inspection. It can be released now. Nai Cha San Fantion. You are officially a qualified pig. Maka Baka. It is evident that my brother Xiao has good quality meat. You too, accompany me to the factory for a day of training. Return here at 7:30 p.m. tonight, Old Zhang instructed, dismissing Yi Xiao while leading Zhou Chirue and Liang Kai around the corner. As the night patrol awaited, Yi Xiao could conveniently utilize this opportunity to assist Lan Ling in transporting the body under the guise of his duties. As the clock struck 7:30 in the evening, with only half an hour remaining until lights out, Yi Xiao had spent the day napping in his room to avoid dozing off later. After exchanging pleasantries with Chun Gu and his companions, Yi Xiao stepped out towards the workshop. Old Zhang was already waiting by the iron gate, and upon spotting Yi Xiao, he rose from behind the table. You're here? He inquired, leading Yi Xiao inside. They traversed several large workspaces and meandered through a narrow passage until Old Zhang halted before a small door. The corridor culminated in a tightly shut iron door, which he opened slightly, revealing what appeared to be a storage room. Mops and brooms were haphazardly piled in one corner, while various miscellaneous items cluttered the iron shelves. Old Zhang retrieved a flashlight from the rack and handed it to Yi Xiao before exiting the room to knock on the iron door at the end of the corridor. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a disheveled man in his 30s clad in work attire. Old Zhang gestured towards him. This is Zhao Huai. Previously, he and another fellow were on the night shift, but the latter couldn't handle it. You're taking over now. He continued, Zhao Huai, please take him on a patrol tonight. And make sure to brief him on any important details. I leave him in your capable hands. Zhao Huai waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging Old Zhang's words. To which Old Zhang, unfazed by his demeanor, turned and departed. Noticing that Yi Xiao remained outside, Zhao Huai remarked, what are you waiting for? Come in. Stepping inside, Yi Xiao was struck by the sight of a clean and orderly corridor, starkly contrasting the workshop area. This space resembled a well-maintained isolation zone, impeccably designed and spotless. As Yi Xiao entered, Zhao Huai promptly settled himself by the adjacent table, remaining immobile. He gestured toward Yi Xiao, indicating a chair to the side, seemingly unhurried, suggesting they would discuss matters after the lights were extinguished. We shall not patrol throughout the night. After the lights go out, we will first inspect the workshop, followed by the rear storage area, and then Zone 2. For the remainder of the time, you must remain at the entrance of Zone 3. Zone 3. Yu Xiao raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Zhao Huai, lazily reclining against the back of his chair, pointed down the corridor. Indeed, that area requires constant surveillance. It is exceedingly troublesome, leaving no opportunity for rest. After a brief exchange, the dim lights in the corridor abruptly extinguished. With a click, a beam of light burst forth from Zhao Huai's flashlight as he rose to his feet. Let us proceed to the workshop. Yu Xiao lifted his flashlight, silently trailing behind Zhao Huai as they exited through a side iron door. The workshop area was divided into several sections. Within the door along the corridor lay a spacious expanse. Several rows of neatly arranged tables were filled with various components, while a few large machines and lathes occupied the corners. Yi Xiao was not particularly familiar with those machines, but he had heard Liang Kai and Zhou Chirui mention that among them were several 3D printers and model lathes used for crafting parts. The workshop had closed at 6, and it was devoid of personnel. Following the power cut, the machines could no longer operate, thus a cursory patrol would suffice. The flashlight beam trailed after Zhao Huai's figure as they passed through the workshop area and arrived at a door. The room retained a lingering warmth, housing a smelting furnace within. After a brief survey, the two continued down the corridor. The greenhouse, brimming with verdant flora, came alive under the illumination of the lights, showcasing an exuberance akin to that of the plants outside the base. On the opposite side, there were pigs, chickens, and ducks, all confined within the enclosure. As they walked, the fans in the broadcast room meticulously charted the map based on Yu Xiao's movements. The colossal machines in the power generation room appeared to have undergone some modification, as Zhao Huai's inspection was rather cursory, leaving Yi Xiao no time for a thorough examination. The tranquility of Zone 2 enveloped the night. This area was modest in size and sparsely populated, primarily consisting of medical rooms, although it was rumored that Dr. Liao resided here. The beam of the flashlight traveled across the pale walls, ultimately resting on the numeral 3. A sturdy iron door stood firmly shut, and Zhao Huai produced a set of keys to unlock it. With the flashlight in hand, Yi Xiao ventured forth along the tiled floor, turning to the left and taking a few steps into an expansive area. A plush sofa, carpet, yoga balls, mats, a bar counter, and chairs adorned the space, resembling a vast lounge akin to that of a hotel. The pale beam of light revealed an exceptionally clean and tidy environment. Tick-tock. The clock swayed gently, indicating that it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Ahead loomed a set of double doors. Yi Xiao, holding the flashlight, was about to step forward out of curiosity when Zhao Huai abruptly seized his arm from behind. In a hushed tone, he warned, "Hey, where do you think you're going? Stay close to me, don't wander off. Zone 3 is not a place for recklessness. If Boss Tang finds out, we will be in deep trouble." Boss Tang, the owner of this base? Yi Xiao silently trailed behind Zhao Huai, observing as he cautiously lightened his footsteps, gradually approaching the double doors ahead. The doors were not locked. Zhao Huai carefully pushed them open, and with a soft creak, a spacious area was instantly revealed. This space was expansive, divided by numerous partitions on either side, with no ceiling overhead, and the partitions were veiled by curtains. This site reminded Yi Xiao of the map painted by Lan Ling, which marked the location of the maternity room. Chapter 72. Hurry, she is about to give birth. Inside the room, a few snores could be heard. Yi Xiao contemplated asking a question, but ultimately refrained. Zhao Huai, instead of advancing further, raised his flashlight to illuminate a small bed to the side. It was then that Yi Xiao noticed a figure lying there. A woman in her 50s was currently resting on the bed, snoring softly. Just as Zhao Huai was about to approach, a sudden groan of pain echoed from within. Startled, Zhao Huai swiftly made his way to the bedside and vigorously shook the woman awake. "Hey, wake up!" The intense shaking roused her from her slumber. She opened her eyes groggily, seeming to have heard the cries of pain from within, and gradually became more alert. The woman hurriedly tossed aside the covers, clambered out of bed, hastily slipped on her slippers, and snatched the flashlight from Zhao Huai's hand, quickly making her way inside. Yu Xiao stood at the entrance alongside Zhao Huai, hesitating to step inside. They could only observe as the elderly woman halted at the third cubicle from the right. Lifting the curtain and entering, the sound of pained groans grew increasingly distinct, followed by a commotion from within. What could be wrong? A stomachache? Suddenly, the elderly woman emerged, waving urgently towards Yi Xiao and Zhao Wei, exclaiming that her water had broken and she was about to give birth. The reality of the situation struck Yi Xiao, and feeling somewhat bewildered, he followed Zhao Wei, who hastened toward the scene. They lifted the curtain and entered the cubicle, which contained a single bed in a rather confined space, accompanied only by a bedside table beside the partition. On the bed lay a woman of modest build, clad in a loose dress. Although not particularly slender, she certainly could not be described as overweight. Her abdomen, however, was remarkably distended, appearing quite alarming. The blanket had been pushed aside, revealing large wet patches on the bed. The woman, seemingly in her 30s, was cradling her belly, her face contorted in agony. The elderly woman urged them on, asking why they were still standing there, insisting they help her transfer the woman to Area 2. Come on, lend a hand. Zhao Wei beckoned to Yi Xiao. With no other choice, Yi Xiao steeled himself, stepping forward to assist the woman by supporting her arm and lifting her back, nearly dragging her upright. Together, Yi Xiao and Zhao Wei carefully escorted the woman out of the cubicle, one on each side. Her condition appeared rather dire. Her complexion was somewhat pallid, and her eyes lacked the joy of impending motherhood or the anxiety and trepidation associated with labor. Instead, they conveyed a peculiar sense of lifelessness. Her legs moved mechanically, resembling a marionette, as Zhao Wei and Yi Xiao guided her out of the partition and towards Area 2. Upon passing through the isolation door and entering Area 2, Zhao Wei pointed to a room along the corridor. There, the operating room. At that moment, the elderly woman hastened ahead, making her way briskly to the small room adjacent to Dr. Liao's office, rapping sharply on the door. Dr. Liao, number 9 is about to give birth. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Liao opened the door and hurried out, following the elderly woman. As he pushed open the operating room door, he inquired, "Who is it? Number 9? Yes." With a snap, the lights in the operating room flickered on, revealing what seemed to be a separate electrical circuit. The room was starkly illuminated in a ghastly white, exuding a cold and unyielding atmosphere. 2 surgical beds stood, one on the left and one on the right. Within the room, Dr. Liao gestured towards the left surgical bed. "Have number 9 lie down there." As he spoke, he swiftly donned a surgical gown and grabbed a notebook from the edge of the table, flipping through its pages. "Number 9, has the due date advanced?" Yi Xiao sensed the woman beside her shudder suddenly. Her previously detached gaze sharpened, focusing on the surgical bed that loomed closer. Yi Xiao could feel the slight tremors coursing through the woman's body, as if she harbored a visceral fear and aversion towards that very operating table. However, the woman's spirit appeared to have been utterly subdued. Even in the face of physiological repulsion, she mechanically advanced her steps without any resistance. Yi Xiao and Zhao Wei assisted the woman to the side of the operating table, and she seemed remarkably familiar with the forthcoming procedure. She reclined upon the surgical bed, lifted her skirt, and spread her legs to support her knees. Her rounded, swollen abdomen was laid bare, revealing her lower body with an unsettling nonchalance. Yi Xiao dared not look, turning her head away to the corner. A sense of discomfort, not rooted in disgust but rather in profound unease, rendered Yi Xiao's emotions exceedingly complex. At this moment, the tens of thousands of online viewers in the broadcast room strangely fell silent. Initial complaints and banter faded into an uncanny stillness. Although certain areas of the footage were pixelated, an overwhelming sense of oppression and strangeness permeated the atmosphere. Yi Xiao's somber and grave expression only deepened the furrowed brows of the audience. Dr. Liao, clad in rubber gloves, approached the operating table, lowering the overhead lamp. He bowed his head, extending his hand to examine. Yi Xiao stood at a peripheral angle, deliberately averting her gaze from the rather unseemly scene. "Just 5 fingers. We must wait a bit longer," he remarked, removing the gloves and retrieving a vial from the medicine cabinet. He hung it on the forestand beside the surgical bed and inserted a needle into the woman's hand, stating, "I will administer the 4 shortly. You shall have the strength to give birth. Do not linger in a state of despair. You are well aware that Boss Tang forbids any form of self-harm." Observing a woman lying on the operating table like a lifeless dog, Dr. Liao frowned and leaned closer to her ear, whispering a few words. The distance was somewhat considerable, and the woman deliberately lowered her voice, rendering Yi Xiao unable to discern their hushed conversation. However, it was evident that the woman, who initially appeared devoid of focus, like a withered fish, experienced a moment of tremor in her eyes, and her hands, resting beside her, quivered slightly. As time elapsed, the pain in the woman's abdomen seemed to intensify, and her moans grew increasingly agonizing, sending a chill down Yi Xiao's spine. You two should step outside, doctor. Liao instructed Yi Xiao and Zhao Huai. A sudden sense of relief washed over Yi Xiao, prompting her to briskly exit the operating room. The two dared not venture far, remaining vigilantly by the door. It was unclear how much time had passed when a heart-wrenching groan suddenly echoed from within. Chapter 73. The Deformed Child. The muffled cries, stifled yet resonant, pierced through the door, and even though they were suppressed, Yi Xiao and Zhao Huai outside could hear them with unsettling clarity. Just by the sound alone, Yi Xiao could sense that every muscle in the woman's body was straining as she emitted those anguished roars. The oppressive cries left both Yi Xiao and the audience in the live broadcast with an unsettling prickling sensation on their scalps. Sanhu, I turned off the sound. It's rather frightening. Isaac's heart. Is childbirth truly this terrifying for women? Crimson Night. My goodness, it feels just like watching a horror film. Milk Egg. Mothers truly have it tough. Milk Tea 3/10 sweet. I love my mother. Mei Yang loves candy. Another day filled with fears of marriage and parenthood. However, Zhao Huai leaned against the door, arms crossed, remaining silent, his expression indifferent, as if he had long grown accustomed to such chaos. It was unclear how long these sounds persisted, with Dr. Liao and the elderly woman inside continuously cheering. Breathe deeply. Yes, push harder. Come on, just a bit more effort. You're almost there, keep going. Finally, Dr. Liao's voice broke through the din. It's coming. It's coming. A sigh of relief escaped him, and Yi Xiao at the doorway also exhaled softly. Yet, instead of the anticipated cries of a newborn, the room was filled with the elderly woman's startled exclamations. Oh my goodness. Immediately following, Dr. Liao's scolding resounded. What are you making such a fuss about? Haven't you seen this before? TSK, this won't do. Let's just dispose of it. The elderly woman's trembling voice responded. But what about Boss Tang? Dr. Liao interjected. He'll only get angry if he sees it. I'll take a picture to report. Yu Xiao, standing at the door, furrowed his brow. Dispose of it. Why must it be disposed of? Could it be a stillborn? Moments later, the door swung open, and the elderly woman handed Yi Xiao a bag. Take this and handle it. Yi Xiao stood frozen, accepting the plastic bag she offered, inside of which lay something that was clearly still moving. No, it's alive. Yi Xiao abruptly shook the hand that grasped the plastic bag, lifting his gaze toward the elderly woman, whispering in astonishment, this is still alive. At that moment, Zhao Huai approached, placing a reassuring hand on Yi Xiao's shoulder, dismissing his concerns. Why worry about all this? Just do as you're told. Within the bag, the voice of Dr. Liao emanated, and Zhao Huai glanced at Yi Xiao, saying, I will go fetch the stretcher. You wait here. In his grasp, the contents of the material bag writhed grotesquely, suddenly emitting an unsettling series of cries. Yi Xiao, overwhelmed with curiosity, struggled to comprehend the situation within the bag and why they felt compelled to dispose of its contents. With this perplexity lingering in his mind, he slowly unfastened the bag, directing the beam of his pale flashlight inside. At that moment, his grip on the bag nearly faltered in shock. The viewers in the live broadcast room witnessed the scene clearly and began to flood the comments with expressions of horror. Alden Farrow, what on earth is this? Isaac's heart. Is that a deformed child? Fatty Alpang, what is this? Genetic mutation? Let go of the quilt. What a terrifying live broadcast. Silver Moon 315. Goosebumps all over. Inside the bag lay a writhing infant, its body smeared with viscous secretions and blood. However, to be precise, it could not be categorized as a normal newborn. Its head was grotesquely distorted, with facial features chaotically amalgamated, bulging eyeballs, a sunken nose, and a gaping mouth. A diminutive figure stood there, one leg longer than the other, emitting faint sounds from its mouth. Yi Xiao abruptly closed the bag, her mind swirling with confusion and a sense of restlessness. How could this be? Wasn't the woman asymptomatic? How could she give birth to a malformed child? As Yi Xiao pondered these perplexities, the dialogue from the operating room reached her ears. Dr. Liao, how could this happen? During the previous examination, wasn't everything supposed to be fine? The elderly woman inquired. Zhao Huai had already wheeled the gurney into the operating room, and shortly thereafter, he and the elderly woman emerged. Pushing the bed, the woman who had just given birth lay unconscious on the gurney, and 4 drip hanging from the stand beside her. The two proceeded toward Zone 3, with Zhao Huai striding ahead, pulling the iron door wide open. Throughout this ordeal, Yi Xiao silently trailed behind, observing everything in silence. Just then, Zhao Huai pushed the gurney outside. The elderly woman gently closed the double doors, letting out a weary sigh. The expansive space remained shrouded in gloom, with soft breaths rising and falling in the stillness. It was as though nothing had transpired. The earlier commotion could not have gone unnoticed, yet it felt as if it had been isolated, disregarded by all. It seemed as if the patients in the hospital had grown accustomed to such circumstances. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yi Xiao quietly asked the elderly woman. The woman glanced at the bag in Yi Xiao's hands, her expression reflecting a blend of disdain, resignation, and a touch of pity. Why must it be this way? Is it due to environmental factors? Yi Xiao felt somewhat bewildered. Haven't these asymptomatic individuals already arrived at the underground base? The base itself features a plantation and unmutated livestock. Could it be that the food or water has been contaminated? Yet, if the asymptomatic individuals themselves have not mutated, how could it possibly affect the children? The elder shook her head, raising her hand to her mouth, lowering her voice as if guarding against something. What normal offspring could emerge from those who have undergone aberration? Yi Xiao was taken aback. Aberrance? I have heard that it is not the case that asymptomatic individuals reproduce among themselves. The elder waved her hand, stating, yes, normal individuals do give birth to normal children. Yi Xiao was somewhat astonished. Are there children in the base? Why have I not seen any? The elder's brows twitched slightly, her expression momentarily peculiar, before she replied. Of course there are, but they are not here. They are protected in Zone 4, a place generally off limits to the public. Zone 4? The base has a Zone 4? Chapter 74. Incineration. Just then, a series of footsteps approached from outside, interrupting the questions he had yet to ask. You all go and take care of the matters. I wish to rest now. Yi Xiao observed as the elder turned to lie down on the small bed, silently pushing the door open to step outside. Zhao Huai waved at him. Let us go. Take the items to the incinerator. Yi Xiao followed behind Zhao Huai, burdened with a multitude of questions that gnawed at him intensely. Ahead, Zhao Huai held a flashlight, its beam illuminating the darkness of the corridor. Yi Xiao glanced at the bag in his hand, noticing the items within still writhing. He lifted his gaze towards Zhao Huai, just about to speak, when he was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Huai's voice. I understand you have many questions, young man, and an insatiable curiosity. However, let me caution you, little Yi. In this world, curiosity is the most perilous trait one can possess. It will only lead to your downfall. Zhao Huai's tone was cold as he continued. If you wish to stay here for an extended period, you must learn to remain oblivious and uninquisitive. Those of us who are mere guests must dutifully attend to our own responsibilities. Remember, do not ask what should remain unasked. And do not meddle in what does not concern us. Yi Xiao, who had initially intended to inquire further, instantly dismissed the thought. He came to the realization that even if he were to ask, Zhao Huai would not divulge any information. Moreover, Zhao Huai's words, though brusque, contained a kernel of truth. This was indeed a necessary survival strategy. While he felt a spark of curiosity about the matters pertaining to this place, it was merely that, curiosity. He had no intention of involving himself further. From what he observed, the conditions within the base were relatively favorable, and he had no need to pry into affairs that did not concern him. The room housing the incinerator was situated at the corner of the workshop area. As he pushed open the iron door, it creaked with age, and the beam of his flashlight pierced the darkness, illuminating the opposite wall. The space was modest in size, with large red bricks forming a substantial square and a metal lid installed at the front. Zhao Huai swiftly approached the incinerator, lifting the iron cover. The light from the flashlight revealed a considerable interior space, filled with a significant amount of ash. Go ahead and throw it in. Zhao Huaichao addressed Yi Xiao with a word. Yi Xiao lowered his gaze towards the bag in his hands, silently lifting it and placing it into the furnace. Such a grotesque creature would be better off meeting its end sooner rather than later. From a nearby pile of firewood and withered grass, Zhao Huaichao seized a piece of dry wood and a handful of dried grass, inserting them into the furnace beside the bag. Subsequently, he retrieved a lighter from a shelf, igniting the small bundle of dry grass in his hand before tossing it in. The flames swiftly began to spread, and as he watched the flickering glow, Yi Xiao suddenly recalled the task at hand for the evening. His gaze instinctively swept upwards within the space, quickly fixing on the square ventilation duct in the upper right corner. The metallic vent, with its inky black crevice, inexplicably made Yi Xiao feel as though a pair of eyes were watching him from the darkness. His heart raced. Could Lan Ling already be waiting there? With a sudden thought, Yi Xiao turned to Zhao Huaichao, who was stifling a yawn, and said, Brother Zhao, why don't you take a rest? I'm young and can endure. I'll keep watch. Zhao Huaichao yawned lazily, seemingly indifferent to politeness, as if he had been waiting for Yi Xiao to say those very words. He immediately replied with a grin, "All right then, you keep an eye on things here. Make sure it burns completely, and once it's finished, extinguish the fire and close the furnace door. After that, come to the hall in Area 3. We need to stand guard there." Another yawn escaped him. "I'll go take a nap for a bit." "Hey, brother, you go ahead. You can leave this to me." A sound emanated from the ventilation duct, prompting Yi Xiao to turn his gaze. He beheld the metallic frame of the duct being carefully lowered, with Lan Ling's head emerging from within, winking at him. In a hushed tone, she beckoned, "Hey, come lend a hand." With that, Lan Ling pushed a neatly wrapped corpse out. Yi Xiao hurried forward to receive it, in order to avoid leaving conspicuous marks on the wall. He had no choice but to cradle the body in his arms. Lan Ling, covered in dust, gracefully descended from the vent, brushing off the grime from her sleeves before wiping the beads of sweat from her brow. Yu Xiao glanced at her. "You arrived quite early." Lan Ling rolled her eyes. "Early? Not at all." She raised her wrist to reveal her watch, pressing a button that illuminated the dial. The displayed time read 2 o'clock in the morning. "Has it been this long?" she remarked. Lan Ling continued, "Fortuitously, I expected it to take longer, but there was some commotion in District 2 that inadvertently provided cover for my actions. To keep the noise to a minimum, I dragged it for over 2 hours. It was utterly exhausting." She muttered in a low voice. "Thankfully, I was cautious and didn't dare descend sooner for fear of being discovered. Quickly, let's get the body into the furnace. Today is indeed fortuitous, and heaven seems to be aiding me. This tarpaulin is highly flammable. Just toss it in." Lan Ling appeared somewhat exhilarated, while Yi Xiao, with a resigned shake of his head, assisted her in shoving the body into the furnace. Yi Xiao added some dry grass and firewood to the stove to stoke the flames, which quickly blazed more fiercely. He turned off the flashlight, and the glow from the fire illuminated the room, its intense heat rapidly raising the temperature. Standing nearby, Yi Xiao and Lan Ling soon found themselves sweating profusely. Observing the flickering flames, Lan Ling, filled with curiosity, lowered her voice to inquire, "By the way, what is being burned? I heard commotion from District 2. Is someone giving birth?" Yi Xiao nodded, crossing his arms as he silently gazed at the open stove. "Yes. A deformed infant has been born and is currently in the stove." Lan Ling's brow furrowed, and she fell silent for a moment, but after a few seconds, her curiosity got the better of her. "A deformed child? What is the reason?" Yi Xiao whispered, "I heard it was born to a variant." "A variant? Was it an accident?" Lan Ling frowned, clearly perplexed as to how one could conceive a child with a variant. Yi Xiao shook his head. "No, it's not an accident. This situation seems to be the norm here." Chapter 75. Mind your own business, allowing asymptomatic individuals to bear children with variants? This seemed rather illogical for the base. After all, asymptomatic individuals are quite rare, and logically, the base should endeavor to increase their numbers. Therefore, it would be reasonable to promote rapid reproduction among the asymptomatic. Lan Ling, too, found herself struggling to comprehend. The norm? Were they conducting experiments? She stroked her chin thoughtfully, but soon dismissed her own hypothesis. No. If it were an experiment, could it not yield a healthy child? Even if the offspring were to be deformed, they would still be utilized for research purposes. It is inconceivable that they would be incinerated immediately. This scenario feels akin to gambling. They must be aware of the probable outcomes, yet they still wish to extract a success from a myriad of failures. Lan Ling seemed intrigued. It warranted a thorough investigation, for this base harbors numerous secrets. Yi Xiao nodded. "Indeed, there are many mysteries. It is said that there is a Zone 4 within the base, likely accessible only through Zone 3. However, the inhabitants here are reticent about such matters, and it is improbable that any information could be gleaned without inciting unnecessary trouble." Yi Xiao cautioned, "Discreet investigation is permissible, but not at this moment. The rainy season has commenced, and it is ill-timed. If we were to be discovered, we would find ourselves in a precarious situation." Lan Ling nodded, choosing not to dwell on the issue. Indeed, their attention was better directed elsewhere. As time ticked away, Yu Xiao grasped Lan Ling's hand and glanced at the clock. Lan Ling waved dismissively, signaling Yi Xiao to proceed with ease, allowing him to depart first. After reiterating his concerns, Yi Xiao opened the door and stepped outside. Alone in the corridor, he secretly exhaled in relief, having dealt with the body of the skilled slacker. The burden on his conscience had finally been alleviated. After all, a corpse cannot linger in a room for too long, as the odor would inevitably betray their actions. Fortunately, with Lan Ling's assistance, many troubles had been averted. In the broadcast room, Many fans could no longer endure and bid goodnight to Yi Xiao. He nodded and softly replied, "Good night, everyone. Rest early." After passing through the Iron Gate, he arrived at Area 3. In the hall, Zhao Wei lay on the sofa, snoring soundly. Yi Xiao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that after becoming accustomed to the work here, these individuals had grown too tranquil and somewhat languid. He silently mused that a bit of laziness was preferable, for only then could they exploit any vulnerabilities. Recently, the sense of theft had been rather overwhelming, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Yi Xiao settled onto a sofa and switched off his flashlight. The brilliant light vanished in an instant. Yet the hall was not entirely cloaked in darkness. A charging night light in the corners still glowed. The dim illumination cast an air of solitude within the hall. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Xiao found himself gradually succumbing to drowsiness. Suddenly, the blaring sound of an alarm clock jolted him from his reverie. He abruptly opened his eyes, realizing he had turned over and was now lying on the sofa. In a flurry, he scrambled to sit up, only to hear movement from the adjacent sofa. Zhao Hui yawned, stretched lazily, and gradually rose from his seat. Rubbing his eyes, he grasped an electronic device hanging from his waist, glanced at it, and silenced the persistent beeping of the alarm. "Oh dear, it's 7:30. Time to clock out," Zhao Hui exclaimed, standing up and stretching his arms, moving his limbs. Yi Xiao yawned and followed Zhao Hui's lead, as the dim wall lights in the corridor flickered on, signaling that the power had been restored. Zhao Hui gently patted Yi Xiao on the shoulder and said, "Let us head to Old Zhang's to clock out, then we can finish our work for the day. And remember to return at 7:30 in the evening. Don't forget to come to the canteen for lunch at 12 o'clock. Upon returning to room 1128. Dehe and Old Han were still sprawled lazily on the sofa, showing no signs of stirring. Hearing the door creak open, Dehe promptly turned over and sat up. Instantly recognizing Yi Xiao, he called out, "Yi Xiao?" Yi Xiao waved her hand, recalling the sight of the deformed child from the previous night, which had completely sapped her appetite. "No, I'll take a nap. I can go to the canteen for lunch. Just remember to wake me up when it's nearly noon." She entered her room and locked the door. At that moment, Liang Kai and Zhou Chirui had already risen and were gathered around Lan Ling, engrossed in some activity. Yi Xiao quietly inquired, "What are you all doing?" As she spoke, she raised her hand to reveal a tiny object that resembled a button. "We're installing cameras," Lan Ling explained, replacing 2 button-shaped cameras for Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai. She cautioned them, "When you assemble the items, make sure to examine each component thoroughly. It would be even better if you could obtain specific data." Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai nodded in agreement, and once they had finished setting up the cameras, they waved goodbye to Yi Xiao. "Xiao Gu, we're leaving now." "All right. See you in the canteen at noon." After they exited, Yi Xiao flipped over and lay down on her bed. Lan Ling leaned over the edge of the bed and gently tapped Yi Xiao's arm. "Hey, Yi Xiao, do you have any clean clothes? I'm too dirty in this outfit." Yi Xiao sat up once more, scratching his head. Indeed, he needed to procure some change of clothes. "Please wait a moment," he said. "I will ask Lao Han and the others if they have any clothes to spare. I will get a few pieces later." After speaking, he collapsed back onto the bed, drifting into slumber. As noon approached, a knock on the door roused Yi Xiao from his sleep. It was time for a meal. Sister Lin was already in the living room preparing food. Remembering Lan Ling in his room, he called out, "Sister Lin, please save me a little. I fear I might not be satisfied with the cafeteria food." Sister Lin nodded, assuring him, "Yes, I will set some aside for you." At that moment, the iron door was ajar, and a group of asymptomatic individuals were emerging from the workshop, meandering along the corridor. Xiao Gu, Zhou Chirui, and Liang Kai hurriedly caught up, walking side by side with Yi Xiao. "How did it go?" Yi Xiao inquired. The two exchanged smiles, and Liang Kai replied, "It went quite smoothly. We familiarized ourselves with the process yesterday, and today went rather well." Just then, Zhou Chirui gently tugged at Yi Xiao's sleeve and pointed ahead with a raised hand, his eyes conveying a silent message. Chapter 76. Likely, nonsense. They traversed through the iron door, along the corridor towards the right end where the cafeteria was located. A few individuals were pushing a food cart outward, presumably to deliver meals to Area 3. Yi Xiao felt Zhou Chirui's grip on his sleeve, and the latter's arched eyebrows were animatedly signaling towards a figure ahead. "Who is that?" Yi Xiao asked, slightly puzzled, glancing towards a man who was engaged in casual conversation with another nearby, just as they stepped into the cafeteria. In the canteen, rows of long tables were arranged, and a queue formed by the silver window where individuals awaited their meals. Yi Xiao and his companions followed suit, acquiring their own trays and standing in line. Yi Xiao scrutinized the individual pointed out by Zhou Chirui. He possessed a sturdy back, with a physique neither too slim nor too stout. Clad in a work jacket that had already faded, his hair was cut short, not resembling the haphazard style of Lin Feng's self-trimming, but rather appearing as though it had been expertly styled by a seasoned barber. Standing cautiously behind, Yi Xiao attentively observed while eavesdropping on the conversation of the two individuals ahead. Brother Yang, have you made any progress on what Boss Tang wants us to do regarding the machine guns? The individual Zhou Chirui referred to was this man known as Brother Yang, who clicked his tongue in annoyance. I'm not a weapons specialist. What insight do you expect me to have? I've merely used a gun before. I'm not involved in designing them. Isn't this task a bit unreasonable? What are we to do then? If we fail to deliver, how will we explain ourselves to Boss Tang? Brother Yang's tone grew increasingly impatient. Explain? At the very least, we should have something to show for it. We don't even have a sample to present. As Brother Yang muttered at the window while being served, Yi Xiao kept his ears perked while observing the sparse selection of dishes. There were not many options, primarily vegetarian, chopped into indistinguishable cubes, with only a smattering of meat scattered throughout. The chef at the window served Yi Xiao a scoop of vegetables, a ladle of soup, and 2 fist-sized buns. This constituted the entirety of his meal. The fans in the live broadcast room were gathered at mealtime, resulting in a considerable number of viewers. Upon catching sight of the contents on Yi Xiao's plate, they could not help but begin to voice their critiques. Is this food meant for chickens? This amount wouldn't even suffice to fill the gaps between my teeth. What on earth is this? I might as well stew myself to provide the host with a decent meal. How pitiful. Should I eat the pig trotters in my bowl or not? To consume so little, yet still be subjected to blood draws. This place is truly exploitative. Such a meager portion may suffice for a woman, yet for a man, it could barely be deemed satisfying. Yi Xiao glanced at the food on his tray and then around at others, noting that everyone seemed to be in a similar predicament, leading him to silently make his way towards a nearby empty seat. The diners at the table were engrossed in their meals and casual conversations, creating a lively atmosphere in the cafeteria. A glance around revealed at least several dozen individuals present. As Yi Xiao passed by a table while carrying his tray, an unexpected foot suddenly protruded from beneath one side of the table, obstructing his path. The foot was precisely within Yi Xiao's blind spot beneath the tray and completely unaware. He took a step forward. Crash! The tray clattered to the floor, spilling soup and food everywhere. Xiaogu. Behind him, Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai hurriedly approached, only to find Yi Xiao standing there, still holding his tray intact. At one side of the table, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s and notably thin, was sprawled awkwardly on the ground, his legs stretched apart at an exaggerated angle, resembling a split on the floor. The plate on the table seemed to have been accidentally knocked to the ground in his fluster, spilling its soup and vegetables at Yi Xiao's feet. Curious onlookers turned their attention to the scene, where the man on the floor was awkwardly propping himself up, glaring fiercely at Yi Xiao while slowly gathering his splayed legs. He attempted to curse, yet his face turned a deep shade of red as he struggled to produce any sound. The unfortunate fellow covered his groin, legs drawn together, unable to rise for quite some time. The crowd in the cafeteria was almost entirely focused on this spectacle, while Zhou Chirui anxiously inquired, Brother Xiao, what is going on? Fans in the live broadcast room, witnessing the incident clearly, began to shout. Third generation, I saw it. This idiot intentionally stuck out his foot to trip the host. Two-haired love destroyer. Ha ha ha. This fool tried to trip someone but ended up tripping himself. White Fox Knight. Host, nice legs. Yi Xiao felt a faint pain in his shin and inwardly scoffed. This individual had clearly intended to trip him. Nevertheless, he chose not to expose the ruse, instead shaking his head innocently, signaling that he was merely passing by. Who knows, I was just passing through. Perhaps he accidentally fell and hurt himself. Liang Kai, observing from the side, furrowed his brow, exclaiming, ouch, just watching it hurts. Several acquaintances hurried to assist the man on the ground, who, supported by them, got to his feet while one hand shielded his groin and the other pointed accusingly at Yi Xiao, threatening, you'd better watch out. Yi Xiao, disdainfully amused in his heart, maintained an expression of innocence on his face. No, sir, I was merely passing by, holding a plate in both hands. I did not disturb you. What concern is it of mine? The man continued to issue threats. Kid, I will remember you. Just wait. Yi Xiao's previously innocuous expression swiftly darkened. Very well, I shall await your arrival. Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai, filled with curiosity, took a seat beside Yi Xiao, whispering in eager inquiry, Brother Xiao, what just transpired? Yi Xiao cast a glance at the retreating figure and scoffed. That fool intentionally tried to trip me. Does he truly believe that as an athlete, I cannot surpass him in like strength? What an imbecile. Zhou Chirui furrowed his brow. Doesn't he seem to belong to our factory? Do you have any grievances with him? Yi Xiao took a bite of the steamed bun from his plate. I don't even know him. Who knows what madness he is spouting? As he spoke, he glanced at the bun in his hand. What is this made from? It has a hint of sweetness, unlike ordinary flour. The soup was passable. Aside from being slightly bland, its texture was surprisingly pleasant, likely crafted from those edible mutated plants. While he savored the meal, his gaze searched the cafeteria for the earlier figure of Brother Yang. He soon discovered that Brother Yang was seated in a corner diagonally across from him, his skin a sallow hue, features unremarkable, with a prominent nose. A hint of stubble on his lips and a noticeable mole on his chin. He turned to Zhou Chirui and quietly inquired, who was that fellow known as Brother Yang? Zhou Chirui hurriedly swallowed the bun in his mouth and introduced quietly, Yang Hao, the manager of our workshop, possesses the blueprints for the seed core gun. Upon hearing the mention of the blueprints, Yi Zhao's eyes gleamed with interest. However, the notion of theft was beyond their capabilities. It would be perilous to act under the watchful eyes of others, and exposure would certainly spell disaster. Zhou Chirui continued. I heard he is one of the early veterans who joined the base, having followed Boss Tang from the beginning. Yi Xiao nodded, refraining from further comment. The cafeteria was filled with a diverse crowd, making it difficult to speak discreetly. As they proceeded towards Zone 1, a pair of sinister eyes fixated on Yi Xiao from a corner, causing him considerable discomfort. Yet, when he turned to look, he found nothing amiss. Frowning, Yi Xiao felt a wave of displeasure, suspecting it was that individual from the cafeteria. This person's furtive demeanor hinted at some ulterior motive. Upon returning to 1128, Yi Xiao shared the information about the blueprints with Lin Feng, who appeared unusually excited, as if she were eagerly awaiting the night. Nevertheless, Yi Xiao swiftly dissuaded her from any reckless plans. Although the factory area had ventilation ducts, it was, along with Zone 3, one of the two locations he knew to be equipped with surveillance cameras. Even if Lin Feng could tamper with the cameras, the risk of exposure remained high. The day had passed seemingly uneventfully, save for the intensifying rain outside. As night fell once more, Yi Xiao, just like the previous day, arrived at old Zhang's table to clock in at 7:30. Later, I met up with Zhao Huai in the corridor, awaiting the lights to dim in preparation for our inspection. Zhao Huai lounged in a chair by the door, casually crossing his legs, and inquired of Yi Xiao. Did you have a confrontation with that fellow, Sun Yihai, in the cafeteria today? Sun Yihai? Who is that? Yi Xiao asked, somewhat perplexed. Zhao Huai chuckled, his foot bouncing on his knee. He asked the fool who fell down. A flash of realization crossed Yi Zhao's face. Oh, that's his name? Who knows what got into him? I don't even know him. I was walking perfectly fine when he deliberately stuck out his leg to trip me and ended up falling himself. Can I be blamed for that? Yi Xiao shrugged innocently, while Zhao Huai scoffed, his expression rife with disdain for Sun Yihai. That old fool has such a petty nature. He was originally supposed to work the night shift with me, but his health couldn't handle it. Once you arrived, he was swapped out, Zhao Huai remarked. Winking at Yi Xiao, our job is rather easy, as long as one person can endure the night. A smile played on Zhao Huai's lips, yet his eyes concealed a deeper message. Yi Xiao promptly picked up on this and replied, rest assured, Brother Zhao, staying up late is no trouble for me. There's no need for both of us to suffer through it together. Zhao Huai was particularly pleased with Yi Zhao's understanding of the situation and pointed at him, saying, you truly have a keen eye, my friend. As for that old man Sun Yihai, don't concern yourself with him. If he dares to trouble you, just let me know. Yi Xiao grinned broadly, responding, thank you, Brother Zhao. Indeed, patrolling at night is a relatively easy task, however. If one is older and the other younger, it is undoubtedly the elder who enjoys the greater ease. According to Yi Zhao's estimation, Zhao Huai should be around 50, while Sun Yihai must be in his mid-60s. It is likely that the burden of late-night patrols originally fell upon Zhao Huai, with Sun Yihai being the one to indulge in leisure. Now, with the arrival of the younger Yi Xiao, Sun Yihai has been replaced. Given Yi Zhao's perceptive nature, it is only natural that Zhao Huai would favor him. Suddenly, the lights extinguished. Yi Xiao turned on the flashlight in his hand and said to Zhao Huai, brother, why don't you rest over in Area 3 while I take a round? As Yi Xiao had only just taken over the duty. Zhao Huai appeared somewhat apprehensive and chose to accompany him for a patrol. Yi Xiao felt a twinge of regret. He had intended to closely observe the workshop area, but it seemed he would have to wait a few more days to do so. As night fell, just like the previous evening, they remained stationed at Area 3, prepared for any unforeseen events that might arise. The clock in the hall ticked steadily past 2 o'clock. The maternity room was enveloped in silence. It seemed that no surprises would occur that night. Zhao Huai snored loudly on the sofa outside, lost in a deep slumber. Yi Xiao carefully stood up, flashlight in hand, and silently exited Area 3, heading toward the corridor leading to the workshop. As a night patrol guard, it was entirely normal for him to be patrolling openly at midnight, a testament to his strong sense of professional ethics. Yi Xiao stepped lightly through the small door leading from the corridor to the workshop. Just as he was about to close the door, he heard a faint creaking sound from the iron door ahead. His brows furrowed, and he swiftly lowered the flashlight in his hand, extinguishing its beam. The darkness of the corridor enveloped him instantaneously, and he reached out to feel along one side of the wall, eventually locating the ajar door to the storage room. With a sudden thud, the slight collision between the iron door and its frame echoed clearly in the stillness of the night, despite the other party's apparent attempts to be quiet. A faint sound of shoes brushing against the ground could be discerned in the excessive silence, suggesting that more than one person was approaching. Their footsteps somewhat disordered as they drew near along the corridor. Simultaneously, a dim beam of flashlight illuminated the wall of the corridor, casting shadows as it turned the corner to the right. Yu Xiao cautiously tiptoed into the storage room, pressing himself against the door and moderating his breathing. He had no intention of revealing his presence at that moment, especially since it was evident that there were multiple individuals. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments on the live stream began to flicker to life. Isn't the host a night watchman? Why hide? The host seems to be really on edge. Got up in the middle of the night for a bathroom break and witnessed the host's foolish antics again. Shut up if you've never been a security guard. You lot are brainless. Clearly, there are many of them. Who knows their intentions? What if they strike hard if I rush out? The barrage of comments erupted once more. Yet at that moment, Yu Xiao found himself too preoccupied to pay attention. A dim beam of flashlight illuminated from around the corner, casting its light upon the iron door leading to the corridor beyond. Yu Xiao had not secured the door tightly. It was merely ajar. At that moment, his heart raced violently within his chest as he silently prayed that these individuals would refrain from approaching to investigate. Otherwise, his concealment would undoubtedly be compromised. Chapter 78. Capturing Sunny High. The thumping of his heart was stifled within his chest. The footsteps began to move, gradually receding into the distance. Yu Xiao exhaled slowly, casting a glance at the iron door. Though not completely shut, its distance and the dim lighting rendered it inconspicuous. The footsteps had faded to a point where they were inaudible. Cautiously, he leaned out from the doorframe, peering tentatively towards the corridor. In the distance, the flashlight's beam flickered slowly, vanishing into the depths of the corner. Yi Xiao gingerly stepped out of the storage room, making an effort to tread lightly as he edged along the side of the wall, advancing toward that direction. The world around him was enveloped in darkness, with the broadcast room displaying a night vision mode. The elongated corridor took on a peculiar bluish-white hue, and Yi Xiao found himself navigating through it alone, inching forward in a manner that evoked an eerie sense of foreboding. The Heart of Isaac, exceptional stealth. 3 foxes, be careful not to get discovered. Makabaka, night vision mode looks terrifying. Within the pitch-black corridor, Yi Xiao relied almost entirely on his instincts to progress through the obscurity. Cautiously reaching the end of the walkway at the intersection, he slowly peered out, glancing to the left. The first door of the left passage swung open, revealing a faint glimmer of light that appeared particularly radiant amidst the encompassing darkness. Yi Xiao recalled that this was the greenhouse, the place where edible crops were cultivated. What could their purpose in the greenhouse be? Surely, they did not intend to pilfer food? Furrowing his brow, Yi Xiao remembered that after each patrol, every door to the various areas would be securely locked again. Yet, these individuals had successfully entered the greenhouse. If it were not for old Zhang, who managed the spare keys, then it must have been the person in charge of the greenhouse. Furthermore, how had the gate leading to this area been opened? The door to the greenhouse was gently closed, and Yi Xiao dared not approach too closely. He could only stand near the entrance, straining to listen to the conversation emanating from within. Don't take too much, or we'll get caught. Damn it, who knows how long this rainy season will last. We can't go outside. Hurry up, grab what you can, and let's go. If we get discovered, it will be the end for us. Quickly, let's move. We're leaving first. Sunny High, you stay back and deal with it. Wait, Longo, what about Yi Xiao? Understood, we will send someone to take care of him. Hearing his own name, Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. then quickly darted into a nearby corner as footsteps approached the door. Sunny High? The one who had caused trouble earlier that afternoon? Had he secretly made a backup of the keys? It seemed this individual had been engaging in quite a bit of clandestine activity behind the scenes. The others appear to be the deviants, seemingly driven by a lack of sustenance, with their intentions directed towards the base. A flurry of footsteps emerged from the foliage. The flickering beam of a dim flashlight sweeping hastily and carelessly down the corridor before taking a turn and retracing its steps. Yi Xiao cautiously peered around the corner, observing the hurried departure of the three figures, showing no inclination to intervene. He was acutely aware that any attempt to obstruct them could be detrimental to his own well-being. As the footsteps faded, a muffled sound of a door closing echoed from the adjacent plant area, accompanied by the murmurs of Sunny High. Those fellows, Wu Long and his gang, are truly ruthless. They've taken so much. If discovered tomorrow, I'll find myself in a dire predicament. Sun Yihai muttered, clutching a small lamp resembling a keychain, as he proceeded to lock the plant area once more. Yi Xiao stood at the corner, squinting at Sun Yihai crouched on the ground, a cold smile creeping across his face. This individual was quite shrewd, leaving the outer door unlocked, which would inevitably lead to exposure by morning. At that point, any blame would fall upon the negligence of their night patrol guards. Even if he were to accuse Sun Yihai of orchestrating the theft, it was unlikely anyone would believe him, as the failure to intervene would still be deemed as dereliction of duty. This man certainly understood the intricacies of his schemes. Nai Danbu Dan. This old fox is quite cunning. Let us deal with him. Yi Se Zhixin. I'm feeling tired. Xiao Gu should handle him. And then we can all retire for the night. Yi Se Zhixin and several fans continued to shower gifts incessantly. Yi Xiao was not one to easily let the matter slip away. At that moment, only Sun Yihai was present, making the situation much more manageable. Yi Xiao slowly raised the flashlight in his hand and clicked the switch. A cold, white beam of light shot forth from the flashlight, illuminating the corridor. Sunny High, who was about to rise and leave, was startled by the sudden burst of light and fell back onto the ground, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Yi Xiao directed the flashlight's beam into Sunny High's eyes. The man on the floor raised his hand in an attempt to shield himself from the light, a flicker of hope lingering in his heart as he softly called out, Long? Brother Long? Huh. Yi Xiao shook his head, clicking his tongue. I wonder how Boss Tang would deal with you if he knew. Sun Yihai twitched his eyes in irritation and climbed to his feet. Seeing that it was just Yi Xiao, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He no longer regarded Yi Xiao as a threat. His earlier panic had diminished somewhat. With a cold snort, he said, Young man, you must think twice before acting. Brother Long's associates are not easily dealt with. If you dare to spill this, you and your companions will find no peace in the future. Be cautious when you sleep at night. Who knows what you might meet an untimely end in your bed. A threat? Yi Xiao was taken aback by Sunny High's naivety despite his age. Tilting his head, he looked at Sunny High with amusement and replied, What are you talking about? I have only captured you. I only know that you were the one who stole. I have not discovered anyone else. Upon hearing these words, Sunny High, who had initially worn a disdainful expression, suddenly appeared deflated. In a fit of fury, he raised his hand and pointed at Yi Xiao, gritting his teeth. What is wrong with me? Do you perhaps have accomplices? In that case, you will have to explain yourself to Boss Tang. I only need to hand you over. Panic washed over Sunny High's face as his gaze darted towards the empty corridor beside Yi Xiao. Without warning, he bolted towards that path. However, Sunny High's unexpected maneuver did not escape Yi Xiao's keen awareness. With a swift gesture, Yi Xiao grasped the back of Sun Yihai's collar and forcefully slammed him to the ground. Chapter 79. I beg you, spare me this time. The tremendous force from the grip on his collar caused Sun Yihai to lean back, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Yi Xiao strode to the front of the corridor, blocking the exit, and looked down at the man on the floor with his arms crossed, an air of superiority surrounding him. Thinking of escaping? Where do you think you can run to? Sun Yihai, wincing in pain, managed to sit up. In the dimly lit corridor, the beam of a flashlight illuminated his face, which was now itch with fear. The bravado he had earlier displayed had vanished completely. He crawled a few steps to kneel before Yi Xiao, clutching at his pant leg, and whispered in a pleading tone, Brother Yi Xiao, we are all asymptomatic. Please, just let me go this once. Yi Xiao looked down at the kneeling Sunny High, a cold smile forming in his heart. He knew all too well that once Sunny High was handed over to Boss Tang, this fellow would either meet his demise or suffer greatly. As long as Yi Xiao insists he is the only one who has discovered the truth, then Sun Yihai is destined to bear the blame alone. He harbors no courage to reveal Wu Long and his associates. Should he dare to do so, they would undoubtedly retaliate against him. Ultimately, once Sun Yihai is handed over to Yi Xiao, he faces an inescapable demise, and this matter will not fall upon Yi Xiao. Thus, in this moment, Sun Yihai cares not for his dignity. He kneels before Yi Xiao, desperately pleading. Yi Xiao, arms crossed and unmoved, thinks, "But you still wish to scheme against me, do you not? Is it because I have taken your place? Am I the one with a petty heart, the one deserving of condemnation?" Sun Yihai raises his hand and strikes his own face, though he dares not do so too forcefully. Grasping at Yi Xiao's pant leg, his voice trembles with urgency. "Brother Yi, I am in the wrong. I offer my apologies. I swear I shall not dare again. In this world, it is not easy for anyone to cling to life. I am left with no choice. I implore you, for the sake of our shared plight as asymptomatic individuals, spare me this once, will you?" The man, over 30 years of age, kneels on the ground, bowing repeatedly before Yi Xiao. "Brother Yi, I beg of you, let me off this time. If Boss Tang finds out, I will surely perish. If you could merely turn a blind eye this once, I will be at your service in the future, willing to toil as your humble servant." His eyes have begun to redden with fear, brimming with desperation. Yi Xiao sat in contemplation, his arms crossed. He had no genuine intention of surrendering this individual. With the onset of the rainy season, someone like Wu Ge, if unable to find Sun Yihai to assist him, might very well turn to Yi Xiao. He was reluctant to become embroiled in such troublesome matters, and crucially, if he were to hand over Sun Yihai, the replicated key he possessed would undoubtedly be confiscated. What Yi Xiao desired most was that very key. Moreover, although the people here adhered to the management of Boss Tang, there seemed to be an underlying fear of him. Should he betray Sun Yihai? Yi Xiao was certain that both the aberrants and the asymptomatic would quietly ostracize him. In that case, their existence here would become quite unbearable. After much deliberation, Yi Xiao resolved not to expose this individual. After all, Sun Yihai appeared to be in charge of the plant department, and any investigation would likely fall upon him. With a sigh, Yi Xiao feigned a sympathetic demeanor. "Alas, we are all asymptomatic. In this apocalyptic world, survival is arduous, and should one be cast out." Sun Yihai, filled with trepidation, repeatedly implored Yi Xiao, "Brother Yi, I do not wish to be expelled. Outside, there is no place for humans." Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, the outside world is fraught with danger. Not to mention the monsters, there are also individuals who specifically hunt asymptomatic people to drain their blood. Upon hearing this, Sun Yihai trembled even more, for he understood that Yi Xiao was new to the base and believed his words implicitly. While freedom was scarce here, the conditions were remarkably better, a veritable paradise compared to the outside world. Sun Yihai nodded in complete agreement with Yi Xiao. After all, how could so many of them remain indifferent to the affairs of Zone 3? As long as he could stay here, as long as he wasn't driven away, Sun Yihai was willing to do anything. Yi Xiao feigned a look of compassion, considering that they were all asymptomatic individuals. He expressed that he did not wish for Sun Yihai to meet a dire fate. This time, he would pretend he hadn't seen anything. Fortunately, it was him. If it had been Zhao Gu, the outcome could have been quite different. Upon hearing this, Sun Yihai immediately beamed with joy, bowing deeply to Yi Xiao, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Yi." Yi Xiao waved his hand dismissively. All right. Leave the keys behind. Don't take unnecessary risks again. Now hurry along." With an expression of relief and joy, Sun Yihai hastily retrieved a ring of keys from his pocket, placed them on the ground, and hurriedly scrambled away. Yi Xiao let out a cold chuckle, bent down to pick up the keys, and tucked them into his pocket. He then strolled out of the corridor. In the dimly lit passage, Sun Yihai clutched a faint little lamp in his hand, swinging his arms as he leaned against the wall, cautiously lightening his footsteps, yet appearing somewhat anxious as he departed. Yi Xiao glanced at the receding figure and reached out to securely close the iron gate. As Yi Xiao bid goodnight to everyone, he ambled towards the factory entrance. He turned his head to survey the surroundings of the West Zhou and reached into his pants pocket to retrieve a set of keys. This keyring contained 5 keys, identical in number to the ones on Zhao Huai's keyring. The keys were for the special fence gate, the corridors leading to areas 2 and 3, the factory premises, the planting room, and the power room. Yi Xiao's heart raced. He was taken aback by Sun Yihai's cunning in having duplicated all the keys. He cautiously inserted one of the keys into the factory door lock, and upon trying the second key, he felt a distinct turn in the lock. He refrained from proceeding further, and swiftly withdrew the key, hastily stowing it back into his pocket. Chapter 80. Miss Tang? The factory workshop was under surveillance, and even if Yi Xiao possessed the keys, it would be futile. He needed to devise another plan. With Lan Ling taking a deep breath, he turned and made his way towards the door leading to the corridor of Area 3. Upon returning to Area 3, Zhao Huai remained soundly asleep on the sofa, showing no signs of waking. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Just as he was about to settle onto the adjacent sofa, a sudden wail of an infant emanated from the maternity room. Startled, Yi Xiao sprang to his feet and hurried to the maternity room door, gently pushing it open. At that moment, the elderly woman was climbing down from the crib and, upon noticing Yi Xiao peering through the door, appeared quite surprised. "You're not asleep?" Yi Xiao shook her head and gestured inward with her lips, inquiring about the situation. "Do you need assistance?" The elderly woman waved her hand dismissively, proceeding towards the partition from which the sound of crying emanated. "It's nothing. Perhaps the child is simply hungry and desires milk." The elderly woman reached the third compartment on the left, lifted the curtain, and peered inside. Gradually, the infant's wail subsided. She exhaled a sigh of relief, lowered the curtain, and a few restless murmurs arose from the other compartments, as if disturbed from their slumber. The elderly woman cast a glance at Yi Xiao, pondering whether the child had yet to be weaned. She motioned for Yi Xiao to leave, stating, "It's nothing concerning you. You may go now." Just as Yi Xiao prepared to depart, a sudden sound of footsteps emerged from within. Both Yi Xiao and the elderly woman, who had approached the bed, halted in their movements and turned to observe. From the innermost compartment on the right, a woman stepped out. The dim light of the charging night lamp in the corner of the room offered little illumination, merely allowing the contours of the surroundings to be discerned. The woman did not appear to be heavily pregnant. In fact, her figure was quite slender. In the obscurity, her face remained indistinct. The elderly woman glanced towards the direction from which the woman had emerged, directing her flashlight there. The beam revealed a young woman clad in a strappy dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her gaunt face quietly gazing towards the entrance. As she walked toward that direction, the elderly woman inquired, "Miss Tang, have you risen to use the restroom?" "Yes." A youthful voice responded to the elderly woman, and Yi Xiao, standing at the doorway, felt her gaze seemingly resting upon him. Awkwardly, he retreated, carefully closing the door behind him. "Miss Tang?" Yi Xiao cast a glance at the shut door, furrowing his brow as he made his way towards a nearby sofa. Previously, the elderly woman and Dr. Liao had referred to the pregnant woman merely as Subject 9, as if she were nothing more than a vessel for reproduction, unworthy of a name. Yet this individual was addressed as Miss Tang, a clear indication of a distinct attitude. Yi Xiao stroked his chin, pondering the implications of the woman's surname being Tang. The following morning, the corridor was illuminated promptly by the lights. Intrigued, Yi Xiao followed the flow of people into the spacious passage leading to Zone 1's exit. Dimly lit by low-wattage bulbs, the area near the exit was aglow. The wide corridor was already bustling with individuals, all poised and ready for action. Leading the assembly was the security team from the base, with Yong Ke, the captain of the forward guard, standing at the forefront, bellowing instructions. "All captains of the adventure teams, hurry over for registration. Once registered, we shall embark. Those participating in this operation will be exempt from next month's rent." Chen Ge and his companions happened to be among those lining up. And as Yi Xiao observed the commotion, Chen Ge quickly greeted the group beside him before jogging over to Yi Xiao. With a hint of curiosity, Yi Xiao glanced towards the entrance and inquired, "What is the purpose of this venture? Wasn't it said that the outside is perilous during the rainy season, and we should refrain from going out?" Chen Ge shrugged and placed his arm around Yi Xiao's shoulder, saying, Where there are risks, there are also opportunities. If everyone refrains from venturing out during the rainy season, we will be unable to gather seeds, and without seeds, the base cannot generate power. It's not just the base, even some outposts and squads may take risks at this time." Yi Xiao nodded in agreement, and just then, Yang Ke's voice rang out again. "Additionally, there is an external mission. A shipment has become stranded near Yang City, and we require an adventurous team with vehicles." Upon hearing this, the previously bustling corridor fell into a notable silence, with everyone straining to listen. Yang Ke stood atop a chair at the front of the group, hands on his hips, raising his voice. "This mission entails risk. As you know, while Yang City isn't exceedingly far from here, it is not exactly close either. Given the current rainy season, I recommend a team of no fewer than 10 members, and they should be a squad experienced in A-level missions." "Boss Tang." The surrounding individuals began to murmur among themselves. Clearly taken aback by Yang Ke's mention of Boss Tang, Chen Ge furrowed his brow, sensing that this shipment was somehow connected to Boss Tang. He shook his head, contemplating the situation. It seemed likely that the goods had become stranded en route due to the rainy season. A burly figure squeezed through the crowd, moving with heavy footsteps toward the front of the group. He crossed his arms and began conversing with Yang Ke. Chen Gu observed him, shaking his head in resignation. The Rattlesnake Squad, indeed, was just that group. As a group of individuals emerged from the ranks, Chen Gu promptly closed his mouth. These figures, each possessing a robust physique adorned with pronounced dark purple veins on their arms, exuded an aura of menace and appeared quite formidable. Once they had passed, making their way forward, Chen Gu lowered his voice to continue. It is likely they will undertake this task. Yi Xiao observed the retreating silhouettes of the group. Raising an eyebrow, are they truly formidable? Chen Ji's expression wavered slightly, as if in search of the most appropriate descriptor. How should I put it? I have heard they are a band of lunatics. We handle the seed cores with utmost caution, but it is said these individuals are exceedingly reckless. Chapter 81. Gratitude for the gift from the Black Frame. It was evident that perspectives on the seed cores varied significantly among individuals. Yu Xiao and his companions instinctively recoiled from such objects, regarding them merely as tools. In contrast, Chen Ge and his associates made use of them, albeit with a palpable fear of the resultant mutations. However, there were others, such as the Viper faction, who actively pursued and reveled in the power bestowed by the seed cores. The divergent desires and pursuits surrounding a single entity inevitably lead to differing stances. Neither Yi Xiao nor Chen Ge wished to entangle themselves with individuals like the Vipers. Sister Lin was in her room with her son, and Zhou Chirue along with Liang Kai had just stepped out to work. As Yi Xiao opened the door, he found Lan Ling idly performing one-handed push-ups in the room. Clad in a black athletic tank top, her shoulder blades and arm muscles were taut and bulging, showcasing a strength that starkly contrasted with her otherwise slender appearance. Upon entering, Yu Xiao was greeted by this striking scene. He silently closed the door, observing the individual on the floor, effortlessly performing push-ups with one hand while his legs were splayed apart. He swallowed hard. The audience in the live broadcast room, amidst the peak hours of school and work, found themselves invigorated by this exhilarating scene. Tofu brain. Look at those biceps, those back muscles, my goodness. MMO Panda. It's like a punch to my heart. She's exactly my type. Mental Health Rehabilitation Center. Is that all? Just one punch. And I bet she'll be on her knees begging me not to let her die. Liang is mine. Sister is truly enticing. Kill that old dang. You all are really off your rocker. Another day wanting to be squeezed by her muscles. Yi Xiao watched as Lan Ling rose from the ground, a hint of embarrassment tugging at the corners of his mouth as he glanced down at his own hand. He could manage only a few one-handed push-ups at best. This young lady was indeed somewhat intimidating. Lan Ling, wiping the sweat from her brow with a towel, took a seat on the bed nearby. Last night, she had caught a mouse and obtained a set of replica keys, among which were the keys to the factory workshop. Raising an eyebrow, she flashed a smile at Yi Xiao, suggesting that he was quite capable. As she examined the keys in her hand, her eyes sparkled with mischief. Having spent the past few days languishing with nothing to do, she thought it was the perfect opportunity to devise a plan to sneak into the factory. Yi Xiao settled down beside Lan Ling, pondering the issue of the surveillance camera. That camera presented a challenge. Lan Ling stroked her chin, clearly troubled by the situation. Indeed, the camera posed a dilemma. It could not be tampered with, for doing so would reveal their intentions. She gently explored the peculiar watch on her wrist, furrowing her brow. The optimal solution would be to replace the surveillance feed. Folding her arms, Lan Ling concluded that the prerequisite was to intercept the camera's signal. She turned to Yi Xiao and inquired, "Where's the monitoring room?" Yi Xiao shrugged and shook her head in ignorance. "I have no idea. It's certainly not within our known territory. I suspect it might be located in Zone 4. Lan Ling pondered. Zone West, you say? I suppose I shall venture deeper tonight. I haven't yet had the chance to explore Zone 4. Yi Xiao frowned, expressing her disapproval of Lan Ling's plan. Perhaps that's not wise. Boss Tang is likely in Zone 4, and our intelligence regarding that area is alarmingly sparse. We risk alarming the enemy if we act recklessly. Lan Ling nodded, choosing not to insist further, recognizing the validity of Yi Xiao's concerns. She resumed her contemplative posture, and suddenly, her eyes brightened as she looked at Yi Xiao and slapped her arm. "Hey, don't you have some sort of system marketplace?" Yi Xiao, somewhat perplexed, nodded. "Yes." "What about it? Are you looking to purchase something?" Lan Ling blinked excitedly, sitting cross-legged on the bed, and eagerly asked, "Do they have new types of weaponry, perhaps drones?" Yi Xiao appeared confused. "What do drones have to do with surveillance?" "We do have them," Lan Ling immediately urged. "Then why are you hesitating? Hurry, let us take a look." Yi Xiao, slightly at a loss for words, accessed the system's marketplace and gestured towards the empty space, saying, "Here it is. Can you see it?" Lan Ling blinked at the desolate void and shrugged, replying, "I can't see anything." Amused, Yi Xiao shot her a glance and inquired, "The black frame belongs to your group, right?" Upon mentioning the black frame, Lan Ling's eyes immediately sparkled with enthusiasm, and she nodded vigorously. "Yes, definitely here. Just ask him." As Yi Xiao browsed through the myriad of weapons in the marketplace, she called out towards the broadcast room, Black frame, are you present?" On the large screen, within the command hall of the live broadcast, Director Liao, holding a teacup, promptly nodded toward a person seated at a nearby computer. "Black frame. Present." Yi Xiao cast a glance at Lan Ling and asked, "What do you suggest?" Lan Ling straightened her posture, adopting a serious expression. "We need to intercept the surveillance footage. Based on previous intelligence, the cameras are stationary and controlled via a local area network. If I utilize my miniature computer, it can function as a receiver, allowing for infiltration, but it will not suffice for subsequent operations." After hearing Lan Ling's summary, Director Liao turned to a bespectacled young man on his right. "Xiao Chun, what's your take?" The young man named Xiao Chun approached the computer and began typing on the keyboard. "Black frame. Opt for the drone set priced at 50,000. The accompanying operational computer is sufficient for a series of functions." Yi Xiao furrowed her brow, exclaiming somewhat dramatically, 50,000 points? How exorbitant. I simply purchased a drone. Yet I remain oblivious to its subsequent utility. Yi Xiao pouted his lips high, exhibiting an unmistakable reluctance. While Director Liao at the command center rolled his eyes and gestured dismissively towards the individuals at the control panel. "This young fellow, I am yet to fully comprehend him. I have already bestowed upon him gifts amounting to 50,000. The Black Frame has now activated the governor in this broadcast room. Gratitude to the Black Frame for presenting the flying chair. Thank you for the Dreamland amusement park." Yi Zhao's formerly pouting lips transformed into an exuberant smile, instantly altering his demeanor. He gleefully exclaimed his appreciation for the gifts, acknowledging the generosity of the Black Frame's governor. Observing Yi Zhao's sudden change in attitude, Lan Ling shot him an exasperated glance. Consequently, Yi Xiao did not hesitate any longer and promptly exchanged the items Lan Ling desired, placing them upon the bed. Noticing Lan Ling's incredulous expression, he remarked, "Why the long face? Who do you think I'm taking these risks for? Shouldn't you all provide some financial support for this endeavor?" Yi Xiao pouted. "I can't be expected to spend my own money while undertaking such perilous tasks, can I? This seems utterly unjust." Chapter 82. Preparations of the Defense Bureau. Lan Ling understood that Yi Zhao's sentiments were entirely valid, albeit his demeanor was somewhat infuriating. Yi Xiao placed his hand on Lan Ling's shoulder, chuckling as he said, "My unwavering resolve is driven by an ardent desire to contribute to the organization. What a dauntless and selfless spirit this is." Lan Ling couldn't help but twitch her lips. What an audacious display of shamelessness. "Sanhu, haha. My brother Zhao's shamelessness rivals that of a city wall. Shinshi Shihua, wow, how utterly unashamed. Nidan Budan, do not mock my brother Xiao. It's merely a bit of thickness to the skin. Yao Yao 0. Mom, he is so shameless, I adore him. Xiang Yanghua, wow, a male lady. How terrifying." Yi Xiao scratched his face, reining in his expression, his demeanor turning serious as he gestured towards the items on the bed. "Enough of the jesting, how do we proceed with this?" Lan Ling cast a glance at Yi Xiao, lifting the lid of the toolbox, revealing not tools but a computer. She embraced the computer and moved to one side, retrieving the previous chest bag from the bed, extracting the data transfer cable to connect the computer with her watch. Then, raising an eyebrow at Yi Xiao, she said, "You rest, I shall handle the rest." Indeed, Yi Xiao was already feeling fatigued. He paid no further attention to the industrious Lan Ling and promptly fell asleep. Meanwhile, in the command hall, observing Yi Zhao's slumber, the others could finally relax. The personnel who had been seated at the computer command station for an extended period stretched their limbs, shaking off their fatigue. Their schedules had synchronized closely with Yi Zhao's. They remained awake while he was awake, and only when he slept could they find respite. Every day, they were bound to monitor every move in the premier room. "Director Liao, the conference room is ready." The secretary beside him gently reminded the middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, who nodded, set down his thermos filled with goji berries, and exited the command room. Inside the conference room, several personnel from the Special Defense Bureau were already awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Director Liao enter, they all rose to their feet to greet him. Director Liao. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "All right, please take your seats and let us commence the report." The first to speak from the seat to Director Liao's right was Xiao Chun. "Let me begin," he said, adjusting his glasses. "Regarding the action application, the higher-ups have approved it. However, they are currently adopting a wait-and-see approach concerning our request for the mobilization of expert research teams. Their stance is that without substantial gains in data collection, it is premature to form an expert team at this stage. Nonetheless, they will send 2 biological experts to the operational area for a risk assessment." This outcome seemed anticipated by Director Liao, who gestured towards the next speaker. Beside Xiaochen sat a female colleague, whose voice was clear and resonant. "Concerning the establishment of the financial operations system, based on our current investigation, the items in Yi Zhao's system all correspond to the weapons and resources we possess in reality. All recharge and reward actions have not entered the platform's account. Instead, they first enter the primary broadcast system and convert into points. The exchange of points correlates to the selling prices in reality, and we suspect it is linked to real-world purchases. At present, our personnel have arrived at the broadcasting platform, where a dedicated project team has been established to independently oversee the operations of Yi Zhao's debut studio." Director Liao nodded, acknowledging that we could encourage Yi Zhao to procure domestically produced weaponry, as we are prepared to provide funding, effectively facilitating a financial turnover that equates to supplying armaments. The reporter spoke up. Yi Zhao's previous procurement actions have predominantly involved domestic weapon models. Investigations reveal that the Arms Management Bureau has indeed recorded several peculiar transactions. Director Liao nodded once more, indicating that you may coordinate with them. He exhaled a deep breath, leaning back against his chair. To his left sat a young man in military attire, Wang Zhe, who had come from the military district to assist in the operation, directing his attention towards Director Liao. Taking a deep breath, Director Liao reflected on the caution advised from above. After all, the associated risks are considerable. If we fail to address the threat effectively, it could potentially result in severe repercussions on our end. Wang Zhe reported, "We are currently in the process of screening backup personnel and have collaborated with the cyber police to compile a blacklist of individuals not affiliated with our internal team in the debut studio. It is likely that simply banning initial accounts will prove insufficient in preventing adversaries from launching attacks using alternate accounts. Therefore, we have contacted the local police station to issue a warning in person." Director Liao scoffed lightly, remarking on the idleness of these individuals, who seem only capable of causing trouble. Recalling the previous master of idleness, Liao's expression darkened considerably. What became of that individual known as the master of idleness? Xiao Chun smiled faintly, revealing that the individual in question was Lu Chenhai, the son of the mayor of Yinyun City, Lu Jindong. We have uncovered a considerable amount of information regarding him. During his time at school, Lu Chenhai was repeatedly reported for spreading salacious rumors, and, in high school, he was involved in a drunk driving incident that resulted in a fatality, yet he managed to evade responsibility by finding someone to take the fall. With his father serving as a protective shield, his background appeared remarkably unblemished, and it took us considerable effort to unearth certain truths. His father, Lu Jindong, is also implicated in organized crime, acting as a protector for smugglers in Yinyun City and routinely accepting bribes. Our personnel, and those from the chief police, should have already made their inquiries. At that moment, during the meeting, not far from the capital in Yinyun City, the weather in late July was splendid. In a luxurious private villa in the outskirts, Lu Jindong watched a video on his tablet, his eyes bloodshot with rage. His grip on the device so fierce that it seemed on the verge of shattering. Lu Chenhai was being restrained on the ground, his neck in a chokehold until he lost consciousness, yet the actions of those in the video did not cease. Moments later, a woman approached and mercilessly snapped Lu Chenhai's neck, subsequently attending to the disposal of the body. After witnessing this harrowing sequence, Lu Jindong violently hurled the tablet to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Nearby, a woman adorned in a silk dress and exquisite jewelry wept uncontrollably, crying out, "My little Hai! My little Hai! Those bastards! I will make them pay with their lives, my little Hai!" Lu Jindong stood to the side, his damp face concealed by his hands, trembling uncontrollably. The living room was filled with numerous individuals, each clad in black suits, their faces betraying an unmistakable aura of bloodthirstiness and ferocity. Bowing their heads in silence, Lu Jindong lowered his hands, his eyes aflame with rage as he addressed the group. Who are these individuals? Find them for me. I want them dead. No, death would be too lenient. Locate them, along with their parents and families. Capture them all. I intend to make their suffering so profound that life will seem a burden. They shall pay with their lives for my son's demise. The gaunt man at the forefront appeared troubled. Mr. Lu, we are unaware of their whereabouts. Unaware? Then go search for them. What do you think old Ba is paying you for? Just to eat and do nothing? Capture their parents, and I assure you, they will reveal themselves. Ding dong. Chapter 83. Shot dead on the spot by my agents. Ding dong. A sudden ring of the doorbell abruptly shattered the atmosphere of violence enveloping the living room. Lu Jindong, exasperated, furrowed his brow and signaled to the man at the door. The man pressed the button for the electronic door access, scrutinizing the individuals outside. 3 plainclothes officers, appearing quite ordinary, bore unfamiliar faces. Is this Mayor Lu's residence? We are from the Capitol Police Department, and we need to discuss some matters regarding your son's murder. Lu Jindong inhaled deeply and gestured to the burly men nearby. They immediately comprehended his intent and swiftly made their way to the villa's rear entrance. As a few individuals stepped into the backyard and opened the rear door, they were met with the ominous sight of dark gun barrels aimed squarely at their foreheads. A mocking voice then echoed, "Well, where are you off to? We are just here to escort you. Get in the car." Meanwhile, within the villa's front hall, Lu Jindong remained blissfully unaware as the main door swung open. 3 young men, clad in plain clothes, entered the living room. As they crossed the threshold, a woman, sobbing on the sofa, suddenly rose and cried out, "Officers, my son is dead. You must find the murderer who took my son's life. I demand justice." The 3 exchanged glances, unmoved, while Lu Jindong furrowed his brow, scrutinizing them and inquiring, "Are you from the Capitol's Public Security Bureau? May I see your credentials?" One of the men at the end produced his identification, while the other 2 chuckled, responding, "Oh, Mr. Lu, he is, but we are not." With that, they revealed a distinctive credential. "Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are from the National Special Defense Bureau." Lu Jindong's brow tightened, sensing something amiss, and asked, "The Special Defense Bureau? I have never heard of it." The leader, Silver Moon, smiled and replied, "Well, that is indeed not common knowledge. We are here regarding the matter of your son's death." He solemnly pulled out a booklet and declared, "According to the regulations of our Special Defense Bureau regarding special affairs, your son, Lu Chenhai, was shot on the spot by our operatives for violating National Class 1 confidentiality regulations, thereby threatening national security." What are you talking about? Lu Jindong stared wide-eyed, his mind swirling with confusion over the incessant mention of classified information and national security. He could not fathom how his son could possibly be entangled in such matters. Meanwhile, Lu's mother was far from composed, her hysteria erupting as she shouted, "What do you mean? Did you kill my son? Is it you? You murderers, return my son's life." She lunged toward the 3 individuals, only to be swiftly subdued by an officer from the Capitol Police, who pinned her down onto the sofa. Inu closed the booklet and turned to the still-dazed Lu Jindong with a smile, stating, "Moreover, our bureau is assisting the Capitol Police in investigating Mr. Lu for bribery and connections to organized crime." As he spoke, an officer had already produced handcuffs. Realizing that the individuals before him were well prepared, Lu Jindong instinctively stepped back, pointing a trembling finger at Inu and his colleagues. "On what grounds do you arrest me? What qualifications do you have to apprehend me?" Inu narrowed his fox-like eyes and replied with a grin, "Rest assured, Mr. Lu, your record is far from pristine. A thorough investigation will likely lead you to reunite with your son sooner than you think." He chuckled as his colleagues handcuffed the 2 individuals and escorted them away. Nonchalantly, he retrieved a piece of gum from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. A family should be whole, after all. Lonling's guess was accurate. What kind of decent person could raise a child with such antisocial tendencies? And to constantly flaunt, "My father is so and so," truly a pitiful predicament. Inu shook her head, exclaiming, "Isn't that fellow from Kyoto University? He ought to be quite intelligent, yet he truly lacks awareness of the situation." "Hey, Yi Xiao, wake up." As evening approached and the clock neared 6, the beam of a flashlight danced across Yu Xiao's eyes. Rubbing his eyes, he groggily sat up, beside his bed. Lan Ling turned on the room's night light and put away the flashlight in her hand. She pointed to an item on the floor and said, "Everything is ready. We can proceed tonight. However, I cannot do this alone. I must keep a constant watch on the surveillance monitor." She rummaged through her pocket and produced a spatial layout that Liang Kai had sketched earlier, indicating the ventilation duct not far from the camera. The duct is close to the camera, allowing me to approach and intercept the signal feed. However, I won't be able to conduct a search. So that task falls upon you. Yishao nodded in agreement, assuring her, no problem, I have the key. As long as I can avoid the cameras. There is nothing to fear. Lan Ling replied, very well then, I shall set off around 1:30. By 2 o'clock, you should be in the corridor. I will signal you. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the mission will be aborted. After finalizing their plan with Lan Ling, Yishao exited the room and headed to the cafeteria. Once he finished his meal, he made his way to meet Zhao Huai. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast chat, a group of fans began discussing their dinner for the evening. Free Fox. Sigh. I had a casual dinner, just ordered some braised pork rice. Isaac's heart. I'm about to indulge in some sashimi. Mighty Ben. I'm quite different. By the end of the month, my living expenses will be depleted, leaving me with only steamed buns and pickles. Lemon. Is it sour? I'm not like that. I'm at home, and tonight my mother prepared braised beef, sweet and sour fish, and bought roast goose. At this moment, Yishao deeply regretted glancing at the live broadcast comments. His stomach growled audibly, and his saliva began to flow uncontrollably. He could only grit his teeth and mutter, come on, can you be a little considerate? Eastern Mountain Psychiatrist, isn't this an opportunity to discuss delicious food with the streamer? Milk egg not mild. We're doing this for you, Xiao Gu. We want you to savor the aroma of exquisite cuisine. Yishao gritted his teeth. Thank you very much. At mealtime, fans invariably began sharing their culinary experiences, which had become a customary ritual in the live broadcast room. These individuals seemed utterly oblivious to moderation. As several governors and captains began showering gifts. Isaac's heart. Xiao Gu, go treat yourself to something nice. Yishao felt immensely touched. Indeed, you all still care for me. After finishing his meal, Yishao met up with Zhao Huai, just as before, waiting for the lights to dim. Their routine patrol was completed without incident, and they arrived at Sector 3 well ahead of schedule. Time ticked away, and it was already past midnight. As the clock inched closer to the appointed hour, Yishao's restlessness intensified. Casting a sidelong glance at the sofa, where Zhao Huai remained wide awake, I noted that. Unlike the previous days when he would succumb to slumber shortly after midnight, he was now alert. Leaning against the sofa, Yishao feigned rest. Lowering his head as if drifting into sleep, while subtly lifting his eyelids to steal glances at Zhao Huai, who was tossing and turning. Around 12:30. Zhao Huai abruptly sat up. Yishao, lying on the adjacent sofa, swiftly closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. A rustling sound emerged from the side, and an unmistakable gaze fell upon Yishao, seemingly assessing whether he truly slumbered. Moments later, Yishao discerned faint footsteps heading towards the maternity room. What could Zhao Huai possibly want in the maternity room? A question surged within Yishao's mind. A patrol? No, that didn't seem likely. Zhao Huai had previously mentioned that during the night, it was sufficient to remain outside. If needed, a call would come from within. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Yishao, with one eye slightly ajar, quietly peered towards the entrance of the maternity room. Zhao Huai cautiously pushed the door open and, shortly thereafter, emerged once more. A figure followed closely behind him. Neither of them turned on a flashlight, instead relying on the dim glow of a nearby charging nightlight. The silhouette trailing Zhao Huai appeared somewhat corpulent, and the two moved forward, their inquisitive gazes fixated on Yishao, who feigned snoring. His half-squinted eyes barely discernible in the darkness. The duo, shrouded in secrecy and engaged in a subtle tug-of-war, proceeded towards a distant corner before coming to a halt. The location was a blind spot in Yishao's line of sight, rendering him unable to spy on the actions of the two individuals. He could only hear some indistinct sounds. Before long, a peculiar noise emanated from the rear corner, stifled, heavy breaths, and soft, teasing murmurs. Upon realizing the nature of the sounds, Yishao couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Wasn't this woman nearly 50? Zhao Huai seemed genuinely famished, expecting some extraordinary revelation. Yishao turned over on the sofa, feeling slightly disheartened. The movement he made caused the sounds from that corner to momentarily falter. The audience in the live broadcast room could not see the scene in the corner. They could only hear the suggestive noises, yet they remained utterly unmoved. Their barrage of comments imbued with a palpable sense of powerlessness. Practice duration, 2.5 years. Raise the camera a bit, we can't see anything. Elden Pharaoh, you're hungry too. What's so interesting about them kissing? Lost at sea. Help, I don't want to hear this. I feel like my ears are tainted. Cold river snow. Brother Xiao is so unfortunate. Yi Xiao felt a mix of frustration and helplessness, yet he was compelled to endure the sounds behind him. The individuals in the maternity room were, of course, not permitted to approach, but the guardian matron was not just asymptomatic. She had also reached menopause and had no fear of potential pregnancy. The maternity room was under surveillance, so they could only engage discreetly in the hall outside. Zhao Huai had indeed thought this through. Fortunately, this ordeal did not last long, concluding in just a few minutes. He let out an exceedingly weary sigh, followed by a satisfied silence. Yishao lay motionless on the sofa, remaining in this state for over an hour. He let out a slight sigh of relief and sat up from the sofa. The clock swung to 1:40, and at this moment, Lan Ling should have reached the vent of the workshop. Within the square ventilation duct, she embarked from the guest area, cautiously traversing several rooms until she arrived at the vacant corridor. Due to the equipment she was carrying, her pace was not swift. However, she was already intimately familiar with the route of the ventilation duct, arriving at the vent leading into the workshop with precision and speed. The workshop boasted a lofty ceiling, with a sunken central area that elevated the space as height from 3 meters to 6. The camera was installed in the innermost corner of the ceiling, directly facing the area ahead, capable of encompassing nearly the entire workshop within its surveillance range. Nonetheless, there were indeed blind spots. To one side of the camera, at the farthest end against the inner wall, the upper portion fell into the surveillance blind zone, where the vent was located near the ceiling. At this moment, the metal grill of the vent was carefully detached, slowly descending to reveal a square opening. Lan Ling leaned in, shifting her hand to grasp the massive metal frame, hoisting it beside the wall. She then cautiously maneuvered her body, slightly extending her head outside the vent. A faint light glimmered within the adjoining duct. Utilizing this dim illumination, Lan Ling gradually extended her other hand, removing a circular dial from her left wrist. Subsequently, she bit down on one side of the dial with her teeth, extracting a slender silver wire that measured 2 meters in length. Subsequently, Lan Ling grasped one end of the silver wire, holding a circular dial in her hand, and hurled it towards the camera position nearly 2 meters away in the corner. A soft thud resonated as the dial adhered firmly to the side of the camera, a green progress bar swiftly illuminating its surface. Cautiously shifting her body, Lan Ling bit the round end of the silver wire, while one hand still clutched the metal window and the other opened a side toolbox. Utilizing the faint light, she executed a flurry of agile and rapid movements on the computer keyboard, and soon enough, the surveillance footage materialized on the computer screen, capturing a static image and subsequently replacing the live feed. Only the frozen still image was transmitted from the camera. Ah, success. Lan Ling exhaled. Glancing at the time in the bottom right corner, Yi Xiao should be arriving soon. She tore off a piece of adhesive tape, affixing one end of the silver wire to the wall, and then retrieved a rope, carefully threading it through the metal frame and lowering the frame to the ground. After securing the rope with tape, Lan Ling maneuvered her body and began to crawl into the ventilation duct. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao cautiously closed the iron door leading from the corridor to the workshop passage. Holding a flashlight, he advanced slowly to the workshop door, pausing to await news from Lan Ling. Not long into his wait, a peculiar sound emanated from the top of the nearby corridor. Sipsy. Yi Xiao understood instantly, without hesitation. He glanced cautiously towards the distant iron door, retrieved the key, and inserted it into the lock. Chapter 85. An unremarkable university graduate. He turned the knob of the workshop door, carefully pushed it open, and then turned to close it behind him. Within the workshop of the Western Show, there exists a platform measuring 2 to 3 meters in width, bordered by a railing. The workers' rows of workbenches are situated in the central area, which is somewhat recessed compared to the surrounding space. Upon entering, one must ascend several steps to reach the working zone. Yi Xiao holds a flashlight, cautiously distancing himself from the workbenches to avoid any accidental contact. The beam of light sweeps across the machines and workstations within the expansive workshop. The orderly rows of workbenches are cluttered with baskets containing a myriad of components. At this juncture, Zhou Qirui and Liang Kai have become thoroughly acquainted with the assembly process. It appears that the workshop harbors no strict confidentiality. In such an environment, understanding the assembly does not pose any threat. The crucial factor is the ability to produce these parts. It is said that the molding machines and 3D printers were procured through considerable effort by the base. Each day, as workers leave the workshop, they undergo meticulous inspections, making it quite challenging to smuggle out even a single component. However, at this moment, Yi Xiao is free from such concerns. He carefully approaches a workbench and, recalling Liang Kai's previous instructions, retrieves the corresponding quantities of components from each basket, depositing them into the system's inventory. One must admit that the system's inventory proves to be exceedingly useful at times. Having acquired 2 sets of components, Yi Xiao refrains from taking more to avoid raising suspicion. Subsequently, he makes his way to an office desk positioned near a camera against the wall. This desk, set apart along the left side wall, overlooks the workers' workstations from an elevated vantage point, allowing for a comprehensive view of the factory's operations. A multitude of documents lay scattered around the edge of the desk. Yi Xiao cautiously illuminated the area with a flashlight, careful not to make any abrupt movements. Not far from the ventilation duct, Lan Ling leaned in, stretching her neck. "Hey," she whispered to Yi Xiao, who instinctively recoiled. Fear evident as he pointed at the overhead camera. Lan Ling nonchalantly waved her hand. "Look at you, so frightened. Don't worry, that camera is silent. Here, catch." With that, she produced a small, square object and tossed it towards Yi Xiao. He deftly caught it in his hands. It was a square camera. He glanced up at the ventilation duct, where Lan Ling gestured towards her collar, indicating he should wear it. Yi Xiao silently clipped the camera on and resumed his careful search. Most of the desk drawers were locked, and the surface was cluttered with blueprints, some disorganized and hasty, seemingly for the design of a new type of weapon. Yi Xiao was unsure of their utility. He scanned everything that appeared potentially useful with the camera. Whether it would be of value was a matter for Lan Ling and her team to discern later. He meticulously attempted to restore the items on the desk to their original state when a sound interrupted from behind. "PCI, PCI." Yi Xiao furrowed his brow and turned, only to see Lan Ling tossing another square box his way. Reacting instinctively, he caught it and opened it, discovering it appeared to be a lockpick. "No," Yi Xiao hissed, gritting his teeth as he directed his frustration upwards. "Sister, I'm just an ordinary college graduate. Do you really think I'm a spy?" "Oh, such an unremarkable sight," remarked Sanhu. "When my brother Xiao wields his weapon and slaughters indiscriminately, how utterly ordinary it seems," added Naden Buden. "Indeed, what an unexceptional scene," echoed Qinyang Hanxua. "Zhao's words are but a deceitful charm," chimed in Chenxi Jihua. The audience in the broadcast room, along with Lan Ling, appeared unconvinced. Lan Ling urged Yi Xiao, "Come on, I have taught you how to use it. Hurry up and make the most of our time." With a sense of resignation, Yi Xiao crouched down and began rummaging through the locked drawer of the desk. In Lan Ling's eyes, only those items that were secured away held any true value. Yi Xiao successfully managed to unlock a drawer, revealing a few cigarettes nestled in the corner. This sight brought Chen Gu to mind. Yi Xiao had no doubt that if Chen Gu were in his position, he would have effortlessly pilfered those cigarettes. Aside from the cigarettes, the drawer contained a hodgepodge of personal effects and several adult magazines. "Have you found anything useful?" "Adult magazines. Do you wish to peruse them?" The second drawer, however, contained items of apparent significance, including several folded blueprints marked with precise numerical values. Yi Xiao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he carefully scanned the blueprints with the camera. One blueprint appeared to illustrate an energy conversion device for an automobile engine, adorned with numerous annotations. Suppressing his growing excitement, Yi Xiao illuminated the blueprints with a flashlight while simultaneously recording them with the camera. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside, causing Yi Xiao, who had been deeply focused, to halt abruptly. Lan Ling, stationed at the vent, fixed his gaze intently on the direction of the door. She suppressed her voice, fearing the arrival of someone. "Is it Zhao Huai?" The guilt of a thief caused Yu Zhao's palms to sweat, and her breath quickened. If she were to step out now, she would inevitably run into someone outside. Yet, if she remained hidden and it turned out to be Zhao Huai searching for her, she would surely be exposed. "Hey, use the ventilation duct," Lan Ling quietly called from the vent. Yi Xiao immediately understood the intention and hurriedly ran in Lan Ling's direction. A rope descended from above, and Yi Xiao quickly stashed her belongings in her pockets, biting down on the flashlight with her teeth. Her hands throbbed with blood as she gripped the rope and began her ascent. Suddenly, the footsteps outside ceased, seemingly right at the workshop's entrance. Yet, Yi Xiao dared not pause. The rope above was firmly held by Lan Ling. At that moment, she was grateful that she had not neglected her physical training since graduation, as her arms still held considerable strength. To avoid leaving strange marks on the wall, she relied solely on her arm strength to pull her body upwards. Perhaps due to the adrenaline coursing through her, Yi Xiao reached the vent in just 10 seconds, gripping the edge tightly. Then, a hand suddenly yanked her up. The friction of the rope burned her palms, and the two bodies intertwined in an oddly cramped space. However, Yishao is currently climbing over Lan Ling's back, moving towards her legs, and in this tense, strenuous situation, there was no hint of ambiguity. I'll go first. Without a moment's hesitation, Yishao crawled into the ventilation duct. Due to the footsteps outside, movement resumed once more. Chapter 86. The Undulating Stomach. The ventilation ducts were initially excavated during the construction of the underground structure, characterized by robust walls from the Western Zhou dynasty, thus alleviating any concerns regarding load-bearing. Yishao swiftly maneuvered his limbs, crawling forward. Fortunately, the areas connected by the ventilation ducts remained devoid of activity at night, allowing him to execute his movements without fear of startling others. The beam of his flashlight illuminated the narrow and dim passage, laden with thick layers of dust and even cobwebs. The distant corridor loomed darkly, reminiscent of a monstrous intestine, evoking a sense of oppression within Yishao. He crawled rapidly, employing both hands and feet, yet his excessive anxiety rendered his breathing erratic. The swirling dust clung to his airways, inducing a sharp, knife-like sensation. Soon, Yishao arrived at a ventilation duct opening, quickly removing the somewhat tattered metal grate outside before leaping down into the duct. At that moment, the sound of footsteps seemed to approach the restroom, following the noise. A beam of flashlight swept across the ground outside the partition, soon accompanied by a familiar voice. Yishao? Taking a deep breath to steady his hurried breaths from exertion, Yishao replied, Xiaogu? Are you here to relieve yourself as well? Isaac's heart. My brother Xiao has begun his serious nonsense again. Fire of dawn. Brother Xiao, you haven't even taken off your pants. That's hardly convincing. Yishao disregarded the playful banter from the live chat, attentively listening to the sounds outside. What brings you here to relieve yourself? The restroom adjacent to the maternity ward. Would it be inappropriate for a man to enter? Oh, isn't there a bathroom near the cafeteria? I was unaware. Had I known, I would not have ventured so far. I thought as much. There was commotion in the maternity room, and upon rising, I discovered you had vanished. There's a situation in the maternity ward? I'll be there immediately. Wait for me, Xiao. Very well, make haste. Dispel the other doubts. Yishao rose and pressed the flush button behind him. Utilizing the sound of the flushing water, he hastily brushed off the dust clinging to his clothes. He then feigned adjustment of his trousers and emerged from the stall. At the entrance, Zhao Huai waved his flashlight, urging Yishao, let us go, quickly. The amniotic fluid has just broken. Sister Qin says it shouldn't be too long now. Yishao's eyes widened in astonishment as he hurriedly followed Zhao Huai, exclaiming, What? Is someone about to give birth already? Zhao Huai shrugged and replied, Just a few happening to be in labor at this moment. Yishao felt a pang of trepidation and a hint of resentment, pondering why this was occurring at such an inopportune time. As Zhao Huai swung open the door, the anguished cries of a laboring woman echoed forth, laced with palpable terror, as she shouted, hurry, get it out. Take me to the operating room, get it out. The sound seemed to rouse everyone in the maternity ward, accompanied by the wails of infants, yet none dared to emerge from their stalls, only the heavy, suppressed breaths pervading the air. In the maternity ward, no one moved, only the chaotic clamor filled the air, akin to a static image accompanied by discordant sounds, creating an extraordinarily eerie dissonance. Zhao Huai. A voice from the second position on the left called out. Yishao hurriedly followed Zhao Huai. Taking a few steps forward, Zhao Huai lifted the curtain, revealing a woman on the bed who was wailing in agony. Astonished, he inquired about her condition. The woman appeared so racked with pain that she could not rise. Realizing that time could not be squandered, Zhao Huai stumbled past Yishao and rushed out. Without Zhao Huai's obstruction, Yishao was now able to discern the situation within. With just a glance, he involuntarily pressed himself against the side partition. It became instantly clear to him the source of the woman's terrified and painful cries. Her dress was entirely lifted, exposing her large belly. At that moment, her abdomen was not round, but rather undulating like waves, continuously contorting and reshaping. The living creature within was excitedly and vigorously struggling, causing the woman's delicate skin to bulge with protrusions. Yishao could even discern the shape of a hand pushing against the surface as if it were on the verge of tearing through the fragile skin to emerge. My goodness! Yishao could no longer contain his shock and involuntarily expressed his astonishment. The female fans in the live broadcast room screamed in fear, declaring they could not bear to watch any longer. This scene was even more shocking than the previous one. Meanwhile, The elderly woman beside them exhibited none of her earlier composure, her legs trembling as she collapsed onto the floor beside the bed. Her mouth agape in terror as she stared at the woman's violently heaving abdomen. It was evident that she had never experienced such vigorous fetal movements before. The sound of wheels clattering violently echoed as it burst into the room. The delivery bed had arrived. Flustered, she scrambled to her feet and pointed at Yi Xiao, urging, You carry her up. Not me? Yi Xiao exclaimed incredulously, yet in that moment, hesitation was not an option. Given the presence of the elderly woman and the seemingly frail Zhao Huai, he was indeed the most suitable choice. Suppressing the intense aversion that surged within him, Yi Xiao approached the woman, resolutely reaching beneath her legs and around her back, lifting her with a sudden force. As he drew nearer, the sight of her belly convulsing violently struck him with even greater intensity. Unsure if it was merely a figment of his imagination, he could have sworn he heard an eerie shriek, seemingly emanating from within her abdomen. He carried the heavy woman out of the partition and placed her onto the delivery bed. No sooner had he set her down than he and Zhao Huai hastened to push the bed towards Area 2. The operating room door swung wide open. Its interior illuminated as Dr. Liao donned his cap and surgical gown, readying himself for the procedure. Together, Yi Xiao and Zhao Huai hoisted the woman onto the operating table. The woman, her throat constricted with terror, fixated on her belly and cried out desperately, "Hurry, get it out, get it out." Dr. Liao, glancing at the violently thrashing abdomen, was evidently taken aback. With a hint of uncertainty in his voice, he remarked, "It's just some vigorous fetal movement. Why all the commotion?" As he spoke, he approached the woman, extending his hands as if to examine her cervix. However, as soon as he reached out, Dr. Liao suddenly recoiled as if struck by electricity, taking a hurried step back and, in his haste, stumbled and fell onto the floor. Chapter 87. The Monstrosity Emerging from the Abyss. A terrified scream echoed within the confines of the operating room. The elderly woman covered her mouth and retreated several paces, while Yu Xiao and Zhao Huai, who had been caught off guard by Dr. Liao's exaggerated movements, witnessed the scene with clarity. What lay before them was a blood-red, elongated, tubular mass, as thick as a finger, reminiscent of intestines. The imagery was profoundly shocking and horrifying. What on earth was that? The group, previously engrossed in silence, was abruptly jolted from their stupor. Yet, due to the crucial areas being obscured by a mosaic, the viewers in the live broadcast could not discern the true nature of what Yi Xiao had witnessed. They could only speculate from the expressions of horror on the faces around them, inferring that they had encountered something utterly unbelievable and beyond comprehension. Curiosity permeated the hearts of everyone in the live stream. Nidan Budan, why is there a mosaic? What did you see? Alden Pharaoh, is there something I paid to see that I cannot? Han Zhang Shui, looking at Xiao Guo's expression, it seems quite shocking. Fan Huasi Shui, I want to see. At this moment, Yi Zhao's heart raced furiously as he turned his gaze towards Dr. Liao. This abnormal situation clearly left even the experienced Dr. Liao somewhat flustered. Take it out, take it out. The woman on the operating table screamed hysterically, her abdomen exaggeratedly pulsating. Cut it open, quickly, cut it open. Fear transformed into a deafening scream. The woman's bloodshot eyes bulged with terror as something within her writhed violently, seemingly intent on tearing her apart. The agony rendered her pallid, her face glistening with a fine sheen of perspiration, while her features contorted in excruciating distress. In her terror, she fixated on her abdomen, and the mere thought of the unknown entity within her shattered her grip on sanity, compelling her to hysterically bellow at Dr. Liao, cut it out. Hurry, cut it out. Quickly, Dr. Liao. In that moment, Dr. Liao, having risen from the ground, appeared paralyzed by indecision. Boss Tang said no. We cannot perform the surgery. I need it out, get it out. The woman's abdomen had swelled grotesquely, her skin stretched taut and nearly translucent, revealing a network of veins. Her heart-wrenching wails sent chills through the onlookers. The elderly woman beside her had been rendered utterly petrified, unable to remain standing. Zhao Huai stood at the doorway, his face a mask of horror, yet he merely observed the woman's torment, showing no inclination to intervene. It seemed they were more captivated by the horrific spectacle than by the woman's suffering. In a fit of exasperation, Yi Xiao shouted, "Can't you see her belly is about to burst? If you don't cut it out, will you let that ghastly thing rupture her insides? What does it matter now whether it's a smooth procedure? If that thing isn't removed soon, she will perish." Yi Zhao's furious roar jolted Dr. Liao from his stupor. Perhaps it was fear, or perhaps concern, yet he still dared not approach. Witnessing Dr. Tang lingering in indecision, Yi Xiao, in a fit of exasperation, seized him and pulled him to the operating table, exclaiming, "Perform the incision. She can still survive. If you do not, she will die. Do you intend to present Dr. Tang with a corpse?" Upon hearing this, Dr. Liao frantically rummaged for syringes and anesthetics, preparing to administer the anesthesia required for the woman's cesarean section. Yi Xiao gritted his teeth, filled with loathing and contempt for Dr. Liao. At such a critical moment, this man was still preoccupied with concerns about reproductive efficiency, akin to Dr. Tang, showing no regard for these women as human beings. In a flurry, Dr. Liao wheeled the cart laden with surgical instruments to the side of the operating table, his hands trembling as he readied the anesthetic. However, at that moment, the pregnant woman on the table seemed unable to endure the agony of her condition any longer. She reached for the scalpel resting on the metal tray of the cart. With a cacophony of clattering instruments, to the shock and horror of Yi Xiao and the others, the woman seized the scalpel and plunged it into her own abdomen. Blood gushed forth from the gaping wound, accompanied by her anguished and piercing screams. Before she could make another move, Yi Xiao distinctly heard the taut skin of her belly emit a peculiar, viscous tearing sound. A force from within violently tore the small incision wider, mingling with her excruciating cries that seemed poised to shatter the eardrums of all present. Standing beside the operating table, Dr. Liao was rendered speechless by the horrifying scene before him. The woman's torn abdomen was splattered with blood, leaving him in a state of shock, frozen in place. This time, the audience in the live broadcast room could see everything clearly, yet the shocking visuals were far too unexpected and overwhelming. The viewers, overwhelmed by the grotesque display, forgot to post their comments and instead covered their faces in horror, gasping in disbelief. Amidst the heart-wrenching wails, the woman's belly was ripped open, revealing a bloodied, tubular entity emerging from the gash. Almost immediately, a hand pushed through, followed by the head of a newborn, which squeezed out through the opening. The eye sockets of the head were devoid of eyeballs, the nose lacked a tip, and the lips were absent, exposing sharp teeth as it dragged its distorted, blood-soaked body from the womb, half emerging from the incision, its jaw agape, emitting a bizarre, childlike shriek. Ah! Ah! A woman nearby screamed in a frenzy. But before she could utter another cry, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Dr. Liao, terrified by the creature that had emerged, stumbled backward, colliding with a nearby gurney and then crashing into the medicine cabinet behind him. The woman on the operating table had long since lost consciousness, blood gushing from her wound. After emitting a few cries, the grotesque being seemed disturbed by the chaotic shouts and movements around it, suddenly leaping into action. With a sudden thud, it fell to the ground, resembling a fish floundering on the shore or a cat scrambling after a plunge into water, scurrying wildly across the floor. It twisted and dragged its grotesque form, charging towards the direction of Dr. Liao. Ah! Dr. Liao shouted, hastily sprinting towards the exit, while Zhao, clutching the object, darted out, inadvertently taking the operating room door along. Cursed! Just as Yi Xiao prepared to flee, he collided with the door panel. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of the writhing crimson entity swiftly approaching, prompting him to seize the force stand beside the door and swing it at the oncoming creature. Chapter 88, Unknown Disappearance. Alas, the creature's reflexes were unexpectedly swift, causing Yi Xiao's strike to miss its mark. Yet, perhaps driven by an instinctual alert to danger, the blood-red mass veered in its path, abruptly turning to flee deeper inside. Isaac's heart. What in the world is this? A horror film? Eldon Farrell. Watching this at midnight is truly bad for the heart. Mental Health Rehabilitation Center. This monster is far more terrifying than the last one. The king called me to patrol the mountain. A creature has been born. How disgusting. Fans in the live broadcast room frantically inundated the screen with comments, expressing their shock. The creature on the floor, writhing with its tubular appendages, hastily retreated, leaving a trail of crimson on the smooth porcelain tiles. Witnessing its escape, Yi Xiao suddenly found his courage, wielding the force stand and pursuing the fleeing entity. The abomination evaded the blows of the force stand, deftly maneuvering through every crevice and gap to escape Yi Xiao's pursuit. However, the room had become a trap, and it suddenly leapt onto a table by the wall, then ascended to the medicine cabinet, writhing its tentacles and body as it climbed higher. It reached the top of the cabinet, where the airflow from the ventilation duct piqued its interest, and it immediately squeezed itself toward the duct's opening, only to be thwarted by a metallic grill. Yi Xiao hurried over and peered down into the drain, finding it empty, save for a small pool of blood surrounding it. He stepped back, only to realize his foot had landed in a sticky puddle. Looking down, he discovered he had stepped into a spreading pool of blood beneath the operating table. Vivid crimson droplets fell from the table, splattering the floor. The woman on the table lay exposed, her abdomen grotesquely torn open, her limp arm hanging helplessly, and her face, eyes shut, was already shrouded in a pallor of death. This unfortunate woman was lifeless. Yi Zhao's chest heaved with each heavy breath as he swiftly approached the door. Dr. Liao was paralyzed with fear on the ground, a suspicious stain marring his trousers. Yi Zhao chose to disregard this, for it was evident that a far more pressing matter demanded his attention. Dr. Liao, that creature has escaped into the sewer. The underground workshop's drainage system must possess a specialized waste disposal mechanism. Evidently, that entity was far more than a mere freak. It was likely akin to the mutated beings outside. It undoubtedly possesses an extraordinary vitality, perhaps capable of navigating the sewers with unimpeded ease. The sewers connect all places where people reside, presenting a significant safety hazard. Entering the sewers? It could spell doom, Yi Zhao muttered under his breath, pondering whether it was time to report to the higher-ups. Who knows where that creature might wander off to? Yes, indeed, it is imperative to inform Boss Tang. In a flurry of anxiety, he paced back and forth, momentarily disoriented until he discovered the exit. You all, take the body for cremation. I shall report to Boss Tang. With that, Dr. Tang stumbled ahead towards the corridor. At the entrance of the operating room, Yi Zhao furrowed his brow, took a deep breath, and slapped his cheeks to keep his mind as clear as possible. He turned to the side, noticing Zhao Huai, who had retreated partway along the wall of the corridor. A flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Yet, out of courtesy, he inquired, Brother Zhao, what shall we do with the deceased pregnant woman? Zhao Huai awkwardly forced a smile, detaching himself from the wall and advancing towards the operating room. Of course, we must take her for cremation, otherwise, who knows what might be attracted. The two re-entered the operating room, and Zhao Huai approached the corner where the unconscious woman lay, shaking her vigorously to rouse her. With a terrified scream, she finally awakened, her face ashen, as if she had lost her very soul. Upon hearing these words, the elderly woman felt as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She scrambled to her feet, not daring to cast even a fleeting glance towards the operating table, and fled the surgical room in a manner reminiscent of one escaping for dear life. The scene at the operating table was grim. The woman lay there in a state of utter devastation. In silence, Yi Zhao and Zhao Huai proceeded to place the lifeless body into a bag, subsequently dragging it toward the incinerator. Just as they had moved the corpse a short distance down the corridor, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached from Zone 3. Yi Zhao was taken aback to see that, apart from the guiding Dr. Liao, the others appeared to be aberrants. Clad in pristine attire, the two men at the forefront brandished firearms, their imposing physiques resembling that of personal bodyguards. Following them were two similarly dressed individuals, one of whom had long hair and a slightly leaner build. Zhao Huai, who was assisting Yi Zhao in dragging the body, quickly shifted the corpse aside upon noticing the newcomers, allowing them passage. The group moved with a sense of urgency, swiftly passing by Yi Zhao and Zhao Huai. Making their way toward the operating room, Yi Zhao could distinctly sense Zhao Huai's body tense momentarily, and it was only after the group vanished through the operating room door that he exhaled a sigh of relief. Then, Zhao Huai drew the bag containing the body closer to himself and flashed a brief smile at Yi Zhao. Listen, Yi Zhao, I can manage transporting the body to the incinerator on my own. They will undoubtedly interrogate you about the situation shortly, so you should stay behind to report. Before Yi Zhao could respond, Zhao Huai seized a corner of the bag from him and hastened toward the iron door, dragging the body with renewed urgency. Yi Zhao did not pursue after them. Observing Zhao Huai's demeanor, it seemed he was engulfed in fear and submission towards those individuals. Yi Zhao turned his gaze towards the operating room, realizing that those men were likely associates of Boss Tang. Zhao Huai had already dragged himself away, leaving Yi Zhao with no choice but to head towards the operating room. As he approached, he could hear Dr. Tang tremblingly recounting his terrifying ordeal to the group inside. However, perhaps due to his overwhelming fear and anxiety, his words came out jumbled, causing the foreigners to grow increasingly impatient. Damn it, can you articulate yourself more clearly? Has fright rendered you incapable? What a useless piece of work. The long-haired man was the first to express his irritation. Then he turned to glance at Yu Zhao at the doorway. Noticing Yu Zhao's composed demeanor, he raised an eyebrow and scrutinized him, saying, "Kid, you take over." Chapter 89. Entering Zone 4 inside the operating room, The Western aberrants donned combat attire, evidently serving as bodyguards for Boss Tang. The unspoken air of superiority emanating from them spoke volumes. Typically aloof, Dr. Liao stood in a corner of the operating room, his head bowed, exuding a demeanor of humility, even appearing somewhat cowering. From the flicker in his eyes, Yishao discerned that his emotions were rooted not only in reverence but also in dread. The Westerners regarded the seemingly spineless Dr. Liao with disdain and mockery, their gazes toward Yishao reflecting only a slight improvement in their estimation. Yishao's expression remained composed, devoid of any signs of fear or obsequiousness, as though he were merely confronting a few ordinary individuals. Furrowing his brow, he recounted his previous experiences in their entirety. Upon concluding his narration, the long-haired man assessed him with a glance, somewhat surprised by his ability to maintain his composure. Immediately thereafter, the group advanced towards the corner wash basin, gripping their firearms tightly as they peered into the drain. Upon exiting the operating room, they called out to Dr. Liao and Yishao, who stood still. "You too. Come along and meet Boss Tang." Filled with curiosity, Yishao eagerly followed, having long heard of the esteemed Boss Tang, and he was keen to discern the character of this individual. After all, he was merely a night shift patroller, an assistant of sorts. No inquiries could be directed towards him. At this juncture, it was already past 3 in the morning, and Zone 1 lay in serene silence, with everyone still deep in slumber. The earlier cries and commotion were all sealed behind the heavy iron doors of Zone 2, leaving the outside world entirely oblivious. Zhao Huai, under the pretext of incinerating bodies, had secluded himself in the cremation room, making no appearance. Yishao hastened to accompany the Western bodyguard to Zone 3, where unsettling noises emanated from the maternity ward. However, the bodyguard ignored them and led Yishao through the hall of Zone 3 towards its depths. At the far end stood a formidable wooden door, which led to the enigmatic Zone 4. The Western man halted before the door, and the long-haired man raised his hand to knock twice, followed by a brief pause before knocking 3 more times, seemingly a form of secret signal. Yishao glanced at the barrage of comments in the premiere room. Despite the late hour, the chat was remarkably lively, with everyone seemingly harboring a profound curiosity about the enigmatic Mr. Tang. At this moment, the rather portly Dr. Liao was shaking uncontrollably, and truth be told, Yishao feared that this fellow might embarrass himself in front of Mr. Tang once again. With a creak, the heavy door swung open from within. Yishao followed the bodyguard, named Shi, into the room. The 2 security personnel stationed inside regarded Yishao with a scrutinizing glance, but remained silent. Yishao quietly trailed behind the group, discreetly surveying his surroundings. The corridor was dimly illuminated, the wall sconces casting a warm glow upon the neat and tidy passageway. Rooms lined both sides of the corridor, and one door on the right stood ajar, light spilling out. As Yishao casually glanced inside, he spotted a table piled high with playing cards and a billiards table beyond. These individuals certainly lived in luxury, he mused inwardly, before continuing forward. Approaching a set of double doors featuring 2 observation panes, Yishao noted that the lights were on inside, though the details remained obscured. However, he could vaguely discern what appeared to be a bed-like structure. 2 bodyguards stood vigil at the entrance. The long-haired man exchanged a few words with one of them, who then rapped on the door before stepping inside. A flicker of orange light seeped through the crack of the door, lingering for just a second or two. Shortly after, the door swung open from within, and the long-haired man signaled to Yishao and Dr. Liao with a glance, beckoning them to enter. Upon stepping inside, Yishao was enveloped by the rich aroma of incense mingled with a hint of musk that permeated the room. The atmosphere was tinged with a hint of musk, permeated by an air of decadence. The room was bathed in a warm, radiant orange glow, exuding an extraordinary sense of comfort, further enhanced by the opulent surroundings. Yishao had initially believed that the rustic suite they resided in was quite luxurious, yet it paled in comparison to this exquisite setting. The intricate decor radiated an unmistakable aura of extravagance. The walls were almost entirely upholstered, and the carpet beneath was unusually soft, muffling any sound made by footsteps. On one side stood an ornate coffee table accompanied by a genuine leather sofa, while the low cabinet against the wall displayed an array of exquisite antique ornaments alongside a dazzling selection of expensive spirits. Directly opposite the entrance lay an exceptionally grand European-style bed, lavishly adorned, with a bearskin rug placed beside it. Scattered across the floor were a few personal items, which Yishao could not help but recognize immediately, causing a sharp twitch at the corner of his eye. This Boss Tang certainly indulged in a lavish lifestyle. At that moment, A bodyguard lifted the sheer canopy obscuring the bed, fastening it to a nearby column, thereby revealing a figure nestled beneath the silk covers. The quilted bedding formed the outlines of two bodies. The one on the left appeared slender, with long hair cascading over the pillow. Meanwhile, the man in the center propped himself up, his upper body exposed, while his lower half remained concealed beneath the silk. "Boss." Several bodyguards ahead respectfully bowed and called out. Yi Zhao's heart raced. It seemed this individual was indeed the legendary Boss Tang, the master of this domain. Utilizing the cover of the bodyguards in front, Yi Zhao scrutinized the figure on the bed with keen interest. His physique was not particularly robust, appearing somewhat corpulent. His height seemed neither tall nor short, roughly around 1.78 meters. He appeared to be in his 50s, his face bearing few wrinkles. His hair remained relatively thick, albeit somewhat disheveled at that moment. His chest was adorned with a thick mat of hair that could not conceal the faint orange hue beneath. It was evident that he was also an aberrant. Yet unlike other aberrants, he lacked the pronounced and vivid purplish-black veins, which were instead concentrated near the orange area. He languidly spread his arms, reclining there with an air of opulence and indulgence befitting one of high status. The man on the bed, appearing somewhat impatient and weary, opened his eyes, revealing a glint of malevolence through the narrow slit. "What is it?" The long-haired man succinctly summarized the unfolding events, delivering a swift report. Suddenly, the previously languid Boss Tang sprang into action, seizing an object from beside his pillow and hurling it at the long-haired man. With a sharp sound, the item struck the long-haired man's face with precision before tumbling to the ground. Yi Zhao cast a glance at the fallen object, nearly succumbing to laughter. Chapter 90. Boss Tang. The audience in the live broadcast room, still reeling from the horrifying scene they had just witnessed, suddenly erupted into laughter. If it weren't for Yi Zhao gripping his thigh tightly, still haunted by the terrifying events that had just transpired, he would have found it impossible to stifle his laughter. The grotesque object, stained with moisture and now associated with the long-haired man, filled him with an indescribable sense of revulsion. However, the long-haired man ahead dared not raise his head, completely avoiding any attempt to wipe his face. "Why are you still standing there?" Boss Tang, lying on the bed with a sullen expression, hastily ordered someone to block all the sewer openings from District 2 to District 4. "Are you not going yet?" The long-haired man nodded slowly, hesitating momentarily. "What about District 1? Should we notify them?" Boss Tang's piercing gaze narrowed as he reclined back, his tone laced with disdain and contempt. "Without leaving some bait, do you expect them to dive into the sewers to search for it?" Having spoken, he swiftly turned and exited the room with two others. The corridor echoed with hurried footsteps, and aside from the departing trio, one individual remained behind. Stepping aside to reveal Yi Zhao and Dr. Liao standing in the shadows, Yi Zhao lowered his head, embodying a posture of silence and reverence. His gaze fixed upon the soft, floral-patterned carpet beneath him. Leave some bait? Merely block the drains of Zones 2, 3, and 4 while neglecting to inform Zone 1? Are they intending to use the people of Zone 1 as bait to lure out that monstrosity? What if something goes awry? What if that ghastly creature injures someone? Yi Zhao suddenly chuckled to himself, a bitter self-mockery rising within him. How naive he was. Did these individuals truly care for the lives of those people? Did they truly regard the fates of those unfortunate souls? As long as they could eliminate the threat and remove the danger posed to them, the loss of a few lives was merely a trivial price to pay. "Dr. Liao, do you have nothing to report to me?" Beside him, Boss Tang seemed to be suppressing his trembling form with great effort, bowing deeply, his body bending at a 90-degree angle. His voice, still unable to conceal its quaking timbre, stammered, "WL, Boss Tang, number 2, has died." Died. The person on the bed suddenly furrowed his brow, a flicker of anger crystallizing within his expression. "Liao Chuan, is this how you oversee those I entrusted to you?" Dr. Liao's body shook violently, his knees bending as he promptly knelt upon the ground. The muted thud of his knees against the carpet echoing in the silence. "Boss Tang, I truly had no choice this time. It clearly was even close to the due date, yet that creature has fully matured and mutated. Everything transpired far too suddenly, the time frame was too brief, and I was utterly unable to take any measures." He frantically crawled on the ground with his hands, suddenly pointing towards Yi Zhao, his lifted face pale and filled with panic. You can ask him. He is the night guard, and he witnessed the entire ordeal." "Doctor." Liao successfully directed Boss Tang's attention towards Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao could distinctly sense a scrutinizing gaze fixated upon him. Then, a deep voice resonated. "Are you new here?" Yi Zhao maintained a bowed posture, striving to avoid any eye contact that might betray his inner turmoil. After all, seasoned individuals like Boss Tang, with their extensive experience across various domains of power, could easily discern the thoughts of others. Yi Xiao adopted a humble demeanor and nodded. Yes, Boss Tang. I recently arrived at the base and am currently serving as the night guard. Please recount to me in detail what transpired tonight. Initially, the pregnant woman was in a stable condition, merely experiencing a rupture of amniotic fluid. However, she suddenly began to wail in agony, her abdomen convulsing violently, as if the contents within might emerge at any moment. She was in so much pain that she couldn't get off the bed. So we had no choice but to transport her on a wheeled stretcher to the operating room. Dr. Tang intended to conduct an examination, but something strange protruded. The situation was dire. To save the woman's life, a cesarean section was imperative, yet there was hardly time for the operation when that entity burst forth from her abdomen. At that moment, we were all present, and everything transpired with astonishing rapidity, leaving us no time to react. That entity was alive, and it was scuttling about wildly. In order to prevent its escape, we hastily secured the operating room door. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, we immediately alerted the authorities. The pregnant woman had perished, her abdomen ripped apart by that creature. To avoid contamination, we had no choice but to expedite the cremation of her remains. Yi Xiao endeavored to articulate the events in as orderly a manner as possible, emphasizing the suddenness of the incident, as well as the entity's aggressiveness and agility, asserting that it was indeed beyond their capacity to manage. On the bed, Boss Tang fell silent, casting a sudden glance at the woman lying beside him before he lifted his foot and kicked her off the bed. The woman's bare form tumbled out from under the sheets, landing on the floor. Upon awakening, she dared not utter a word of complaint. Her chest also bore a hint of orange, marking her as an aberration. Boss Tang rose from the bed, and the naked woman promptly retrieved a bathrobe from the side, draping it over his shoulders, attending to him as he donned it. He grasped the remnants of a half-filled glass of liquor from the low cabinet beside the bedside table, shaking the drink in his hand as he ambled toward the sofa. This matter is indeed not something you inept individuals can handle. Consider yourselves fortunate this time. He sank heavily into the sofa, his voice low and irritable, imbued with palpable displeasure. A mature juvenile aberration? Such a phenomenon of being able to move upon birth had never been witnessed before. Dr. Liao, do you have anything to say? Chapter 91, A Nonsensical Mission. In a brightly lit room filled with fragrant incense, ice cubes clinked crisply within a glass. Dr. Liao remained prostrate on the floor, and the lack of scrutiny from Boss Tang seemed to have instilled a sense of calm in him. Deliberating on the question posed by Boss Tang, he gradually articulated his perspective. I suspect it may be due to the rainy season. The rainy season? Boss Tang furrowed his brows. Indeed, the rainy season tends to stimulate the evolution and maturation of those aberrant species. I believe it is likely the same reason here. The individuals on the sofa fell into a brief silence, seemingly contemplating Dr. Liao's hypothesis. Subsequently, Yi Xiao felt that scrutinizing gaze once again settle upon him. Young man, what shall I call you? Yi Xiao had thought himself extricated from the matter, prepared to log off and depart. So he was taken aback when Boss Tang suddenly referred to him. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, particularly concerning the collection of personal trinkets on the floor, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Could it be that Boss Tang harbored some peculiar inclinations? Rumor had it that such bosses were quite indulgent. Just as an uneasy chill enveloped him, he heard Boss Tang's voice, low and gravelly. Approximately 20 years of age, how is your health? Boss Tang mused. The little one should have completed its period of recuperation, correct? Dr. Liao nodded eagerly. Yes, it is now capable of conception. Very well. Arrange for them to prepare for breeding. Breeding? What on earth? Yi Xiao was already frozen in place, pondering, who exactly is Xiao Yan? Is it about breeding? No way. Just as Yi Xiao was grappling with a shock, the man on the sofa issued an eviction order. All right, you two, step outside. In the coming days, ensure that Area 3 is well guarded. If you detect any unusual activity, report it immediately. And remember, keep your mouth shut about what should remain unsaid. The weight of the final statement was palpable, and Yi Xiao understood that it was a specific admonition from Boss Tang. He lowered his head, bent slightly, nodded, and then followed Dr. Liao as they exited the bedroom. A bodyguard closed the door behind them, urging the two to leave Area 4. Yi Xiao felt somewhat disoriented, still immersed in Boss Tang's remarks about breeding, unable to detach himself from the thought. The barrage of comments on the live stream was merciless, filled with gleeful mockery. Baba Papa. Ha ha, Brother Xiao is a lost soul. Elven Pharaoh. Brother Xiao's worldview has shattered. Ha. Sanhu. Ha. Brother Xiao is stunned. Failed man. Brother Xiao. I'm numb. Wait, what did Boss Tang mean by that? Breeding? Is he suggesting that I have a child with someone named Xiaolian? Dr. Liao cast a casual glance at Yi Xiao as he continued walking towards Area 2, nonchalantly stating, indeed, otherwise, where do you think all those pregnant women in the maternity room come from? No, what is going on? Yi Xiao found it difficult to accept, realizing this must be what those individuals referred to as some sort of special benefit. Initially, when promises of special privileges were made and assurances were given regarding his robust health, Yi Xiao began to harbor a vague premonition that misfortune might soon befall him. However, he did not anticipate that this calamity would arrive with such alarming swiftness. Observing Yi Xiao's palpable resistance, Dr. Liao, who walked beside him with a weary expression and slumped shoulders, lethargically interjected, "Consider this. The number of asymptomatic individuals is inherently scarce. You must be aware that the serum required by those aberrants necessitates our blood. To cultivate a greater number of asymptomatic individuals, we must resort to breeding and expanding the population, would we not? This, too, is the mission bestowed upon us, the asymptomatic." Bah, what a ridiculous mission. Yi Xiao maintained a facade of composure, yet his innermost thoughts were laced with profanities directed at Dr. Liao, as he mentally cursed his ancestry with fervor. Is the so-called mission merely to dehumanize those asymptomatic women, treating them as mere livestock for incessant reproduction? Forcing them to bear grotesque abominations only to perish upon the operating table? What a farcical notion of a mission. It is merely a reflection of these individuals' fears regarding the potential scarcity of blood supply, cloaked in grandiloquent rhetoric. Casting a disdainful glance at Dr. Liao, Yi Xiao could not conceal his revulsion. How could this repugnant sycophant muster the audacity to utter such drivel about a mission? Dr. Liao, seemingly attuned to Yi Xiao's frosty silence and disinterest, awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth, betraying a sense of embarrassment and guilt. In the pale corridor of Zone 2, Dr. Liao abruptly halted his steps, scanning the area before and behind him to ensure no one else was present. He then lifted his gaze and placed it upon Yi Xiao's shoulder, adopting a gravely earnest expression as he remarked, "We are not like those aberrants. Sometimes one must reflect on one's own well-being. Consider the comfortable and pristine environment you currently inhabit, the soft bed upon which you rest, the safety of your dwelling, the availability of electricity and water, and the sustenance that nourishes you. Most importantly, this place is secure." At the mention of security, Yi Xiao met Dr. Liao's gaze with a challenging stare, inquiring, "Are you certain?" Dr. Liao faltered for a moment before continuing, "In any case, this place is akin to paradise when compared to the outside world. Do you truly wish to relinquish such conditions, such a life? Indeed, the circumstances here are quite favorable. And in the context of the apocalypse, one could argue it is remarkably comfortable. However, this does not imply that he could not survive beyond these walls." Yu Zhao's eyes remained resolute and discontented. "So, everyone has sold those women for their own selfish interests, have they? Is everything here not procured by those women? Were they not exchanged for what you possess? More absurdly, the men, who were equally asymptomatic, willingly became accomplices to Boss Tang. They are fully aware of the women's plight. Yet all have tacitly chosen to turn a blind eye, mutually agreeing to abstain from interference." Dr. Liao fell silent for a moment, displaying a hint of impatience as he gestured towards Yi Xiao. "You are still too young and naive," he remarked. "In this apocalyptic world, if no one considers their own well-being, who will?" He placed a hand on Yu Zhao's shoulder and earnestly advised, "As long as we can secure our own comfort, what value does conscience hold? In this era, merely surviving is a blessing. After all, those women are managing to live here, aren't they?" Yi Xiao was taken aback to realize that this was indeed their definition of existence. Ironically, the way they defined survival for those women was starkly different from their own self-perception. "You need not carry such burdens. You are still young, brimming with vigor. Just consider it a means to relieve your desires. It's a win-win situation." Dr. Liao leered at Yi Xiao suggestively. "You can indulge without any responsibilities. Isn't that wonderful?" Yi Xiao felt a sudden heaviness on his shoulder, the sound of Dr. Liao's hand clapping against him echoing in the air. Many would long for such an opportunity, but found it elusive. Chapter 92. The Hidden Desires of Boss Tang. Dr. Liao entered his office, changed into a clean pair of trousers, and emerged with a stethoscope and a notebook in hand. Yi Xiao had resolved not to engage further on this matter. Boss Tang was a tiger, and Dr. Liao is nothing more than a specter. As for the notion of breeding and procreation, he could only muster a silent curse. It seemed he would have to devise his own solutions. Only at the entrance of Zone 4 were there 2 additional guards stationed. Upon arriving at the entrance of the maternity room, Yi Xiao observed the object in Dr. Liao's hand and inquired, "What is this for? Is it for someone's examination?" Dr. Liao, struggling to keep his heavy-lidded, exhausted eyes open, replied, "What do you think? It's the rainy season, and with so many pregnant women here, who knows if such incidents might recur?" Suddenly, Yi Xiao grasped Dr. Liao's hand, which was poised to push the door, and glared at him, lowering his voice to question, "Are you implying that something like today could happen again, Doctor?" Liao cast a glance at the door of the maternity room and swiftly surveyed the 2 guards lurking in the corner of the corridor. He urged Yi Xiao to enter the maternity room and, once inside, whispered, "It is indeed the rainy season, which accelerates the catalysis of those mutated creatures. It's entirely possible that we may witness such occurrences again." Yi Xiao felt a surge of frustration, wishing to express his exasperation, yet he recognized that Dr. Liao could not divulge much at that moment as he proceeded towards the left compartment. Just as Yi Xiao was about to turn and leave, he was halted by a voice from behind. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Yi Xiao paused, noticing a hint of panic on Dr. Liao's face. "Stay with me," he urged. Yi Xiao inwardly cursed, calling him a timid specter. Nevertheless, recalling the potential dangers Dr. Liao had mentioned, he decided to follow. At that moment, the elderly woman was occupied with soothing the others, who were evidently awakened by the earlier commotion. After the guard's previous visit, the occupants of the maternity room were wide awake, exuding an air of unease. The restroom has been rendered unusable, with all drainage openings sealed off, forcing them to temporarily address their personal needs in plastic buckets within the stalls. In stall number 1, a pregnant woman reclines on the bed, her misty eyes visibly flickering as she catches sight of Dr. Liao entering. He switches on a lamp, illuminating the compartment with bright light. The woman appears somewhat uneasy, yet dares not voice her concerns. Her experiences here seem to have dulled any lingering desire for resistance deep within her. Her belly is not particularly large, indicating that her pregnancy is still in its early stages, a fact that Yi Xiao is not well versed in. Dr. Liao holds a stethoscope, placing it against the woman's abdomen to listen for any signs of life within. However, it seems rather still, and he subtly exhales in relief, then addresses the woman, stating, "We will conduct an ultrasound tomorrow." Afterward, he rises and exits stall number 1. Yi Xiao, noticing that he bypasses stall number 2, furrows her brow in curiosity, as it is evident that there are sounds of breathing emanating from within. She inquires, "Isn't stall number 2 going to be checked?" Dr. Liao shakes his head, replying, "No. The child within is healthy." Yi Xiao's brow furrows deeper as she reaches out to grasp Dr. Liao's arm, lowering her voice to pose a question that has been troubling her. Why are these asymptomatic individuals allowed to bear children for the aberrants? Knowing full well that it could result in monstrous offspring, Dr. Liao is taken aback, glancing towards the door before gesturing for silence. He leans closer to Yi Xiao, straining to keep his voice low. "You must refrain from speaking recklessly in public. It would be prudent to ensure that none of the guards overhear you. If such words reach Boss Tang's ears, we would all be in dire straits." He let out a deep sigh, his countenance marred by a blend of helplessness and irritation. "What can I do about that persistent individual?" he pondered. "That person, Boss Tang? Could it be that all of this is?" "Hush. If you value your life, refrain from inquiring further." The audience that had been observing in the premiere room for several days promptly shared their conclusions and speculations. Cold River Snow. Damn it. Could it be that stallion of Boss Tang? Rehabilitation Center for the Insane. He*s an aberrant. Does he wish to propagate? Isaac's heart. Incredible. They all seem to possess the same base nature, constantly yearning to reproduce. Forest. Brother Yeo should seize the opportunity to rid us of this Boss Tang. He is truly despicable. 3 foxes. Indeed, a vile creature, yet there are so many aberrants surrounding Boss Tang. Yeo Xiao had merely entertained some suspicions at the back of his mind. After all, who would seemingly fabricate monstrosities without cause? He and Lan Ling had initially surmised that Boss Tang was conducting some form of experiment, but it was now evident that the motive was far simpler than they had imagined. That aberrant, that cruel Boss Tang, merely desired to leave behind a legacy of his own, a successor. What a primitive yet savage longing. How foolish and selfish this desire appeared. Truly laughable. Suddenly, Yeo Xiao recalled something and remarked, "Wait a moment, isn't it perilous to allow these normal and abnormal individuals to coexist in the maternity ward?" I believe we should first relocate the normal ones, shouldn't we? Otherwise, it would be akin to placing ourselves beside a ticking time bomb. Dr. Liao nodded vigorously, as if he had just realized the gravity of the situation. After a night of turmoil, my mind felt utterly fatigued. You were correct. I will conduct their examinations first. You should head to the entrance of Area 4 and inform the guards there to arrange a room for us. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao understood the urgency. Regardless of the circumstances, those pregnant women now bearing the taint of aberrant blood had become perilous individuals, though it was undeniably harsh for them. Ensuring the safety of others was of paramount importance. Yi Xiao swiftly exited the maternity room and made her way to the entrance of Area 4, where she relayed the situation. The guards did not deliberate for long and promptly dispatched someone to make arrangements. Soon after, a man with long hair emerged from the entrance. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, he instructed, "Take those pregnant women carrying aberrant blood to Area 2. It is better equipped for urgent handling, and we will assign personnel to guard them separately." This arrangement was indeed sensible. Area 2 could be isolated from Areas 1 and 3, and it boasted an operating room, allowing for immediate intervention in case of unforeseen circumstances. The pregnant women from Cubicle 1, Cubicle 4, and the third cubicle on the right were brought out and placed on rolling beds. Their eyes were filled with anxiety and trepidation, yet, confronted by the impassive guards, they could only huddle quietly on the rolling beds. As the three were wheeled away, silence once again enveloped the maternity room. Yi Xiao cast a puzzled glance at the few maternity rooms still draped with curtains. Clearly, the remaining occupants must be either expecting healthy children or in the recovery phase after giving birth. At that moment, the voice of Dr. Liao suddenly broke the silence. Right, Yi Xiao, come here. I shall introduce you to Miss Tang. Miss Tang? Yes, she is the one you were to engage with for reproduction. Chapter 93. The Withering Love of Tang. Miss Tang? Is she the Xiao Lian spoken of by the boss? The very same individual he had glimpsed the previous night? The affectionate manner in which Dr. Liao and the boss referred to her piqued Yi Xiao's curiosity. At this juncture, Dr. Liao had already positioned himself in the innermost area, standing before the partition designated for Miss Tang. He drew aside the hanging curtain and addressed the occupant. Miss Tang, your health has sufficiently improved. The boss has arranged for you a young and handsome reproductive partner. No response emanated from within, and Dr. Liao, feeling slightly awkward and helpless, glanced at Yi Xiao, gesturing for him to approach. Within Yi Xiao's heart, there was no sense of nerves, only a burgeoning irritation, particularly exacerbated by the malicious glee expressed in the live chat during the broadcast. Makabaka, Brother Xiao is silent. Brother Xiao is helpless, fishing man spring. How tragic to be set up for blind dates at such a young age. 3 foxes, Brother Xiao. Go see if she is beautiful. Silver Moon 315. I'm rooting for you. Isaac S. Hart. Last time I saw, her figure seemed alright. TSK. If you were so curious, why don't you go? Yi Xiao silently grumbled to himself as he slowly made his way toward the final partition. He prepared to employ tactics of feigned indifference and procrastination. After all, if his resistance were too conspicuous, this specter would undoubtedly report back to Boss Tang. Arriving at the final compartment, he noticed a light illuminating the small space within, where a woman sat upon the bed, one of similar age to him. You may converse. Get acquainted. A voice echoed from behind, and in the next moment, Yi Xiao was pushed inside, stumbling into the compartment. He turned to see the curtain had already descended behind him. Frustrated and agitated, he directed his gaze towards the woman on the bed. The dim, yellowish light rested on the bedside table, casting a glow upon her face. She wore a nightgown, quietly seated at the edge of the bed, possessing a beautiful visage. Her figure appeared somewhat slender, with hair cascading down to her shoulders. The comments in the chat were rife with jest, suggesting that he was fortunate in matters of romance. Yet at that moment, Yi Xiao felt entirely devoid of any emotion. The earlier irritation had transformed into a subtle pang within his heart. In his recollection, a girl in her early 20s should embody vibrancy, fashion, and an abundance of confidence and vitality, exuding a bright and radiant aura. However, the woman before him, despite her outward appearance, possessed eyes that resembled those of an aged soul weathered by life's tribulations, akin to a stagnant pool devoid of ripples. Dark, ashen, decayed, and steeped in despair and numbness. She was wilting, she was fading. Seated there on the bed, she gazed at him with an unfocused stare, evoking an indescribable discomfort within Yi Xiao. He felt compelled to utter something. I must say something, he urged himself, fearing that silence would suffocate him. Hello, my name is Yi Xiao. Are you called Tang Lian? Yi Xiao felt somewhat dejected, reflecting on her dismal self-introduction. The woman subtly nodded, yet remained silent. Standing at a distance, Yi Xiao refrained from encroaching upon her space, wishing not to impose any discomfort or pressure upon her. She was already pitiable enough. Stealing a glance through the curtain's seam, Yi Xiao noted that Dr. Liao had departed. Exhaling deeply, he lowered his voice. "Do not be afraid. I shall not do anything. Pay no mind to that wretched Dr. Liao. I will find a way to navigate through this." Tang Lian continued to regard him in silence. Yi Xiao felt somewhat awkward standing there. Truth be told, he was not adept at conversing with women. In the past, it had always been the girls surrounding him, chattering away, while he had never taken the initiative to engage them in dialogue. What could he even discuss? For a moment, he found himself at a loss for topics. Were they to delve into the realms of feminine interests? Setting aside whether he understood such matters, it was evident that the woman before him would likely lack any enthusiasm for them as well. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Xiao resolved that the only course was to converse about their surroundings, about themselves. Perhaps he could alleviate her defenses and glean more information. Feeling the awkwardness of standing idle, he retrieved a low stool from nearby and positioned it at the foot of the bed, softly inquiring of Tang Lian, "Miss Tang, if you do not mind my asking, how long have you been here?" He had anticipated her to remain reticent, but to his surprise, a slightly hoarse voice responded, "I do not recall. I have been here since the beginning." "Since the very start?" Yi Xiao pondered. "That must be around 5 or 6 years then. Has it truly been so long? Were you among the earliest arrivals?" Suddenly, he recalled the question that lingered in his heart and could not restrain himself from asking, "Miss Tang Lian, if I may be so bold, what is your relationship with the boss?" The ashen eyes shifted toward Yi Xiao, and her tightly pressed lips twitched slightly, as if laced with profound mockery. Once, she was a daughter. Later, she was confirmed to have no blood ties with him and became a mere instrument for the release of desires. Now, perhaps she was reduced to a vessel for procreation. Huh? That self-deprecating laughter caught in Yi Xiao's throat, rendering him speechless. As he stared at her in bewilderment, Tang Lian suddenly smiled, a smile more pitiful than tears, a smile steeped in derision. "You seem inexperienced. Would you like me to teach you? At 16, that beast took advantage of me, and I bore a stillborn, a deformed stillborn. The second time, it was another deformed stillborn, and then he sought new conquests, believing our genes were flawed and incapable of accommodating his formidable lineage. Now, this is my third time. Fear not, I have acquired much experience, ha." Tang Lian's voice resonated flatly within the confines of the room, her numb eyes devoid of any flicker of emotion, save for the muscles at the corners of her mouth, twisted in mockery and powerlessness. It was as if she deliberately tore open her own gaping wounds, laying them bare before herself in a cruel act of self-torment. Yi Xiao sat in silent stupor upon the low stool, his heart gripped by an unseen hand, ensnared in an overwhelming sense of constriction and dull pain. As waves of nausea churned within his stomach, the barrage in the live broadcast room fell into a hushed silence. What had once been a cacophony of chatter suddenly ceased, as if a peculiar glitch had occurred. "I'm sorry, I was a beast," one commenter lamented. "Forgive me for my harsh words." Another followed. The jovial spirit that had filled the air dissipated, leaving a heavy and suffocating atmosphere in its wake. Yi Xiao hung his head, his hands tightly clenched together, struggling to suppress a few words that escaped through gritted teeth. "Damn it, that beast." He lifted his gaze, filled with guilt, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry. I've only just arrived and am unfamiliar with this place. I intended to inquire more." "I'm so sorry." Tang Lian observed the young man before her, who continued to apologize with reddening eyes, momentarily entranced by his unexpected reaction. She found it hard to believe that there still existed individuals in this world who possessed a sense of conscience. Suddenly, she raised her hand in a daze, feeling the dampness on her cheek. A single crystalline tear clung to her fingertip, and Tang Lian stared at it, bewildered, as if it were a foreign entity that had no rightful place on her face. Yet, Yi Xiao's gaze was drawn to the palm of Tang Lian's hand. There lay a vivid, fresh scar, still unhealed. Chapter 94. The unseen peril. Tang Lian bore a wound on her palm, a recent injury that, while not deep, appeared rather grotesque, as if it had been inflicted with a blunt instrument. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling strangeness, due to the mutative nature of this world. The inhabitants here are exceedingly sensitive to wounds, and under normal circumstances, they would never allow themselves to be harmed. Furthermore, considering that this is a maternity ward, nearly all objects capable of inflicting injury are absent. How could Tang Lian possibly be hurt? Xiao could not restrain himself from pointing to Tang Lian's right hand, voicing the confusion that lingered in his heart. What has happened to your hand? Nothing, she replied. Xiao offered a word of consolation. Are you engaging in self-harm? Please, do not act foolishly. Tang Lian forced a slight smile, averting her gaze as she said, I'm just a bit tired. I need to rest. Ah, very well. Given her dismissal, Xiao understood it was time for him to leave, and it was clear that Tang Lian was indeed fatigued. He quickly rose to his feet, whispering, If there is anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to tell me. As he prepared to turn away, her voice called out, Wait. With a furrowed brow, Tang Lian inquired in a hoarse tone, Has something happened this evening? Xiao sighed heavily within, burdened by the weight of his thoughts. In Ward 3, the expectant mother perished during childbirth, and the malformed fetus escaped into the sewers. Please be cautious in the coming days for now. You must resolve your personal matters within the ward. Tang Lian displayed no overt emotions. Her face remained inscrutable, revealing neither sorrow nor fear. As her gaze drifted into the void, lost in contemplation, without lingering further in the ward, Xiao lifted the curtain and stepped outside. The maternity ward was enveloped in silence. Perhaps, with the departure of a few individuals, the atmosphere had grown even more desolate. Upon seeing Xiao emerge from within, Zhao Huai, taken aback, inquired, What were you doing in there? Xiao glanced at him and simply replied, The boss's orders. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai refrained from further questioning. Isaac's heart, Xiao Gu, find a way to eliminate that Tang boss. He's truly despicable. 3 foxes, that Tang boss genuinely deserves to die. Black frame, do not act recklessly unless Tang boss poses a danger to your personal safety. Confused youth, who's up there? What a coward. Can't the streamer exchange for weapons? What are you afraid of? Milk not light. This person seems to be official. Confused youth, I apologize for my outburst. I was too loud. Xiao could empathize with the audience's indignation in the live broadcast room, although he too harbored thoughts of eliminating that Tang boss. He concurred with the official admonition, he must not act impulsively. His purpose for being here was not to assume the role of a savior. Their own safety and interests must take precedence. However, it was evident that the current environment was rather precarious. At that moment, Chen Ge and the others were preparing to leave. Xiao shut the door and called everyone to a halt, stating, Wait a moment. Something occurred in Zone 2 last night. Everyone, quickly seal off all the drain openings, whether they're toilets, sinks, or any overlooked drainage points. Block them all. Chen Ge and his companions did not immediately question the reason, yet they understood there must be some safety concern and swiftly took action. Before long, the group reconvened in the living room after completing their tasks. Chen Ge pressed on with his inquiry. What transpired last night? A deformed, mutated creature has infiltrated the sewers. It is imperative that everyone remains vigilant in the coming days. This information has been strictly withheld by Boss Tang's associates. Hence, you comprehend the gravity of the situation. Xiao cautioned the group, furrowing their brows in concern. Zhao appeared somewhat oblivious to the local rumors, inquiring, Mutated creature? What is that? Where did it come from? Xiao turned to him, speaking in a grave tone. Boss Tang intends for asymptomatic women to bear him children, and those offspring are nothing but such monstrosities. Zhao opened his mouth in surprise but ultimately fell silent. As before, Chen Ge and his companions were required to accompany the base on expeditions in the coming days. The news of the creature instilled a sense of unease in Zhou Chui and Liang Kai, as the base's subterranean environment was exceedingly confined. Should any incident occur, chaos would surely ensue, making escape a daunting task. The others in Zone 1 remained blissfully unaware that danger lurked in the shadows. It was not that Chen Ge and his group were heartless, withholding information from their peers, but rather that they feared the repercussions. Boss Tang had expressly instructed that the inhabitants of Zone 1 be kept uninformed. Should the news leak, Xiao would undoubtedly be under suspicion. Xiao had initially hoped that the mutated creature would perish within the sewers. However, reports indicated that the recent rainfall showed signs of diminishing, making it improbable for the underground defenses to become inundated. Yet, the most troubling matter for Xiao in recent days was the situation involving Tang Lian. Upon learning of it, Lan Ling could hardly contain her laughter, covering her mouth and doubling over with amusement while only offering Xiao her sympathetic understanding. As afternoon approached, a sudden knock resonated at room 1128. Sister Lin, who was left in the house, made her way to the door and inquired, "Who is it?" Hesitant to speak freely, she approached Xiao's door, knocking gently. "Hey, wake up," came a cool voice from Lan Ling nearby, as Xiao was stirred awake by a delicate hand. Exhausted, He yawned and sat up, listening to Sister Lin's soft calls from outside, his brow furrowing in confusion. What is it? Yi Xiao, someone is knocking at the door. But I don't know who it is. Someone is knocking. Yi Xiao swung his legs off the bed, while Lan Ling quickly concealed herself in the wardrobe. As he opened the door, Sister Lin looked at him with unease. Upon swinging the door wide, a figure clad in an adventurer's attire stood before him. This individual was a metamorph, dressed in somewhat worn t-shirts and vests, accompanied by jeans, with hair in disarray. Who are you? Yi Xiao inquired, scrutinizing the stranger at the threshold. Ah, so you are Yi Xiao? The intruder brusquely shoved past Yi Xiao, stepping inside, followed by two fellow metamorphs who pushed Yi Xiao into the room and shut the door, standing guard like sentinels. Upon seeing the arrivals, Sister Lin hurriedly ushered Yang, who was by the sofa, into the room. The first intruder plopped down onto the sofa without acknowledging Sister Lin, casually resting his feet on the coffee table. Gazing at Yi Xiao, he asked, Sun Yihai mentioned he had a set of duplicate keys with you? Chapter 95. Are you planning to silence someone? Yi Xiao scrutinized the individual seated upon the sofa, his expression betraying not a hint of trepidation. Setting aside the fact that they were within the confines of the base, this individual would certainly face repercussions should he dare to act foolishly. Moreover, he was an asymptomatic carrier, a status that afforded protection within the base, rendering him a valuable asset to Boss Tang. Yu Xiao had already surmised the identity of his visitor and cautiously inquired, Are you Brother Long? The man on the sofa nodded, non-committally. However, Yi Xiao's probing had inadvertently confirmed that the copied key was indeed in his possession, even if he chose to deny it. Sun Yihai, that coward, would have undoubtedly betrayed him long ago. You seek to obtain the copied key? Yi Xiao queried, noting that these individuals appeared intent on taking matters into their own hands. Brother Long did not refute this, instead narrowing his eyes at Yi Xiao. My subordinates are not to be trifled with. While I am aware you have several aberrant companions. Brother Long was only halfway through his statement when Yi Xiao turned and strode toward the room, re-emerging mere moments later. Feeling slighted by Yi Xiao's disregard, Brother Long, in a fit of indignation, slammed his hand upon the table, exclaiming, You? Yet again, his words were interrupted as a set of keys was flung in his direction. Instinctively, Brother Long caught the keys, ready to unleash his anger, only to realize something was amiss. He glanced down at the keys in his hand, and just as he prepared to unleash a tirade, the words caught in his throat. Here, take it. Wu Long, devoid of any doubt, smiled brightly as he nodded at Yi Xiao, seemingly taken aback by his unhesitant response. He had initially intended to employ coercion and temptation. Kid, you're on the right track. Wu Long stood up, clutching the key, and warned Yi Xiao, Keep your mouth shut, know what to say and what not to. Yi Xiao nodded, his expression cold as he replied, I do not wish to attract trouble. Wu Long chuckled with satisfaction, tossing the key in his hand before pocketing it and swaggering towards the exit. By the way, refrain from any actions in the next few days. There's a lockdown over there, and Boss Tang's guards will be patrolling. Wu Long furrowed his brow, clearly having caught wind of some rumors, and silently nodded. He exchanged glances with the two at the door, and together they exited without a trace of gratitude. Yi Xiao, unconcerned, closed the door behind him. The fans in the broadcast room expressed confusion regarding Yi Xiao's demeanor, some even criticizing him disapprovingly. Grandpa's foot soak. Is the host being too cowardly? Just giving in like that? 3 foxes. It doesn't matter. Just avoid being implicated. Deep sea fear. Quite cowardly. Is he really afraid? Carefree pigeon. They shared it, claiming it was thrilling. Is this all? Just a coward. Yi Xiao paid no heed to the comments in the barrage, nor did he show any inclination to clarify. He pushed the door open and entered the room, where Lan Ling had already emerged from the cupboard, inquiring, Who were those people outside? Did they threaten you? Yi Xiao nodded, taking a seat on the bed as he opened the marketplace. Lan Ling observed Yi Xiao's actions as he stared into the void, realizing that he was likely engaged in some form of operation, and she curiously scrutinized him from the side. The viewers in the live broadcast room were utterly perplexed, as Yi Xiao had opened the potion shop interface and was browsing through the finished potions. Suddenly, Yi Xiao turned to Lan Ling and inquired if there existed any potion that could induce immediate death upon injection. With her arms crossed and sitting cross-legged to one side, Lan Ling raised an eyebrow, her gaze filled with intrigue as she asked, Are you contemplating murder? Yi Xiao made no attempt to deny it. Regardless of whether those individuals' subsequent actions would expose them, their replication keys had originated from their hands, effectively placing them under their control. Should they be apprehended? It would be all too easy for them to implicate Lan Ling and himself, and in the event of a search, her existence could very well be revealed. In any case, those individuals posed a significant threat, and Yi Xiao believed it prudent to address the issue sooner rather than later. Eliminating them would alleviate a great deal of trouble. At the very least, the replication keys would be confiscated during a guard search, completely extricating them from the situation. What do you think about poisoning their food and disguising it as food poisoning? Yi Xiao's warning to those individuals about the recent lockdown was not born of goodwill, but rather a preparation for silencing them. From the moment Wu Long mentioned the replication keys, Yi Xiao had harbored murderous intent towards them. As Sunny Hai, an asymptomatic individual, would undoubtedly attract scrutiny upon his death. Yi Xiao refrained from taking action against him, despite his irksome demeanor. In contrast, the mutated individuals posed a different scenario. Their demise would likely evade further investigation, as the associated risk of contagion would deter any inquiries. The guards here are currently preoccupied with tracking down the anomalies and would hardly expend energy on the demise of several adventurers, likely opting to dispose of the bodies without further ado. Once the guards confiscated the duplicate key, Sunny Hai would not dare to utter a word about it, thereby rendering the origin of this duplicate key unrelated to Yi Xiao. Lan Ling raised her hand and gently applauded, expressing approval of the notion. Do you require my assistance? Yi Xiao regarded her with the expectation that she would, naturally, as her night shift required her to be on duty, leaving only her with the freedom to move. TSK. Lan Ling rolled her eyes in frustration, yet as an agent, such tasks posed little challenge for her. However, Yi Xiao interjected a reminder. While infiltrating their quarters may not be difficult for you, once they awaken, subduing them could prove quite arduous. You must understand that these mutated individuals possess astonishing physical enhancements. Even your prior prowess may not suffice against them. Yi Xiao's words plunged Lan Ling into contemplation, and she nodded in acknowledgement of the truth in his statement. She recognized the necessity of remaining vigilant, fully aware that sustaining injuries in this environment could be exceedingly perilous. Subsequently, Yi Xiao and Lan Ling commenced their deliberations on a foolproof plan for silencing their adversaries. Meanwhile, the audience in the live broadcast room lapsed into a brief silence, rendered speechless. The Binding of Isaac. Come on, those who just said our Xiaoga is cowardly, step forward. Sanhu. New fans truly do not understand our Xiaoga. Grandpa's soaking feet. Damn, this streamer is quite ruthless. Morning Fire. I sensed something was amiss earlier. Xiaoga's response was too swift. Big cousin, I am certain that those who are swayed by momentary emotions would not survive a single day here. Chapter 96. The blood at the sewage entrance nighttime is the working hours for Yi Xiao, and the many nights spent on duty have accustomed him to a nocturnal schedule. However, within this underground base, distinguishing between day and night proves challenging. According to Dr. Liao's instructions, he must first conduct an examination on Tang Lian. Once it is confirmed that everything is in order, they can proceed with the breeding operation. Unfortunately, due to the incident involving a mutant escaping, Dr. Liao has been preoccupied with checking several pregnant women, thus delaying the breeding plans for a few days. One must admit, this revelation greatly relieved Yi Xiao. During the night patrols, aside from the usual inspections, he and his team are required to meticulously examine each sewage entrance to ascertain any anomalies. After completing a round, Yi Xiao returned to the maternity room, where Zhao Huai, seemingly informed of Yi Xiao's situation by an elderly woman, mischievously nudged him. Hey, why not check the restroom inside? After all, aren't you supposed to bond with that someone? With a lewd wink, Zhao Huai then entered the already vacant second stall, pulling the elderly woman along with him. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of irritation at the audacity of this individual, who seemed to have abandoned all pretense. Nevertheless, he surmised that Zhao Huai was likely afraid to inspect the restroom, as this fellow had previously offloaded that responsibility onto Yi Xiao. What a coward, Yi Xiao silently scoffed. With a flashlight in hand, he made his way to the restroom designated for pregnant women. This restroom was tucked away at the far end of the maternity area, concealed behind a small door. The red wooden door was set against the creamy white wall, easily visible, and at that moment, it was firmly shut. As Yi Xiao approached, his hand grasped the doorknob, but with a sudden click, the door swung open from the inside. Who? Yi Xiao paused momentarily, his brow knitting in concern. He had explicitly instructed everyone yesterday that the restroom was off limits. Why was someone inside? The door was pulled inward, revealing Tang Lian's figure. Upon seeing Yi Xiao behind the door, she visibly tensed for a moment. Yi Xiao frowned and remarked, Didn't I say it's not allowed to use the restroom? Tang Lin tugged at the corner of her mouth and replied, "Oh, I just wanted to wash my hands." With that, she brushed past Yi Xiao, indifferent, and headed toward her stall. Washing her hands? Yi Xiao found this somewhat perplexing and shifted his gaze towards the restroom. The restroom was spacious, illuminated by a dim yellow wall lamp that prevented it from being entirely dark. It featured a shower area, a toilet stall, and upon entering, a wash basin awaited. Yi Xiao directed the beam of his flashlight towards the wash basin on one side. It appeared quite dry. Tentatively, he reached out to feel the interior walls, clearly detecting no signs of water usage. Yi Xiao's brow furrowed deeper, sensing something amiss. Did Tang Lin not say she was going to wash her hands? What on earth is she doing? The drain of the sink features a small, inverted opening, which is not large and appears to be sealed. Yi Xiao, with an inexplicable urge, reached out to poke it, and the seal flipped upright, revealing a dark, gaping drain pipe. As the flashlight beam swept across, a vivid crimson glimmer caught his eye, starkly contrasting against the white light. Yi Xiao paused momentarily, leaning closer to focus the beam on the small patch of crimson. A droplet of blood hung at the entrance of the drain, its bright red hue tracing a line within. Yi Xiao's pupils constricted, blood, and remarkably fresh. There were no traces of water or blood on the basin's inner wall, leading to the inference that this droplet had fallen from the opening. The drain's inverted outlet was quite small. It would require precise control for it to drop directly into the pipe. This implies that someone had deliberately dripped blood into the drain. A sudden suspicion arose within Yi Xiao, though he stroked his chin in contemplation. He had found the wound on Tang Lin's palm to be quite peculiar yesterday. If it were self-inflicted, it would not be located on such an inconspicuous part of the hand. This perspective suggests that the wound was perhaps intended to bleed into the drain. But why would she do such a thing? What is her intention? Regardless of the reason, Yi Xiao felt an unsettling premonition that it surely boded ill. He took a deep breath and silently resealed the drain. He needed to approach Tang Lin to gauge her intentions. If she was planning something perilous, he could intervene in time. Yet, Yi Xiao suddenly found himself hesitating, letting out a soft sigh, hoping that his fears were unfounded. After examining the restroom, he found all the drainage openings sealed, except for an unusual occurrence at the sink's closure. He stepped out of the restroom and paused before Tang Lin's cubicle. From the distant second cubicle came muffled sounds of murmuring, while the occupants of the other cubicles remained indifferent. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes and cast his gaze toward the heavy curtain on one side. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out and lifted the curtain. Tang Lin was already lying on the bed, yet her turning to look at Yi Xiao revealed that she was far from asleep. Yi Xiao gathered his thoughts, took a few steps closer, pulled a low stool over, and sat at the foot of the bed, saying, I'd like to have a word with you. Tang Lin slowly sat up, her gaze cold and expressionless as she stared at him, remaining silent. Initially intending to approach the matter indirectly, Yi Xiao decided against it and opted for a more straightforward approach. Lowering his voice, he said, Tang Lin, if you need any assistance, I will do my best to help, but I hope you won't do anything foolish. Seeing that Tang Lin still did not respond, Yi Xiao took a deep breath and quietly inquired, why did you drip blood into the drain? What are you planning to do? You must understand that blood could attract dangerous entities. Was this your intention? Despite Yi Xiao's pressing questions, Tang Lin did not display any signs of anxiety. Her vacant eyes grew even colder. Are you going to report me? Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Report her? In what capacity? From what standpoint? The consequence of exposing her would inevitably plunge her into a deeper abyss. Thus, what distinction exists between him and those like Dr. Liao? He cannot bring himself to do that. Yet, Yi Xiao harbors concerns regarding Tang Lin's potential scheming of perilous endeavors. I do not wish to intervene, but my curiosity compels me to inquire about your intentions, for I too reside here, and this may jeopardize my safety. Tang Lin, seemingly skeptical of Yi Xiao's words, bore a hint of derision in her gaze. Do you not fear that this paradise-like existence might be shattered and brought to an end by me? Chapter 97. The Strange Shadow by the Pool. Paradise-like existence? In comparison to the outside world, this place may indeed seem like a haven. But what of Tang Lin and her companions? For these asymptomatic women, this is a prison, a hell from which there is no escape. Ever since their confinement began, all they have encountered is selfish and vile malice. She even finds it hard to believe that kindness still exists in the world. Observing Tang Lin lost in thought, Yi Xiao remarked, I do not wish to deter you. I simply hope to dissuade you from undertaking such dangerous actions. Should peril arise, I must prepare myself in advance. But rest assured, I will not expose you. At most, I will merely attempt to prevent you. However, perhaps Yushao is incapable of truly stopping her. Suddenly, Tang Lian turned to Yushao, offering a self-deprecating and powerless smile. I am already ensnared in hell, merely surviving is torment for me. Yet I refuse to succumb so easily. Even in death, I shall drag that demon down with me. Gazing into those desolate eyes, Yi Shao felt an acute deficiency of words. He had never been particularly adept at wielding rhetoric, and he found himself at a loss for comforting phrases. To reassure her that there was still hope? Such utterances remained unspoken on his lips. If Boss Tang were to perish, hope would be a mere illusion for them. They were already ensnared in hell. Such unrealistic reassurances would be exceedingly cruel. Tang Lian looked toward Yi Shao, a sudden wave of sorrow washing over her. Her tone was somber, laden with a sigh. Though she was of the same age as Yi Shao, she bore the weight of an aged soul. You are a good person. You refuse to behave like those beasts, and you are unwilling to follow their dictates, are you not? Fear not. I shall find a way. Just a few more days, just a few more days. Yi Shao furrowed his brow, questioning, what exactly do you intend to do? Do you plan to introduce mutated beings into the base? Tang Lian regarded him silently, affirming, rest assured, it is not as you envision. There are children here. I will not bring harm to them. Yi Shao believed her on this matter and pressed, could you perhaps share your intentions with me? In response, he was met with her silence. With a sigh, he realized she would not divulge anything further. Left with no alternative, he rose to conclude their conversation, offering a gentle reminder for her to rest well before departing the compartment. The peculiar sounds from District 2 had faded, replaced by the rhythmic sounds of slumber within. Paying them no mind, Yi Shao exited the maternity ward. As the clock inched forward, the hour had reached 2 in the morning. In the spacious bedroom on the right, Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai lay snoring on the bed. Lan Ling, at this moment, was illuminating the area with a flashlight, preparing various items beside the bed. These were all exchanged by Yi Shao from the mall, including inhalable anesthetics and several mixed chemical substances. The combination of these agents could create a toxic concoction. A mere injection was sufficient to induce cardiac paralysis and subsequently, death. As a precaution, Lan Ling also carried a dagger for self-defense. Once again, she ascended into the ventilation duct, exhaling a sigh of frustration. It had not been long since her arrival. Yet the incessant need to remain hidden and scurry about like a rodent was becoming intolerable. In the afternoon, Yushao had gleaned information about Wu Long's whereabouts from Qin Ji's associates, discovering that he was located in room 1116, which was not far from their current position. Upon reaching a ventilation opening, Lan Ling paused. She retrieved a map from her pocket and glanced at it, comparing the sketched terrain to ascertain her precise location. Room 1116 contained 2 guest rooms, and according to the intelligence provided by Chen Ge, a total of 7 individuals resided within. At that moment, through the ventilation shaft, she could see 3 people crammed into the room. However, one of them was not sleeping soundly after tossing and turning. He seemed to awaken due to an urgent need to relieve himself, groggily rising to exit the room toward the bathroom. Lan Ling furrowed her brow, cautiously maneuvering closer to the ventilation window, as she realized that the bathroom was indeed located in that direction. At the entrance of the restroom, a small flashlight hung, and a man pressed it to life before stepping into the lavatory. The frosted glass door gradually slid shut, obscuring the dim light of the flashlight as it seeped through the glass, casting a faint glow within. The man, in a state of drowsiness, stumbled toward the toilet, his eyes still heavy with sleep as he unfastened his belt. In the muted light, Lan Ling scrutinized the man's face. Aligning it with Yi Zhao's description of Wu Long, suddenly, a rush of water splashed into the toilet, but at that moment, Lan Ling's eyes widened in alarm. Her gaze was inexplicably drawn to the sink not far from the man. There, a peculiar mass lay sprawled at the edge of the basin. In the dim light, it exuded a dark crimson hue, and at the rounded part that resembled a head, delicate sharp teeth slowly unfurled, producing viscous strands. For the first time since her arrival, Lan Ling felt a tightness in her chest. Was this the mutated creature that Yushao had spoken of? Even as an experienced agent, she was overtaken by a wave of goosebumps, confronted by something beyond her previous comprehension. At that moment, the bizarre creature, having crawled to the edge of the sink, suddenly leaped and lunged toward Wu Long's groin. Wu Long, still in a dazed state, instinctively bent over, letting out a brief, piercing scream. Yet, the cry was cut short, as the overwhelming agony rendered him incapable of continuing. With a sudden, forceful swing of his hand, a mass of crimson substance, devoid of any rigidity, crashed onto the upturned toilet lid before plummeting into the bowl with a resounding splash. In but a heartbeat, that dreadful entity slipped down the drain, leaving only a fleeting trace of sanguine hue. What in the world is this? Wulong's face contorted in agony as he struggled to articulate even a coherent thought, expending tremendous effort in vain. It seemed as though he bore an unspeakable torment, his visage ashen, stripped of all color. Chapter 98. Wulong's transformation. The figure in the bathroom curled upon the floor, hands desperately clutching his lower body. As the bright red liquid swiftly stained the smooth porcelain tiles, he fought to scream, yet the unimaginable pain rendered him utterly voiceless. The companions in the room remained blissfully asleep, undisturbed by the earlier commotion, lost in deep slumber. At this moment, Lan Ling lay quietly atop the ventilation duct. Refraining from any rash movements, she sensed a shift in the situation and realized the necessity of cautious observation, for recklessness was ill-advised. On the ground, Wulong let out a series of pitiful whimpers before falling silent. Had he lost consciousness? Lan Ling furrowed her brow, but soon discerned something amiss. Wulong was not merely unconscious. His awareness seemed to have descended into chaos, rendering him incapable of utterance, while his entire body began to convulse in a bizarre manner. He writhed like a victim of a stroke, rolling his eyes back and shaking uncontrollably, then twisted and flailed like a fish stranded on dry land, succumbing to an agonizing dance of distortion. Suddenly, Lan Ling beheld the abdomen of the individual on the ground, more precisely, the lower half, stained with blood and writhing in agony, beginning to swell abnormally. It resembled an inflating balloon, incessantly expanding into crimson, grotesque tumors, akin to grapes swelling rapidly, each one emerging and stacking upon the other, inflating further. The engorged, blood-red masses accumulated into a grotesque mound of flesh, from which bizarre, crimson, tubular appendages pierced forth, growing at an alarming rate. Wulong's clothing was rapidly torn asunder, the swelling extending to his chest, where the flesh was violently ruptured, tearing a path from his lower abdomen to just beneath his neck. A pungent, unsettling odor permeated the air, accompanied by a striking visual assault. Lan Ling hastily covered her mouth and nose with her hand, desperately suppressing the urge to retch. Her eyes widened. Instinctively she stifled all her presence, retracting her neck in an effort to conceal herself within the shadows, fervently praying that the creature below would remain oblivious to her existence. Was this mutation? The sensation of witnessing it firsthand was undeniably incomparable to observing it through a screen. Vision, smell, hearing, and perception, all senses intertwined, creating an overwhelming impact that sent chills coursing through her body, rendering her trembling. Lan Ling furrowed her brow, inwardly relieved that her plan had not been executed prematurely. Otherwise, she could scarcely fathom what fate might have awaited her. Yet, it was evident that the unfolding events had transcended her expectations entirely. Fortunately, it seemed that Wulong below had not detected her presence. No, if one could still refer to him as Wulong. His swollen form resembled an engorged tumor, magnified several times, akin to a super-obese individual weighing several hundred pounds. The fissure on his abdomen rose and fell rhythmically, as if breathing, yet from within surged a singular, colossal eye. Wulong's head hung limply above his corpulent body, resembling a shriveled watermelon. His mouth opened and closed, emitting faint sounds, seemingly a cry for help. Save me, it hurts. The overweight figure swayed, its unwieldy mass moving towards the door. However, it appeared that his rotund body could scarcely pass through the entrance. Blood-red tendrils extended outward, manipulating the door open, their grip straining against the frame as they gradually pulled the hefty form out. With the aid of those robust appendages, Wulong's grotesque, bloated body slithered adeptly across the ground towards the adjacent room. The distorted silhouette vanished from sight, and a curious Lan Ling shifted her body, making her way to the vent of the previous room. Indeed, the enormous, deformed figure had already squeezed into the chamber. Yet the beings lying on the bed and the one sprawled on the floor remained utterly oblivious to the uncanny presence that had entered. The mutated Wulong had maneuvered to the bedside, and Lan Ling cast a sympathetic glance at the occupant, observing silently. Inwardly reflecting, she mused that perhaps tonight she need not intervene. Perhaps, having grown accustomed to the tranquility of this underground base, these beings possessed little vigilance in their slumber, remaining completely unaware of the anomalies within the room. In the depths of her heart, Lan Ling silently offered a prayer for these unfortunate souls. Wulong had already advanced to the bedside, the blanket having slipped aside due to the earlier commotion, revealing much of the figure sprawled upon the bed. Thick, blood-red tendrils ensnared him without hindrance, dragging him toward the gaping maw. The clammy, moist sensation roused the slumbering individual from his daze. What on earth? He rubbed his eyes in mild annoyance, attempting to turn over, but a peculiar sensation on his legs halted him. As he opened his eyes, the dim light revealed a massive shadow looming over him. Yet, before he could react, a searing pain shot through his leg, accompanied by the sickening crunch of bones being crushed. Uncontrollably, he emitted a harrowing scream. This anguished cry finally awakened the man sleeping on the adjacent cot. He frantically grasped a flashlight from the bedside table and turned it on. The harsh white beam illuminated the oppressively dark room, casting light upon the grotesquely large form. The man, in a state of panic, began to retreat toward the corner of the room, his hands desperately searching the bedside table for anything to defend himself with. Since weapons were prohibited in the underground base's isolation zone, they had all been stored in lockers at the entrance, leaving him defenseless at this moment. Just as he was hastily seeking a means of protection, a tendril lunged toward him. His reflexes were quick, and he leaped onto the bed, attempting to vault over it. However, the entrance was already choked by Wulong's corpulent bulk, and at that moment, a pair of hands suddenly ensnared one of his legs. The figure on the bed had already been devoured halfway by Wulong. His mangled upper body still retained a flicker of life, while his lower half had been pulverized by the gaping maw on Wulong's belly. His hands clutched desperately at his companion's feet, bloodshot eyes reflecting his final struggles and silent pleas. Save me, save me, save me. Damn it, let go of me. The man standing at the head of the bed, in a state of panic, lifted his unbound foot and kicked towards his companion's head. Chapter 99. The anomaly outside the door. That foot struck with ferocity, mercilessly connecting with its companion. A sickening sound echoed as the man's skull shattered, not from the kick, but from the colossal figure attempting to flee. A tentacle, resembling a spear, pierced through his head, seamlessly entering through one eye socket and exiting the other side of the skull. The giant fell motionless in an instant, and swiftly. The tentacle that had penetrated his skull coiled and then yanked, producing a horrendous tearing sound as the giant's head was violently ripped from his neck. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from the severed neck, raining down in crimson torrents. The overwhelming stench of blood caused Lin Feng, hidden within the ventilation duct, to shudder involuntarily. Meanwhile, the individual on the bed, whose body had been shattered, writhed in agony, his consciousness seemingly dissolving, soon succumbing to convulsions and contorting in a bizarre fashion. At the fractured juncture of the thigh, several grotesque bones began to protrude, while the decapitated corpse, lying askew, exhibited a grotesque writhing of blood-red granulation at its severed neck. Was another transformation commencing? Should the situation continue to escalate, the consequences could be unthinkable. Lin Feng, struggling within the ventilation duct, attempted to turn her body. Just as she prepared to crawl away, a sudden exclamation echoed from the room. What was happening? Why was there such a heavy scent of blood? Lin Feng paused, realizing that the companions of those creatures had finally sensed something amiss. Without further hesitation, she swiftly retraced her steps, beads of perspiration already forming on her forehead. On the bed, Liang Kai and Zhou Chirue, roused from their slumber by Lin Feng's commotion, blinked in confusion. Zhou Chirue, stifling a yawn, turned to the side, only to be met by a blinding beam of light that instantly forced him to avert his gaze. Hey, you two, get up, Lin Feng urged, shaking the two men vigorously. Zhou Chirue raised a hand to shield his eyes from the harsh brightness and propped himself up. Bewildered. Lin, the beauty? What's wrong? Something's gone awry. Hurry up. Something's gone awry? What happened? The two, initially groggy and yawning, were instantly alert upon hearing those three words. Their eyes widened, all remnants of sleep vanishing. Zhou Chirue, now fully awake, recalled Lin Feng's mission to silence witnesses that night. Hearing her alarm, he could not help but inquire, "Have you failed your mission?" At this moment, beads of perspiration lingered on Lin Feng's forehead. Her brows knitted tightly together, and her expression bore an unusual seriousness as she shook her head. "No, the situation has worsened. Before I had the chance to take action, Wulong encountered an accident. Do you all remember what Yishao mentioned about that mutated creature that escaped?" Zhou Chirue and Liang Kai both felt a sudden jolt of alarm in their hearts. Liang Kai swiftly turned and sat upright. "Did you see that thing?" Lin Feng nodded, albeit with uncertainty. "I'm not entirely sure, but that creature bit Wulong and then vanished into the sewer. I suspect it was that mutated being. Wulong suffered severe injuries from the bite, and within less than half a minute, he transformed into a monster." "Wait, Zhou Chirue blinked, his slightly plump face revealing a hint of confusion. How long did it take for Wu Long to mutate? After pondering for a moment, Lan Ling replied, I can confirm it was less than half a minute. Zhou Chirue gasped sharply, and noticing his reaction, Liang Kai hurriedly inquired, what's wrong? Zhou Chirue's complexion turned grim as he explained. I previously asked Dehei and the others, and they said that from injury to mutation, it typically takes about 1 to 2 hours for the transformation to occur gradually. That creature mutated so quickly, it's abnormal. At this point, Liang Kai was already overwhelmed by goosebumps, and he hastily threw off the blanket, declaring, enough. No matter how much we discuss this here, it's futile. We must quickly inform Chun Gu and the others. Liang Kai and Zhou Chirue nodded at Lan Ling, signaling her to hide, before they opened the door and prepared to venture outside. 2 individuals, holding flashlights, opened the door, and as it swung ajar, they were nearly startled by a shadow standing near the bathroom. Upon closer inspection, they noticed the bathroom door was tightly shut, and a diminutive, frail figure stood in front of it, his striking white hair and pallid skin rendering him conspicuous. He was Yang Ang, the son of Sister Lin. At that moment, he stood motionless at the bathroom entrance, his gaze seemingly penetrating the frosted glass, peering into the interior. As the two emerged, the boy exhibited little reaction, his eyes fixated on the bathroom door. His peculiar behavior prompted Zhou Chirue to furrow his brow, and he instinctively turned to glance at the frosted door. Curious about what had captured the boy's attention. Yang Ang, what are you doing here? Do you need to use the restroom? Zhou Chirue inquired, unease prompting him to approach the door. There was no sound from within, so he cautiously opened the door to investigate. All the drainage outlets appeared securely blocked, revealing nothing unusual. The large black dog, resting on the living room sofa, was roused by the commotion. In a deep voice, he questioned, what is going on? Zhou Chirue promptly closed the bathroom door again, hastily responding, room 1116 has a situation. Someone has mutated. At this moment, the large black dog did not probe further into why Zhou Chirue and his companions were aware of this, for Yi Xiao and his group harbored their own secrets. And he had long since accepted Zhou Chirue's words without doubt. He immediately nudged Old Han awake and swiftly made his way to Chen Jiyi's door, knocking urgently. Before long, Chen Gu and Zhao emerged, alerted by the noise. Wulong was bitten by a mutated creature, transforming him into a monster. How should we disclose this matter to the guards? Zhou Chirue's words caused Chen Gu to furrow his brows. He did not doubt the veracity of this incident. Previously, Yi Zhao's habitual act of smuggling food into his room had led him to suspect that perhaps there was someone concealed within. However, they all tacitly kept this secret and refrained from inquiring further with Yi Xiao. After all, they had already resolved to follow him, and probing too deeply into these secrets might diminish Yi Zhao's trust in them. Typically, they only had Lin Jie prepare an extra portion for one. Today, upon learning that Yi Xiao had been threatened by Wulong and his associates, Chen Gu and the others contemplated teaching those ruffians a lesson. Yet, Yi Xiao stated that he would find a way. It seemed that the individual hidden within the room originally intended to act stealthily under the cover of night. The underground was equipped with ventilation ducts. Perhaps that person had witnessed something through them. Without hesitation, Chen Gu turned to Zhao and Dehei, saying, you two accompany me to the entrance of room 1116. Lock the door securely and do not emerge. Chapter 100. The revenge is about to begin. Chen Gu, Zhao, and Dehei exited room 1128. They had scarcely taken a few steps when they were startled by a series of anguished cries that reverberated through the vicinity. Rousing the residents, the trio hurriedly dashed around the corner, and at that moment, a figure burst forth from room 1116, already injured, shouting, help! They have mutated. There are aberrant beings. Upon hearing the mention of mutated beings, the crowd that had previously ventured to investigate hastily secured their doors. In the distance, the sound of footsteps approached as the vigilant guards, armed and prepared, swiftly directed their weapons towards the fleeing individual. Before the words could escape the man's lips, he was met with a fatal blast to his chest, courtesy of the seed core gun. Without a moment's hesitation, the guards redirected their aim towards the interior of the room, pulling their triggers in rapid succession. As dawn broke, Yi Xiao was preparing to conclude his shift. Regrettably, Tang Lian had not satiated his curiosity by revealing her intentions. Yet, deep down, Yi Xiao harbored suspicions. She likely desired to undergo mutation, seeking vengeance as a means to an end. Beyond this, her options were limited. It had been some time since she had bled into the sewer, and the fact that the base function normally indicated a lack of mutated creatures inhabiting the area Otherwise, her plans would have already come to fruition. The recent incidents involving the fleeing monstrosities had, however, ignited a flicker of hope within Tang Lian. Perhaps she could succeed. Yet, Yi Xiao remained unconcerned. He had no intention of betraying her, nor was it necessary to intervene. For if she were to succeed, the guards would swiftly eliminate her with their superior capabilities. There was no need for him to complicate matters by exposing her, especially when it could incite her animosity and invite potential repercussions. Within Quarantine Zone 1, individuals congregated, engaging in fervent speculation. Damn it, how could those individuals from 1116 possibly mutate? Uncertain, it has been rumored that the second district is under martial law, presumably due to some incident. The guards appear utterly unfazed, having conducted thorough inspections for quite some time. Damn, I suspect it is likely that some monstrous aberration has escaped. Boss Tang has been meddling with such things incessantly, and I have long forewarned that a calamity would eventually ensue. Those individuals have managed to keep it tightly under wraps, astonishingly failing to inform us. If you ask me, the lack of conscience will ultimately be reckoned by the heavens. Listening to the hushed discussions around him, it seems whispers of the situation have begun to circulate. Yu Xiao is not particularly surprised, yet he finds it rather peculiar that the creature has not encountered Tang Lian, but has instead crossed paths with Wu Long and his companions, a striking coincidence indeed. The intermittent complaints reveal that the personnel within the base harbor a modicum of grievances against Boss Tang. It appears that utilizing the people within the base as bait is not an isolated incident. Upon returning to 1128, Lan Ling recounted her experiences from the previous night to Yi Xiao, who felt a pang of regret for having missed the thrilling spectacle, much to the dismay of the viewers in the premiere room who lamented their lost opportunity. Yi Xiao felt helpless. After all, the camera only followed him. Throughout the day, anxiety permeated Isolation Zone 1, with everyone learning to block the sewer entrances. The guards in 1116 had little to show for their efforts, and to make matters worse, they were tasked with a complete cleanup. As night fell, Yu Xiao arrived punctually for his evening shift as usual. Zhao Wei and the Andy were present, mirroring yesterday's routine. However, an unexpected twist occurred just as Yi Xiao entered the restroom to conduct his inspection. Tang Lian followed closely behind him. Upon witnessing Tang Lian's action of closing the door, Yi Xiao instinctively took a step back, inquiring, "What's the matter? Do you need something from me?" A genuine smile graced her lips, radiating an air of concealed joy and excitement, as though her aspirations were on the verge of fruition. Tang Lian's demeanor evoked a sense of unease in Yi Xiao. Had she indeed succeeded? Had she encountered that peculiar creature? Had she been bitten? Was she about to undergo a transformation? Yi Xiao scrutinized her companion cautiously, and upon noticing the wariness in Yi Xiao's gaze, Tang Lian suddenly chuckled. "Don't be anxious. I merely wish for your assistance." "Assistance? What kind of assistance?" Yi Xiao arched an eyebrow. Tang Lian replied softly, "Could you help me locate Dr. Liao? I need him to take me to meet Boss Tang. I must see Boss Tang." A surge of curiosity pulsed through Yi Xiao. Indeed, she had succeeded. "Are you preparing to exact your revenge?" In high spirits, Tang Lian did not deny it. "Yes, soon, very soon, my revenge will be realized." She broke into a grin that appeared rather chilling. Yi Xiao harbored doubts regarding her intentions. "Are you certain you can succeed? There are guards present, and should anything go awry, they will swiftly intervene and eliminate you. I do not wish to be implicated in any consequences arising from your endeavors, unless you can assure me of your absolute success." Tang Lian beamed at Yi Xiao, and as she caught a glimpse of Yi Xiao's startled and evasive expression, she lifted her garment, revealing her abdomen. She gently stroked it, and to Yi Xiao's astonishment, the seemingly flat stomach began to swell, as if something resided within. Yi Xiao stepped back in horror, only to see Tang Lian gently caressing her belly, soothing whatever was within. "Don't worry, it's very well behaved," she said. It was evident that something resided within Tang Lian's womb. It could not possibly be that monstrous entity, could it? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yi Xiao's forehead as a vague suspicion began to form, yet he dismissed the notion as too insane. You haven't mutated." Upon hearing Yi Xiao's quiet exclamation, Tang Lian broke into a grin, her smile bearing a hint of mischief. "Do you think someone who has carried a mutated creature for so long could remain normal? Yet, I too was quite surprised that it considers me its mother. Indeed, having been pregnant twice and nurturing these aberrations for an extended period, how could she not be affected? Perhaps she had already undergone some clandestine transformation, though no one had definitively discerned it." With a playful glint in her eyes, she turned to Yi Xiao. "All I need is a kiss. Just a kiss for Boss Tang will suffice." A kiss? Yi Zhao's gaze fell upon her lips, then shifted to her now tranquil, subtly protruding belly, and in an instant, a chill ran through him.